The story begins with a news report from Babylon, where we see the huge Tower of Babel. The reporter tells us that the Black Dragon Guild had taken over the 40th floor of the tower, planning to show off their top-level skills, but something went wrong. The Black Dragon Guild was defeated again, and everyone was upset that they came back empty-handed, repeating their first failure in the world. A group of reporters surround a young man trying to interview him, taking pictures with various devices. A reporter wearing glasses says into a microphone that this time, the Black Dragon Guild has been defeated. All attention is focused on the main character, a first-ranked hunter. We see a young man in a red jacket with a pleasant appearance, whose name is Summer Spirit. He is famous for having defeated a powerful boss on his own. An enthusiastic reporter approaches the guy, trying to interview him. He can't contain his admiration, noting that the boy has once again set a divine record without any obstacles. The guy in the red jacket was the only one in the world who single-handedly destroyed the bosses in the manifesting tower. He didn't want to be interviewed, but the reporter kept pressing with the microphone. The reporter insisted that he share his impressions. This angered him, and the guy in the red jacket grabbed the microphone. Taking the microphone, he expressed his dissatisfaction with being called the Summer Spirit and said he wanted to change his nickname. Recalling his story, the boy realizes that the nickname Summer Spirit was given to him by some scoundrel. Now, the whole world calls him that, which is very annoying. In his opinion, calling him the Summer Spirit is not serious. It is better to be Rotten Spirit. At this point, there was another guy in the room watching the interview. He envied the guy in the red jacket. His room was featureless, and his bed was right in the kitchen. In the background, he could see the laptop with the interview where the guy swore to catch the scoundrel who gave him the shameful nickname. The guy was sitting on the bed and reading a well-known forum where people shared their impressions of the event. He closely followed every comment. Some were impressed by the bravery of the Summer Spirit. Others considered him a scoundrel because the whole world was watching. But everyone wanted to be like him. Watching these arguments and opinions, the boy felt uncomfortable. The elderly spirit was a very famous personality. Whole TV studios were chasing him, and the younger generation was imitating him. There were gossips on the forum that Sviataya was dating him, but they were just rumors. Some wondered why she put up with his temper. Someone posted on the forum that they knew Sviataya, and she said it wasn't true. Others spammed that they wanted to become like the Summer Spirit. The constant posts on the forum resembled spam, and members began to wonder who this guy was who kept writing the same comments. Despite the fact that it looked like spam, the guy kept posting on the forum that he wanted to be just like the Summer Spirit. The messages were repeated over and over again. It was to no avail, and no one paid attention to his simple words. There were rumors that the Summer Spirit was very rich, and the boy, sitting in the room, continued to envy him. The only thing that bothered the Summer Spirit was his nickname. In the boy's imagination, the Summer Spirit was the main character. He imagined this world as a big novel, where the main character holds a weapon and stands on a bunch of monsters. Thoughts of his hopeless existence did not leave the boy. He realized that he was not even equal to the Summer Spirit. The interview continued, and the boy watched it closely from his room. The reporter asked the Summer Spirit to say a few words to the audience in conclusion. In their world, there is a dream that inspires great achievements in the hunting craft. The Summer Spirit demonstrated true skill when he entered the tower in his early 20s. It took him less than a month to defeat monsters that no one had been able to defeat for 10 years. His personality is legendary. The reporter put the microphone to the elderly spirit and asked what he could say to the dreamers sitting in front of the screens. He asked to share the secret of success, and the Summer Spirit hesitated. Finally, the Summer Spirit decided to share his secret, which interested the guy on the other side of the screen. He asked everyone listening to pay attention to his words. Answering the reporter's question, the elderly spirit said that if a man or woman succeeds, it will happen anyway. His second phrase was so insightful that the guy who was his fan's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. The Summer Spirit warned that if anyone succeeds, do not interfere with the warrior named Summer Spirit, otherwise you will die. After these words, the Summer Spirit turned his back on the reporters. Despite hundreds of questions, he ignored them and went about his business. The guy who was listening to his words from the other side of the screen thought about what he had heard. The reporter ended the broadcast by saying that it was breaking news. The guy slams his laptop shut without listening to the reporter's words. Disappointment fills his heart. He sits on his bed, holding the laptop in his lap, and tilts his head, losing hope and faith in himself. The young man is upset, tears streaming down his cheeks. The words of his idol have hurt him deeply, killing his hope. The walls of his room are covered with posters of the summer spirit. After hearing the words, he wonders how people can be disregarded, even if it was directed at a reporter. The guy dreams that if he had the same talents as the summer spirit, he would not be huddled in this one-room hovel, living a parasitic lifestyle. He wouldn't have to live in such conditions, avoid F-level hunters, and depend on meaningless objects. Most importantly, he would not be bothered by insignificant hunters. Suddenly, the boy starts tearing posters and newspapers off the walls, shouting that he wants to become like his idol. Anger and envy overwhelm him. His jealousy and anger at his own helplessness make him cry and shout into the void that he wants to become as successful as him with his talents, or at least have the same skills as the summer spirit. He wants to be just like him, to imitate his idol, bowing down before him. Suddenly the sun begins to break through into the dark room, illuminating it and bringing a ray of hope to this dark room. This unusual phenomenon attracted the attention of the boy, who did not stop crying, surprising him and making him hold his breath. Suddenly something in front of his face began to materialize, forming from pieces into an unfamiliar object. He was puzzled and intrigued. This young man had seen this scene 1,000 times before, but only on YouTube videos, never in real life. The skill map appeared in front of him. He could not fully believe what was happening. As soon as the map appeared, the system informed him that he had unbridled envy and was second to none in such cases. Looking at this information, the guy was shocked. The system assured him that the tower was amazed by his envy and gave him a new skill. Looking back at the events, he remembered that the tower had previously given a skill card to a girl for her great willpower and rewarded the boy for his hard work. Now the boy received a skill card for his envy. He realized that he had never seen anything like it in the video. Rising from his knees, he realizes that his physical form is not in the best condition for serious action. When he saw this magical opportunity, he remembered that he had been looking forward to this moment his whole life, ever since he got here. He sees not a simple card in front of him, but a golden one that illuminates the entire room. He reaches out to it, mesmerized by its radiance. Grasping it like a bar of gold, he begins to squeeze it in his hand, gaining a higher level skill. A few minutes later, a skill card is created in front of his eyes, informing him that he has gained rank C for his envy, and the words, "I want to be like you." When he dies at the hands of an enemy, he can copy one of the enemy's skills. The skill is copied randomly, and it is impossible to copy the one he already has. To activate it, you just need to die. The tears in his eyes stop flowing. He looks at the map and tries to comprehend what the system is trying to tell him. If he is killed, he will get the enemy's skill. Emotions overwhelm him as he holds the materialized card. The main issue that stops him is that he needs to die to activate the skill. The system asks him to simply die to activate the skill. This realization shocks him. Stunned by this gift of fate, he cannot find peace. The realization that such a skill exists at all haunts him, and he screams at the top of his lungs. But first, let's figure out where the Tower of Babel came from in our world. Its appearance was unexpected and mysterious. It appeared suddenly and was visible beyond the horizon line from anywhere on Earth. When people saw this huge tower, they wondered what could be inside. Some brave people who had nothing to lose were the first to enter its spaces, trying to reveal its secrets. As they climbed the floors of this tower, they encountered numerous monsters that came from different worlds, located on different levels of the building. Only a few chosen ones were granted superpowers called skills by the tower, making them stronger. People gifted with skills gathered in the tower and started hunting monsters. These heroes were filled with the power and energy that the tower gave them. Now let's get back to our familiar summer spirit. Has anyone ever seen him hunting monsters? Some reporters investigated and told the TV channel that his weapon is a glowing spear. He uses it as if he were dancing, not fighting. He looks like an incarnation of the god Shiva. A tired worker who watches TV every day realizes that he is bored with this program about the summer spirit. People around him ask him to change the channel, wanting to watch something else. A man behind the bar in an orange bathrobe says it's even interesting. The exhausted guy, lying with his head on the table, says it's not that it's not interesting. The point is that the guy hated his life to the core, because there were only heroes and strong people around him. And his life seemed like a complete failure with no prospects. Lying on the bar and having drunk more than 1 glass of alcohol, the guy was muttering under his breath. The bartender standing next to him waved his hand and said that he was sick of this situation. As the bartender was about to leave, the guy stopped him. The guy said that he had gotten the highest level S skill yesterday, but it was useless. He could only die with it. Because of this skill, He didn't even apply to the hunting association because he was ashamed. Because of his shame, he hit the wooden table with all his might. The bartender saw that the guy was starting to get delirious and decided that he should stop drinking. He advised him to go outside and vomit to make him feel better. As the guy left the bar, he felt that his body was not listening to him at all due to his intoxication. He walked, swaying from side to side, feeling that his head was so hot that it was about to explode. Suddenly, he heard a loud "kya-ya-ya" sound that caught his attention. Walking to the corner where the sound was coming from, he looked out and saw the following scene. A man in a red jacket was approaching a beautiful woman, as if surrounding her. The girl, trying to stop him, called him Mr. Summer Spirit and asked what had come over him. The Summer Spirit made excuses, saying that the game was not easy. Looking at this beautiful girl, anyone would have mistaken her for defenseless. The girl looked at him with her big, beautiful eyes, and a minute later the boy heard the Summer Spirit address the girl. "Dear Saint, there was poison in that glass of alcohol." The man pulled out a bottle of an unknown substance from his jacket and showed it to the saint. She suddenly turned pale and felt cold, but the man continued. Basilisk gastric juice was the name of the poison she was planning to use to poison the boy. The elderly spirit threw the bottle on the ground and came closer to the girl. He said that if it wasn't for his skill, which allowed him to sense the danger, there would have been a disaster. The misunderstanding between the boy and the girl was not in the saint's favor, because she claimed that she did not want anything like that, and only wanted to capture the tower with him. The famous hero leaned closer to the girl's body, looking into her eyes. He no longer believed her because of her deceitful actions. He also thought that the girl had only good intentions, but something went wrong. The guy who was eavesdropping around the corner on the whole spectacle heard their dialogue and learned more information than he should have. He realized that he had witnessed the internal interactions in a team that was world famous. The Summer Spirit pressed further and further on the girl named Saint. Although she claimed that everything could be settled peacefully, the guy did not want this option. Being polite was always good, but only he would set the rules by which they spoke now. As a spy, the guy watched all this and heard this dialogue, which was not like a conversation between a person who was going to kill and a person who did not want to die. He covered his mouth with both hands so as not to give himself away. The elderly spirit held the girl by the throat and kept asking her questions. All she could do in this position was to nod her head either up or down, and that was enough to continue the dialogue. He had the skill of recognizing lies, and looking her straight in the eye, he told her not to hope to deceive him. If she was honest, he might even give her an antidote. The boy eavesdropped more and more on this very important dialogue, because it was even strategic information between the teams. The elderly spirit kept asking the girl, who ordered him to be killed. The elderly spirit suspected it was the Black Dragon Witch, and asked if it was true. She was the first in the rank and fully answered him. He felt calmer in his heart, realizing that there was not an ounce of mean-spiritedness in him. After this question, the girl bowed her head, thus confirming that she was the very wretch he had just named. Seeing the girl's face, the legendary hero realized everything and ruthlessly used his power against her. His body was enveloped in fire, which spread to the girl. He wished her a safe journey. The flames scorched everything around the corner, and the girl disappeared like dust into one of the city's neighborhoods. An ordinary guy was watching all this. The guy who had worshipped the power of the hero all his life and wanted to become like him, now saw no hero in front of him. And he had doubts. He saw a psychopathic murderer who had just committed an irreparable act, setting an entire neighborhood on fire. The guy had no options. He had to run away from this horrible place where he had witnessed the crime of his favorite hero. But as he ran, he accidentally stepped on a bottle that cracked under his weight, making a sound that could have attracted the villain's attention. From this rash step, the boy felt himself overcome with fear, his heart pounding in his chest, stopping his breathing. Suddenly, the same psychopath appeared from around the corner and looked at the frightened boy with joy. The elderly spirit looked at the boy and said that he thought he had already dealt with all the rats in the neighborhood. The boy, frozen in the moment, realized that this was the look of a cold-blooded killer. The cult hero was watching a miserable man run away from him, and he wasn't even going to run after him. He had a fire in his hands, which he could use to hit the spy at any moment. The guy ran as fast as he could, wondering how many people this scoundrel had already killed on his way. Dozens, hundreds, maybe even more. Running away from the killer, he accidentally stumbled and failed again. It was all because of his cursed shoelaces, which had come untied, and he stepped on them. Looking back, he realized that things were not going well for him. The blow fell on his foot, and the sneakers were lying in a completely different place. At that moment, the summer spirit approached him with his fire staff, holding one hand in his pocket, showing that he was not serious. For the summer spirit, the boy was just another toy that posed no threat to him. As he got closer, he kicked the sneaker, throwing it aside. The boy, lying on the ground, begged the summer spirit for mercy, and the latter asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Realizing that the boy was not a threat, the hero asked if he had seen what had just happened. Choking on fear and tears, the boy swore that he hadn't seen anything, trying to justify himself. The elderly spirit knelt down beside him, getting close enough to look him in the eye, and asked him what he hadn't seen. Grabbing the boy by the neck, the summer spirit was furious that the boy called him that and claimed that he hadn't seen anything, even though the hero hadn't even asked for specific details. This made him distrustful. The boy tried to retract his words, promising that he would never say anything to anyone. But the summer spirit warned him that if he did not want to follow the fate of the saint, he had to answer his questions. The first was, who sent him to kill him? Was he also from the Black Dragon? The boy looked into his eyes, remembering that this man was his role model. He had admired him, watching interviews and programs with him. In a trembling voice, the boy said that the summer spirit could test anything, and this caught his attention. The boy reminded him that the summer spirit had previously talked about his lie detection skill, so he really hadn't seen anything and it could be verified. But the summer spirit showed with his facial expression that he did not have such a skill and was just playing on people's emotions. After realizing this, the guy realized that the summer spirit had deceived him, and thus he killed his colleague without any evidence, all because he thought she was doing something wrong to him. He said it out loud, although he thought he was talking about himself. The summer spirit threw him aside and told him not to slander other people, please. Because of his strong ambition, the summer spirit decided that the girl was really going to kill him, and if he didn't kill her first, she would poison him the next day. The boy, curled up in a ball after being thrown, asked where he got that idea. The summer spirit, throwing his fire staff over his shoulder, confidently replied that he knew everything and had his own method. The hero took the boy by the head, smiled into his eyes, and assured him that if he wanted to take any lie detector test, he was really not in the business. The guy started to rejoice that he would be left alive and believed, but suddenly the hand on the guy's head began to heat up to maximum temperatures, and the summer spirit said that he had seen too much anyway. Activating his power, he smiled into the boy's eyes and told him to just die. At that moment, the boy's life cycle came to an end. A memory arose in his mind. He was standing by the sandbox, with the principal holding his shoulder and telling him that his name was Kim Khan, and he was going to become a great man. In response to these words, the young gentleman promised the principal at a young age that this would happen. Now he realizes that he does not want to die. Suddenly the system informs him that he has died. Thus he finds himself in some strange place lying down. There is only one question in his mind. Why did he die and why was his life so hard? The system window informs him that he has reached the conditions for using his skill, but he does not notice this and wants to live a little longer. At this point, the system informs him again that he can copy the random skill of the hunter who killed him. The system generates a skill card, which gives rise to something new. The guy, crying in tears, lies in a familiar place, looks at the card generation and sees that a golden card is dropped. All he has to do is choose a skill card. He doesn't fully realize that he has another chance as he reaches forward. He takes the golden-looking card and squeezes it. A bright light, like energy, fills everything around him. This is how his choice ended, and he successfully copied the skill. At this point, he wakes up. He lies in his bed and realizes that he has gone back in time. Around him is a familiar mess, and he sees the breaking news story from Babylon again. Surrounded by his old stuff, he realizes that he is alive. But more importantly, he has gone back in time. Shocked, he gets out of bed, looks at his body, and doesn't understand how it is that he is here again. But when he looks at the screen of his laptop, it dawns on him. The same story about the elderly spirit defeating the boss on his own is repeated in the same place. What was really going on? Finding himself back in the same place he was at the same time and date, the guy was really surprised. Time was passing at the same pace as before. He returned home at the moment when an emotional upheaval occurred in his life. It was the moment when he envied the hero on TV, who in his life turned out to be his own killer. Looking at his laptop monitor, he saw the summer spirit speaking to a reporter, where he was again complaining about his nickname. Kim Khan, fascinated by what he saw, looks at his phone and doesn't fully understand why everyone is saying the same thing as yesterday, gathering in his memory all the fragments of what happened, how he was killed by his hero, whom he loved so much, and the moment he received the card that gave him superpowers. Step by step, everything began to fall into place, and as he reached out his hand forward, he felt a new strength. The guy opens the system's skill map, which was highlighted in completely different colors. Instead of one skill, there were already two on the system screen. One of these skills was called, I Want to Be Like You. It was the first S-level Navaku granted, and the second skill was the power he copied when he died. Looking at it, he could not believe his eyes. The skill description said, Clockwork Time of Birth. Effect, automatically manifests itself at death. Turns back 24 hours, while the memory and skill are not erased. If the hunter is of a higher rank, the greater the penalty. He copied this skill from the Summer Spirit Hunter. After reading this, he was surprised that the skill automatically brings him back a day. The main feature of this skill was that the memory and skills remained with him. This was the secret of the legendary hunter, known all over the world. This explains some events, including the death of the saint, because the Summer Spirit knew everything in advance thanks to this skill, which he had kept silent about. In fact, the day before, the saint had poisoned him, but he went back a day and killed her to take revenge and secure his future. However, it so happened that he also killed an innocent boy who just happened to be on hand. Kim Khan stood still in thought, but at that moment, he heard sounds from his laptop. The reporter asked the elderly spirit to share the secret of his success. A famous hunter said that if a person succeeds, it will happen. But if he has already succeeded, do not put a spoke in his wheel. After hearing these words, Kim Khan became wary. The final phrase of his favorite hunter was, die. And having been reborn with this skill, Kim Khan gained an incredible ability. Now he was not afraid of death, and he wondered which of them would die the next time they met side by side. Out of anger, he clutches the system fragment in his hand, determined to face the future. But the calmness did not last long, and soon he noticed a scream coming from the window. There's a fire! Someone was shouting incessantly. Looking out of his apartment window, he noticed a bright flame rising above the buildings. He did not understand what was happening and was worried because he had never seen such an event in his life. But he could not stand idly by, so he looked outside. People began to group up, taking buckets of water and fire extinguishers with them, and were actively rushing to put out the fire. He took a knife with him when he went outside, because he lived in a place different from the outside world. A city where people who wanted to become hunters gathered. The fire rose high above the houses, making it clear that this was the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Everyone was running to the scene, not paying attention to anyone, taking pictures of this spectacle, in a hurry not to miss the moment. Could this be the same moment when the guy was in a bar drinking alcohol? Putting it all together, Kim Khan realized that the fire was set by the same hero who had killed the saint to hide the evidence and draw public attention. At the moment when the fire had to be extinguished immediately, people acted chaotically, without teamwork, and the fire was actively spreading. One girl from the Black Dragon Guild took charge of the operation and said that her orders had to be followed. It was not just any girl, but the head of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, who was second in the rankings. A green-haired woman who was ranked 5th and had the ability to heal ran up to her. She was a master of alchemy and said that the isolation of the district was complete and all the troubles would befall those who remained inside. It was necessary to send a rescue team. The captain, who was the 10th in the rank of the city's friends, the Holy Knight, was standing nearby. He said that nothing needed to be fixed because the city had been empty for 5 years, and based on this, it was a blessing that there were no people there. This city had many names. Some called it Babylon, some called it the City of the First Floor, and some called it the City of the Return. In fact, it has always been the same. Once you enter this world, you can never leave. Returning to the firefighting mission, the fire was spreading, and the hunters with water abilities were running out. There was no panic or regret on the faces of the people, as they were used to such situations. As Kim Khan walked among the people, he noticed that people were talking about the Holy One, who would have come anyway if she had known about the situation. She is not the kind of person who would be late for such an event. People were talking to each other, saying that she had said she had things to do today, and maybe even a date. Recently, she and the elderly spirit had become very close. Quite famous people in the neighborhood were talking to each other. The chemistry master, a green-haired girl, said that the summer spirit, in her opinion, was a rather bad person, and she did not like him. Just thinking about him made her anxious. As the crowd gathered and watched everything burn, someone in a red jacket approached the crowd and shouted, "Hey, go to the sides!" The elderly spirit approached the crowd and asked who started this mess without his permission. He acted casually, making it clear that he had nothing to do with it. Kim Khan didn't realize that the summer spirit was the culprit, but he came to the scene anyway. Before people could greet him, he suddenly began to behave arrogantly, saying that everyone was indebted to him and that no one could do anything without him. The knight turned to the elderly spirit, pointing out that a huge fire had broken out in the old men's slums, and asked if he could help. The elderly spirit, having mercenary thoughts, asked for something in return. Hearing this, Kim Khan, holding a dagger, or rather a kitchen knife, in his hand, became enraged, and his illusions were shattered. His favorite hero has become a sick bastard who wants to become an upstart and profit from the fire he started. Even public gratitude, which could have been an option for reward, no longer satisfied him. The elderly spirit was completely indifferent to the character and status of a legendary high-level hunter. He didn't care either, and he said goodbye to the people, telling them to look for other volunteers. Accompanied by phones and cameras filming him, he made a show of leaving the place and demonstrating his value. Only one person knew the true face of this scoundrel. He was a real maniac, and everyone thought he was a hero with a bad character. But he was a dual personality who hid his secrets. Looking at him, Kim Khan felt that he had to deal with him. Without thinking twice, he stopped controlling his body and went where his heart told him to go. People tried to stop him. They warned him that it was very dangerous, but he ignored their warnings and continued to move forward, risking getting hurt. But for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the hunter's honor, he had to do it. Walking with a knife in his hand, he approached the elderly spirit from the side, firmly resolved that a hunter is only human. Kim Khan gradually rushes into the battle with the monsters, approaching step by step, intoxicated by the thought of his conviction. He comes closer to the summer spirit, who has been watching him all along, sensing danger. Kim Khan rushes at the legendary hero with a kitchen knife. He realizes that he must destroy this sinister monster. Despite the fact that he is heading straight into an area engulfed in flames, where everything is smoky and burning, the boy goes through the fire, although he is extremely hot and his body is on fire. Screaming in pain, he moves in an unclear direction, holding a knife in his hands, and eventually burns in the fire. The summer spirit looks at this guy and does not understand his actions, but knows that the guy can only kill him in this way. Again, he receives a message from the system that he is dead, and soon he returns to 24 hours ago. Waking up conscious, he opens his eyes, and everything is as it was at that moment. He is no longer shocked by what is happening and feels as calm as possible. The first thing he wanted to do was to check the automaticity of the skill and whether it was well practiced. Since his level was F, the penalty for using this skill was not even given, because it is so small that it simply does not exist. Realizing all the consequences and analyzing his skills, the guy realizes that at this moment, with his skills, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill the summer spirit. And if he does, the summer spirit will simply return back in time, as he has the same skill. So, as a low-ranked hunter, the only thing left for him to do is to improve his skills. Looking at the poster of his former hero, he recalled the moment when the summer spirit was asked at what age he awakened his first skill. Back then, summer spirit said it was in the summer when he was 21 years old. Based on this, he has already had the skill for 11 years. The reporter, sitting across from the hero, realized that he remembered all this perfectly. But the summer spirit, while drinking tea, told her that it was not that simple, and he remembered that date because it was his birthday. More precisely, it was June 7th, 11 years ago. The boy, Kim Khan, realizes that if he counts backwards from that date, it will be 40-50 days. If he goes back 40-50 days, he can do the unthinkable. He decides to go back at the moment of the summer spirit's awakening and stabs himself deep in the chest with a dagger. At the moment he dies, he also wakes up a day later. But this time the system informs him that he has been fined. Despite going back 24 hours after this terrible event, he still has 49 days left. Clenching his fist, Kim Khan gathers up the courage to do the same thing again, harming himself in the hope of getting back. And it happens again. Suddenly he wakes up a day back, returning to the past. Although the penalty for using the skill increases, he continues to do this over and over again, harming himself. Ending his life cycle and returning back to the past, he passes day after day, second after second. The penalty has stopped gaining momentum. He had done irreparable damage to himself that had been going on for 2,000 days. Holding the dagger in his hands, looking into it, He sees his reflection and goes step by step to his goal. After a large number of completions of his life cycle, he moves to the moment when he is 543 days away from awakening. What he is doing no longer seems scary to him. On the contrary, he feels excited about his actions. And again, he transforms himself back 24 hours, joyfully realizing that this is the last time before he awakens. All that remains after that is to act. Kim Khan went back 4,000 days to when he was at the beginning of his journey. It was 2 o'clock on the clock. He was lying on an old mattress in an empty room, realizing that he had succeeded. But after a large number of suicides, he needed to check if the reality in his world had changed. The guy got up from the bed on the floor and looked at the time. Using his power, he managed to return to the moment when the legendary summer spirit had not yet begun his journey. Picking up the knife, he realized that he could prevent him in this way. Leaning his head over the wall, Kim Khan was very tired because, having originally planned to die 40-50 times, he died about 30 more times. He needed this time to cover the time he spent committing suicide. In addition, he needed to rest during the breaks. And all this torment was to prevent the world from hearing the tower of this demon he was going to stop. There was no time to waste. He got to his feet and decided to act. As he headed for the exit, the light shone on his face, and he felt like a real hunter, ready to find his prey. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was May 6th, 11 years ago, and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. As he approached one of the houses he knew, he realized that his prey might be there. In the window, he noticed the silhouette of a man who resembled his victim. He approached, holding his breath. The summer spirit was listening to music on his phone, looking pretty wrecked after last night's party. His hangover was kicking in, his head hurt like hell, and he was trying to recover from a rough evening. Watching him, Kim Khan realized that the summer spirit had clearly had too much to drink last night. To gather all the information he needed, Kim Khan lived this life 10 times, gathering intelligence each time. He knew that this guy woke up at 9 a.m. sharp in the office of the Frank Hunters. His life during this period was quite miserable. He was going to work again, feeling like a nobody. At 3 p.m., the summer spirit sets off on his mission, and Kim Khan decides to use this moment for his plan. Summer spirit catches a slime on the 2nd floor of the tower. Feeling irritated by this gelatinous creature, he kills the gelatinous thing and says, "This is real bullshit. I've been catching the same slides for 100 days. How disgusting." Kim Khan has been watching the summer spirit all along and hears him shouting, "I'm the Knight of Summer! When will I start living large like the Holy Sword?" This made Kim Khan realize that at 21 years old, the summer spirit was an extremely avid hunter who was just waiting for a dramatic turn in his life. All this time, summer spirit had been hoping to find a winning lottery ticket or some S-level skill. After analyzing his life, Kim Khan realized that if everything remained the same, everything in his opponent's life would have happened the way he wanted. It's time to change the course of events, and Kim Khan flies into a red gelatinous slug. He cuts the slug with his dagger, and it splashes him completely with its jelly-like liquid. All this is to change the course of events that would lead this hunter to success 11 years later. After being impressed by the jelly slug, the guy shakes off the slime. The clock reads 5:31, and this makes him realize that he needs to move on. The summer spirit moves to the 6th floor of the tower, realizing that the slime hunt has no prospects. He decides to get determined and calls himself Suha, moving to a high-level area that is not frequented by newcomers. When he gets to the 6th floor, he realizes that he has 36 minutes to prepare, since no one else will be here. Suddenly, a guy comes around the corner, apologizing to the summer spirit. He addresses him as Master Hunter, which is something the summer spirit did not expect to see on this floor. Disfigured and stained with red slime, Kim Khan asks for help, explaining that he was attacked by wolves and needs a potion. The summer spirit, seeing this boy, realizes that he has already set all the monsters on edge and now the hunt will be useless. With this in mind, he decides that it will not be possible to hunt here anymore. But the boy does not stop asking for the potion, to which the summer spirit replies that he will not give him the potion, as it will interfere with his daily earnings. But, being quite mercantile, the summer spirit asks Kim Kung how much he will pay for the potion. The boy does not answer, so the summer spirit points his stick at him to ask him again how much he will pay for the potion. The summer spirit explains that his hunt has been dragging on, and he won't give away expensive potions for free, especially to a person he sees for the first time in his life, emphasizing that nothing happens for free. Holding up a vial of red substance, the summer spirit says that it costs 20 gold pieces on the market. The boy tries to take the potion, promising to pay 20 gold, but the summer spirit is not going to sell it at cost, as he believes that the newcomer does not understand the true value. Picking up his stick, The summer spirit pushes the boy aside, telling him that he won't survive for 20 gold, and asks him how much his life is really worth. Kim Khan offers 40 gold, but the summer spirit, smiling, feeling his strategic advantage, tells him to go on. He takes the boy by the clothes, lifts him up, and says that he needs everything he has. Seeing the wallet in the boy's pocket, the summer spirit decides to take it, using the boy's hopeless condition to his advantage. Of course, Kim Khan saw this coming and always knew that the summer spirit was really that mercenary. Summer spirit pushes the boy aside and takes his wallet to see what's inside. Brazenly opening the wallet, the summer spirit begins to shake out the coins. He realizes that there are about 60 coins in there, and he is disappointed. He advises the boy to carry more money next time. After he has shaken out all the money, the summer spirit puts his hand on Kim Kung's head, saying that this is all his money. Just like in his previous life, his hand is right on Kim Kung's head, and he's seen something like this before. The old spirit smiles and promises that he will find a good use for his money. At this point, Kim Kung has a déjà vu, and he remembers how this scoundrel burned him in his previous life. Pushing the summer spirit away from him, Kim Khan demands a potion from him. The summer spirit takes the arrow, which is sharpened and endowed with his own power, and promises that he will think about it. Although Kim Kung did not expect to receive the potion, the summer spirit had other plans. He decides that if he saves Kim, he can take revenge and move on. The summer spirit explains that he wants to live in peace and quiet, and after taking a good look at Kim, he decides to kill him right there so that he never comes into his sight again. Seeing the hypocritical face of the summer spirit, Kim Khan didn't hesitate for long. He crouches down and activates his energy. With all his strength, he punches the summer spirit in the stomach, wanting peace and quiet. The summer spirit did not expect such a confrontation, but Kim Khan is not going to back down. Picking up his dagger, he swings. He stabs the summer spirit's pitiful body with a bloody stroke. The summer spirit's pupils constrict, and he realizes that this is revenge for everything he has done. Kim Khan looks at the bloody scene after stabbing his opponent with a dagger. Kim Khan's anger goes off the charts as he realizes that he is facing a villain who has taken more than 100 lives to awaken his power. With hatred in his eyes, he stabs his dagger into his opponent's body, saying that he will definitely send him to the next world. All this in order to never see this scoundrel again, and to prevent new irreparable actions. Addressing his opponent, who was lying there bleeding, he calls him not by his nickname, but by his first name, Suka. Kim Khan stands over the unarmed and inactive body of his opponent, recalling that before the summer spirit wanted to kill him, he did something strange. At that moment, the summer spirit called out his name, introducing himself as Suha and saying, "Good luck." Kim Khan, standing in front of this scoundrel, realizes that for 450 days, the summer spirit has been a real scoundrel. All this time, he had been pretending to be a knight of honor, engaging in sacred duels, but in reality he was just a murderer. When he stood on the pedestal, destroying his enemies ruthlessly and in cold blood, he had no right to do so. By killing innocent people, he created the image of a noble hero. But he was the most despicable guy in the whole world. All of this haunted Kim Khan, and he went through endless suffering for this. Suddenly, he heard heavy breathing behind him. Turning around, he saw the silhouettes of red wolves. There were not 2 of them, but a whole pack, hungry and ready to hunt. Instead of fighting them, the guy decided to let his opponent be torn apart, because he no longer needed him. The wolves could have him. He didn't even turn around when a pack of wolves pounced on the summer spirit, who was already unconscious. Kim Khan continued walking on the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel and saw a strange hump on the ground ahead. Coming closer, he began to dig in the place, uncovering it. In the overgrown hump, he found a backpack and several bottles of water that he had hidden there beforehand. He took off his bloody sweatshirt so as not to leave any traces and hid it in the stash, closing it on the same floor. After completing this action, Kim Khan felt relieved as he prepared for the next steps in his plan. After dressing like a normal person, Kim Khan realized that he needed to go back. After preparing himself, he decided to move to the 1st floor of the tower. The system of the Tower of Babel moved him to the city on the ground floor, where he could get out without hindrance. As he was passing through the city, he saw a soldier in chainmail. Feeling that the soldier could stop him, the boy walked cautiously, fearing this. But the vigilante soldier paid no attention to him and yawned, tired from lack of sleep. There was not a single person on the streets, and it was just beginning to dawn. Kim Khan did not realize that it was really the end. After he put an end to his opponent, no one even knew it had happened. The news reports said that the mop-up operation on the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel had failed. Kim Khan was sitting in one of the bars drinking beer, and the main channel reported that he was ranked 1st in the rankings. The Holy Sword was criticizing this achievement louder and louder. The guy drank happily, realizing that the terrible legend of the summer spirit had completely disappeared from this world. All he wanted was to drink to his victory. The bartender, noticing that Kim Khan was drinking a lot, assumed that his hunt was at the highest level. The guy didn't hide his emotions, because everything was going very well. Having a good time at the bar, he completely forgot about his skills. At this point, he decided to open the hunter skill window by waving his hand and drinking another beer. He looks at his status, his skills, and his wounds. He realizes that he doesn't even need an appetizer, because one look at these skills satiates him to the core. But when he looks closer, he realizes that he has no fighting skills. Realizing that this is where human insatiability lies. He settles on the idea that if he wants more, he will become a thief. But his thoughts light up when he imagines what he can achieve with the skills he already has. He could, for example, win the lottery held by the Merchants Association Guild and become rich in this world. Or he can sell for money the plans for future high floors that have never been explored. Sitting in the bar, the guy is happy that his life has blossomed with completely different colors, and wonders what he can do in the future. As Kim Khan was thinking, someone suddenly walked into the bar. It was a man in a suit who looked quite confident. He asked the bartender to add vodka and some sugar to the milk. If they had honey, it would be better to add honey instead of sugar. Without hesitation, the man made this request to the first person he saw in the bar, and promised to pay as much as it would be enough. Kim Khan was drinking beer at the time, and noticed the man. Even though he was not interested in him, Kim Khan noticed that rumors were starting to circulate around. When this man came in, everyone in the bar started talking about him. He was a famous person, and everyone asked why he was here. The man put his staff next to him, sat down at the table, and took off his hat, waiting for his order. It was rumored that he had come to this establishment to raise the morale of the hunters in such a difficult time. This man appeared on the TV screen in the bar, giving an interview. Kim Khan realized that this was no ordinary person, but a legendary hero. He was the Holy Sword, the man of legend. But why is he here, and what is he doing in this bar? The real name of the Holy Sword is Marcus Cullenberry, and in the future he will disappear for a very long time. In 11 years, all the news will forget about him. He was the only #1 in the tower until the summer spirit of Suha became famous. In this paradigm, Marcus became the best of the Tower of Babel warriors. While drinking beer, Kim Khan wondered if this old man had S-level skills, and if he had the same skills as Kim. Suddenly, he remembered the description of his skill. For a moment, he almost choked on his beer, because his skill can copy any skill of any hunter who kills him. Even the current #1 might have super skills that no one knows about. In any case, now he won't die for nothing, because he will always return to 24 hours ago. Kim Khan looks at his phone and asks himself if he should take the risk. On a forum, he sees a discussion about this man. Some people wrote that Marcus was a descendant of a respected and wealthy family from Northern Europe. There were rumors about his skills, because no one knew what kind of abilities he had. But one way or another, many heard that he had no regrets, gave up everything for wealth and moved to the tower. His strangest habit was to talk to himself, and everyone was talking about it. After analyzing all the information, Kim Khan realizes that this man is a real mystery about whom there is no accurate information at all. It would be much easier if he were a nobleman, at least half as much of an attention seeker as the summer spirit. And suddenly this man starts muttering to himself, shouting, "Shut up! Don't mutter so loud!" The man noticed that the rumors about him talking to himself were true, and suddenly he was even afraid of it. Holy Sword continued to talk to himself as if someone was sitting in front of him. Looking at the phone again, Kim Khan was convinced that the rumors about the Holy Sword talking to itself were true. All the first places in the ranking must have some kind of strangeness. While searching for information, he came across a very important piece of advice. There are topics that should never be touched upon when talking to the Holy Sword. It was a 100% real story that happened in front of eyewitnesses. If you want not to die, you should never say it in front of the Holy Sword. The story goes that when the hunters approached the Holy Sword, they emphasized that he needed to follow the rules and not cross the line of their agreements because they controlled these lands. A scandal broke out between several high-ranking players on the 9th floor and the Holy Sword, who ignored these rules, considering them to be complete nonsense. Then one of the hunters started laughing at him, deciding that the old man needed to change his hearing aid because the rules hadn't reached him because he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. At that moment, the hunter touched on a painful topic for the old man, saying that perhaps he had treated his grandchildren the same way, and they all died because of him. The holy sword could not resist, became enraged and killed the hunter with his sword. This happened unexpectedly, and everyone in the guild was seriously frightened. The author of this post was from a large guild, and asked people to decide for themselves whether to believe him or not, but he felt it necessary to let people know. Emphasizing his words on the forum, he said that in any case, if you don't want to die, don't mention your grandchildren to the holy sword. After analyzing the information at the forum once again, Kim Khan said to himself, "Under no circumstances should we talk about this." Of course, the guy decided to test the old jerk, even though he was the first rank in the Tower of Babel. The old man got angry while talking to his imaginary friend, saying that he had ruined his appetite. He threw a few gold coins on the table, telling his host that everything was quite tasty, and he was satisfied. Putting on his funny hat, the old man started to leave the bar, and the waiters kindly said goodbye to him. Everyone in the bar breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was finally gone, because no one knew what to expect from the old man. He was quite full of nonsense, and mumbled to himself for a long time. Considering the alcohol he was drinking, it seemed that his brain was long drunk, and he could have done anything in the bar, even killed everyone. The guy, in order not to lose the moment, quickly paid for the drink and left the money, for which the waiter kindly thanked him. When he went outside, the bell on the door rang loudly. The guy was facing a night city in which he had to find number 1, who had gone somewhere. He didn't think long, but where could this old man have disappeared to so quickly? Following him, Kim Khan did not understand how the old man could have gone so far. As he continued his search, he finally came across the silhouette of the old man. In Babylon, Marcus was the only one who dressed in a stylish manner, which was very striking. He wondered what kind of skill he had, and his curiosity knew no bounds. He was getting closer and closer to him, since his summer spirit opponent had an S-level rebirth skill. What did the most successful Saint Sword Hunter from the last generation have? Perhaps it was a cool martial skill better than rebirth. Feeling the excitement in his blood, he realized that these skills could soon be his, if he was lucky this time. The boy had been following the old man all along. When the old man stepped away from the noisy streets, he stopped, realizing that he must be somewhere here. Surprised by this turn of events, Kim Khan, who had been following him, was delighted. The old man went into the bushes and said, "Young man, come out." For Kim Khan, these words were quite strange, because the old man stood in the bushes and immediately spotted him, knowing that there would be no witnesses in that place. The old man waited in silence for this young man who had been following him to come out of the shadows. When the boy came out from behind a tree, he addressed him with a request, because the old man was an example to him. But the old maniac's false smile frightened him. The old man said, "What kind of request can a person who has been following me all this time and wanted me to notice him have? What kind of a request could you have for a simple old man to follow me so terribly?" A chill ran through Kim Kung's body, because he realized that the old man had misunderstood him, and thought that he had deliberately made his presence known. Besides, the boy had no weapons except his fists, which he could only use to defend himself. The old man, without thinking twice, pulled his holy sword out of his pocket and stared at it as if he were about to attack. Although Kim Khan was just watching him, he didn't expect the old man to have incredible acting, as befits a true assassin. Everything was going well. But why? When the guy saw the old man's mood, he was seriously scared. He began to run away from him, encouraging himself that he didn't even have to mention his grandchildren to make the old man angry. Kim Khan said that he didn't really understand what the old man was saying, but the old man felt that he was a vile player, and was even now starting to pretend. However, the old wolf could not be fooled. Kim Kong plucks up the courage to ask the old man. He is sincerely curious to know how he is similar to a special class of assassin. After all, he is an ordinary guy who just walks down the street and does not attract much attention. The holy sword was seriously angry at his words. He struck his sword on the ground, the energy began to spread throughout the city, and he told the guy to shut up. The old man has various skills, and among them is a skill that allows you to find out how many murders your opponent has committed. Kim Khan, running this through his head, realized that no matter how many murders he committed, even according to justice, it still counts as murder. He knows what kind of monster the person he killed will grow up to be. For the people of this time, his excuses are groundless, and most likely, in the eyes of the Holy Sword, the number 1 hangs over his head. The young man tried to agree with the old man's words, confirming that the Holy Sword had misunderstood him, because there was a good reason for the murder he had committed. But the old man, taking off his hat in front of the moonlight, said that if the boy had not sworn before the heavens, the fact that he was making excuses for his actions would have been really disgusting. A demon like this guy, who decided the lives of a huge number of people, decided to swear on the Holy One. Even though the old man admits, drawing his sword, which glistened in the moonlight, that he has not lived a sinless life, he would never have committed such a massacre against the boy. Waving his hands away, Kim Khan did not understand what kind of massacre he was talking about. He had only killed one person in his entire life. But, pointing his holy sword in the boy's direction, the old man did not believe him, because it was simply impossible to lie without a drop of shame and regret in his position. Above his head, in the eyes of the old man, hung the number of 4,091 people who had been miserably killed, and he could see it clearly. Fear gripped the boy, and he was amazed at what the old man told him, because he had killed only once in his life. The number in which he killed himself to get to the past was exactly 4,090 times, and all these deaths were counted as karma. The old man took off his hat and came closer and asked if the Black Dragon Witch had sent him. But the boy didn't answer him, because he realized that in the old man's eyes he looked like a rare maniac who had brutally killed an infinite number of people. The problem now is not copying the skill. Once he has a similar skill, the old man will not hesitate to destroy the young maniac. Even if he tries to escape, it still doesn't matter. The old man doesn't need any information from him at all. The old man will still try to kill him every time he comes across him. And when the boy started to run away from him, the old man rushed at him with a shiny sword, promising that he would do everything to kill this maniac every time, calling him a demon. The old man swung his sword and the blow almost hit Kim in. Miraculously, the boy managed to dodge the blow of the holy sword. Even though it was an accident, the old man was only convinced that the boy was a particularly dangerous high-level assassin. However, Kim In-yi realized that the reason for his dodging was a stone that he had accidentally hit while falling. He fell to the ground and managed to survive the powerful old man's attack. Lying on the ground, he did not raise his head. Even if he was lucky once, he was unlikely to be lucky again. The old man raised his blade, which gleamed in the moonlight, as the boy prepared for death and closed his eyes, waiting for the stroke. The second personality of the old man, with whom he constantly talks, ordered to capture and interrogate the demon, leaving him alive, which made the old man stop. Holding his sword, the old man stopped and began to think aloud, saying that each time he was prevented from completing the task. The boy noticed that the old man's dialogue is quite complex for a mental disorder. Perhaps it is some kind of super skill. The guy wonders if the old man has telepathy by chance. In his previous life, he had heard a lot about the existence of this type of skill, and if the old man really has this skill, he can share information with other people. If he tells them about a killer who has killed a huge number of people, the hunting department will put the guy on the wanted list. He will become a target of high-level guilds, who will be drawn to him from all sides like wolves for meat. This will end in disaster for him, and he will be publicly executed on the ground floor square. Realizing this, the guy does not want to let this happen. He realizes that he must die immediately and go back 24 hours. The boy gets up while the old man is talking to himself. With an indifferent look, the boy looks directly into the old man's eyes and says the forbidden phrase, "Could you say hello to my grandchildren?" The boy bowed his head and continued to hit the old man's sore spot. You come from a noble family in Northern Europe, and the higher the family's position, the more it attracts bandits. And there is so much chaotic bad news in the news. And since they are your blood relatives, blood and flesh of the Holy Sword, your grandchildren are certainly wonderful. The old man's thoughts focused on only one thing. Without even thinking, he swung his blade toward the boy. Kim Kung's head suddenly maneuvered in midair, and he didn't even realize how it happened so quickly. He was already looking at the moon upside down. A second later, he sees his body standing without his head. Everything has fallen into place. He realizes what has happened. He didn't even notice the beautiful blow. In this second realization, he realizes that this is really a strong skill that has no equal. The guy also wants to reach this level, and in that moment he realizes that he envies this master. When his back is turned to him, Kim Khan looks at his figure and also wants to have such a strong punch. A second later, his life cycle ends, and the system informs him that he has died. Looking at the skill map, the guy notices that it is starting to be created. The excitement of having the #1 skill from the 2 eras available in his body, and the anticipation of seeing the golden card appear in front of him, are overwhelming. He hopes that this time he will be as lucky as he was with the rotten spirit. But the wait was long enough, and the guy does not see the golden card in front of him. Looking at the chaotic vortex in front of him, he sees only ordinary cards. He is frustrated by the fact that the system seems to be laughing at him, and there is no golden card. The system wants to tell him that his opponent, Karls Kellenberg, who according to legend was the best hunter before the arrival of the summer spirit, reached the top on his own without a single S-class skill. He cannot believe in such a miracle, and he falls to his knees in despair. After analyzing everything, he realizes that among the silver cards, there must be a martial skill. One way or another, he notices 3 meaningless cards. A closer look reveals 4 more silver-level cards. He decides to go up and, without choosing the color of shit in any case, choose the best silver card. The probability is 1 in 4 that he will get a good skill. Among these silver skills is one that shows the number of kills. He doesn't really need this information, and he doesn't really want to get this skill, but a choice is a choice. He reaches forward to select this card. After grabbing one of these cards, he asks for only one thing: to get at least 1 holy sword combat skill. The system soon informs him that the skill has been selected and successfully copied. Soon after, he is sent back 24 hours. When he wakes up in his physical body, he feels confused. Not yet accustomed to it, he already has his hand, remembering the skill he chose. Immediately, he opens the hunter skill window to see what is actually available in his skills. Looking at the materialized window, he reassures himself that it is a level A skill. And as he thought, it is definitely not a kill-counting skill. Relieved, he falls back onto his bed, realizing that even though it is a passive skill, it is not stupid. He hopes that in the future he will get at least 1 active skill, such as a rare martial art or awakening. In any case, he consoles himself that A level isn't that bad, and he's obviously gotten his fill of S level skills. When he looked up the skill in more detail, he saw the name Sword Constellation. From the name, it was difficult to understand what it was. As he lay there, he smiled at the skill, but wondered why the room was so noisy. When he looked around, he noticed something that shook him to the core. There was a poltergeist in front of him, telling him that if he was going to practice, he should be quiet. The poltergeist said that he had asked him so many times not to disturb his sleep. Kim Khan was shocked by the appearance of the intruder in his bed. The red-haired, pumped-up spirit began to talk to him. Kim In, seeing the unknown guest on his bed, asks who he is. In turn, this ghost asks a counter-question: why this boy sees him. He is most impressed by the fact that he can hear him. Kim In assures him that it is not clear from their conversation. Suddenly, the ghost crouched over the boy, and it seemed to him that this was quite strange and could not be possible. The ghost begins to complain about why it is so cramped in this doghouse, and mentions Marcus. Kim In understands and asks if he means Marcus Cullenberry, the Holy Sword. The ghost, leaning against the window of the boy's room, says that calling him the Holy Sword is too much for an amateur. The boy realizes that if he is talking about the old master, it is definitely Marcus. He was worried that the Holy Sword had disappeared somewhere, and the ghost wanted to get to him as soon as possible. But there was only darkness outside, and the ghost could not see anything further than his own palm. Kim In opens his properties and sees the effect description. His A+ skill, Constellation of Sword, comes from another world. This man cleared the tower of another world up to the 99th floor, but was defeated on the 100th floor. He became a rear guard, never fulfilling his wish. Physically, he cannot enter this world, but he can appear in the owner's creation and call upon his experience and unique skills. The main property is that no one but the owner can perceive the spirit. This skill was copied from Marcus. The guy was surprised that this ghost came from another world. He asks the spirit if it was the spirit of the Holy Sword's rear, and it answers in the affirmative. Realizing this, the boy apologizes to the spirit, saying that he copied it from Marcus. At this point, the spirit opens its mouth wide, shocked by this information. The spirit realized that he would never be able to return to his grandfather again. He began to cry and whine, making excuses that if the boy can copy this skill, then what is he supposed to do in this world? And how can it be undone? Kim In shouts back that he can't undo it because he has no control over it. The spirit bursts into tears of bitterness, realizing that even though Marcus was a bad student, the boy was not skilled at all, and tells the spirit to stop crying or his heart will burst. The spirit's complaints knew no bounds. He repeated that it was a disaster, and it was Marcus's fault because he did not appreciate his teacher. He had told him many times that teachers should be appreciated. After listening to this boring story, Kim In suggested that the spirit live quietly and peacefully. The spirit responded that he was already dead, and why should he live? Kim In replied that he should die quietly and peacefully. The spirit pointed a finger at the guy, calling him a son of a bitch for cursing the unfortunate ghost and driving him to the other side for the 2nd time. At this point, the boy starts to remember the old Marcus, who used to talk to this ghost all the time. At these moments, he tried to shut up this ghost and let it solve everything on its own. After analyzing this, the boy realizes that the spirit interfered in the old man's fights and conversations every time. The guy suddenly begins to whine in response to the spirit's whining, saying that in his position, he should have spent his life hiding with a holy sword. And of all his skills, this was the one he had to use. But the spirit, hearing this, asks why he has to hide from his grandfather. Because there are no better hunters in the world than this nobleman. Wagging his finger, the spirit says that this is true only if it is not about grandchildren. The young gentleman immediately understood. Among the skills of the holy sword is a skill that shows the number of kills. The spirit knows this and says that this skill is useless because it only tells you whether your opponent has killed or not. At this point, the guy points to himself with his finger above his head and says, 4091. The spirit was confused by this information, wondering how this young man could have reached such a number in his statistics. At first, the spirit did not believe the young man, asking if he was crazy, since he was a newcomer. After examining him, the spirit says that apparently he doesn't even feel aura. How can such a cadre achieve such a kill rate? After revealing all his cards to the spirit, the guy says that he hasn't killed that many people. In fact, he killed only one person who will become a thief in the future. And this number is the number of times he killed himself and was reborn to kill a person from the future in 11 years. Holding out his hand, he continues to explain to the spirit that he has the ability to copy one of the skills by killing his opponent. When he killed him, he copied his rebirth skill. That's why, even if he dies, he comes back a day later. Thus, his body became immortal. And all that drove the guy when he returned to the future was the desire to take revenge on this villain, who was number 1 in the rank of his world. In addition, he had the skill of rebirth, and he couldn't kill him because he went to a time when he hadn't yet acquired this skill. This information sounded interesting enough for the spirit. To find out if it was true, he asks the boy if he really went back in time to take revenge on one person. Looking at the boy, the spirit repeats, "Did you yourself die so many times to go back 11 years? There was an incomprehensible pause between them. The spirit looked at the boy with curiosity. He asked him his name, and the boy replied that his name was Kim In. Pointing his finger at him, the spirit asked why he chose that particular old man, because he only had to take revenge on one guy he didn't like. And the first thing he did was to copy his grandfather's skill. The boy said that he was the best hunter of his generation, and it was best to collect the skills of strong people to become stronger much faster. The spirit noticed that the boy had answered his question honestly, and everything fell into place. Realizing that if you look at the skill map, it says that no one but him and the boy will be able to notice it, so no one else will know about this information. It's completely safe, the spirit tells the boy. Is it? The boy, scratching his neck, confirms this information. The spirit sits down in a lotus position, flies up to the boy, and gestures with his hand for him to get up. He begins to analyze the boy and says that he is straightforward, and his physical condition is not so bad. He also has a desire for self-improvement. The spirit analyzed the information and thought about the capabilities of this specialist. Abruptly turning, the spirit looked Kim In the eye and, addressing him by name, told him to show him how to catch monsters. They went to a dark forest where different kinds of monsters were found. Kim In asked the spirit if catching a few monsters would be enough to determine his level. To demonstrate his skills, he pulled out his dagger and attacked one of the slimes. After breaking it into pieces, he thought he had defeated the monster, but the red liquid rose up and spun in a vortex. It attacked Kim In with its entire mass, filling the space around him with red liquid. He was bubbling and swimming in it like in a big pool, but it didn't last long. He took his knife and cut the liquid. Splashes of red substance flew in all directions, and the boy confidently repelled the slime's attack. The spirit was watching closely to assess his abilities as he expected. And as he had predicted, everything was exactly as it should be. Kim In asked him what exactly he meant. The spirit began by telling him that in the past he was called the King of the Sword, and he came from another world. There, like in this place, a tower appeared, and he climbed the floors faster than any of his countrymen. There was a legend that the summer spirit broke through to the 40th floor, and the map said the 99th floor, and it was really incredible. Realizing this, Kim In never stopped marveling at this spirit. The spirit went on to say that things like this immediately catch the eye of experienced people like him. He potentially saw Kim In's great prospects as a hunter, and because of this, he said he wanted to see how he hunted. The boy smiled and realized that it was not all in vain. He told the spirit that he had no potential, but the spirit completely disagreed, saying that this was nonsense and that Kim In did have potential. The spirit continued that the boy has such potential that cannot be compared to others. Kim In reacted to these words as a joke, because he did not believe that he had any potential. The spirit explained that he had no talent for martial arts. His movements were clumsy. His body was not adapted for combat, and he could only dream of awakening his aura. But the guy has another talent that only he has: a complete lack of fear of death. Usually, people in combat dodge at least a little bit. Kim In, surprisingly, went straight to the end. The spirit believes that if he died so many times, he completely lost his fear of death. He was surprised that this was also a talent. The spirit told him that not all talents have to be innate. Any talent can be found in the course of life. But the greatest fear in this world is the fear of death, and it is very difficult to overcome it. After pointing his finger at the boy again, the spirit said that it was simply incredible, and he had never seen such a person in his entire life. Kim In felt that these words were very important to him, because he had never believed in himself. He was so offended that the summer spirit had treated him like an ant. He was hurt because he had not thought about the past or the future, and he had died more than 4,000 times. Looking at his superpowers, Kim In realizes that dying is now his talent. The spirit continued, asking him one more question. He said that he was killed by his grandfather Marcus, but what was he thinking at the time? Kim In recalled the moment of his death, and replied that he saw only beauty in that moment. Hearing this, the spirit began to laugh out loud. It laughed throughout the forest, just not stopping. This was extremely interesting for the spirit, and it became very interested in this guy. The spirit noticed that Kim In had said that his main ability was copying skills, not stealing. If that's the case, then his grandfather has another skill in the form of a rear guard. The spirit was very curious about who would be more successful in hunting, him or his grandfather. Since he is a home front spirit, he promised to help Kim In, and the first thing he would do is train him so that he would be as good as the Holy Sword, and maybe even become stronger than his grandfather. The first suggestion from the spirit that raised the boy's morale was, "Let's capture the tower together." The next morning, our heroes wake up to the spirit's loud scream, which wakes Kim In up from his bed. Kim In tries to refuse and asks for 5 more minutes, but the spirit does not pay attention. The spirit argues that Marcus may already be conquering the 10th floor, and Kim In still wants 5 minutes of rest. Undeterred, the spirit decides to sing a song from his homeland that was so powerful that it once made 33 soldiers explode in a row. Kim In was confused, realizing that the spirit was completely out of touch with the times. The spirit did not care about time. It just wanted to act. Kim In angrily picked up his phone and showed it was 4 in the morning. The spirit stopped, but said that even insects wake up at 4 in the morning, so Kim In should get up even earlier. Kim In realized that the spirit was waking him up because he was bored. He also realized why the Holy Sword always woke up at 4 in the morning to train, because of the noisy spirit. The spirit angrily confirmed that he was indeed waking Kim Il up because he was bored, and insisted that getting up early was beneficial, forcing Kim Il to worship him, which made the boy very angry. The spirit reminds him that there is no point in worrying about death because he has already died more than once, so he doesn't care. The spirit sarcastically adds that Kim In cannot die, calling him Kim Zombie. The guy turned pale at these words. With no other choice, Kim In gathers his strength and goes out in the morning to start training. The spirit continues to call him Kim Zombie, and emphasizes that the boy has no strengths, so he will teach him from the bottom, at the level of the bottom. 3 days have passed since Kim In copied the new skill from the Holy Sword, and during this time he tried to avoid meeting him. Kim In constantly practiced with the spirit, who woke him up at 4 in the morning and called his talent abyssal, even envying him. After some time, the spirit created a training schedule for the boy that he personally made. The spirit also told Kim In about the knowledge he was supposed to acquire, but it required money, which he did not have. The spirit suggested that the boy win a game of chance, calling him a zombie again. In the world, there is a guild called the Merchants Association, headed by a 3rd-ranked hunter known as the Countess. The Countess has a skill that allows her to exchange items from the tower with the outside world, monopolizing the economy inside the tower. When Kim In came to this guild, he was greeted by a waiter who offered his help. This was the only place in Babylon where lotteries were held, and it was the responsibility of the Merchants Association. The guy was walking with the idea that he was about to receive a prize for his lottery ticket. The waiter who took the lucky tickets greeted him. Kim In wondered what was on the ticket, and the spirit started whispering in his ear, wondering why the guy was wearing a hat with cat ears. The spirit was surprised that the head of the Merchants Association worshipped cats, but it was strange to put such a hat on a man. He thought the governor was an eccentric. The waiter checked Kim In's ticket and asked if he had checked the number. because if 2 years had passed since the ticket was purchased, it was impossible to win. Kim In knew that he bought the ticket right after the spirit appeared, and everything was fine. He explained to the spirit that it was forcing him to play the lottery endlessly to earn some capital. The waiter checked the ticket and said he would proceed to verify the personal data. When the waiter opened the ticket and looked at the number, his eyes filled with shock. The waiter informs Kim In that his ticket won first place. It was a real lucky ticket from the Merchants Association, and the winning amount was so large that it could impress anyone. The guy stood still, believing in his abilities, and people around him began to envy him. The spirit joked with him, saying that it is so easy to win money, isn't it? The waiter was so impressed by the big win that he didn't want to take on such responsibility. He asked Kim In to wait until he invited a specialist to check it out. The guy felt confident and agreed to wait, but the spirit warned him that at this rate, he might get robbed in a dark alley. Kim In recalls that in the future, the elderly spirit also won the lottery thanks to this skill, and by his example, the boy realized that if you hide something, you definitely won't win. At that moment, a special person approaches Kim In to explain the process of winning. The guy decided that he shouldn't be afraid, because if the winner is killed, the reputation of the Merchants Association will suffer. A man in a funny hat enters the room and thanks Kim In for waiting. He introduces himself as Arthur Taylor, the man in charge of gold. Arthur Taylor asks the boy to call him the Gold Watcher. The boy also introduces himself, but he already knows his name well. Arthur smiles and invites the boy to come up to the top floor. The boy catches himself thinking that hunters of his rank are usually not allowed to go to the top floor. Today is a special case, because he is a client for 50,000 gold. The spirit notices how happy the boy is to be treated with respect, and notes that his life has been pretty bad up until now. Kim In asks his intrusive spirit friend to shut up, but the spirit doesn't stop, saying that he shouldn't be so simple, and suggests that he should follow his example. The spirit believes that they exist so that the people of the world will respect them. But Kim In notices that the elderly spirit and the sword lord are all great psychopaths, and he will never follow their example. Taylor, climbing the stairs, notices Kim In's serious face and asks if he is okay. Kim In regains consciousness and says that he hadn't even thought about it. Taylor's pale face confuses him, and he thinks that he may have accidentally offended him with something. At this point, Kim In almost burst into tears from being so attentive to him, and the spirit looked at him indifferently, realizing how easy it is to hurt him. The man leads him into the hall. The doors have not yet opened, but he informs him that the cash prize for first place will belong to Kim In. The light from the gold begins to blind Kim In's eyes. When the door is fully opened, he sees 53,000 gold coins, which Taylor solemnly demonstrates. If we convert this amount into the currency of Kim Jong-un's home country, it is 6 million won. Seeing this money, the young man realized that with this amount, he could achieve a lot. He wondered whether to take it all at once, or leave it in the safe of the Merchants Association. He could live on this money for the rest of his life without worrying about anything, and if that was his goal, it could be realized now. But there was one but. The guy decided to conquer the tower and reach the top as a hunter, and money was just a means to an end. He had already recognized a more fascinating luster than gold coins. It was the luster of his skill level. The guy decides to leave the money in the safe. The man responds that this is indeed a wise choice, and he always recommends it to winners. To encourage the guy, Taylor warns that there are many bad people in the world. Of course, there is a thrill to take all the money, but it is a huge risk. The boy reaches out to Taylor, taking the coin, and says that he wants to buy a place as an honorary member of the Guild of the Merchants Association. Since the purchase of an honorary position of the second level costs 10,000 gold, he will pay immediately. Taylor was surprised that the guy was not a member of the guild. The guy confirmed this information to him, explaining that he was not a member. The spirit smiled when he heard this offer and appreciated the boy's intelligence better than he expected. The guild is not just a friendly gathering of hunters, but the main reason why hunters become members. It's a projection on behalf of the guild, and it's a really good solution. The guy understood it well. The guy realizes that he can't cope in this place on his own. If he wants to go further, he needs to improve his reputation, even though there is a department of guards and vigilantes in the city. But otherwise, this city is lawless, and it's very easy to understand, given how easily he was killed by the Summer Spirit and the Holy Sword. The Summer Spirit had never been a member of any guild and enjoyed his own superiority. He won the lottery twice, but never paid taxes for protection. Such an influential man became a great threat to all the guilds, which caused envy. The guilds tried to poison him. The guy is not going to repeat the mistakes that were made. The guy had one more request to the representative of the Merchants Guild. Now he lives in a cheap one-room apartment, and he will give the money to the guild. He would like to be recommended a place in the Traders Association where he could stay temporarily. And if journalists come to ask about the winner, Kimin asked not to name him, but to say that he is an honorary member of the Merchants Association. Taylor, analyzing this information, realizes that everything is quite confusing. Taylor had no chance of refusing the guy because he would fulfill his every whim because he was paying. At that moment, the spirit noticed Taylor's nose wrinkling. The guy was smiling happily as he saw Taylor's reaction to his words. Even though his task was obvious and simple, which Taylor did not like, the boy said that their time was very hectic and he needed to prepare. Taylor completely agreed with his opinion, and the spirit that had previously called the boy a simpleton was now taking back his words. Putting a hand on the boy's shoulder with his invisible hand, the spirit supported him and joked that he had done a good job, and now he didn't have to change diapers. Looking at the boy, the spirit realized that if he could not speak, he would not be such a worldly bastard. It was obvious that he was in a good mood after everything that had happened. This was understandable, since now everything was starting from scratch, and for this he had to die 4,000 times and go back 4,000 days. The special privileges of rebirth that he cannot enjoy, and so much of his revenge on the elderly spirit, and there was no time to use it. Kimin walks down the street feeling rich. The spirit had been calling him a zombie all along, emphasizing that the main thing was additional knowledge, which had to be paid for. The spirit emphasized that now that Kimin had secured the tuition fees, he could not stop. The boy replied that maybe he needed to find a good teacher for additional classes. The spirit said that the teacher was right in front of Kimin's nose, himself. The spirit needs a miraculous potion from the boy that will enhance his physical abilities, or something like scrolls that contain the basics of martial arts. However, at the boy's current level, even simplified scrolls will not help. He simply will not understand anything. The only thing left was a miracle potion of very high quality. The boy asked how high quality the potion should be. The spirit thought for a minute before answering. He remembered that the Castle of Alchemy is located in the Guild of Doctors and Pharmacists, and there is sure to be a miraculous potion from the best master. He had one place in mind. The spirit waved his finger for Kimin to come closer and whispered an approximate price in his ear. When Kimin heard the number, he was so shocked that he opened his mouth. The spirit decided to make Kimin go to the store, but the boy tried to stop him with all his might. He argued that if he gave that amount of money, he would only have enough money for 4 bottles of potion. The spirit said that if Kimin got a discount for buying in bulk, he could buy 5 bottles. He told Kimin to close his mouth and follow him. Kimin could not keep up with the spirit and asked him to walk more slowly. He was afraid that he might get into trouble because of his haste, but suddenly the spirit stopped abruptly. Kimin crashed into a wooden structure. He asked the spirit why it stopped so abruptly. The spirit replied that Kimin had to hide. The spirit remembered that he had not told Kimin that Grandpa Marcus, the Holy Sword, was a regular customer at the store. If Grandpa Marcus finds Kimin here, he will be in trouble because Marcus often visits the store. Today he goes to the store again, and the boy is seriously scared. Kimin asked the spirit how he could have forgotten such an important detail. The spirit apologized, but the guy was very angry, asking him to always warn him about Marcus in advance. The spirit assured Kimin that they would find a way around Marcus if he showed up. The Holy Sword was walking down the street and suddenly stopped. He felt Kimin's presence and turned in the direction where the boy was hiding. Kimin tried not to breathe so as not to attract the attention of the Holy Sword. He realized that if he was found, he would be in a lot of trouble. But the Holy Sword did not pay attention to the place and went on about his business. Kimin was relieved that he was not caught. He found it ironic that he was hiding behind a trash can. But the spirit had bad news for him. If Marcus was here today, it meant that Marcus had also come to buy the miracle potion. The spirit saw the danger and decided to warn Kimin, making him run as fast as he could. The spirit looked around the corner and saw an unpleasant scene. Old man Marcus was just entering the guild, and Kimin and the spirit were a second late. Marcus had gone to the best shop in the neighborhood, and it was too risky for Kimin to go there with the Holy Sword. Kimin had another plan. He logged onto a search engine and decided to Google the current rank of hunters. While searching for the right person, he found one guy who fit his plan. The spirit was even worried about Kimin, seeing how maniacally he was looking at his phone. Kimin decided that it would work and took action. With his hands in his pockets, he decided that maybe the miracle potion would be free for him today. He could buy the best potions for a small amount of money. He got information about one of the incredibly good pharmacists and went to the brothel in the middle of nowhere. The spirit followed him and warned him that they were going the wrong way because there were some pretty strange types in the backwoods who looked like homeless people. and could do a lot of damage. Looking around, the spirit doubted that a talented pharmacist was definitely living here. Kimin was sure that they were going to see a real genius. The spirit asked if the boy was late, because this place was not suitable for real geniuses. But Kimin believed in his path and said that the spirit could believe or not. Some people were following Kimin, hoping to make a profit. They planned to rob him because they thought he was crazy or a runaway. As they passed by, they had no idea how much money was in Kimin's pockets. The guy walked so confidently down the road that they were amazed at his confidence. Soon they arrived at the address and saw the following picture. A man was yelling at the girl, demanding money, even though only 6 months had passed. A bunch of inhumane people wanted to take all the inventory from this green-haired girl, who begged for at least a week. She tried to stop the cart that the drugged man, who looked like a gangster, wanted to take away, calling her a sick alchemist and forcing her to get out of the way. The girl could not hold on to the cart and fell to the ground. The bandit rudely tells the girl to stop making potions because she looks miserable. The girl watches as her equipment, which would help her make potions, is taken away. People in the dense community were constantly talking about her shop, thinking that her potions were too expensive, and this offended the girl because they underestimated her efforts. She could not accept that people underestimated her, emphasizing that there were no such potions at that price in all of Babylon, and they should thank her for selling in such a terrible neighborhood. But people thought she was crazy. People started to leave, considering the girl hopeless, and not buying even 1 bottle of the potion. She begged them to buy at least 1 bottle, but they all refused. A spirit who was with Kimin and watched this scene asked him if this was the genius he was talking about. In his opinion, the girl looked like a loser, but Kimin was confidently walking towards her. The girl was crying incessantly. She was in pain because of what had happened, but Kimin went to her. Sitting down next to her, he quietly addressed her, calling her boss. Kimin asks the girl if she is still selling. The girl looks at him in surprise, not expecting anyone to address her, and asks if he wants to place an order for an expensive potion. It turns out that she was not some kind of crazy person or a failure. In the future, she will become a master of alchemy, a pharmacist who will rise to the 5th place in the rank and become the head of the Alchemists Guild. The girl responds positively to his order and promises to fulfill it quickly. She wonders how expensive the potion is if he's asking for just that. Kimin says that he needs a potion worth 20,000 gold pieces. The girl is shocked by this huge amount, which she has never even heard before. This was Kimin's strategic plan. He wanted to establish connections with influential people who would become untouchable figures in the future and reach a higher rank. The amount of money makes the girl stutter. Kimin asks if she is okay and if she will accept his order, planning to become her favorite client. After the conversation, the girl invited Kim to her house. Although her place was not clean, she decided to let him in. She was a little ashamed of the mess, and the door fell off in front of the guy because it was held open with her word of honor. Walking through the ruins, the girl pointed to the box with her hand. Her lab was in a real mess. The boy was amazed by this chaos, and the spirit kept joking with him, wondering where he had ended up. The unsanitary conditions caused the spirit to make sarcastic remarks. He asked if the guy really wanted to drink this girl's tincture, while Kim tried to move forward through the rubble. When the girl finally reached her workplace, she sat down at her desk, lit a candle, and asked if he was really willing to pay her 20,000 gold. Putting his hand on her desk, Kim confidently said that he could pay up front if she didn't believe him. The girl was surprised by this offer. She trusted him completely and asked if he could pay her in advance right away. The guy, looking at her deplorable condition, realized that she was forced to go against her principles. He decided to allow her to use the money from the isolated safe for as long as she needed, alerting the Merchants Guild. The shocked girl promised that she would try to manage 20,000 as she realized that the guy's money was not unlimited. The girl's mood improved. She took her notebook, waiting for the boy's answer to the question of what kind of potion he needed. Because of her principles, she warned the boy that if he wanted to order drugs, she would refuse him. She explained that this was the only thing she would never do, even if the guy offered such a huge amount of money. Despite the fact that the shop had just closed and the girl looked like a commoner, she was a specialist who would become a master of alchemy. The guy assured her that it was in no way drugs, and she was relieved. Thank God. What exactly are you interested in? The spirit, observing the boy, thought that she did not look like an expert, but shared the recipe anyway. The boy was an intermediary between the spirit and the girl. The spirit told him to listen carefully because it would speak only once. The boy began to repeat after the spirit. The potion required the liver of a rabbit or pig, the eyes of a cat, a balloon, the scales of a giant sandworm, the tail of a dirty lizard, and 23 other ingredients. All these ingredients were necessary to make the potion. The process relied entirely on the alchemist. After the boy said the recipe, the girl thought about it. She understood the recipe and said that it would maximize the speed of the reactions. It requires an incredibly high level of skill to prepare. All the ingredients need to be infused together, without purifying them separately. The spirits were amazed by what the girl was saying because everything was correct. They watched her actions in amazement. The girl was glad that they recognized her skill, and she knew that she could prove her professionalism. She explained that each piece of giant worm has a little poison in it, which can be neutralized in several ways. This requires rabbit or pig liver, depending on the method. The effect is very different if refining is used in the process. The guy was impressed with her knowledge, recognizing her as a true expert. Impressed, he asked how many days it would take to prepare the potion. The girl confidently replied that it would take 4 days. If she had enough money, she could give him the potion within 3 days, or maybe even faster if she bought new equipment. She began to count on her fingers what she needed. The guy realized that finding such a valuable specialist was a rarity. There is a huge queue at the Pharmacists' Guild, and people stand in it for 6 months, not even letting people go in front of them. And here, in 4 days, they would make him such a priceless potion. He was happy, because for him 4 days is nothing. On the way home, the spirit assured him that he did not trust the girl to the end. It's easy to talk, but in practice it's more difficult, and she might turn out to be a charlatan, throwing money away. But the guy told the spirit to shut up and asked how he knew the recipe. The spirit made it clear that it was his own combination that he had created. He had experimented with various toxic substances and mixed them himself. The guy smiled and told the spirit that the girl had complimented him by calling the recipe high level. She immediately recognized the true value of the recipe. As luck would have it, in 10 years, she would become the chief chemistry specialist in the castle. The spirit was amazed to hear this. He crossed his arms, turned away from the boy, and said that we'll see, that she would just clean up the money and run away. Soon the girl appeared with boxes in her hands, saying that she had prepared the potion faster than expected. She was able to do it in 4 days, although she had to go through many combinations, spending more time than she had planned. The guy was sitting in the Guild of Traders and was amazed to see the girl, happy to see her, because everything went according to plan. 4 days. The girl gave the order to the guy. 30 bottles placed in 3 boxes. This volume should be enough for at least 30 days. These potions would be 15 times more effective than the ones from the store that the spirit had recommended. The boy wanted to demonstrate this to the spirit, but the spirit still did not recognize his rightness, even though the girl could not see the spirit, and the boy could communicate with it mentally. The girl, standing in front of the boy, hesitated a bit and, although she felt uncomfortable asking, she had no choice. She asked why he had given her such an expensive order when she was a nameless pharmacist, even if she was confident in her skills. She didn't know how to respond. With one glance at the prescription, she realized it was something only a few people in Babylon could do. But everyone still thought she was weird. The guy didn't want to tell her the truth, but he knew that this pharmacist in front of him was a rare genius, and that was the only reason. He recalls the moment when he was still alive and saw this girl in his work. She was the first to rush to the scene when a fire broke out in the city. She was actively involved in the life of the city and took an active public position in her position. When she saw an old spirit, she analyzed it through and through, showing extraordinary talent. Most importantly, she was very kind and insightful in her dealings with other people. He could not miss the opportunity to get closer to such a person at the very beginning of her career. All he answered to her question was that she seemed very kind. He helped her because she seemed like a very good person. He was sure that she would have achieved great success without his help. But since it happened, he extended his hand to her and offered to cooperate to achieve great success together. The guy was sorry that only complete psychopaths get to the top. He hoped that they would have a bright future together. These words made the girl stand still. He was so sincere at that moment that he was not sure he could say anything more honest. The girl immediately felt it and agreed. Realizing all the prospects, she shook his hand and said that first they would succeed, and then they would change the world. And so, they started their journey together, aiming not only at success, but also at making big changes in this world. If the guy needs anything, he can call her any time. She will always respond to his order with priority. The guy helped her with his hand as she was leaving and was very grateful to her. As he left, he smiled at her, letting her know that she could trust him. But soon the spirit began to laugh at him for saying the phrase, "good hunters like us." The guy almost fell through the ground with shame. The next day, we moved to the hunting unit on the 3rd floor, where the boys were actively training. Our hero was facing several orcs, who, in his opinion, would be somewhat problematic. What was the plan of action? The spirit trainer said that first he needed to drink a potion. He opened the thermos of potion and steam came out. Soon the boy greedily drank the potion to the very bottom. It tasted nothing special, like an energy drink with a hint of lemon and a little honey. But soon the effect was apparent. He began to feel an incredible sensation in his heart, as if a spark was igniting in it. What an incredible effect! His body seemed to be split and he felt boundless power. His gaze resembled a wolf's, and his body seemed to split, gaining maximum strength. The energy in his body was simply off scale, and his aura sparkled with new colors. The spirit, seeing the boy's reaction to the potion, asked him if he liked the effect, and if it was true that the alchemist was really a master of his craft. Since it was the first time the potion had worked, the spirit could not enjoy the way the boy looked. It was clear that he had not hurt him completely, feeling as if his head was going to explode and every hair could be counted. He could feel a drop of sweat running down his skin. All of this was the effect of the miraculous potion that enhanced his perception of reality. All this was manifested in his eyes, and he felt himself and the space around him in a new way. But what was it? He felt that the world he had seen before had changed. He felt like an energy entity, as if something was crawling through his heart. It was beating in a new rhythm, with new strength, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. And what about the aura at this moment? It seems to expand, to bifurcate, to manifest in the body of every hunter, as if the energy is vibrating around. But the hunter usually does not even feel it and lives as usual. Only the ease of controlling the aura determines the winner or the loser. The guy, hearing all this, grabs his head, because this feeling is completely new to him. He is amazed at the manifestation of such power, and this is an incredible power that can only be gained through meditation. It takes a lot of time for people to get this feeling, as the spirit notes. And suddenly the guy has no talent for this, he can only torment his body, and a huge orc approaches him from behind. The orc swings his cold weapon at the boy, and the spirit just shouts at him, "Run, zombie, run if you don't want to be made into a chop!" Kamin turned back to see what was happening. There was an evil orc behind him, running at him at high speed. The spirit told him to activate his aura if he wanted to survive. He needed to train in real combat. The guy turned pale from the danger before his eyes. He was a little angry with the spirit for putting him in this situation. The spirit heard what the boy said and decided to call him a loser, who couldn't even use his aura. He mocked the boy, calling him a loser who was only afraid and could only kill himself, which would increase the number of his deaths, and the spirit would chase him endlessly, right? The effect of the miraculous potion did not let us forget about it. Even during big action scenes, the orc in the boy's eyes moved as slowly as possible, so that the boy could control and dodge its blows. The spirit was constantly talking and controlling the boy in the use of potions. The first manifestation was that he saw the attack, but could not listen to his body. Since he was in his body, he could avoid the attack without giving up. With low-level mobs, attacks are predictable if he realizes it. Then all he had to do was concentrate his aura in his feet. But it sounded easy. But in reality, it was very difficult. It was hard for him to move, and he forced himself with all his might, at least to move a step to avoid being hit. Suddenly, the energy in his heart began to fill his body brightly. He felt a lightning charge from his heart to his feet, and finally started to move. He dodged the orc's powerful punch and escaped death. It was more difficult than he could ever have imagined. The spirit kept explaining that it was because his body did not have a normal channel through which the aura could move. Figuratively speaking, the body is now like a path in a wild forest. But if you make a normal road there, you can use the aura as you want. But you feel it now only because of a miraculous potion. Normally, this is impossible. And although the alchemist girl works in complete unsanitary conditions, her skills are excellent, and the potion turned out to be of extremely high quality. The spirit understands. After successfully dodging the orc's blows, this monster began to get as angry as possible and scream so that saliva flew out of his mouth. But the boy needed to understand how to control the power in his body. So he asked the spirit if he could turn the path into a road. Would he be able to control his strength? Holding his hand over his heart, he felt a hard aura. As unfortunate as it was, the spirit was right, and he tried to let the aura pass through him. The boy decided to confront the huge orc he was so afraid of, making a promise to himself. The overgrown path, which had not yet been trodden by man, was the perfect description of his situation. If he could overcome this, it's hard to imagine what the future holds. Seeing the boy trying to master the aura, the spirit began to smile. He reminded the boy of how Marcus had cut off his head, and he could not even move a finger. This was the level of the alley of the perfect master. The master showed the boy such a perfect stroke, although in the spirit's opinion, it was just a trifle. The old man had a long way to go, and the boy named Zombie had to work harder. These words embarrassed the boy to no end. But he didn't have time to think for long, because he had to dodge the orc's blows. Although his body was moving with difficulty, he managed to straighten his back. Standing in a stance, like a drop in water and the water scattering, his aura flew around. The spirit, seeing that the boy felt the aura a little bit, was even surprised. Getting down on one knee, the boy felt the power of energy, and the aura passed through his leg, which was quite creative. After getting used to the movements, the guy even forgot that he had drunk the potion. He abruptly pulled out his dagger. Using the aura in his legs, he leaps towards the orc with lightning speed. He swings the knife, and we see its reflection in the beast's eyes. With a swift movement, he stabs directly into the beast's chest, killing it. But at this moment, the spirit reminds him not to let his guard down, because the orc has very thick skin. To make the blow hard and pierce its skin, he needs to concentrate his aura on the tips of the blade, which will be very difficult. Under the supervision of the spirit, the boy began to do as he was told, directing all his aura to the tip of the blade. The orc was clearly uncomfortable with this. Although the strike did not last long enough, the strength of the aura increased with each passing second, and the knife began to cut into the orc's skin. The guy pushed with all his might, and the aura worked its magic. A few seconds later, he sent such a strong blow to the tip of the sword that it pierced the orc's green flesh, and green blood spurted out. Stained with green liquid, the boy saw that he had struck a successful blow against the monster. He did not stop poking the orc with his dagger to win the fight. After the orc was defeated, the boy stood there out of breath, and the spirit asked him if he was hurt. The boy was lying over the orc's body, which he had made immovable, and he could not move because he was in great pain. The spirit understood that the boy was in pain because he had used his aura recklessly, and his channel was not properly laid. His weakened body was on the verge of death. The boy had brought himself to such a state that he could kill one unfortunate orc. Looking at the spirit's mockery, he couldn't even speak, thinking to himself that he was a complete bastard. The spirit didn't stop analyzing the fight, because it liked the fact that at the end the guy concentrated his aura like a spring. He could have praised him as a hunter, because a hunter should always fight with his mind. But at that moment, the guy felt like he was in the fucking Matrix. He didn't want to hear anything else, lying on top of his opponent. The spirit was laughing gloatingly all this time, because it realized that the guy was in incredible pain. It was obvious that he was suffering as much as possible. The spirit always mocked him, saying that he would feel better if he died. The spirit never insisted on such training because Grandpa Marcus also drank a miracle potion, but he meditated and did not break his body. At these words, the boy rose from the orc's body in a frightening way. The spirit explained his harsh training methods by saying that if the boy died, he would still be resurrected. It's cool, he'll be fine. Despite the cruelty of the method, the boy would be able to do anything, and the spirit even envied him. But if he thought about it and committed suicide, the number of his deaths would still increase. The spirit suggested using a method that would not change the number of deaths. At this point, another orc approaches him from behind. The spirit assures him that since he has already felt how to use the aura once, 100 deaths will be enough at this rate. Smiling, he jokes that a journey of 1,000 li begins with the first step, and 100 deaths also begin with the first. At this point, the orc swings his huge mace over the guy, and the guy realizes that the first death begins. The system informs him that he is dead, and he finds himself in another space, feeling his head cracking. He sees a spirit that has also entered this space, and the guy is amazed that the spirit is also there. This is extremely exciting for him, because the spirit will now be reborn with him. The guy tells the spirit that he always goes to this space when he dies and calls it nothingness. He always hears that he has returned 24 hours ago with the holy sword. He also hears the system message that he is gaining skills, but this time he was surprised because the system offered him to choose the conditions of the skill. Currently, the system suggests choosing a random orc monster skill. This information is shocking to both Spirit and Kim, as it comes as a huge shock to them. Monsters also have skills. What is this skill? The system offers to choose a skill card, and the spirit shouts, "I want to have this power too." The spirit, seeing the guy's abilities in oblivion, asks the system who runs this tower and why it takes away incredible skills from hunters and gives divine skills to such an amateur. This picture just didn't fit in the spirit's head, and he held his head because it was destroying the culture of hunters. Meanwhile, the guy was waiting for the monster's skills to be shown. Since he didn't have a special purpose to choose or expect a super skill from a normal orc, he chooses any card, but the spirit stops him, and the card flies past his hand. His partner asks him why this particular card, but the guy doesn't care what he takes. However, the rear partner emphasizes that this is a great chance to choose something useful. But the guy doesn't know which skills are better or worse, because he can't see them right away. All the cards are of the same dirty color, so luck plays an important role in choosing skills. The spirit asks, "How do you not know which skill is better?" But the guy grabs his head, because this amateur doesn't understand him at all. The color of the card is always the same, only one side is visible. How can he know which skill is better? At this point, the spirit notices that it can see these skills and knows which one is better. The boy freezes for a moment and holds his head, not believing that the spirit can see the other side. Standing next to him, the spirit emphasizes that he can see the other side of the card. Skill cards always move so that only the back is visible. If the boy moves his head, nothing changes, and he sees only the back. But the spirit can see what is written on these skills. The spirit of the rear can fly as he pleases, so he can see the opposite side of the cards. The guy can believe him or not, but it's really true. The guy realizes that it's a real jackpot to have such a rear partner with eagle eyesight, and he feels hopeful for success. The guy shouted so loudly that he embarrassed the spirit. The spirit decided to ask him why he was so upset, if he had gone crazy. The guy, in turn, asked him to quickly tell him about the skill. The spirit agreed and said that he would read it out only once, so he had to listen carefully. The guy held his breath. Card number 1. It says that nature gives only blood, but at the same time it gives hardships. In this cruel world, we maximize the fertility of orcs and defeated nature. 1 orc was caught and eaten. Don't worry, 9 more will take the place of 1 orc. The skill is called Patronage of Fertility, level F. But the consequences of this skill are that you will suffer from periods all year round. Card number 2. At the end of every sentence, you will say "chwick chwick," and you will be forever in the orc party. Level F, just the chick chick skill. The guy couldn't even believe his ears. This choice left him speechless. He stood there, unable to decide what to do next. If the spirit hadn't stopped him, he would have chosen the skill on his own, not knowing its consequences. The spirit explains that since Kinyin was born a man, he should follow the example of the orcs. Both of these skills suck, but if he has to choose, he'd rather go with chick chick. The guy is shocked by these skills and tries to comprehend what he has heard. And he realizes that in any case, the decision has been made, and no matter how you look at it, chick chick is better than fertility patronage. And as soon as the boy wanted to choose a skill, the spirit stopped him and suggested that he think again. But the boy had already solved this problem and asked the spirit if he agreed with him. But the spirit did not understand the meaning of agreement. Not listening to the spirit's arguments, the guy simply selected a card, and the system safely reported that the selection was complete, and the skill was copied. No matter how the spirit tried to stop him, the guy did not listen to it, and was completely absorbed in this skill, and it was impossible to stop him. After 24 hours, the guy started to return to the bed he was in, and the system reported his return. He was not penalized for the rebirth, and it was wonderful. Lying in the soft bed, the guy felt comfortable, just like the Merchants Association. The spirit materialized with the boy, and was shocked because he thought he would let him down, and who would choose the skill fertility patronage anyway? The boy said to the spirit, "Stop crying and let's go hunting." At that moment, he opened the skill window and saw the new skill, chick chick, which he had no problem with. But as they walked past the great Tower of Babel, the spirit spoke to him, saying, "I was thinking, you might as well practice the lotus position. Dying is painful too." And so he suggested that he meditate in order to learn the aura in 6 months. They moved to the 3rd floor of the hunting grounds to practice. The boy did not pay attention to the spirit's words, and it annoyed him completely. Picking up the miracle potion, he drinks it, and the taste is simply divine. The spirit keeps trying to stop him and suggests that he meditate, but the boy takes his sword and goes to train with the orcs. He addresses the Lord of the Sword, although he calls the boy Kim only when it suits him. All the time he calls him a zombie. Lately he has started calling him Kim In, and the boy friendly hints to the spirit to get rid of this bad habit. At this point, the boy, having drunk a potion with an active aura, rushes towards the orc. The orc, minding his own business, did not notice how he was attacked. Of course, the orc will not stand by and watch as he is attacked. He also wants to counterattack the boy and swings at him. But in the boy's eyes, all movements are slowed down. The boy stands there looking at the orc and realizes that the advantage is on his side. At the moment the orc attacks him, he activates the chick skill. The orc suddenly stops, thinking, and the boy realizes that he has established a connection with him. As soon as the orc was distracted by seeing the boy in a new light, our hero swung his sword. He dealt a serious blow with his aura to the stunned orc from the word chick. The guy focused his power in the sword so much that he slit the unfortunate orc's throat with one blow. The huge monster fell at his feet, completely unconscious. The boy realized that this was a cool skill, but the spirit stops him, calling him a lousy one, because he knew it. The spirit emphasizes that this is not a reason to be proud, because the boy deceived the good orc and does not think about their feelings at all. Now, because of these skills, innocent orcs are forced to suffer because of scoundrels like this guy. But the guy just said, "Chwick," in response. This is incredibly annoying to the home front spirit who can't stand this scoundrel. He is amazed that the tower gives him cheating skills, but the guy calms him down and tells him to shut up and that they need to go faster, because it's time to conquer the 4th floor. A week later, the guy got to the big Goblin King. It was the goblin of the hunting grounds on the 5th floor, the great Goblin King, and Keeman was standing right in front of him. He no longer looked like a weak boy, but exuded the power of the skills he had acquired. The aura no longer moved chaotically in his body, but had a channel through which he could control it. His eyes were glowing, and his settings were up and running. Soon he began to attack the 5th floor goblin, breaking off the ground with a scream, activating the Goblin High Society skill. Seeing this skill, the goblin was amazed at how anyone could use this skill other than the 5th floor king. Soon after, the boy struck the huge monster with an aura with tremendous strength. The boy used the great king's tongue and pierced the flesh of the great 5th floor monster, using his strength. In the entire past week, this goblin had been Keeman's strongest opponent. When he pulled out his dagger, he realized that he was finished. He sent this goblin on his way and realized that this was his honorable opponent. But the rear spirit was laughing to hear these words. The spirit picked its nose and called the boy sentimental, emphasizing that one should not allow so many emotions in killing one monster. But Keeman showed 5 fingers on his hand, the number of attempts it took him to defeat this scoundrel. He has every right to be sentimental about it. However, the spirit, as always in its repertoire, speaks only the facts. Such a victory and such a battle cannot even be proud of. Still, the guy is proud of himself because he found the approach to the right skill, which he obtained at the cost of his life of 5 coins. The skill is called Goblin High Society. After analyzing this text, he realizes that goblins also worry about all sorts of trivial things. The spirit replies that goblins are no different from humans, which is why they have so many superstitions. The guy was amazed by the spirit's words and asked where he got this information. The spirit replied that he shouldn't take it for granted, just take his word for it. Suddenly, the Tower of Babel system informed him that his existence was becoming more remarkable. But what did it mean? Soon, the system glowed with a bright light, and the boy watched in amazement. Finally, the system raised Keeman's hunter level, and he felt better in his eyes. His skill slot was expanded, and now his rank was raised. He did not know how to thank fate for such a gift. Feeling a wonderful sense that the system had given him this wonderful skill that raised his level, he wished himself to always have luck on his side. But as usual, the spirit, looking and analyzing everything around him, noticed that there was a flame somewhere, but no blood. He was confused, but the guy asked him if it wasn't just a leveling effect. To which the spirit replied that the flame does not appear just for beauty. This was essentially a clue, but Keeman had no idea what it meant. The spirit explained that depending on what effect appears when you level up, the type of aura is determined. As an example, the spirit cited an elderly spirit boy whom Keeman had killed, and his type was determined to be fire. In the boy's memory, the elderly spirit embodied fire energy, which could burn his enemies. The spirit went on to explain that the type of aura usually depends on the trauma of the hunter, and it doesn't have to be a bad memory. It has to be a significant event, a scene that was a turning point in life. It is reflected in a type of aura, and he would call it something like consciousness. In his opinion, the boy definitely did not represent fire, perhaps blood or zombies. But the guy had a question about what type of aura the holy sword had, to which the spirit replied that it was moonlight, and recalled a story from his life. When the old man got lost in the mountains as a child, he did not want to die, and so he persisted in climbing to the very top of the mountain. He said that the mountain was shining in the cloudless sky, so beautiful that it conquered his heart. The moon itself does not shine, it only reflects the light of the sun. So life can be based on what the environment gives you, and it can be beautiful too. The boy, in turn, said that he also wanted to shine like the moon. But the spirit stopped him, calling him a fool, because the old man had carried these thoughts throughout his life. The boy replied that the holy sword must have been crazy too. "All right, let's not dwell on this nonsense. We have conquered the 5th floor," the guy said. Now the spirit suggested that he go to the 6th floor, praising him for his efforts. The self-confident boy offered to go straight to the 10th floor and destroy the boss there, but the spirit stopped him, looking him straight in the eye, and told him that he was getting too cocky. With a wave of his finger, Kimon made it clear that it was not. The spirit could not calm down, because the guy did not even know how many years talented and capable hunters spend on one floor, investing their life force in it. But the boy pointed 2 fingers and said that if he could not pass the 10th floor in 2 times, he would call him a teacher. The spirit was amazed at the boy's thought that he could walk to the 10th floor in just 1 attempt. A man who spent 6 lives killing the main goblin is now going to walk across the 10th floor in 2 attempts. He definitely underestimates his teacher. The spirit is very tough, but the guy stops him, saying that he has a plan. The boy insists that if the spirit tells him without hiding what skill the 10th floor boss has, he will succeed. Crossing his arms, the rear guard decides that he will tell him only once for the sake of curiosity. Kimon, smiling, tells the spirit that if he wins, he will call him Mr. Kim In, or even more respectfully. The rear spirit's face twisted in disgust. He hadn't meant to be humiliated like that. But the guy was taking him for a ride. The rear spirit was so disgusted that he spat at the boy's words and said, "You've only gained 1 cheating skill, and you think you're worthy of challenging a great sword lord?" Furious, he pointed his finger at the boy and agreed with him, calling him Kim Zombie. He set a condition that if the boy could not defeat the boss of the 10th floor, he would address the spirit as a teacher for the rest of his life, and would babble teacher, even in death. The boy was amazed that the spirit had the skill of delusion, and suggested that he prepare to serve Master Kimon. It was a legendary confrontation where they sought to deceive each other, and the question was who would win in this fierce dispute. The other hunters, looking at Kimon, realized that he was crazy because he was talking to someone invisible and so fiercely. Well, he was definitely crazy. Some time passed, and the guy approached the gate, where the guard on this floor warned him that it was impossible. Since the guy looked quite weak, the guard said that he would not be able to challenge the boss alone. Since hunting solo is suicide, the knight wants to keep him safe. Moreover, if the guy had read the news, he knew that a mop-up team of 34 strong and brave members of the Black Dragon Guild had tried and failed in clearing the 10th floor. But the guy just threw up his hands, emphasizing that the management had ordered all hunters to come in. The knight apologized, saying that he personally records all incoming hunters, and the headquarters then checks his records. For them, he would be a scoundrel who let a man go to his death. And he asked them to at least feel sorry for him. Listening to this conversation, Duke was amazed that there was no such thing in his world. What is a guy supposed to do? They are playing political games here, the spirit thought. "Kim Zombie, just knock this bastard out and come in," he said. The guy approached him saying, "Mr. Guardian, I know how hard you work and you're 100% right. And to be honest, I want to die." The rear spirit was amazed at his sincerity because it was complete nonsense, and the guard was shocked by the statement. But the boy's delirium continued. He told the guard that his beloved girlfriend had died a year ago, and that he had recently been diagnosed as terminally ill at the Castle of Alchemy. At best, he will last 6 months. He can't bear to be without his beloved, and although he is a low level, he is still a hunter. Instead of waiting for his end in the clinic of the alchemist's castle, he wants to fight monsters until his last breath. The guard almost cried at this story. To push the guard's naivety to the limit, the boy gave him a bag of gold in his hand, saying that it was his savings. The knight could not accept such a gift. But the boy continued his story, saying that it would be lost anyway, and he wanted to leave with ease, leaving nothing behind. He asked again and again the gentleman guard not to record him. It was his last wish as a hunter. With tears in his eyes, the guard said that he was letting him go, let him go, and he hadn't seen anything. And the rear spirit at that moment was simply amazed. He couldn't believe what was happening, or if they were filming a movie here. The gate of the 10th floor opened, and the knight let the guy in. The end justifies the means, the boy thought. He had to get to the 10th floor. Going forward, the boy and his spirit guide soon found themselves on the 10th floor near some abandoned building. This floor was the first to be cleared by the elderly spirit, the boy's former enemy. Opening the gate of the 10th floor, the boy was sure that he would write a legend even more incredible than his opponent. Opening the door of the 10th floor, an incredible picture was waiting for him inside. They were already waiting for him. And it was not just some orcs, but many dolls with glowing eyes that made a strange sound. Click, click, click. It was a scary sight. Soon, in a second, the dolls started asking to play with them. And everything in the house was filled with fire from the candles that suddenly caught fire. The dolls were saying, "Play with us." They were like zombies saying, "The ice has melted, the flowers have wilted, let's play hide and seek." They blinked their eyes in a creepy way, emphasizing, "Come play hide and seek with us." Soon everything was filled with fire, and the guy entered the boss scene. His aura was filled with power, and he realized that he was the challenger, the hunter of Kim In-ja. He is alone here, but his power overwhelmed this house, and he accepted the challenge to play with these dolls. The system only wished him good luck. The Black Dragon Guild is currently the strongest guild since the tower opened. However, today, they have suffered their 30th defeat while trying to clear the tower and are returning to the ground in defeat. Reporters did not miss the chance to ask them uncomfortable questions. Why did they fail, and what went wrong, since they were the majority? The guild leader, holding back his disappointment, replied that they had no shortage of skills or numbers, but were just a little unlucky this time. At this point, the summer spirit, ignoring no one, went forward, causing everyone to doubt. He cleared the 10th floor of the tower in a matter of days, explaining that luck is also a skill, calling the guild weak. This interview will forever remain in history as the humiliation of the weak given by the summer spirit. Kimin had only one question that bothered all the hunters. Why only the summer spirit was able to pass the 10th floor? Upon entering the boss stage called Hellfire Girl, the dolls with burning eyes begged him to play with them. The boy began to develop his strategy to clear the 10th floor stage. In this constantly dangerous room, he had to find, among 1,000 identical dolls, the root of evil and destroy it. It was not just a flame, but a real hellfire made of aura. Kimin realized that he had a tough test ahead of him, but he was ready to take on the challenge and write his own legend. And even if you surround yourself with your own aura in this infernal flame, it won't last longer than 10 minutes. However, this flame does not harm a hunter with a fiery aura. In his previous life, the elderly spirit was able to complete this task with his fiery aura. After that, he also boasted that luck was a skill. Shielding himself from the flames with his aura, he could barely look forward as the mass of dolls surrounded him and the fire filled the space. Using his aura was a big mistake, because he could have paid with his life for such luck. Soon, he could have been burned alive, as it was now difficult for him to control his aura. A dispute remained a dispute, and control of the area depended on the time that was quickly passing. If the guy didn't complete the task, he would die, and his rear partner understood this well. The old man, who could withstand 30 minutes in such flames, had trained for a long time, unlike the inexperienced guy who rushed to this floor without preparation. The boy was not pleased to hear this from the spirit, but he defended his position. The dolls urged him to search in a creepy voice. "Search faster, search." The boy had only 2 coins and did not know what to do. However, he realized that he already had 2 lives, and in the beginning he could risk dying and then see. Meanwhile, the rear spirit was constantly watching him and laughing, because even the thought of the aura suddenly becoming stronger after death seemed ridiculous. There are 2 ways to clear this place. The first is to find a real doll with a 1 in a million chance that he could do it. The second way was to control the aura so well that it would last as long as he went through all the dolls. The boy paid attention to this, because it was an extremely useful piece of advice from the spirit. His mood immediately improved, although the spirit did not believe in his success, because he had only 2 coins. The probability of success was minimal, but when he looked at the flames, he realized that he had not only 2 ways, but also a third. Accepting all the risks, he decides, let's see who wins if I die once. So far, he has had a protective aura. He has about 10 seconds. He will try to grab any doll. The first one he caught was a blonde doll with blue eyes. He grabbed it. As soon as he caught it, he looked directly into its head and tried to open its mouth. But it was the wrong doll, and it started to disintegrate right in his hands. She began to melt from the fire, saying, "It's not me! It's not me!" Soon, the doll turned into molten plastic, and only traces of it remained on the boy's hands. He had 3 seconds before his aura stopped working. Looking at his hand, the guy was even frightened. Was it necessary to direct the boss's scene like that? But that's how this tower works. The spirit did not stop annoying the guy, pointing out his cheating skills and asking who could have given such abilities to such a slacker. The guy turned to him and replied that it was offensive. Soon, 1 second disappeared, and so did his aura. The time was up, and the defense began to fall apart. Fire began to fill everything around him, burning his body. "Time's up, zombie," the spirit said. The spirit watched the boy burn in the fire, realizing that the boy was a bigger daredevil than the tower itself, as he was condemning himself to eternal torment without training. Burning in the fire, the boy said, "Just let me die." The spirit looked at him, realizing that he was always muttering to himself, whether he really wanted to become a great hunter. It asked him to admit, calling Kim zombie, that he was a real daredevil. Soon the system reported that he died, and death reached the conditions for the skill. He copies the random skill of the hellfire maiden monster. The guy turns to his rear spirit and asks if he hasn't forgotten his promise. The spirit looks at the cards floating in space, saying that he knows the guy is a jerk, but he's not going to break his promises. Reading these cards revolving around the guy, the spirit notes that one of these cards is really cool. The first card was from the fiery hell barrier level. The spirit recommended picking it up, calling this skill Fiery Hell Barrier, and it was the only skill the boss had. The main power of this skill is the ability to summon hellfire at any time, which can destroy everything and make a huge explosion. However, the spirit did not understand why the guy suddenly fell silent. He just froze and did not respond to the spirit's words, but something was bothering the guy inside. He didn't know why, but he was scared. Analyzing the situation, when the doll was melting in his hands, he realized that this skill was worthy of attention. But for some unknown reason, it did not suit him. He asks the spirit to read other skills. The spirit understands this as a misunderstanding, and believes that there is no point in choosing others, but begins to read. There was a skill for designing a maze, subduing puppets, remote control, setting traps, and one last card. Hearing the description of the skills, the boy became alert, which surprised the spirit. The guy had made up his mind, but the spirit tried his best to dissuade him and wanted to recommend him the best skill. Even better, the spirit showed him a golden card. It was just incredible, and with it he could create a fiery hell barrier, which was very cool according to the spirit, because anyone would be impressed by his fiery hell. But the guy needed another card, and he reaches for it, realizing that he should have suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. One real puppet among thousands of others is a real organizer with a fiery aura, and because of that, it will never burn. But the question was, why don't the fake puppets burn? Picking up the silver card without listening to the spirit, he realizes that there is only one answer. By choosing the skill, Be Careful with Fire in a Waking Dream, he acquired a skill that allows objects he chooses not to burn. After copying this skill, he realizes that he has solved the riddle of this game, and all this time he was mocking the spirit, because although the spirit told him to start training, in fact, the teacher's skills were much easier, and the system brings Kimin back for 24 hours. Now that he's back, he can learn on the spot until he finds a real doll, and everything becomes much easier. But after many deaths and learning the skill, finally the Tower of Babel system assigned him a new test, and it was called Recreating Injuries in a Former Enemy. And the level of the penalty was low, but the very appearance of the penalty alerted the guy. At that moment, he goes back to the entrance of the Great White House, where the Maiden of Hellfire began her journey, and he needed to relive her injuries, after which she became a monster. The little girl came to a man, knocked on his door and asked him to give her some bread. Even a crust would have suited her, as she was very hungry. But the man slammed the door loudly, closing the door in her face, calling her a bastard beggar who had been bothering him since the morning. The girl's hunger was simply unbearable, and she wanted to somehow survive in this evil world. She went to everyone, asking for at least a crust, but everyone called her a wandering orphan, and no one even wanted to help her. Moreover, everyone was struggling to survive, because there was a huge shortage that was causing everyone to worry. She looked very poor and unhappy, but the people around her were so angry and hungry that they called her a miserable streetwalker. Walking down the street of unfulfilled hopes, she suddenly hit her head on a man. Holding her head, she apologized to him, but he put his hand on her head with care. Asking her if she had any parents, he looked into her eyes. It was immediately obvious that she was in a very bad condition, very hungry, and probably in pain. This man in a suit and hat asked her to follow him. He introduced himself as a doctor and invited her to join his friends at his estate, where she could be treated and play with other children. But as soon as he took her to his mansion, He locked her in a cage, and the girl begged to be let out, asking, "How can I get out? I am very hungry," but he did not give her anything to eat. To all her questions and requests, he only answered, "Be patient." He was such a harsh and evil man that his cruelty knew no bounds. Locking the girl in a cage, he called her an animal and said that she was born as an animal and should live as an animal. He walked the girl around the cage on a leash and always held a sharp object in his hand, calling her a useless little creature who did not want to work and spread rumors from village to village. He was not only a doctor, he was also a guard. He believed he was saving his country from people like her. Taking a sharp, cold knife, he ran it across the girl's face, forcing her to repent. Soon, he was giving a speech to the crowd, and next to him were cages with children who were homeless. Calling them the culprits of the famine, he accused them of being insatiable orphans who were the children of witches and parasites of their country. These scoundrels who listened to his speech supported him, wanting to sacrifice the children and save their land. The children who were there watched in complete shock. The crowd wanted more blood, more suffering, calling the children scoundrels. And this went on day after day. Every day she was not alone in this old man's basement. But everyone who was in the cages with her disappeared every day, and she realized that she would be the victim of the next ceremony. Approaching her, this man asked her about her soul. She asked, "Why do you always take my friends? And why do you always hurt them? Why do you bring such suffering to them?" Keeman, as a ghost, was transported to this incredible suffering of this doll girl. He was shocked. "What is going on here? Why the fuck am I here?" Asking the ghost in the rear if he had seen it too, the ghost replied that he had seen it from the beginning and didn't know that Keeman was here too. It was as if they had only consciousness here. The rear guard ghost was angry that such sick bastards really kill, and that many more of them have to repent. He was enraged by this situation. The guy, looking at this whole picture, could not stop and calm down. Is this really the scene of the 10th floor boss? He could not even think that the monster was a person in his life. But the ghost, leaning over by the bullying devices, said that they weren't really monsters. Basically, only bosses are created based on real events from other worlds. The boy was shocked by these words. Living creatures, heroes and the like are all from other worlds, and from the 11th floor, this happens more and more often. But why didn't the ghost tell him this earlier? The ghost answered that the boy hadn't even asked him about it. It was the first time in his life that Keeman had ever seen such mean people and the results of their work. He knew that the bosses on the floors came from another world, but he didn't know about their past. And now that he's seen everything with his own eyes, he feels like a complete shit. Realizing that somewhere in the universe such events are constantly happening, he feels uncomfortable. As the butler was walking through the huge house, he accidentally stumbled. Walking with a nightlight and a lighted candle, he suddenly dropped it on the floor. This caused a huge fire in the house, which quickly spread to the entire room. The servants, waiters, cooks, and butlers quickly ran out of the mansion, taking their valuables with them. The boy, watching this picture, wanted to somehow stop them, to call them, so that they would not forget about those children. But he was only a ghost in their world. All this time, there were children in the basement who were locked in their cages and could not escape. What happened to them was horrible, and was the beginning of the story of the 10th floor boss. The children were screaming in their cages, but the fire was spreading further and further. They begged to be let out, saying that they had done nothing wrong, and all they wanted was to eat, play with their friends, just have a little fun. But what the evil people did to them was irreparable. When the whole palace caught fire, everything was filled with a bowl of suffering, and after a while the system reported that the recreation of the trauma was complete, and the fine also expired. After such a terrible and incredible resurrection, the spirit and the boy sat on the bed, holding their heads. After seeing the sad picture, they still could not do anything. The spirit saw that Keeman was very upset by what he saw. His eyes grew dark, and he was amazed that the spirit had told him this. It was the first thing he said after seeing what he had seen, but the spirit told him to accept it. This is reality. It's still shit. That boss is now a regular monster, and the original children have long since died in their world. And all this happened a long time ago. What can you do? The spirit asked, pointing a finger at the boy. You could die 1,000 times to save them, but this is just an event from another world and another era. There's nothing you can do about it. Looking the boy straight in the eye, he says, "Find a real doll and kill it. After a while, you'll go up to the 11th floor, maybe to the 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th. And all that remains is to clear these floors. If you're determined to become a tough hunter, then let him finally realize it. Would his rival, the elderly spirit, have thought about these events or taken them to heart? But the guy gets up, puts on his sweatshirt, and assumes that the summer spirit has definitely found a real doll and crushed its head. He would not fuss or hesitate even if he saw such an injury, and Kimin is not going to become a freak like his competitor. But there was still one question. What was he going to do? All the while they were heading to the 10th floor, the spirit was telling them that he wouldn't be a child if he didn't kill the boss because he didn't want to become like him. This is not an option. The stage needs to be cleared and the boss needs to be taken out, and the guy was walking like a zombie without any plan. But he wasn't satisfied with that decision. And who decided that? He hits the door of this house and admits that he was acting like a fool. But these words are alarming to the spirit, because it is important. But the guy shouts in tears that he says he was stupid, and was just as stupid as the others who couldn't see past their noses. Recalling the S-class skill he was attuned to, the guy asks. But that spirit realizes that the zombie guy he thinks he is of course, complete. That skill is called resentment, discontent, and dislike. It says that if your old resentment and your ignored prayer, your unfulfilled wish has not come true, then burn it all. Just make a wish, and the heavens will turn the other way, releasing a fiery hell of aura within a 2-kilometer radius to the earth. And no one will be able to leave this hell without your permission. Doesn't this seem strange to you? The guy asks the spirit. But the spirit does not understand why it is so difficult and what is strange. He wants the boy to explain it to him. The boy emphasizes the last part. No one can leave this hell without your permission. But then the question arises. How did the Black Dragon come back with all his men and not defeat the boss? After opening the door of this level, he realizes that there is only one truth and only one answer. The boss took pity on them and allowed them to escape from a stage that no one else has been able to pass. This means that these children's dolls embody the children who were in the past, and all they wanted from the passers-by was to play with them. The guy approaches these dolls without fear or fire, and at that moment, everything sparkled with new colors when he approached the dolls and they asked him to play with them. He agreed to their offer to play, activating his new skill. It materialized in his hands. The name of the skill was, Be Careful with Fire in Your Dreams and Waking Life was activated. The boy walked on fire, and no one could touch him. The dolls just watched him, and they were amazed that the uncle was not on fire, that he was not hot. If he's not hot and he's not burned in this fire, then he can play with us, they said. And the boy rolled up his sleeves, agreeing to their offer. The boy slaps his arm, saying, We'll play hide and seek, and told the dolls to be careful, because this uncle who decided to play with them had never lost a game of hide and seek. The moment he closed his eyes and started counting, the dolls began to hide and run away with excitement. When he had finished counting, he told the dolls that he was going to look for them. The dolls were already hiding, trying to hide from their uncle. But the spirit thought that this was a hopeless game, because it was foolish to play hide and seek with kids who were also tied to their stage and could not escape anywhere. Soon the boy began to find these dolls and touch them, and each doll he found began to melt in his hands. Thus the fire did not touch him, and he could find the right doll. At that moment, he felt as if he was really playing with these children. He thought it would be easier than he had imagined. All the while, he was touching the heads of these children. As he moved the dolls, they just disappeared. And it was like he was resting their souls, giving them peace and humility. And going through this mission, the fire around him gradually disappeared. But he never found the main doll, and all this time he was looking for it. This led him to the stairs to the basement. As he walked down the stairs, he put his hands to the dolls all the time, and the path led him to the basement itself. In the farthest cage, he saw a doll that was probably the boss. She didn't look the best, but her eyes were quite alive. He walked up to it, looking through the cage directly into its eyes. The doll said to him, "Will you play with us?" At that moment, the guy put his hand on her head and said he had caught her, and all he wanted to tell her was that she was now free. This girl represented a child who had suffered a tragedy. But at that moment, the boy let her go, and turning into water, she begged and thanked her uncle for his actions. The boy felt the aura and spiritual energy of every child he touched. Soon, the system congratulated the player, as the usual scene was cleared, and everything hidden became apparent. After this scene, our heroes could not collect their thoughts, because it was very emotionally difficult. After the 10th level of the tower was destroyed, The system informed Kim Kong that he was able to clear the tower on his own. The reward for completing the quest began to be generated, and he would receive the result 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. They looked at this house with spirit for a long time. Their expressions were as if they hadn't won, but had eaten shit. The spirit decided to cheer the guy up because the spirit itself has had a few cases of clearing out hidden scenes. But the guy did it and can count on a good reward. However, he emphasized to Kim Kong that the spirit would still not understand, because it has no human feelings. After thinking about it for a minute, he realized that this world is not the best place yet, and scenes like this bosses are just shit that happens in our world. And there is no difference in other worlds, because everywhere there are people, and there are such terrible things. The presence of humanity brings only disappointment, and for a moment there was silence between them. Suddenly, the spirit grabbed his head and shouted that it was no longer suitable for him. He slapped the guy on the back, emphasizing that he was just incredible, and the way he defeated the boss with his own method was just incredible. He deserved to be praised. The rear spirit was delighted with the guy and praised him, which was unusual for Kim Kong, because everything looked suspicious, and even more frightening were the spirit's hints that they were partners and should be happy when something good happened. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky above them. It was an announcement for everyone. The 9th and 10th floors were cleared. This is how the world learned that the 11th floor stage would open in 24 hours. People were just shocked by this information, because it was something incredible, and not everyone fully understood where these fireworks came from. Some people thought it was happening on the ground floor, because it was unbelievable to imagine that a simple guy decided to clear the tower on his own. All over the grounds and all the floors, you could see these fireworks, illuminating over the mountains, over the forests, and over the cities. An announcement was made that the 10th floor had been cleared, and a timer showed that there were 24 hours left before entering the 11th floor of the tower. Some thought it was the work of the Black Dragon, but since nothing had been heard from him, they began to doubt it. They didn't even understand what kind of cleanup they were talking about, because they were planning to start in 2 weeks. Who was this man? The guy was reading all these messages on his phone. The timer started counting down, which was visible high in the sky. The rear spirit remembered that once in his life, he had seen exactly the same scene. It was the second time he had this feeling, and what he was seeing. The discussions on the forums did not stop because it was not the Black Dragon from the guild, but someone no one knew. Some people even started throwing down evidence that the Black Dragon couldn't have cleared that floor, because they were at the intersection in front of the bank where their team was drinking coffee. And on the internet, everyone was actively looking for the people who could have done it. Some people thought it could have been priests, inquisitors, or rangers, but they were all in the pantheon, and there was a photo where an anonymous person took a picture that it wasn't them. Everyone else who could have done it was either not in uniform or not in the place where they were supposed to be. But who was the anonymous person who could do this? It might have been the Holy Sword, but he was currently drinking milk near the bar's intersection. Everyone was wondering, what kind of a joke is this? This doesn't happen. No one knows who did it, and everyone was looking for the culprit. The spirit, reading this message with King Kong, asks him how he feels about moving from the role of a supporting character to the role of the main character. The guy looked at his phone with a blissful expression on his face and fireworks in the background, and felt incredible. He felt as if he had achieved everything he could wish for, and his spirit could not but agree. But he noted that it was just an illusion, because it was only the 10th floor. The guy showed everyone that he was closer to the top than anyone else in the world. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he knew. Now it was time to actually climb to the top. And then soon the knight ran to the boy shouting, "Mr. Hunter, who did this?" It had just happened. The knight ran across the whole forest to see if it was really the boy who did it. But the guy had the situation under control and simply answered him, "What are you talking about?" The knight picks up his phone and emphasizes that he is talking about clearing the 10th floor, because today he challenged this floor, and now there is real chaos there. People keep asking him how it happened. Kim Kong puts his hand on the knight's armor and asks what he will do if he really did it. But the knight is terrified and wants to say that he has no idea what his boss will do to him. But the guy waves his hand, saying that he does, and he accepts 100 gold pieces from him. The knight is horrified and asks, "Can you at least tell me your name or surname?" Kim Kong, standing with his back to the knight, replies that he does not have one. The knight almost broke the floor with his appearance and fell to the first floor from such shock. The spirit was also simply amazed at the expression on the knight's face. "Just look at his face," the spirit emphasized. confirming the correctness of the boy's actions. "The price of a name is inherently very high," he said, and they let the knight go. Now they look for him. But soon the boy tells the swordmaster that he has realized something. Smiling, the spirit asks what he has realized and why he is praising him here. The boy replies that they had an agreement. If he can defeat the bosses in 2 attempts, the spirit will call him Mr. Konya, right? He looks at the spirit slyly, emphasizing that he actually cleared the 10th floor in just 2 attempts. The spirit grits its teeth, realizing the implications of this arrangement, and calls the guy Konja, saying, "We're partners." "If we're partners, we'll be partners as equals," the boy replies. "It means having an equal relationship. You are equal, and I am equal. The person who conquered 99 floors, and the person who will challenge the 100th floor. These are partners, friends, cool and cool," the spirit whispers in the guy's ear. But he is laughing at how the spirit started to behave after that. To all the spirit's arguments, the guy insists on being called Mr. Konya, and it will always be like that throughout his life. At this point, he moves to the 1st floor. We move to a cafeteria where people are constantly discussing who won the 10th floor. The news is constantly talking about it, but there is silence everywhere. Perhaps it was the Black Dragon who conquered, but is hiding his tactics. Or perhaps it was the Holy Sword. People were talking to each other about this incident, and Keeman was sitting in this cafeteria, drinking coffee and listening to music. After drinking from a delicious cup of tea, he asked the spirit what he would say about it, noting that the victory was not sweet, and that the caramel makita did not satisfy him. But he did not hear a response from the spirit. He thought that perhaps the headphones were broken. However, the Sword Lord had been clenching his teeth and not opening his mouth all this time, ignoring the boy's words. But when he started calling him Mr. Psychopath and Mr. Crazy, he finally broke down. The spirit responds to his arguments, but the guy says with a smile, "Now I can hear you again, and I thought I was deaf. You have made the Divine Lord Khandra worry." The boy continues to mock the spirit. To finally piss off the Sword Lord, the boy suggested that he communicate less formally. "If you talk for a long time, I will call you Master." The spirit could not stand such words and begged, "Just kill me. I can't stand it." In rage, the spirit shouts, "I have gained a new skill and will insert it into the constellation of the sword. I will return to Grandfather Marcus." The boy, who is completely calm, notices the spirit speaking and asks, "Aren't we partners for life?" "You and I will be together forever," Kim Kongja emphasizes, turning to the 10th floor of the tower, where the timer is running. An hour and a half has passed, and it's time for him to receive his long-awaited gifts for completing the mission. While drinking hot coffee, he notices that someone has come to see him. It was a beautiful cat, and he did not expect such an important face to come to him personally. Although he didn't know who the cat was, he decided to pretend he didn't know. Taking her in his arms, he began to pet her, calling her beautiful, and offering her to stay with his brother for a while. The boy understood perfectly well that something unusual was hiding under the guise of a cat. The acting was simply amazing. But soon, a man came up to him, asking him, apologizing, if his name was Kim Concha. This man was not alone. Representatives of various guilds were present with him, and they were looking for him all the time. The guy replied that he was wondering how long it would take them to find him, and it took exactly 1:30. The moment they found him, they started calling their bosses, telling them about his whereabouts. All the guilds wanted to fight for him, as he was just a master. The first man who approached him introduced himself as a recruiter for a guild of vigilantes and offered to join his guild. Before he started talking about the terms and conditions, the guy decided to tell them, interrupting their dialogue. Only 2 things. The first thing he wanted to tell them was not to reveal his name in the press. But the guy from the Snake Guild said that sooner or later it would come out, because reporters in all the newspapers would write about it, and they would not be able to hide it. The guy replied that he was not asking for a very long time to hide it, because that was not the point. Another argument he wanted to tell them was that they should keep it a secret until the clocks were 0. He didn't want to get caught by reporters before entering the 11th floor. Representatives of the guilds understood him perfectly and promised that they could do it. They took care of other visitors in a public place, paying attention to other people in this cafeteria. The boy pointed out that they needed to be quieter. They soon apologized to the boy for making him uncomfortable. Soon after, they approached the baristas in the establishment and asked how much it would cost to rent the entire cafe for a while. But one of them in a red raincoat said that each drink is 1 person. So, order coffee as well. So these people began to clear the cafe of all visitors so that no civilians would overhear and spread this information. After the coffee was on the table, they sat down to discuss it. They all sat down together and started negotiating and discussing the terms. The first to start was a group of vigilantes who offered 10,000 gold as an advance to the guy. But the guy in the red cloak said that the guild of vigilantes was inferior. If he joined the adventurers guild, they promised him 20,000 and a position as a leader. Soon another guy made an offer. Join the guild of outstanding fighters of the Brother of the Thousand Faceless. He'll be an honorary mentor here, he'll get 25,000. And some said that if he joined the Pantheon, he'd be guaranteed an honorable place. The boy noticed that they were all visibly upset by the name of the Holy Sword. And the bids of these people were rising. The prices were becoming exorbitant. They were bidding for the boy, offering huge sums of money, and the boy even felt embarrassed by all these offers. But the number one in the ranking did not join any guilds, which made people doubt the need for guilds. And these guilds set out to fight for him at any cost. Soon after, the cat in Kim Kung's arms introduced herself as Liana from the Merchant Alliance and offered him gold. Jumping off Kim Kong's feet, she quickly began to transform. It was a beautiful girl, in a blue dress and gold shoes, who promised to give him the position of deputy head of the guild. It was a really worthwhile offer, to which the guy did not know how to respond, because the girl was the third highest-ranking member of the Guild of the Merchant Alliance. She was a countess. Without thinking twice, he took off the headphones from his ears because this offer was already like a negotiation, and he didn't even need to hesitate for long. The cat girl tried to impress him, but the guy didn't even look at her because she had turned into a human. But the guy decided to joke that he could even see ghosts and all that. To which the girl said he was capable enough and calm enough to make jokes. The boys did not believe that the huntress standing in front of them was 40 years old. She was the richest in the tower, and because of this, she probably drinks something like an eternal youth potion every day to stay that way. After this suggestion, the head of one of the guilds apologized and asked her to listen. He said that a guarantee of a position as deputy head of the guild and a pledge of 500,000 gold pieces was not too much. Of course, his achievements in clearing the 10th floor are incredible. But since he doesn't have significant skills, that's not a reason to value him so much. This guy was offended, and he didn't want to be offered this because they couldn't offer anything in return. The girl said that he was responsible for everything and apologized, which made him upset. In this case, the girl suggested that if he didn't want to apologize, he should call his bosses. Let them ask, but we will not have a dialogue with you. However, if there is someone among you who can offer more than 500,000, he can stay, the guy said. Soon, only the cat girl was left in the room. The competitors were furious at her offer, calling her a stupid lady or a stupid cat as soon as the room became quiet. Suddenly a pirate with an eye patch kicked in the door. He was just furious, naming and pointing his finger at the girl, saying, "This is a fucking alliance of freaks, and fuck everyone in the mouth," this guy said. He was number 5 in the rankings, the head of the 1,000 Faceless Poisonous Snake Guild. They were in an awkward position because they couldn't offer their offer to the guy. Next to this scoundrel was the number 4 ranked girl, the head of the Pantheon of Inquisitors Guild. The knight agreed, saying that the word slip-up was not very accurate, as their obligations prevented chaos. The head of the alliance was really exaggerating with this suggestion. It was the deputy guild leader of the vigilante squad, the Holy Knight. The number 2 in the rankings, the head of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, also came with them. All of these first-class warriors came to Kim Kong to offer him their suggestions. They were all the stars of the tower's ranking. Catgirl noticed that it had been so long since they had gathered in one place. Their joint sweep of the second floor seems like it was yesterday, and time is ticking away inexorably. To which the guy with the bandage asked her to shut up before she was made into soup. He believed that this girl's proposals were simply inadequate. 50,000 gold to the deputy head of the guild? This girl is only good at spending money. This isn't the Merchants Alliance, it's the Huyang Alliance. The guy said he wasn't interested, but the girl next to him offered to drink coffee first and then talk. It was just outrageous to come to a cafe and not order anything. The head of the big guild responsible for the tower couldn't behave like that. "I'll have a mocha," the girl said, sitting down at the table. They sat down at the negotiating table, ordering delicious coffee. But the man with the bandage could not calm down. He emphasized that they were bastards. Their brains worked only on caffeine. They cleared the 10th floor, and the world is going through hell, and you have coffee in your throat. They asked him to calm him down, but he didn't get it. They decided to order him an espresso. At the moment when one of the guild leaders decided to order him coffee, he started yelling at her. The waiter was shocked at these types who came to his restaurant and started ordering different types of coffee. Each guild, each representative of the bosses wanted different coffee. Soon, they were all sitting at a meeting table in one of the cafeterias, and everyone was looking at Kim Kong, asking him what he wanted. The guy noticed that they were all playing a game of goal stop. After analyzing the situation, our hero realized that the guild's representatives were replaced by their heads. It couldn't have been just a coincidence. It was clearly some kind of staging, and most of all, they just wanted to scare him. The guy knew this very well, and compared to being burned alive, it was just a trifle. Now, looking at them, he realized that he needed to show his confidence. A passing waiter was delighted when the boy asked him for the menu. When the waiter came closer, he told him that he would not drink coffee, as he had already had it recently. He asked for a hot chocolate, deciding that he would behave confidently in this play, because he had at least 2 reasons why he had nothing to fear. The representative of the heretics said that this was strange, because the guy was not known anywhere in the world. He was only famous for his attack and clearing the 10th floor. It was a really unexpected change. At that moment, the guy sat up straight and listened to what he was being told. He realized that the worst thing they could do to him was simply kill him. He had nothing to fear, because his talent was his advantage. If he got scared, he would just show them his courage and tell them to kill him. The spirit replied that it was grateful for the support, but still could not release him from the punishment. The cat girl said that he had not been so cheerful recently. The young man had won a lottery in her guild, and he was quite lucky and fearless. Perhaps he has decent skills, and with such qualities he will undoubtedly succeed in any situation. But the man with the blindfold could not understand how a person who had conquered the 10th floor could be a beginner. He asked everyone to just stop talking pointlessly and agree with him. Just because it didn't matter whose authority among them had been undermined didn't mean everyone had to behave like that. While discussing who was right and who was wrong, the hunter and the girl from the Dragon Guild decided to ask him directly which guild he was planning to join. If he really wasn't planning to join any guild, they should tell him right away, so they could prepare for the media's reaction. But the guy replied that he might be planning to join a guild. He asked what would happen then. The girl said that fierce bidding would begin. For example, the Dragon Guild spent a lot of time on the 9th floor to no avail, all thanks to the fact that he broke through 10 floors. When he returns, he has a chance to prove the value of the tower to the outside world, a chance to attract the attention of not only the lowest level people, but also people of other categories. It can also rekindle the fire in the hearts of the hunters who have been wasting their time on the ground floor of the tower. What kind of world awaits them on the 11th floor? This arouses curiosity about the energy stored in the tower. The boy, hearing these words, asked if the food problems were also being solved. The girl replied that yes, that's right. It is becoming difficult for them to provide the fruit resources that they have been harvesting on the 9th floor. The cat girl said that she was keeping a channel of trade with the outside world open around the clock. But that was not enough. They needed other goods. They need to attract adventurers to the world beyond the 10th floor to find useful items there. And for that, they need something to draw the outside world's attention to the tower. An icon that loudly started everything, like the spirit of summer did. And in this case, it was our hero. One day, the Black Dragon decided to make an attempt on the same icon, and the guy doesn't know why. But since she is the enemy of the Night Killer of Summer, they definitely need to find a common language. After hearing all this, the guy declares that he has realized that the guild that receives it will become a symbol of a new era, while other guilds will have to live in the shadows. The guy declares that he has too much of a conscience to do so, so let's do it differently. He pulls out a card from his pocket and shows it to everyone. He suggests that if he joins the guild of the person who wins at poker, he doesn't need any advances or status. He begins to spread the cards and shuffle them, and if he wins, he will simultaneously join all the guilds whose representatives are here. Everyone was shocked by this phrase, as they didn't know how to react. But the boy had conditions. He would be a member of the guild, but they would be on equal terms. The cat girl noticed that the young man, who had cleared only 1 floor, was asking for an equal position with her. Very interesting. She's in. The representative of the heretic clan was also in, but without cheating, and she didn't mind. The representative of the Snake Guild said that skills are also banned and they will have an advantage. A person caught using skills will be automatically disqualified. The knight states that the guild is inferior anyway, and because of this, if they got to the bidding, it would be a failure. He's lucky. He'll get to play poker. The dark-haired witch also accepted this offer and was ready to take part in the game. At this point, the guy turns to the Lord of the Sword, his spirit, and tells him that he doesn't want him to call him Mr. Conj. He asked him to call him that only until the end of the game, which lifted the spirit's spirits. But there was one condition. The spirit had to burn the boy's opponent's cards, and that was easy, as the rear spirit noted when he called the boy master. The spirit rejoiced at not having to call him that for so long. He said that Mr. Conja was merciful and would even warn him if his opponents cheated. Realizing his advantage by calling the boy master, the spirit began to rejoice, because after this game he would be called a zombie. And on this motive, the poker game began. The game started, and the spirit began to actively burn the player's cards. The cat girl, according to the spirit, had a straight and needed to fold. Without thinking twice, the guy immediately started folding, demonstrating his superiority. Next in line was a representative of the Snake Clan. The spirit immediately noticed that he was bluffing with one pair and also advised him to call and force him to fold as well. Soon, the guy did just that. He called, and thus gained an incredible advantage on the cards, having a much better chance of winning than the other players. The spirit also began to penetrate each player, manipulating the cards. Eventually, the rear spirit entered the table and saw the remaining cards, stating that the girl would never get a full house, so the owner should believe him. Mr. Conja goes all in, betting everything. At this point, everyone playing poker froze, revealing their cards. The guild leader with the bandage on his face exploded in anger, accusing the guy of cheating. He emphasized that this was impossible. We had already played 30 rounds, but this man had never lost. He was really cheating, since bluffing didn't work on him either. But the guy asked for proof for all his arguments. Explaining his position, the guy said that he might be a poker master, and maybe the commander just doesn't know him. Accusations without evidence are very offensive, and the commander said that the guy was lying smoothly. In no way is he a cheater. The guy decides to confess and asks the commander how he knew about his fraud, because he was promoted to A rank yesterday. The commander realizes that he already knew. The guy thanks the commander for his great appreciation and emphasizes that the head brother has spent all his chips. Thus, he is eliminated from the game, and the girl waves at him saying that she knew he would be eliminated soon. Because she knew he would be out soon, she ordered the waiter another espresso. Raising her glass, she said, "To Betty," and he angrily slammed it down on the table, saying he didn't drink coffee and calling her a religious fanatic. Soon, the cat girl left the game, and only the dragon representative and the holy knight remained. When the knight opened his cards, it became clear that he had also lost. He was sure that poker face was his strong suit, and asked if the guy was using a mind-reading skill. Or maybe it's a skill that allows you to see through, so it's impossible to guess. The knight got up from the table and said that lately he's been having a hard time with his skills. He goes to the loser's table, and a representative of the Snake Clan asks why he gives up so easily. With anger in his voice, he says that you need to stick to the guy like a leech, and you just gave up. The knight replies that calling the guy a fraud is too harsh, but still the commander doesn't believe him, because at a glance it's clear that he's using some skills. But the knight noticed this from the very beginning, and did not fight him for a long time, because it is clear that a beginner would not offer a game based only on luck. Soon the cards were dealt again. The dragon representative and our hero were left. These leaders realized that only by challenging him could he say that he could beat them without being caught using skills, and they accepted the challenge. The head of the Snake Clan was simply shocked by these words, although the head of the Brotherhood of the Thousand Faceless reacted strongly to this, emphasizing the martial art. "Good, but sometimes you have to use your head," he said. It turned out that they would not lose anything from this game anyway. Of course, the real jackpot is winning, but even a loss would be a good result. But we should be proud. How can we put a green brat on the same level as us? To which the knight replies, "Will pride make him eat?" In order not to talk too much, the girl made him drink espresso, because the head of the Brotherhood of 1,000 Faceless People is a real psychopath. When they were left alone at the table, the girl said a phrase that caught the boy's attention. "What a relief," she said, but the guy didn't immediately understand. The girl says that it's good that they can come to an agreement. Sitting opposite each other, they are confronting each other in this game. At this point, the girl bets everything she has and says that she comes from a forgotten neighborhood. More precisely, from the city that used to be called the Outskirts. Ever since she lost her family in the Civil War, she has been living on the run. and in the tower and in the outside world, it was extremely difficult for a girl to survive without help. The boyfriend supported her, saying that it was all true. The witch said, "Cole, what do you mean by that?" The boy replied that among the people who got into the tower, especially those of the first generation, there is no one without a story. "I am an orphan in the tower myself," he added. At that moment, when he was talking to her, the spirit was already showing that she had a flash of tambourine, and no matter how you slice it, the tower is home to her. And just like everyone else in this room, he doesn't care about origins. "We've done our best. You're from Korea. So why is the head of the Brotherhood of 1,000 faceless people from China?" he continued. "In our tower it's not a game, there is no role." "Kemenu," the girl said, looking down. "Thanks to the tower's patronage, we were able to understand each other's language. Everyone here is an equal fighter, at least compared to the outside world, and it just so happens that people from the outside world consider the tower a dump." The girl picks up a few coins. Putting them down, she says, "But even in the midst of a pile of garbage, you can grow flowers. And as soon as the tower's countdown is over, the media will start chasing you, King Kong. You will start a new life, different from the one you've had before." And the girl wished him to cope with this challenge. The boy lays out his cards, and the witch drinks her tea and is about to lay out her cards. The guy decided to justify himself by saying that he was not bragging in any way. He likes to be the center of attention. He wants to be admired and envied. Knowing that the Black Dragon girl still has a flush, and he has nothing to beat her with, he is still confident, and puts all his money on the line. Looking her straight in the eye, he says that he is confident and ready to take a chance. He doesn't need honors for clearing the 10th floor. He will definitely conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and 100th floors. No matter how long it takes, he will conquer the tower. These words even made the people around him feel sad. But he said that he considers the tower dear to these people, and he sincerely does not want to conflict with them, because it is pointless. And so it turns out that whoever climbs first will be called the main character, he asks. But to put it bluntly, they are all just rivals to Kim Kong-jae. He is interested in the world outside the tower, not inside it. And to be honest, he doesn't care about the problems of housing or the needs of the poor, so let them use the council for God's sake. In return, he only asks for support in climbing. He wants to experience that wonderful feeling of climbing to the top one more time. And the girl, the head of the dragon clan, was even embarrassed by these words, and thought for a moment. She sighed heavily and held her cards up to her head, and realized that although it might have been a delusion, she still believed in her intuition. She and the Holy Sword are the same in their stubbornness, and she too is putting everything on the line. At this point, they open their cards, and Kim Kong-jae asks if it's a compliment. But it wasn't a compliment, it was a rebuke. They are both insatiable. The girl shows her cards. Soon, the cards were revealed. The head of the Black Dragon has a flush, the hunter Kim Kong-jae has a full house, and accordingly, the hunter Kim Kong-jae is the complete winner. For him, this is not a reproach, but a real compliment. He thanks the girl for her words. After the game, he gets up from his chair and says that he expects the promised equal treatment. In turn, the girl emphasizes that they can expect privileges, but he must also take on the corresponding obligations. After drinking a cup of his coffee, the guy asks what obligations the hunter might have if he is not climbing the tower. They don't even have to worry about that, but the head smiled, saying it was too harsh for a beginner. If hold on was a skill, he would be level 5. At this moment, when the guy won, the spirit behind him rejoiced that he could start living again. Konja-san. But then he catches himself. What the hell kind of master is he? He's a zombie. He's an evil zombie, the spirit says. How wonderful. But the guy knew everything and realizes that the spirit has been holding on for a long time. And this man is called the Lord of the Sword. After this game, Kim was about to leave, but the girl stopped him, asking where he was going in such a hurry. The guy replied that the 11th floor was about to open, and he needed to get ready to keep up, because it was unknown what would happen there and how he planned to act. The guy just smiled at her words and said that it was a role-playing game. He called it the main theme of floors 11 through 20, and everyone around him was shocked by these words. He warned that he had been given a tip for a good game when clearing the 10th floor, and he didn't know anything else. Because of this, he would definitely return the favor. With these words, the dragon head crossed her arms, realizing that the guy was already lost. The boy left this room, this coffee shop, a complete winner, confident to face new adventures. The next day, there was still no official announcement about the conquest of the 10th floor, and the media had already waited, and people also did not know who the hero was. There was silence in the newsfield, and people were discussing it all. And Kim Konja was watching all the while. But there were rumors that yesterday they saw the heads of the guilds all together, and someone had conquered this floor. He looked at it in a new way. Our protagonist was waiting for the opening of the 11th floor. Soon, there were 11 seconds left, and everyone was waiting attentively for the 11th floor to open. They even started counting down from 10 seconds. People were drinking beer and counting in unison. And Kim Konja was looking at his watch and his phone all the while, at the discussion. At the moment he opened the main search page of this world, he was looking for news about the 10th floor clearance to see how it was during those seconds. The news circle exploded with urgent news about the hunter who cleared this floor and his real name. Seeing this, that he was now a famous person, he was happy about it. Soon, the 11th floor was opened, and people were chanting in joy because new opportunities were opening up for them. And the tower informed everyone that the preparations were complete, and everyone was just delighted. The 11th floor opened up before them, filled with something unknown, and a girl began to materialize in a bright light. It was like the goddess of the tower, who addressed the warriors conquerors of the tower, congratulating them on the successful completion of the fiery hell mission. Someone looked at her and did not understand whether she was an angel or a goddess. At that moment, the rear spirit explained to the guy that there are no gods or angels here. It's a system. In any case, even if it is a goddess, it is a pre-made record. This system is about to announce a quest to everyone. It's like an NPC. Appearing in front of everyone, the girl said, "Warriors, there is a world that needs your help. It suffers from the oppression of the Demon King." She informed everyone that they would now challenge the Demon King and save humanity. Looking at that spirit, Kim Konja asked how he knew all this, but he didn't have a coherent answer. Soon, the system informed everyone that if they wanted to accept this mission, they had to say, "Move to the 11th stage." Before this goddess could finish her sentence, someone jumped away from the crowd at high speed and flew straight towards her. It was the holy sword who cut this goddess into pieces, and the recording disappeared. As soon as he did, he landed on the roof of one of the houses. With this very incident, he demonstrated that it was only a hologram. The hologram quickly regained its shape and began to speak again. "Just say move." After that, people were shocked to realize that it was a hologram, and they no longer looked at it as a deity. But soon after, when the holy sword did so and stood tall, it looked fiercely at Kim Kong. Then the rear spirit explained to the boy how he knew this, because he had done it in the past. But the boy, seeing that the holy sword was looking at him, simply turned pale. Standing on one of the houses, the holy sword said, "Move," and suddenly he disappeared from sight, moving to the 11th floor. People were delighted with what had happened, and it made a great impression on them. The heretic inquisitor came out of the crowd and said, "What a wonderful day. I have been assigned to a mission again." Soon she also moved to the 11th floor, waving to everyone. One by one, strong warriors from this world began to move to fight for this floor. The hologram hadn't even finished speaking yet. She wanted to say that the warriors from the 11th to the 20th floor would face a test of faith. They would need to find the truth, and it would reveal to them the truth about themselves. She told them to get to know themselves. The boy looked with fascinated eyes at the hologram, which gave him a spark of hope. Soon a knight came up to the boy and said that he was sorry, and he could only imagine what kind of creature had created such a tower. But in any case, this creature had put a lot of effort into it, and the message was prepared especially for them. But no one cares about this message. It is one of those sites that needs to be explored with great fascination. The existence of the tower, the skills, all this is a real miracle in itself. All the warriors in the area 10 floors away are so fed up that they don't even want to hear it. The boy noticed that the knight was very sensitive. The knight replied that in the outside world his specialty was music, and the girls from the music department seemed so nice. But the guy joked, saying that she had never seen money at all. But it was a bitter truth. A rear spirit noticed something wrong with her and warned the guy to be careful with suspicious people. But soon he heard some shouting, and camera lenses started pointing at him from all sides. It was reporters who spotted him and were running toward him with all their equipment and microphones to interview him. The knight, not wanting to stay long with him, hurried to the 11th floor. Before he could even get to the 11th floor, people were running to him from all sides. He was amazed at the noise, but the knight was the culprit. The knight specifically approached him to give away his identity and said that he was quite accurate in assessing the truth of his opponent, which can be considered a manifestation of his interest. Finally, the guy asked the knight what he had discovered that was so hidden, and the knight replied that the answer was in his soul. The knight did not just move to the 11th floor, he left them and ran away. The rear spirit said that this rascal was quite suspicious. Reporters introduced themselves from various newspapers and channels, and they wanted to ask the guy a few questions. They wanted to know if it was true that he had cleared the 10th floor on his own, and if his performance was part of a plan by some guild. So far, the guy didn't want to talk to them, as their questions were quite stupid and unfounded. He looked at them indifferently. He simply stated that he would clear the 20th floor, and the reporters' mouths dropped open in surprise. After wishing them good luck, he activated the movement. Without answering their questions and calls to stop, he disappeared. The hologram finished its recording just then, wishing the conquerors of the tower good luck. May luck always favor you, conquerors. Moving to the battlefield, the boy sees a pile of bodies of knights lying on the ground, all covered in dust. The holy sword was next to him, and something strange was happening. All the displaced heroes stood in a circle, and something strange was happening between them. The warriors were shouting, "Don't take a step back! We will stop the Demon King's army for the sake of the Agem Empire." The displaced soldiers just watched, not even participating. Soon, the battlefield was filled with an incomprehensible battle between two sides. On the one hand, the attacking orcs, and on the other, the knights fighting for their alliance. The knights shouted from all sides, "Do not retreat! If you step back, the end of the empire will come." But this was unrealistic, as there were so many enemies. The soldiers who came to the 11th floor did not understand what was happening, because they wanted to clear the floor and did not understand the essence of the task, as the floor itself was attacking each other. Soon, the system informed the hunters that the training was over and that the scenes would be filmed from the square nearby. The hunters were approached by a man in armor who recognized them and called them warriors who would save the empire. Holding his sword above him, he said, "Help us save our empire. We are in a difficult situation now." He was explaining to the hunters that the local port was the last route of supply, and their empire had to protect it even at the cost of their lives, otherwise the capital would fall. At this point, the rear spirit told the boy that he had perfectly mastered how to enhance his aura, sight, and hearing. And it was true, as the boy heard everything that was happening perfectly. This knight asked the warriors who came from another world to save their empire of Agem. Secure the supply route. Difficulty F. The purpose of the task. There is a disaster in the Agem Empire. The Demon King, a creature of legend, has brought his troops. The Demon King, Average, is cruel and strong. The first thing he decided to do was to cut off the supply lines. Defend the port at all costs. This battle will be the first step towards saving the empire. If you lose, the 12th floor will not open. The hunters who arrived were amazed that a quest had appeared and that something like a Demon King had appeared on the floors. But where is this empire even located? The hunters had been fighting orcs for hours, and they kept attacking. How can they complete this quest? But before we draw conclusions, we need to not go into details, but first kill all the enemies. And the whole crowd followed the holy sword, which cut the orcs to pieces, and the hunters with all their weapons and equipment rushed into battle. They have been destroying such goblins for years. Against the background of what was happening was our hero, Kim Concha. And although there was a huge massacre going on, the Tower of Babel system greeted him by calling him by name. By doing so, the system also thanked him and gave him a reward for clearing the 10th floor in the form of skills. Even the rear guard was impressed by this. The main gift the tower gave him was access to the tower map from the 11th to the 20th floor. It was a blessing, and he received the patronage of the god of all things, a reward for an ordinary scene. The rear spirit, when he saw what they gave the guy, knew that it would be another privilege. He was shocked to be such a loser. But there was another hidden reward for the scene. The guy gets the patronage of the god of men. He will be given the skills and location of any NPC from the 11th to the 20th floor. The guy was delighted with what he received and the power that was opening up to him. He also received the patronage of the god of trade. The rear spirit, watching all this, simply opened his mouth, as these techniques opened any object that exists from the 11th to the 20th floor. This grace made the guy feel privileged, and skills rule in this game. But the rear spirit was amazed that this game is not ruled by skills, but by dumb luck. And we move on to the theme of the tower's floors. The floors are divided into themes. From the 1st to the 10th floor is training. There are cities for adaptation of newcomers and training of hunters. And from the 11th to the 20th floor are the warriors and the Demon King. There are only two ways to join the Demon King's troops. Deals. Either possess sufficient physical power to single-handedly overthrow the enemy troops, which is what the Holy Sword was actively doing, or lead the army and lead it, raising the morale of the soldiers and gaining many advantages. Of course, the rear spirit realized that the guy chose the second option. But he had no talents and had never commanded an army. He had no skill or experience in recruiting soldiers. But after opening the skill system inventory, he was sure he could get this talent. He asked the rear spirit to listen to him. Since the Sword Lord had recently had a fight, he believed that this game was controlled by dumb luck, to which the spirit couldn't help but agree, calling the guy a piece of shit. But the guy was going to show that this game is all about skills, and he opened a list of all the NPCs. This skill gave him a display of NPCs located only on the 11th floor, and among them the top 100 people with high skills. He could see that these NPCs had very good skills, and most importantly, he knew their locations. But the rear spirit decided to interrupt him, emphasizing, "That's not going to work. Let's fight to become stronger. No matter how long you've been a cheater, it's no use. Don't disgrace your name, Kim Konja." But the guy was sure that he would not disgrace his name, because the display of NPCs with troop command skills was in front of him. The top 3 were the captain of the Knights of Fanabas, the commander of the Kungur direction, and another located on the map. Now he reveals his location to determine how far he is from them. By doing so, he demonstrates to the spirit that this game is all about skill, and there was no arguing with that. His privilege was made incredible by his intelligence, but the spirit looks at this fool and hopes that he is joking, because why would a guy think he is smart with an empty head? According to the guy, an empty head can also be a skill. Soon, the boy moved to one of the knights who was the nearest blue dot on the map. This knight was killing goblins with gusto. His name was Commander Sarbus Igim. Suddenly, this knight saw the boy, paid attention to him and called him a hero from another world, asking how he could help him, offering his assistance. Lifting up his valiant armor and opening his protective mask, the knight revealed a cool mustache. His skills were also outstanding, and if he really thinks the boy is a warrior, the boy asks him to fulfill one of his requests. The knight, attentive to his servants, agrees to help him in any way he can. But when the knight heard what the boy said, he became cold inside. He was shocked because the boy asked him to kill him, explaining that he had a secret weapon that would activate when his life was cut short, and God's protection would descend on the field. It was a kind of suicide technique that, according to the guy, could save the empire. But the warrior said that he could not kill another warrior by ending his life. The boy kept pleading with him, saying it was the only way to save the empire. He pulled out his dagger, showing that he was serious, and asked the commander to fulfill his request. The commander was shocked and did not know how to respond. The boy said that it was his sacred duty to choose between life and death for the sake of the empire. The rear spirit watched this manipulation, seeing how the boy influenced the commander. The boy emphasized that he wanted to die at the hands of a patriot, the most loyal commander, not at the hands of an evil monster. He asked the commander to do it quickly for the sake of the empire. The commander took up his head, realizing that their world was indeed cursed from the very beginning of the attack by the army of the Demon King. And now he would have to take the life of a man who came from another world. He took his cold sword and asked God not to forgive him for this sin. He decided to do this, trying to make the process as painless as possible. The boy thanked him for his courage, but before that, the commander asked him to tell him his name. In a quiet voice, our hero says, "Kim Konja." Putting on his helmet, the commander thanks Kim Konja on behalf of the entire empire. Calling him a true warrior, he kills the boy with a sword. The system notifies him that he is dead, and he copies a random NPC skill. The message "Collision with Fate" appears. Looking at all this battle between hunters and goblins, another message appears. Command Strength. Next to the hunter with the blade, a hunter with an army appears. And soon everyone on the floor saw the warrior in a new light. Our hero Kim Konja was riding on a horse with big and strong warriors, and the hunters wondered who this hero was and why he was riding. He rode his horse holding his sword, realizing that this skill gave him the ability to command the army. After reincarnation, Keeman gains the innate ability of a battlefield leader from one of the NPCs. This ability allows you to intuitively understand the true advantages and disadvantages of armies, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of enemy troops. Keeman leads his troops forward while sitting on the back saddle. He directs the rider's movements, ordering him to go straight and then turn right, where they will meet the commander of the Demon King. There will be goblins ahead, which they can easily defeat. The warrior understands his instructions. He and the other riders rush into battle, following orders and using Keeman's knowledge. Thanks to his skills, Keeman manages to gain the commander's trust, showing himself to be an experienced commander. Their cavalry brigade rushes forward, destroying the goblins under their hooves. Kimin looks at the map and directs the rider. This ability came about because he has a mini-map of the stage. In addition, he has done some research beforehand and lived through the day several times, knowing what will happen next and what endings await him. The goblin has already appeared in his eyes several times. It was all thanks to Kimin, his skills and abilities. Raising his divine blade, he accumulates light, illuminating his sword. Kimin asks for light from the goddess by wielding the sacred sword of the defender, Refant Agaim, a rare legendary level. The sacred sword of the founder was, according to legend, the foundation of the Agaria Empire and blessed by the goddess herself. However, when legends and history were not yet intertwined, the founder disappeared without a trace. The sacred legendary sword disappeared with him. The founder left behind only a one-line prophecy. The prophecy said that on the day when destiny would appear, a man would come with a sacred sword in his hands, and any citizen of the empire would trust the owner of the sacred sword of protection without a doubt. When the warriors saw this legendary sword with their own eyes, they became energized and excited. They began shouting and chanting Kim Il-sung's name, filling the space with glory. Raising the legendary sword above him, the guy began to shout to the soldiers, "Attack!" Feeling a huge surge of energy, he saw how much he could benefit from protecting the secret scenes. But the spirit could not resist and exclaimed, "Boy, what is the use? You have chosen some insignificant object. It's just a side shiny knife. Out of the many useful things you chose this one," the spirit added. The spirit noticed that the boy looked like a zombie for choosing such an object. But Kim emphasized that even if this sword is side and shiny, at level 20, NPCs will jump for joy when they see it. He explained that this is all done to motivate the whole army and create a huge furor and impression. Because NPCs are not only those who give quests, they are also creatures that can help you complete quests. And the army ran after the master, calling him a warrior who would lead them to victory. The hunters who saw this performance were amazed that this scoundrel was not an NPC, but a real warrior, and he ruined the entire quest for them with his presence. Kim looked at his opponents and noticed how they envied him, which gave him pleasure. But the spirit constantly reminded him that he had taught him to use his aura to wield a sword, not to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. He liked it very much and felt confident. Soon he noticed that the destruction of the Demon King's left flank was complete. Kim's army continued to attack, moving forward toward the main enemy forces. The soldiers believed in their strength, realizing that they could win, and moved even more confidently. Goblins appeared on the horizon, and behind them stood the commander of the goblin army. It was the Great Goblin King, a level 11 monster that needed to be destroyed. He became nervous when he saw the rider approaching. The Goblin King ordered his soldiers to quickly stop these brazen attackers. But Kim, along with the rider, jumped off his horse and flew high up, holding his sacred sword. With the skill activated, he struck the level 11 boss, delivering a lightning-fast fatal blow. The boss soon fell to the ground, and the goblins nearby were shocked to see their commander dead. A great victory for the warriors. They chanted victory cries, celebrating the victory over the army of the Demon King. The legendary warrior with the sacred sword of the goddess killed the enemy commander, and everyone shouted, "Long live the Agam Empire!" The goblins, realizing that they were finished, tried to run away as far as they could see. They had no choice but to run away, trying to avoid death. The hunters watching from the tower decided to play with the fleeing goblins, killing them one by one. It was their finest hour, to kill all the goblins and enjoy the hunt. The system alerted everyone that the stage was cleared, and today was glorified by the fact that the 11th floor was successfully cleared. It was a legendary event for humanity, because they had cleared the 11th floor in just a day. The incredible result was admirable, and the system began to count the participants in the sweep, issuing a rating. Everyone saw the top participants of the sweep above them. Kim Kongja was the first on the list, and various guild leaders were second. People were delighted to see a no-name ranked first, while the Holy Sword, a legend, was only second. People started talking about Kim Kong, saying that he was a difficult guy who had conquered the 10th floor and was able to defeat everyone here. The rear spirit decided to say something to the guy, similar to what a reclusive master would say. In his opinion, there was no master here, just a cheater using his empty head. But the guy remained confident and waited for the spirit to admit that skills rule in this game. The spirit didn't want to admit what it didn't agree with and was against all stupid ideas. The guy noticed that for this spirit, his own strength was more important than skills, and he was sure of it. So that the spirit would not be angry with him, he told him that he would train sword arts, as it would be needed for the 20th floor. The rear spirit expected the guy to say this, especially when our hero had such a strong fighting partner, a sword master, around him. How could he not listen to him? On the contrary, he should ask him to teach him the art of the sword, and the spirit was amazed by these words. Finally, you zombie will learn my true value, and it will be a piece of cake, the spirit thought. Although the tower they are climbing now is a little different from the one in his world, they will overcome it. The boy noticed that it was so easy to cheer up this spirit. After a while, a knight approaches the antagonist and addresses him as a warrior of the goddess. He wants to express his appreciation for the fact that they won thanks to him, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Our boy replies that he is not to thank him, because they all contributed together, and that is why they won. The knight begins to stroke his beard, emphasizing that he was in vain. When the boy asked what he was worried about, the knight began his story. A long time ago, there was a prophet who predicted that someday the army of the demon king would come. It will be accompanied by warriors from another world, so we should not be afraid, says the knight. But I, as a commander, was skeptical of this prediction. Will people from another world risk their lives to save someone else's world? The knight continued. But seeing this situation, I realized that my fears were not justified. I want you to allow me to express my gratitude once again with a handshake, said the knight, extending his hand. We may come from different worlds, but the meaning of this gesture is the same, because in both worlds people have two hands, the knight added. He emphasized that he would count on Keeman in the future, and the boy promised to do his best. The system notifies that a reward for a successful sweep is being generated as it is completed. All rewards are given to the top conquerors, and they get access to the 12th floor. The top conquerors start moving to the 12th floor. Until they receive their rewards, other conquerors are not allowed to enter the 12th floor. As the boy shakes hands with the knight, he begins to upgrade and move to the 12th floor. The warrior asks him to defend the empire as a farewell. Kim faces great danger, as only the top 10 were called to the new level. Grandpa Marcus, who was among them, immediately recognized the boy and went crazy with rage. The guy smiles, he doesn't care. What do I have to be afraid of? What can he do worse than murder? Kim thinks. Kim is not worried because he has a countermeasure. Instantly, he teleports to a new floor. They find themselves in the Imperial Palace of Agim, and all the top 10 conquerors suddenly appear there. The heretic Inquisitor, who is next to our hero, is delighted with his incredible skill. The Inquisitor cannot believe his eyes. He used his skill to rejuvenate himself and watched Kim's activities on the 11th floor with great pleasure. He is interested in the reward for clearing the 10th floor. Our hero answers, "Yes, I became the leader on the 11th floor with the 10th floor award. Your practical skills are impressive." Kim was embarrassed by the Inquisitor's praise and asked him not to exaggerate his merits. Suddenly, the Inquisitor saw the holy sword flying straight at the hero. He stopped it with his dagger, saving the boy. The Inquisitor asked the hero, "Holy sword, why do you have to scare like that? Have you recently been classified as an assassin?" The boy's heart nearly jumped out of his chest in fear. Grandfather Marcus, cool and calm, walks in his red sneakers saying, "Inquisitor, are you still alive?" Marcus points his cold sword in Kim's direction, promising to kill him at any cost. Everyone thinks the old man has gone crazy, but he was serious. They ask him if he is serious about killing Kim Kong. The old man says yes. The holy sword promised, "If anyone gets in the way, I will cut off their hands." The Inquisitor jokes, "It will be a little unpleasant because I still need my hands. If you kill Kim, the top 5 guilds will be shamed." She asks why Marcus is threatening Kim. The old man with the cold look makes it clear that he doesn't have to answer that. The Inquisitor realizes that he is not going to back down, and this means only one thing. The top guilds activate their forces to stop the old man. The Inquisitor uses a sacred transference, and strong warriors, heads of different guilds, jump out with swords at the old man from different sides. But the skillful Marcus deflects all the blows that are directed at him. The warriors wonder why this old monster is so strong, and what he eats to be so vigorous. The Holy Sword replies that even in old age, you need to stay in shape, hinting at his 40 years. A representative of the Snake Guild says that aging is nonsense, and suggests that they determine their age. The Inquisitor encourages Marcus, calling him an old man, and asking him to show what he can do. The fierce old man gets angry and asks whose side she is on. The knight urges everyone to focus on the enemy, as he is a poisonous snake and they are at a disadvantage. Although Marcus was one of the best warriors in this world and on this tower. But everyone hopes that this is not the end and wants to restrain this scoundrel. The Inquisitor decides to ask the Countess for 10,000 gold pieces. The Countess agrees, but only with a 15% return in installments for 3 months without interest. The Inquisitor explains that she did not ask for a loan. The Countess's expression changes, as she was not interested in donating to the entrepreneurs. But the Inquisitor adds that this is dirty money, and she asks to donate it to the temple, which will open the gates to paradise. The Countess is amazed at the Inquisitor's impudence, and thinks that she is even more impudent than she thought. Using her skill, the Countess withdraws 10,000 gold pieces, and money begins to fall from the sky directly on the boy and the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, smelling the money falling on her, is filled with the power of this energy. She activates the sacred giving spirit technique, and her eyes light up with a bright light. This technique falls on her friends, filling them with a sacred miracle that enhances their physical strength. Objects of amplification: Holy Knight and Poisonous Serpent. This boost lasts for 300 seconds for each. Thus, gold fills their hands, and the Inquisitor completes his technique, giving power to his friends. Kim looks at the Holy Sword and sees him look away. The Inquisitor's technique makes it clear that the Holy Knight and the head of the 1,000 Faceless will become significantly stronger for 300 seconds. The old man will have a hard time with 4 strong warriors: the Countess, the Holy Knight, the Poisonous Serpent, and the Inquisitor. The Countess replies that they will either go bankrupt or die earlier. Suddenly, the Black Dragon Witch enters the fray, adding to the Inquisitor's words that their alliance is not limited to just 4 warriors. She announces that Hunter Kim In made a formal agreement with 5 guilds yesterday. Hearing this, the old man tenses up because the agreement is very powerful in their world. Hunter Kim In made an agreement with the 5 guilds on an equal footing. The warriors realize that if the Holy Sword points his weapon at Kim, it will be tantamount to him pointing it at all the other warriors. Kim realizes that the Holy Sword will not be able to resist everyone at once, and this is his countermeasure. The fury of the Holy Sword knew no bounds, because all the guilds were against him, while Kim was in all of them. Our hero, with his hands in his pockets, realizes that there are 2 ways to confront a strong enemy. The first is to have enough strength to overthrow the enemy's troops on your own. The second is to bring an army with you. He learned this on the 11th floor. If a player plays solo, he is defenseless against a large allied army. Now all 4 swords were pointed at the Holy Sword. Realizing this, Kim decides to talk to the Holy Sword. The young man walks right up to the dangerous Holy Sword and says that he is very confused. Kim does not understand why the Holy Sword attacked him. It was the first time they met, and up until that moment, he had genuinely admired him. But the old man looks at him with distrust. The Holy Sword still considers Kim to be an assassin sent by the Black Dragon, much less a special class assassin. In the eyes of the Holy Sword, Kim is not just suspicious, he is a real killer. He is not a bodyguard who earned everything on his own, but an assassin who has infiltrated the big guilds. In other words, for the old man, Kim was a spy, an infiltrator who had penetrated the heart of the guild. This bothered the Holy Sword, and he wasn't going to let it go. The Holy Sword laughingly says that there is no difference between the outside world and Babylon. He explains that not even a day after he entered the tower, everyone was trying to get him to join the guild. The old man refuses and asks if they want to know the reason why he did it. He explains that he wanted to prove that it was easy to exist in the tower on his own. Unlike the rotten outside world with its blood ties, nationality, and origin, here you can be on top of the world with only a sword. Pointing the sword at the audience, he says that success can only be achieved through your talent and skills, and he wanted to show everyone this hope. What are you doing? You are no better than the rottenness of the outside world. The head of the Dragon Guild was furious at his words, saying that the old man knew nothing about others and was judging them. He plays the peerless and lives alone. But if he had lent a helping hand, many hunters would have survived. He didn't show up to clear the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors. If he had cooperated with us, the losses would have been half as many, says Zmi. Grafina adds that if he had helped with external relations, there would have been fewer problems with food, and the current system would have been more stable. And we are the rot? Then you are nothing but an irresponsible kid. If you consider yourself number 1, then show the responsibility that goes with being number 1. The old man responds to all these arguments with one word: shut your mouths. He looks at them angrily and whispers, "You are all such big children, but I am not your own grandfather. Get out, or I will clear my way with my sword." The devotional spirit looks at the old man and says, "Here he is, my true disciple." But the boy had a different idea. He asked the old man, "Brother, there are only 10 people here. Even the NPCs on the 11th floor agreed to fight together. To protect their country, they have united and are moving in unison. But the head of the Black Dragon tells the guy, It's none of your business, and it doesn't concern you. It's much more serious than you think, and now I know what I'm talking about. The boy replies, we are all called hunters here. Why don't we just clear the 12th floor? What's the point of pointing fingers at each other? Are we worse than NPCs? Looking at the old man, he says, these people need help, even though they are just NPCs. This country is in danger of being destroyed, and they are all counting on us to protect them. We are standing in this room as conscripts in the Empire. Do you know what is special about the title of warrior? A warrior is a person who can handle what others cannot. He calls on everyone to unite and deal with the scenes left behind. After hearing the boy's words, the knight puts away his weapon and says that the boy is absolutely right. Although the knight does not know what the boy did to offend the holy sword, he knows that now is not the time to fight each other. He hides his weapon and begins to hold it in his hand and materializes some important information that he promises to show everyone. The system window in his hand is called a lie detector, and it is a high-level skill that allows you to understand whether your opponent is lying. He wants to show that he has a skill that detects lies, and he says that this skill is how he reached the rank of vice chairman. He turns to the Holy Sword and Kim Kong and offers to provide them with a guarantee of the truth or falsity of their statements. Doubt is a poison that consumes a person, and the truth is always an antidote. I don't know what the early distrust was based on, but on the 12th floor we have to cooperate, says the knight. The suspicion that arose because of a skill can be extinguished by another skill. And hearing these words, the guy agrees. The Holy Sword calms down a bit and says that the knight is the only one who hasn't harmed anyone, and he trusts him completely. The knight says, let's say we both agree, and turns to the Holy Sword. Ask Kim Konj anything you want. The knight puts her honor and the reputation of the vigilante group on the line, promising to report the circumstances impartially. At this point, the Holy Sword, pointing his finger at the guy, declares, he brutally killed over 4,000 people. Is it true? The boy replies, it is true. Suddenly, the Holy Sword begins to shout, you see, this is the real devil. How could you appoint this scoundrel as an assassin? But the knight says it's a lie. The Holy Sword begins to doubt his skills. However, he emphasizes that the boy has just answered yes, which means he has never killed more than 4,000 people. The old man could not believe it, considering it a big lie. But did he have any other questions for the boy? The knight thought this was a rather strange question. Can one person kill so many people? The old man is furious again, because he doesn't understand, and assumes that the boy was trained as a special assassin. The boy replies, yes, I am a special assassin. The knight replies again that this is a lie. The old man explodes with emotion, believing that the holy knight was wrong in her judgment. He believed that she would judge honestly, but she had asked him from the beginning if he was ready to believe her. Was the old man ready to retract his words now? The old man was stunned by this statement. He looked at the boy again and said to him, just wait. In any case, you could not help but kill a single person. The boy replied, yes, that's true. Since I killed exactly one person, the boy adds, and the knight confirms that this is true. Of course, murder is murder, and there is no forgiveness for that, but that person deserved it. Again, the knight confirms that this is true. The boy continues, he tried to kill me. To be honest, he was a brutal killer, and he deserved it. The knight confirms the truth of these words, and the old man's face changes. The inquisitor laughed. What an interesting conclusion. It would be nice if it were true, but they only met Kim Kongja for the first time yesterday. The rear spirit realized that the old man was overdoing it a bit, and he had always been told to take his time. The guy was happy with the way things had turned out. As he approached the old man, he said, it looks like we just had a mutual misunderstanding. The guy was glad it was just a simple misunderstanding, but if the guild leaders hadn't protected him, he believes he would have been dead by now. And looking straight into the old man's face, he tells him that he deserves to be forgiven, and he might even deserve respect from the Holy Sword. Clearly, the Holy Sword could not believe it, but everything was against him. The guy continues, if it weren't for your guilds, I wouldn't be standing here. Your actions saved me, and for that I am grateful. The guy kindly asked the Holy Sword to apologize to him, as it was only fair. And everyone in the room supported the boy and his point of view, because it was the truth, and his remarks were absolutely fair. The Holy Sword needs to apologize to him. The old man was confused by these words and began to stammer. The old man was not going to apologize to this hunter. Everyone was waiting to see what he would do next. Even though the Holy Knight is famous for his selflessness and is one of the 5, the Holy Sword will still accuse him of lying. And so it happened. the old man said that everyone was conspiring against him. One could only guess what he would do next. Perhaps he would reveal his skill card to them to explain his position, why he hates the guy so much. At this point, Holy Sword tilted his head and repeated that the guy said his name was Kim, and if he didn't commit such brutal murders of innocent people. The Holy Sword says, the boy wonders what this character will decide. Maybe he will try to kill him to shut him up. Usually when people are proven wrong, they either start to suspect others or choose the method of killing to shut up. That's what the summer spirit did, and this shows us how foolish his nature is. And now, through his choice, the Holy Sword himself will show what kind of person he is. The Holy Sword, in turn, hides his weapon in a sheath and asks the boy to start over. The Holy Sword kneels before the boy and apologizes for his words. He admits his guilt, saying that his frivolous thoughts and poor judgment led to this, and that he almost killed an innocent man. The Holy Sword explains that he was following his personal beliefs that he should rid the world of people who he believed deserved instant punishment. He killed them following this principle, but today's incident made him reconsider his actions. He recognizes that words cannot compensate for his mistakes, so he is ready to fulfill the boy's every wish as an apology. This scene was very impressive because instead of attacking the Holy Knight or making excuses, the Holy Sword admitted he was wrong. The Holy Sword goes on to say that he would not have been able to do this if he had not put his life on the line. He asks the boy to forgive him so that he can live and reach the top of the tower. This was incredible, because he easily decided to beg for mercy from an inexperienced hunter. The boy looks at the Holy Sword in amazement, saying, "Forgive me, I may have been wrong, and in the future I will not kill people relying only on my skills. He just wants to be spared and not killed." The boy looks at the knight, who confirms that all this is true and sincere. Kim replies, "Mr. Holy Sword, I have a request for you." The boy kindly asked the Holy Sword to teach him the art of the sword. The old man was amazed at his words. When he stood up and looked the boy in the eye, Kim said hesitantly that rather, if he asked for a sparring match in the future, promised to accept it, because he had recently gotten a teacher, but he didn't actually have an opponent to spar with. The boy thought to himself that it would be better to keep his promise to the spirit of the home front and appoint the Sword Saint as his sparring partner, which would be beneficial and helpful for his development. The guy asked him to be his sparring partner, and honestly said that he was not asking to train with him, but for some reason he was embarrassed. He felt uncomfortable, and the old man looked at him, not fully understanding. The boy realized that he suddenly seemed to be taller than everyone else. But he was not that great a warrior and was happy just to see the Holy Sword no longer see him as an enemy. He thanked the Holy Sword that things did not come to a massacre. He would not have had to pretend to be an important person and take everything as it should. Upset, the boy says that as a payment for what is most valuable to you, teach me the art of the sword. He was extremely ashamed to say this, but he calmly and accurately expressed everything that was in his heart. The knight also confirmed that he was extremely sincere, and it was true. To the surprise of everyone present, this was the truth. One of the heads of the snakes said, "Are you really seriously able to ask for anything, but you are embarrassed?" The head of the dragon said that all she saw around her were children who only cared about their own benefit. She had not seen people like Hunter Kim for a long time, and it surprised her. It was a beautiful sight. The Inquisitor looked at the world with new eyes. She even shed a tear, feeling ashamed for crying in circumstances where everyone around her was endlessly competing. Forgiveness became such a sacred miracle. The only thing that bothered the Countess was that everything had ended so well. It turned out that they had wasted 10,000 gold pieces on him. Soon the old man's eyes were filled with love, and he realized how much he had been mistaken about such a kind and righteous young man. Out of all his old man's joy, he agreed to train Kim at any time of the day or night. As soon as the boy wanted to tell him something, the Holy Sword allowed him to call himself Grandpa Marcus. He was so pleased and happy with the boy's opinion that he asked him how old he was. He told him that he had a good granddaughter in the outside world, and as soon as she entered the tower, he would gladly bring them together. This was extremely strange for the boy, and he did not want it in any way. But Grandpa Marcus, not understanding, continued on, not being interested in his granddaughter. But the boy explained that he was not interested in relationships at all. But Grandpa Marcus did not stop. He talked about how youth is the best time for love and relationships, and that it's important to learn a lot of new things. He recalled how he used his knowledge at the age of 16. Marcus held the boy's shirt and told him his stories. The catchy spirit reminded the boy that Marcus is a hard-headed old man who is fanatically immersed in something and completely abstracts himself from ordinary life. On this note, Marcus told the boy that from now on he would treat him well and take care of him. Noticing the boy's tattered clothes, he decided to start with that. The boy was so embarrassed by Grandpa Marcus's behavior that he thought maybe he should start the day over. But suddenly, the system informed him that he had won first place for fighting on the 11th floor. At that moment, the reward for this conquest became available. The guy realized that he, as the winner, was the first to receive the reward. Information about the conquest of floors 12 through 20 was available. The system offered to choose one of two rewards: the light side or the dark side. The light side is the goddess of protection, who decided to grant an important role. He could become a chancellor or a marshal, with the corresponding abilities and reputation. The dark side is a role-playing game with hunters in the Empire, which provided skills and reputation. In the previous scene, he was given the right to choose a special role, which was available only on the 12th floor. Now he had a huge selection of professions to choose from. There was also the reward of the Demon King. This silhouette made it clear that the Demon King was of the Autumn Reign. The Demon King promised a secret alliance and a reward, but on the condition that the boy must kill all the top 10 warriors. Then the Demon King would take him straight to the 99th floor. When the boy read this message, he almost lost his temper. The offer was tempting. If he killed all the top 10 warriors, he would be transported to the 99th floor immediately. Everyone nearby looked with interest at the guy, who suddenly fell silent and began to stare thoughtfully into the void. But the guy, like a beast, felt the power in him. If he killed all these people, he would clear everything up to the 99th floor. He had an incredible choice to make, and his fate depended on it. He had to choose one of these rewards that gave him endless possibilities. The guy's business partner realizes that this is a trap, and the guy is on the verge of choosing between good and evil. The rear spirit tells him not to lose his head and not to fall for it, but Kimon realized that it was a trap. The elderly spirit would not have chosen the reward of the Demon King if he had the option. He definitely chose the Demon King's reward, but then he ended up on the 40th floor instead of the 99th floor, so the Demon King's reward is a trap. Perhaps he immediately chose the side of the Demon King, and as soon as he realized it was a trap, he was reborn. Although it was tempting for the guy, to be honest. The rear spirit tells him what will happen if he fights the monster of the 99th floor and dies at its hands. He's not strong enough yet, and he shouldn't choose this reward under any circumstances. The spirit tells him to look at it. In his past life, he was a sword lord, reached the 99th floor, but failed. He assures the guy that this trap is cruel and disgusting. With his skills, he can't even get into the top 10 fighters, and he won't be able to kill them. Even if he succeeds, there's no way he'll be able to reach the 99th floor. The guy is worried about how strong this 99th floor is. But the spirit grabs his head and tells him that there are no monsters on the 99th floor. There is something unknown and untamed. He emphasizes that it is a trap. The boy sits back thinking, but he is curious about what is so scary, and it scares him. The spirit hates to admit it, but the boy is doing well, and he tells him that it will be a challenge to clear the 99th floor on his own. After a few minutes of thought, the boy realizes that he must not cross that line. He promises the spirit that he will not even try. After that, he chooses the safest path, ignoring the reward of the Demon King, and stays to watch the events unfold. The spirit also warns him to be careful with the goddess's reward. The guy returns to his colleagues and explains that he received the award for the 11th floor scene. This is good, because his colleagues are tired of waiting and are wondering what award he will choose, what will determine what will come next. The guy has already made up his mind. He announces that he will not choose any award, which stuns everyone. The system notifies him that no reward has been selected for the scene, and the quests disappear into space. The goddess of protection is surprised by his choice, and the Demon King laughs quietly. Everyone has one question. Why did he do this? When the Holy Sword faced the question of choice as the second in command, he saw these quests and understood the boy's decision, because he chose the safest option. But why would he refuse the reward altogether? Although he can't help but worry, if he is always so cautious, he risks being placed lower. The guy thanked everyone for their concern, but he has no regrets. The Holy Sword didn't think long before choosing a quest. He chose the goddess's reward and chooses the role of commander of the Knights of the Agam Empire. The knights materialized before him and swore allegiance to the Emperor's great sword. The Holy Sword looked at these knights and was amazed at how roles were chosen and assigned. The next one was the Inquisitor. She realized that it was like a game of mafia, and she had no idea what it was all about. She clapped her hands like cotton and decided to explain everything to everyone. She had magical properties that could mirror this quest. By placing her fingers on the floor, she was able to reflect the task so that everyone could see what they were supposed to do. The head of the serpent, seeing that the choice of quests could lead to getting to the 99th floor, realized the seriousness of the situation. Everyone agreed that it looked like a mafia game. The Inquisitor suggested calling the one who chose the goddess a warrior, and the one who chose the demon king a traitor. However, unlike the mafia, traitors will be revealed a little later. 9 people will become warriors, and among them is the vice head of the vigilante squad. If you trust me, I will be able to identify the traitor. Looking at Kim Kongjae, everyone realized that he had outdone them by refusing the reward. One way or another, they expressed respect for this decision. She chose the role of Marshal of the Empire, and cold-blooded knights appeared before her, swearing allegiance. The man with the eye patch chose the reward that was more lucrative under any circumstances, and became the commander of the guard. The saintly knight chose the role of foreign minister, which suited her. The head of the dragon clan took the role of chancellor, and asked everyone not to choose the demon king. If no one chose him, the reward would be destroyed. The cat girl chose the role of finance minister, which suited her best. Soon all the rewards were given out, and the careful counting of the rewards was completed. The rear spirit turns to the boy. Are you sure? Even though you didn't say you were skipping this round, it was a big decision. In the guy's opinion, in pursuit of prey, sometimes it is better to step back and let it go. The selection of the top conqueror was completed, and the system highlighted the names of those who had made their choice. The system announced that 8 people had accepted the goddess's award, including Kim Kongjae, who declined the award. The information that someone had chosen the Demon King's award scared everyone to death. It turned out that one of them was a traitor. The selection of the top conqueror is over. The Black Witch was furious. Who is this idiot? I told you not to choose the reward of the Demon King. The Inquisitor, having analyzed the situation, noted that this was a very unfavorable game for the traitor. But someone still chose the Demon King. The man with the bandage said that the atmosphere resembled the clearing of the original tower. How many people will die today? The Countess recalled how in the past, when there were neither 5 nor 10 guilds, many people died, and many of them were killed. They immediately need to determine who is the traitor among them by interrogating each one. The question arose, how to do this? No one knew who dared to betray them all. But the girl, the owner of the Black Dragon, said that she would give that person the most painful death. Everyone asked the Holy Knight to interrogate everyone because he had the skill of a lie detector. If even one person evades the question, he must be killed on the spot. First, it is necessary to check whether the knight himself is not a traitor. Although Kim Kongjae refused the reward, there were no suspicions about him. But the knight still asked him if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. The boy answered confidently, no, and it was the truth. The knight did not detect the lie, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next one was the Holy Sword. He swore on his honor that he could not have chosen it in any case. The Inquisitor also did not choose this award. She did not want to die at the hands of the Black Dragon's mistress. The next one was the head of a snake. He said fiercely and loudly, "It's not me." The Countess, hiding behind her mask, had a good reputation, and also said that she did not choose this award. And no matter how you slice it, it was true. The last one was the owner of the Black Dragon. Did she choose this unworthy reward? When the knight asked her, she gritted her teeth and replied that she had not. And this was also true. But one question arose. If none of the 10 chose this reward, then who is the traitor? Everyone was in dissonance with what had happened, and no one could know who the traitor was, but it had to be resolved immediately. The knight suggested that this was not surprising, because the traitor could have a skill at hiding the truth, or perhaps he had a split personality. No matter how ridiculous it may sound, everything happens in life. The only one who had a split personality was the Holy Sword. He looked at the knight and said, "Perhaps you are a damn traitor." The head of the dragon furiously asked the Holy Sword if he was laughing at them. How could he doubt the knight? But the Holy Sword was adamant. "I dare. Even if the Lady Holy Knight is not a traitor, there is a chance that she lied for the sake of your guild's 5. Of course, logically speaking, such a possibility exists, and she cannot be a traitor. The most important thing for everyone now is not to lose their calm and composure, because they have overcome so many obstacles. If we trust each other this time." The Inquisitor noted that the deputy head was so naive about trust. Her beautiful words sounded perfect, but trust takes time. It took them 10 years to start calling themselves the 5 and start cooperating, in other words. It's hard for her to trust someone outside of the guild's 5, and since there were other people in the room who weren't part of the 5, they may have been responsible for this misunderstanding. But spending another 10 years building trust with other hunters is very inefficient. The Inquisitor tells the knight, "Now is not the time for efficiency. We need to wait." But the Inquisitor does not stop. She activates her technique, Sacred Art of the Body Spirit. Their task is to deal with the 10th place, and they don't listen to anyone. They start acting together with the poisonous snake. Using the Sacred Art of Movement, the Inquisitor quickly kills the 9th representative of the hunters, and the poisonous serpent took over the destruction of the 10th place, and the system reports that 1 warrior died, but he did not serve the Demon King. As soon as the Holy Sword saw that the vile children showed their true nature and started killing innocent people, he rebelled and drew his sword. He swore that if they didn't stop immediately, he would stop them himself, but the Inquisitoress ruthlessly killed her rivals. One by one, the warriors died at their hands, unable to realize their ambitions on the 11th floor. The boy began to close his eyes from such cruelty. Kimin was shocked by their cruelty. All these warriors who were destroyed did not serve the Demon King and were killed in vain, the system reported. The Inquisitor wipes her hands after the brutal massacre, saying with a smile on her face that it was not them. After wiping her hands with a napkin, she throws it away and tells everyone that the situation has become more complicated. She had strong confidence in her colleagues, but it turns out that the perpetrator is one of them, and now the trust that they had been building for 10 years has come to an end. But the knight asked them all to wait. The knight had been asking everyone to wait and calm down for a while, but the Inquisitor insisted that she was calm enough now. The Inquisitor decided to explain her actions because she thought that the criminal was among the 3 hunters. She was wrong, and she hoped that this scene would not be revealed in the press. But suddenly, someone struck her with a lightning-fast blow to her arm. Although it was too late to defend the Inquisitor, the poisonous snake stopped the next blow of the Holy Sword, but the Inquisitor's arm was already cut off. At the moment the poisonous serpent stopped the Holy Sword, he said, "Hey, you crazed fanatic. If you are going to kill someone, at least give a signal first, and then kill them." The Inquisitor looks at her severed hand and tells everyone that the situation is getting more complicated. She cannot use the techniques of the sacred art without both hands, and now she cannot fight. The poisonous serpent remarks that this is not the problem now, and fends off the attacks of the Holy Sword, asking for help from those who were present. The knight turns to Kim Kong, saying that he believes in the boy and gives him his full support. Since he was the only one who did not accept any reward, he cannot be a traitor 100%. And this chaos that has been created can only be stopped by him, as the Holy Sword has gone berserk. The Inquisitor took a potion from her pocket and applied it to her arm. She supported the knight, but in situations like this, rules are no longer effective, and it is better to trust a person who cannot be a traitor. Soon, everyone trusted the hunter Kim Konju and gave him all the powers, because they could not trust even themselves until the traitor was caught. Kim looked at this madness and decided to summon his body spirit, the Lord of the Sword. After asking the rear spirit if he has the talent to win the hearts of psychopaths, Kim Kongju is given all the authority by the deputies and heads while they fight with the Holy Sword. The rankers are already congratulating him on his promotion, noting that he didn't turn down the reward by anticipating it. Relations between runners are never stable, so the appearance of a traitor was inevitable. Refusing the reward was the best option, but the guy did not even expect that so many hunters would die unjustly. He wonders if he should be reborn. It's a real mess among the chapters, who are fighting to define the traitor, but no one really knows anything. Kim asks the knight why she didn't recognize it right away, but she replies that the Inquisitor has always been like this. During the first serious problem of religion, everyone was constantly fighting over different religions. There was a heretic Inquisitor who just killed everyone in the tower because he didn't know how to solve problems in any other way. Kim thought that the religious groups had just peacefully come to an agreement, but it was just a cover. At the moment when the head of the 1,000 Faceless protects everyone from the Holy Sword, the Inquisitor, who lost his arm, realizes that he has made a big deal out of it, and is very ashamed of himself because of his hasty judgment. He asks Kim to stop the Holy Sword. Kim doesn't know what to say, and he doesn't plan to do it now. He decides to talk to the Holy Sword seriously later. The Holy Sword swore that he would listen to the young hero, and it seems that moment has come. The Holy Sword can't stop fighting all the chapters, and Kim tries to pull him out of this battle to talk. But these words do not reach the old man until Kim says that he will introduce him to his granddaughter. If she comes to the tower, Kim will gladly go out with her once, so that the old man can listen to the requests from the person who may later become a member of his family. The holy sword stopped for a moment, but these words did not change him. He would not forgive the despisers for their deeds, and he was ready to take the sword so that they would all die quickly. He decided that he could kill them after the traitor was discovered. The boy encouraged his grandfather, saying that he always knew how to kill, but asked why he was doing it. The poisonous snake was suffocating. He could no longer fight. But he saw that the old man was ready to stop. Now he could calm down and find out who the traitor was. They may never find out, but that's not the most important thing now, Kim says. They can overcome their animosity without catching the scoundrel. But the question arises, how to do it, since the traitor has chosen the reward of the Demon King, and now their lives are at risk. The guy pointed to the pool of blood and the rewards that had been awarded. He said that the warriors of the goddess must join forces with their allies and destroy the Demon King's core, which is located on the 20th floor. They should not think about capturing the traitor, because it is a trap. Perhaps the traitor is now trembling in terror deep down. The system could have imposed the role of traitor on anyone. But the Demon King must be dealt with first. If the Demon King disappears and his reward disappears, everything will become easier. At these words, the goddess's eyes lit up, and the Demon King clicked his tongue. Soon the system notified everyone about the quest on the 12th floor. Kim suggested that everyone go up there and deal with the Demon King's core. After the reward was given for completing the quest on the 12th floor, the guy held his dagger in his hands and looked at the possibilities that awaited them ahead. Something incredible was happening around them. Everything was turning reddish. It was unclear whether this was a nightmare from a nightmare or a reality. The pupils of the knights were filled with incomprehensible questions, as if it was raining from a nightmare. Everyone was scared, because now it was over, and according to the legend, the Demon King was going to come. The poisonous serpent asked everyone what had gotten into them and why they were behaving this way, and the knights crouched down, closing their eyes and ears, and prayed to the goddess to summon their commander. The question arose as to why all the NPCs were behaving like that, and it didn't look like a staged event. Our heroes realized that the quest had begun. At the moment when everyone was crouching down, our antagonist walked confidently, not looking ahead of anyone. Walking along the red carpet, he swung and stabbed at space with his dagger. He thought that the king of the demons of the autumn rain had appeared, but when he looked forward, he saw the silhouette of a huge warrior. Everything at his feet was covered with blood. The demon held a sword on his shoulder, and the blood rain did not stop. He was a dark creature who brought the bloody rain to this land. He considered everyone to be miserable creatures. Turning coldly to the hunters, he said, "Do you really believe that people summoned from another world will become shields for these NPCs?" The knights began to cry at these words, but the demon continued, "Covenant as many souls as you can. Call thousands of warriors and millions of knights. They are all human beings like you, and just as worthless if you cannot see your own stupidity." The demon hated people in a rage, calling them creatures who do not consider people to be human. Our hero opened the map and saw a rather interesting picture. The whole city was surrounded on all sides, besieged by the army of the Demon King. He had come to lead the attack himself, and was going to consume them in his cruelty. The quest, offensive and defense of the capital of the empire, opened with a fairly high level of difficulty. The goal of the task was for the warriors to face the army of the Demon King. Realizing this, the Demon King personally entered the battle. He could summon the army of monsters at any time and in any place. The place the Demon King is targeting is the heart of the empire, the capital city of Hakamnia. If they lose, the 13th floor will not open. This message alarmed everyone around. After reading this message, the poisonous serpent did not understand what the weakened Demon King meant. He saw him in front of him, but he did not look weakened at all. He was full of his power. Kim emphasized that he had already said that there was no need to quarrel with each other, as it was pointless. He was planning to destroy them all, and the warriors faced the harsh reality of this quest. There was training up to the 10th floor. The difference in level and difficulty is too different. Kim took his dagger and asked everyone to calm down, because they had to make it. In the tower, they don't give quests that are not completed. Kim reminded all the warriors that they were not just hunters, but the heads of the guard of the Agyam Empire. They must lead the guard, pointing to those warriors who were now praying to God in fear, asking for help. They will not be able to complete this scene as hunters alone. They need to convince the NPCs, give them hope, encourage them, and make them go to the battlefield. They need to communicate with them as real people. They and we cannot quarrel with each other now. Mr. Holy Sword, you are the commander. Can a country in which the commander and the head of the guard have crossed their swords defend against the enemy outside? They all chose leadership roles, and now it's time to fulfill their responsibilities. The foreign minister said that there is an audience hall, but the emperor is not visible. Find the emperor along with the NPC officials. It will be difficult without the head, and this task was quite clear to the knight. Our hero turned to the marshal, who was an inquisitor. The antagonist emphasized to the inquisitor that he disliked hunters like him, and that they would face him someday. However, now they cannot lose the marshal. The inquisitor replied that he was beginning to like the guy more and more. But since they had given our hero all the powers, he asked him to listen to him. The knights of the fortress wall were terrified of the army right in front of them. As a marshal, he will personally climb the fortress and calm the knights down as long as the situation requires it. Our goal is to defend the fortress at all costs. If they break through it, the scene is over. The inquisitor bowed to the boy and said that he had never broken a promise since he was born. He would defend the capital even at the cost of his life. Thus, the boy decided to take matters into his own hands, demonstrating his strength to stand up to the huge monster. As a true leader, he decided to go first. It was raining blood in the city, and people didn't know if it was acid rain. It looked pretty cool. As Kim stepped forward, a witch blocked his path. Even though the boy called her a witch, she didn't like the nickname at all. She asked to be called the head of the Black Dragon. But how did she get here? She explained that she had the skill of instantaneous movement. She told our hero this when they were walking down the street. The body spirit, hearing about this skill, said, "Hey zombie, die once at her hands, because instant movement is a very sweet skill." The guy didn't pay attention and continued to talk to the girl, asking her what she was doing here and why she didn't go straight to the fortress. She replied that she had come to take him away right away. She had seen on the 11th floor that he had a sword that affected the locals, and she didn't know what it was. But she saw that it could raise the morale of the knights. The person who the knights need at the fortress now is not a witch, but him. There was no disagreeing with that. She extended her hand of help to him. She warned him to say clearly that he was moving with her. Otherwise her skill would not work and she would not be able to move him. This was a condition, but the guy decided to think for a second, because instantaneous movement is at least an S-class skill. It is important to keep such information secret. The girl didn't pay attention to his words, because he said some strange things. According to her, she was the chancellor of the empire, and how could a chancellor hide anything while defending his country? Her arguments were strong, and the situation needed to be resolved quickly. Soon he agreed to use the dragon head skill. But there was one more condition as she took his hand. They traveled to the fortress and saw people and soldiers who thought it was the end, that even God would not help them. The NPCs behaved like real people and were no different, and even if they look like an optimistic illusion, their fear is not. The boy and the witch moved to the wall and saw this serious and scary picture. He thanked her for bringing him here and was already thinking about where to start. But the girl stopped him. She couldn't just leave, showing her people her clumsy appearance. She didn't become the head of the guild for her inactivity. Standing on top of the wall, she addressed the knights in the Ajam Empire. She gave them a speech. "Stand up. You are mistaken in thinking that a simple stone fortress will protect you by itself. What can really protect you and your empire is you. No one else can protect your empire." After these words, the knights recognized their chancellor. And just as she had said, they realized that the fortress would not stand without them. It could collapse at any moment, and the homeland would be destroyed. But as long as the soldiers are standing, their empire will not fall. Its soldiers are holding it on their shoulders. "Stand as long as your hands can hold swords. Fight for the empire, for yourselves." To reinforce her words, the witch took the boy's hand. As she spoke, she raised his hand, which held a sacred sword, and said that God would protect them. The sword was filled with the miraculous power of the goddess, and the goddess was called upon and grateful for their choice. The system announces that the goddess of protection is issuing her last powers. The entire knightly squad shone with a bright light in this darkness, and hope appeared in the eyes of the knights, saying that even in darkness there is the beginning of brighter days. They would fight for the empire. After the goddess blessed the system, she announced that our hero's eyes were traumatized when he was killed by a hero. This hero raised his sword over him and killed him. It was Aga Yo, who gave him the skills of a leader. No one knew why or where it came from, but when it appeared, The scarlet rain and the battlefield were covered with corpses, covered with their swords like crosses rising from the ground. The map was bloody, and everything the demon wanted to say to these people remained unclear. And it was raining scarlet for a reason, because wherever the raindrops fell, blood quickly made its way there. The demon hated these people. They were born by people and killed people. Every time another country was destroyed, the territory under human control was gradually decreasing, and we see the warrior Agayo shouting to his soldiers, "Retreat to the place where it does not rain." Every time another royal family died, the history of mankind was shortened a little. The rain did not stop. It went on, and the warriors no longer believed in their strength. They realized that this was the end, and the end of humanity would soon come. It kept raining, and the demon kept saying that people were destroying themselves. This is the karma of primitive animals. Why is it raining? Keep yourself together today and don't forget the next herd of wild animals. As it rained, the silhouette of a demon king appeared before the eyes of these warriors. They begged for mercy and called on the king for help. They called upon the goddess of protection. The chroniclers, taking care of their old pens, kept writing. They silently accepted the fate that would be written down by their own hand and predicted that humanity would be destroyed. But this nightmare did not stop. The demon hated people more and more. He swore that people would be destroyed not by him, but by their own nightmare lord, the king of all demonic creatures. In the last moments of his life, chroniclers give him the name King of Demons. We return to our scene where our hero and the witch showed the warriors the sword of hope. And an incredible thing happened. At that moment, the rain stopped, and the soldiers were overjoyed. They realized that the empire was blessed. But it was not that simple. It was only a small power, because the rain stopped only in the area where the shining light of the sacred sword fell. Nevertheless, even a small satisfaction was important, especially for people who had nothing but small things left. At the very beginning, there were no NPCs in the audience hall because all the high-ranking officials had left the empire. That's why the tower chose the scene of the new empire. As strange as it was the scene of the 10th floor, which became a grave for children. At the sight of such incredible power, the soldiers were delighted, and their new chancellor shouted, "Get up!" One by one, they began to rise and lift each other up, because they could not present such a look in front of the chancellor. At the sight of the boss, they began to lift their copies. Tim looked at the witch, who sighed heavily because of the burden of the situation. The boy looked at her carefully. He hadn't seen her so serious for a long time. It was impressive for a girl from the neighborhood who was now in the center of the action. As she walked away, she said that there were many Reds in her country, and she hated communists, but they made great speakers. The guy was surprised by her gesture and words, but it was nothing special. They thought in spirit that she might be joking. The girl went to the edge of the protective wall and asked Kim what he planned to do, because first they needed to hold the fortress wall. This was the right approach, but looking at all the chaos going on around him, the guy remembered the skills from the Black Dragon class, in particular movement. Even if he moved there once, in this frantic environment, he would be surrounded by monsters before he could blink. To begin their strategy, they need to balance the forces with the Demon King. They must lead the hunters to help in the battle. If the Demon King brings in even more monsters to break through the fortress, what then? The girl asks. Our hero said that her main task would be to move him straight to the Demon King, but the girl thinks it's a suicide mission. The witch asked if he was going to die, but the guy, smiling, interrupted her, saying that no, he plans to win. For him, death does not mean defeat, and he has a few tricks up his sleeve. He simply asked her to trust him. The girl looked away from the chaos. She knew very well that every hunter has his secrets. She thought that his blade must be sharp enough to cut through this boss. The demon himself looked at what was happening. He saw that these humans were starting a rather funny game. For the demon, it was all ridiculous. He saw their dying and reckless actions. When the soldiers saw the light from him, they began to act. But the demon knew that this was a vicious path, and those in the city would not even taste the fruits of tomorrow. Did the goddess really take care of these people like children? The demon said. If things went that way, the demon raised a huge devil's sword up to show his world to these people. Swinging his cold weapon, he wipes out entire battalions in one fell swoop. Countless soldiers turn into corpses in a second. The blows that come to the fortress begin to destroy it. The tremendous force of the impact and the devastation force our heroes to cover their faces so that the debris does not get into their eyes. After this powerful blow, the fortress is barely standing. Everyone who was on the fortress was killed. The system reported that one warrior died, and he did not serve the Demon King. The girl and our hero survived. When they began to recover from the blow, she was terrified to realize that their audience hall was there. All the heroes of the tower, the Holy Sword, the Heretic Inquisitor, the Poisonous Serpent, they were all leading their troops at that moment. The boy is horrified to realize that the Holy Knight was acting in accordance with his orders and those of the Emperor. Only the Countess could have stayed, but she was not a traitor. Looking at this chaos, the witch realizes that the first to die was the scoundrel. Kim tells her that if the Countess is dead, then the tower's connection with the outside world was cut off during the fierce fighting. The witch looks at the powerful dark demon, who carries pain and disappointment, and realizes that she needs to focus on what is in front of her eyes. Even if he is the king of demons, he cannot attack endlessly. It is necessary to go to the defense of the fallen castle gates, and this will be done by the head of the dragon and our hero. The map shows that the army of the Demon King has changed its location. They want to break through with all their might. They have no choice but to defend the place. The witch takes our hero by the hand, using teleportation. They teleport to the heart of the chaos, where the Empire is being defended. When they get to the front line, there are fierce battles going on. There is no allied army to protect our hero, and he has to fight alone. At this moment, the spirit of the theater speaks to the boy. Looking at this pack of dog orcs, he said that it would be great if he could hold out alone for at least a minute or even 30 seconds. To win this war, a hero must become the hope of the human race. He must demonstrate how he alone can hold off these monsters for at least a few seconds. The boy takes a potion out of his pocket and drinks it in one gulp, hoping for a boundless aura. The spirit continues. A man who has lived for 30 years will not be called a hero. But at a time when even 30 seconds are important to everyone, the one who gives them those 30 seconds is a hero. So become that hero, the spirit said. And in that moment, the boy was filled with power. The spirit promised to teach him the art of the sword by the 20th floor. But even though it's a little early, it's time to practice. To begin with, walk with your back foot and put your front foot on your front foot, the spirit instructs. Now look ahead, Kimin, and focus your energy. Directly in front of him are two goblins, who by nature have poor eyesight and are forced to squint. In addition, his sacred sword is shining brightly. In this battle, it is not the absolute second that matters, but the relative one. You can win this second by taking away the enemy's eyesight. Therefore, his second will be much faster, his heart will beat faster, and his sword will be even faster than this second. Inspired by the spirit, they will act as partners. In this moment of difficult situation and boundless risks, it was time for our hero to become a true warrior and legend. Our hero began to restore order on the battlefield, the rear guard supporting him and telling him which target to hit. He chose battle targets and said, if one dies, the next one goes. If one more dies, the next one comes. This is the art of sword dance. It has its own peculiarities. The dance lasts only seconds, and the green blood of the goblins spilled onto the bloody ground. The guy attacked, and his strokes were adjusted by the rear spirit. Don't swing your sword randomly. Link blow to blow like music. If the notes go down, it is only to go up. Connect the strokes. If you send a blow down, then immediately send it up. Then your attack will continue and be connected. With these combinations, you achieve success. Fencing is a fight against time. An inexperienced fighter will not be able to dominate even for a second. One wrong step means the end, but an experienced warrior can overwhelm an opponent within 5 seconds. Don't miss a single moment. Even if you cut down one, don't stop. Just look for the next target. Usually people just go with the flow, but swordmasters can't do that. You have to make the most of every second. A swordmaster must live by fighting, thinking that living for 1 second is easy. When a person goes with the flow, he does not live. When you invest in every second of your life, that is life, Konya. You are a master of the sword, so the battle must be on your side, because the battle is your life. Thanks to these invaluable lessons, the rearguard supported his partner, and the guy maneuvered in battle like a dance. When a huge monster appeared in front of him, he destroyed it, showing who was boss. But a second question appeared in his mind. Why did the tower give an X-level skill to such a son? The boy realizes that an X-level skill doesn't necessarily have to go to someone outstanding. Even if a more or less normal fighter had gotten this skill, it would have been much better. But it was a psychopath like him who got this skill. The guy kept thinking that the tower was impossible for anyone but a Yusuk to pass. He thought about it in the midst of the battle. He wondered if he really needed to be like that if he wanted to reach the top, looking purposefully at his opponents. Although he has doubts in his mind, he forces himself to go forward and conquer the 20th floor, instead of the unworthy elderly spirit. Confronting the huge monster, he begins to believe in himself. He realizes that he will conquer the 30th floor, the 50th floor, and reach the 100th floor. You just have to see it. After a powerful blow to a huge orc, he deals it a fatal blow. The system informs him that he deserves even more recognition. Soon after, Kim's hunter level rises, and his rank increases. The goblins run away from his powerful blows, seeing him crush them like nuts. Washed with the goblin's blood, the boy acquires a new rank, thus proving his strength. The system wishes the new hunter good luck. Until now, Kim has been moving alone on the battlefield. And at the moment when he was running to attack, the goblins had already started to flee. But suddenly the Holy Sword joined him. The Holy Sword decides to help our hero on the bloody battlefield. With one lightning stroke, he cuts off 4 goblins' heads. Looking at our hero, the Holy Sword is amazed at his skill and says that he is unbelievable. His eyes are illuminated by the moonlight. He introduces himself as Marcus Cullenberry and tells Kim that he is incredible. At this point, Marcus recalls the incident with the elderly spirit when it introduced itself as Yusuf and wished him a safe journey. For the second time, when the first-place hunter in the top says his name, these are completely different names, completely different people, and he is completely different. Now the changed Kim realizes that he can do something he could never have done the first time. Looking at Marcus with his red eyes, Kim says that his name is Kim. Without hesitation, Marcus offers to fight together. This is a tremendous power of fusion, as the #1 holy sword in the top hunters, and is the commander of the empire. They train together, and this is called fusion. Soon a march begins to sound on the battlefield. The soldiers are marching, and the sounds of their victories are heard. The Inquisitor is leading his army and apologizes for being late. He could have come much sooner, but leading troops is not an easy task. The Inquisitor thanked Kim for taking advantage of the time he had won for their army. By order of the Marshal, the soldiers came to support and defend the Empire to kill all the enemies. At this moment, the great battle for the Empire begins, and only the sounds of swords are heard. Kim is overcome with a single thought: to move only forward. Behind Kim walks the poisonous snake, happy to see him, calling him a good man. Although he was delayed because he was leading several guards and guild members. Now on the battlefield, everyone understands why it is called the Gate of 1,000 Innumerable. The poisonous serpent looks at Kim's face and notices that he is not listening at all, because he is completely focused on the battle. The poisonous snake introduces himself by his real name, but it doesn't matter because Kim doesn't hear him. All that matters is that he recently saved his life in the audience room. They all focus on moving forward, with Poison Snake covering him on the left. Kim is grateful to him for this, although he does not express his gratitude. A few minutes later, a knight appears on the battlefield, having been delayed because he found the Emperor. He informs him that everything is fine, and now it is better to fight together instead of wasting time gathering the army. The knight asks how the hunters are doing. The Holy Sword replies that he should not interfere, because every second is golden for Kim now. At this point, Kim runs forward, heading for the Demon King. The Demon King is watching, and he doesn't like to see these nobodies, even if they only won a sliver of time. He shudders to think that the power of the Empire is no longer under the protection of their god. They hope for nothing and dare to think that they can prove their power on their own. The demon raises his sword, which is filled with light that breaks the clouds. The demon shouts, calling for them to show what they can do. Kim calls out to the witch to quickly pick up the mirrors. She knows that she missed the shot once, but she won't let it happen again. Holding up the mirrors, she tries to deflect the demon's blow. The blow was so strong that when it hit one mirror, it broke the second, third, and fourth, and hit the Holy Sword and the poisonous serpent. But they were able to deflect it without being trapped. The witch gathered everyone together, about to move them to the Demon King, and everyone held hands. The only one left was Kim, whom she called to take her hand as well. It was all to save themselves from the demon's deadly blows. She stretched out her hand for him to grab. If he did not take it, they would leave without him. But Kim didn't listen to her. He was looking at a huge, strong boss and wanted to challenge him. Kim realizes that soon everything will disappear and they will forget about what happened. But the rear spirit tells him that it's time to go catch the bosses, and maybe they won't disappear even if they don't understand anything. The guy supports his partner, and they immediately start doing it, just like those who have already been here before. one killed on the ground floor, and the soul of the deceased on 99. The problem won't be solved just by going back, but it has already become a little stronger the moment the guy decides to take everyone by the hand. Using the technique of transference, the guy promised himself that he would do much better next time. But when they opened their eyes, all the hunters found themselves right in front of a trap of a demon who was laughing deeply because he found it funny that all the goddess's warriors were now in front of him. At that moment, they realized that there was a traitor among them. But everyone trusted each other. The demon said that their torn and tattered armor would not save them. After these words, the boy did the irreparable. He let go of the witch's hand and ran forward. She screamed, "No, don't do it!" But the boy didn't care. He promised that they would see each other in the next life, and raising his cold sword, he rushed to attack the demon, who had not in vain considered him a fool. Kim realizes that if he dies, his comrades will not even know what happened today. When Kim approached the demon with his dagger, he asked if he had come to kill him. But, with a demonstrative middle finger, Kim said that he had come to die at his hands. The system announced that he was dead, and soon offered to copy a random skill of the Demon King. This is how the second round began. The system offered to choose a random skill of the Demon King of the Autumn Rain. Our hero was worried about one thing. Why did the system give such a skill to a summer spirit? He was a nobody, but the system decided to give him enormous power. He even thought that the tower was disappointed in the hunters. The guy asked the rear spirit to look at the skills that were flying around that could be chosen. It was a really interesting task because the skills this boss had were pretty cool. One of them was invisibility. If people can't see you with their own eyes, they assume you're not there. When the guy remembered the elderly spirit, he thought that the system was disappointed in hunters and regretted it. So it gave him this opportunity. The next skill was the warring and echoing heart. This skill gave an aura boost or was used as fuel for senses. Before a huge choice, the guy thought about the fact that all floors have a hidden quest, and the 12th floor was no exception. The next skill was quite rare. It was a call of evil spirits. The people you kill come back as monsters, and their memories are not saved either. Looking at this picture and at these cards, the three skills were very rare and attracted our hero the most. Without thinking twice, the guy takes one of the skill cards. But, as soon as he wanted to touch it, the rear spirit stopped him because he was not sure that it was the right choice. He reminded him to think about the future and that the skill would be suitable for clearing the 20th floor. But the rear spirit was no longer so categorical and let the guy decide on his own, without pushing him. The guy reached for the card and turned to the Lord of the Sword. He asked if the Holy Sword had a schedule for the day and if he knew it. The rear spirit said yes because Grandpa Marcus is a real old man, and he has a daily schedule from morning to night. Our hero wanted to know about his evening schedule because he would need it, and of course, the rear guard will tell him all about it. The guy confidently holds the skill card in his hand and turns back. The most interesting thing is that our hero was penalized for using the skill, and now he will see the injury that killed his hero. But this story is postponed until later. Kimmin returns to the moment when the head of the dragon asks him if he is leaving. He was just then going to the 11th floor, as it would soon open, and he needed to get ready so as not to be left behind. The boy, having been reborn, realizes that there will be no problems with the 11th floor, but the 12th floor will be difficult because of the Demon King. He doesn't tell the girl, and she begins to worry why he doesn't answer. The boy stands pale, as if something is wrong with him, but he is fine. He just thinks about what awaits them on the next floor. After collecting his thoughts, he explains that he knows what will happen there, and even the content of the quest is already known to him. He informs the leaders that he has received information about the clearing of the 10th floor, and the leaders want to know if he will share this information with them. He agrees to tell them, but on one condition. The leaders listen intently, and he says that they must promise to fulfill any request he makes. He explains that he can't say what exactly needs to be done, but it definitely won't involve money or someone's life. If they think the request is unacceptable, they can refuse. Some leaders have realized that this is beneficial, as there will be no problem with the cleanup if they know about it in advance. The freedom to accept or refuse this offer is encouraging. After careful consideration, everyone agrees to his proposal, as they do not see that the deal has any negative consequences. The guy begins to explain how everything will happen. The first stage has already been passed, and the 11th and 20th floors are home to the Anthem Empire. Starting from the 10th floor, or rather from the 11th floor, they begin to participate in full-scale battles. The guild members want to inform their warriors as soon as possible. Everyone realizes that this will make it easier to clear the 13th floor by sharing this information with their colleagues. The guy decided to go for a walk and invited the Holy Sword with him. He wanted to consult, but the knight was just about to leave and asked if the walk would take too long. Our hero said it wouldn't be long, half an hour would be enough. The knight, of course, did not object, and jokingly said that we would consider it a date. At that moment, our hero could still walk freely through the streets, as there was no information about him in the press, and people were waiting for him to appear. As they walked through the streets, the rear spirit turned to Kim. He said that his current rival was on the perimeter, and he was following them. But he asked them not to look back, because the old man has a skill of stealth, and even if he looked back, he would not see anything. The guy didn't tell the rear spirit to follow the Holy Sword, but he still felt uneasy the whole time because of what happened in the last round. The first thing he decided to do was to resolve the misunderstanding with the Holy Sword, since it would be too late on the 12th floor. This needs to be done in advance. If he pointed his sword at him, he would automatically challenge him, and there would be a time bomb in the middle of it. A traitor. And everything would quickly lead to failure. The boy walked thoughtfully with the knight through the streets, but did not speak to him. And the knight began to worry about where they were going. The knight knows that there are only slums ahead, but our hero wanted to show him a shop. In fact, he wanted the Holy Sword to see this place. The guy specifically lured him by referring to the rear spirit's timetable. The Holy Sword had already begun to chase him. Of course, the Holy Knight did not know about this and was already worried about what was happening. Soon, the guy decided to give him the information that he was still being controlled by an unknown pharmacist. But she had a real talent. She just needs to advertise herself a bit, and she will be a success. He offers to look at her again and maybe help her. The guy knew that the knight would activate the detector and check if he was telling the truth. Still, the knight was worried that the guy was not planning anything suspicious. But our hero smiled and said that he was asking for a favor, not vice versa. If anything happened, he would be the only one in trouble. And it was true. The knight did not argue or suspect anything, because he had a detector, and he did not contradict the guy, apologizing for his paranoia. The talented pharmacist was very happy to see new customers in her slum, and her laboratory looked much better. A guy came to visit her and asked how she was doing. The girl smiled and said that her working hours were over, but she was ready to receive visitors at any time, and he was her favorite client. But who was walking next to him? An interesting girl who attracted attention with her presence. At this point, the guy said that he was the deputy head of the Holy Knight Vigilante group, and the girl was just stunned by this. She began to stammer, not understanding what he was doing here. For ordinary hunters, this is a rarity. But what brought such an important man to her ordinary shop? The girl began to fuss, making excuses that she didn't do drugs or bad medicine. She fell to her knees, swearing that she lived by her conscience and would continue to do so that he would believe her. Kim was amazed by this reaction, and the knight looked at the girl, realizing that everything she said was true, and this made him even more confused about what was happening. Kim asked the alchemist not to worry, as he had not brought the knight here for that. She is talented and kind. She has nothing to worry about. The guy confirmed that the pace of her trade does not match her skill level. He is sorry that this is the case and wants to demonstrate her potential. He offers her a sample of the potion, and may be able to sign a contract if the knight likes the effect of her medicine. If the clientele includes vigilantes, she will definitely feel better. Hearing these words, the girl almost burst into tears of gratitude, because he was like an angel to her, who had completely saved her shop and now also helps with customers. Soon the Holy Sword enters the room wearing his red sneakers. The boy feels his presence, realizing that everything is going according to their plan. The Holy Sword with a stern face goes inside and asks everyone to leave except for this guy. The old man says that they need to talk quietly face to face, and no one has the right to disturb them. Everyone was amazed to see the Holy Sword in this place. The knight asked him what he was doing here, but he told her to leave or she would have discipline problems. He repeated once again that everyone should leave the room because he had business with this guy. The conversation was very rude, especially towards the hunter, Kim Kongja. Holy Sword stood his ground and insisted that they leave quickly. He repeated this for the third time, but the knight objected that such things should not be said to people, and that he had stopped understanding even simple rules and duties. The knight said that this guy had officially joined the Guild's 5, and attacking him was tantamount to declaring war. No one would tolerate his aggressive behavior, and they would deal with him immediately. These words made the Holy Sword realize that they were right, but everyone around him began to realize what was at stake as the Holy Sword grabbed for his weapon. The knight was not going to stand by and watch this outrage. She had come across reports that the Holy Sword had organized hunts for people, and the vigilante squad had not responded because they did not want to get involved in their personal affairs. However, the situation was different now. She was risking her life to stop the Holy Sword. He coldly asked her if she had decided to stop him. She wasn't sure she could defeat him, but she was ready to fight with all her might and die. If he killed the knight, he would sink to the level of a lowly murderer, killing an innocent person, and spend the rest of his life branded as a murderer. The Holy Sword had one weakness, which he knew only when it came to people who were innocent. And that's why our hero took with him the purest person from the guild leadership, according to the strict moral principles of the Holy Sword. A holy knight with 0 murders, a true saint. He was also accompanied by an alchemist who had no idea what he was talking about. But for her, this guy was a benefactor. Babylon doesn't have the same laws as the outside world, and although the Holy Sword was a respected person to her, she wouldn't let her client get hurt. A few days ago, she herself had gotten into trouble because of bandits, and asked the Holy Sword to leave the store officially. As the owner, the Holy Sword looked at these people in silence. And at this moment there was a kind of balance, because people like this are no match for the Holy Sword in terms of strength, but only such saints can stop him. He decided to tell them that if they wanted to stand in his way, he would gladly help them fall into a stagnant pit. By hiding his sword, he made it clear that he would not do this. At least for today, one condition of our hero's plan was fulfilled. It created an opportunity to talk to the Holy Sword at least a few words before he killed him. And as he was leaving, our hero turned to him. "I'll be waiting for you in the north of the city, in the wilderness. If he wants to come, he can come, or he can't come. He will be waiting for him alone. If he wants to know what kind of person he has, then by all means come." Soon Marcus heard these words and did not even turn around. He just walked into town, ignoring the guy. And fortunately, everyone avoided meeting the moonlit night murderer. Although the Holy Sword may seem cruel, everyone in the 5 guilds knows about his past. His daughter and son-in-law were killed by an assassin while they were still living in the outside world. The old man almost never talked about it, so no one knows the details. Perhaps that's why he is so ruthless against the killers, but there is no evidence, and these are just conclusions from the outside. And it's clear that all this talk is secret, the knight tells the guy. The rear guard, hearing this story, agrees with her, because the old man once told him that his grandchildren had miraculously survived. But why he hadn't told the boys before, the boy didn't even ask. Even our hero can understand the feelings of the Holy Sword. The knight looks at the departure of the Holy Sword and thinks, "What kind of scum do you meet when you work in a vigilante group?" And often talking to him, I seriously wondered if such people deserve to live. Sometimes even I am tempted to do so. The heads of the 5 guilds know each other's stories. Kim has become their companion, and because of this, he must gradually familiarize himself. But there are places in these stories where the guild is responsible, and she does not know how he will react to this. But soon the knight returns to the topic of their conversation. She's more interested in how much the potions cost, since the vigilante squad is always short on funds, and they can't afford great power at a great price. The next day, the timer showed 3 minutes until the opening of the 11th floor. The atmosphere was very similar to the previous round. Our hero was determined to win again, but there was one problem related to him. He met the Holy Sword in the wasteland and he really came alone. The Holy Sword started the conversation by saying that he had no plans to harm him alone, but it was logical that a guy who had slaughtered so many people wouldn't be so confident. But our hero wasn't really that confident when he met this scoundrel. His body trembled with fear, and his rear spirit began to worry if his zombie friend was okay. To which he replied that he just felt a slight tingling in his heart. He wanted to tell Holy Sword something important, knowing that he wanted to kill him. The Holy Sword confessed that his conscience was keeping him awake, and he knew his sin. The guy assumed that it was because of the skilled detective's eyesight, but how did he know that? The guy took his hand and asked the Holy Sword to believe what he was about to say, because it is very difficult to gain a person's trust. Everyone has their own truth, and in the case of the Holy Sword, it is his skill. The old man in front of him lives his truth, and this truth is literally his life. It is incredibly difficult to convince the Holy Sword to give up the life he has had so far, but he is willing to put his life on the line in return. The guy tells the Holy Sword that he is a soothsayer. More precisely, he has the skill of divination, and thanks to this skill he knows about detective's eyesight. He asks the Holy Sword why he thinks he has to die. To confirm his words, the guy says that his skill shows the number of murders above the Holy Sword's head. The Holy Sword begins to believe him, but asks him to guess how many fingers he is hiding behind his back. The guy thinks everything is going according to plan and decides to take an important step. He pulls out his dagger and activates his aura. At the moment when the holy sword thinks that a duel with a strong warrior is about to begin, the guy just stabs himself, killing himself. After 24 hours, he comes back and starts from the same place. When the holy sword asks him to guess how many fingers he hides behind his back, but the guy says that now he is hiding his left hand behind his back and wants the holy sword to guess how many fingers he has on his hands if he really wants to prove that he is a seer. The boy again asks the holy sword to trust him, explaining that without him it will be impossible to safely clear the 11th or 12th floors. The holy sword replies that this is not enough to prove his case. He suspects that the boy can read his mind and asks where the guarantee is that the boy is really a seer. The boy kills himself again, returning 24 hours later. It is a really difficult task for him to convince one person. The guy explains that he dies every time to prove to the holy sword that he is a harbinger. This is especially difficult considering that there will be many victims on the 12th floor, and how an old man who has reached the top of the hierarchy can understand this. He repeatedly asks the holy sword to believe him, but he is not worried because he is ready to do it several times to prove his point. The guy says that even if he has to spend half a month or a week, he will definitely make the holy sword believe by dying and resurrecting again and again. Finally, the old man decides to listen to him without killing him. The boy asks him for 5 days not to touch him. The holy sword can follow him or sit behind him, but after this time he will decide for himself whether he deserves to die. The old man doesn't believe him, but the time comes for the final blow. In the distant future, the holy sword tells the boy a few words and informs him that if he says them, he will believe that the boy is not a traitor. The illusion starts the quest on the 11th floor. The boy says 2 words that make the hair stand up on the holy sword and the rear spirit: Lord of the Sword. Our hero explains that he doesn't know if this nickname is important, but you said it was enough. The old man even considers giving him a chance. The holy sword promises the boy that he will follow him around for 5 days, watching his movements, words, behavior, and habits. He will try to understand whether the boy is getting closer to the truth and whether he really deserves to die. This completely suits our hero. He bows to the holy sword, thanking it for its kindness, and realizes that he has succeeded in achieving his goal. Thanks to the trust of the guilds, the holy sword will not try to kill him as soon as he sees him, and perhaps he will be able to trust him for a while. All these conditions were created to prevent unnecessary casualties on the 12th floor, and the guy moves to the 11th floor to conquer new heights and act with new tactics on these floors. We return to the moment when our hero moves to the 11th floor and sees the warriors running to attack to defend the empire. The hunters are fighting hard to clear this floor. Ohio sees the conscripted warriors and remembers their world. Everyone gets a task to help the warriors save their country, and everything is going according to the plan of the previous round. But there is one but. The rules of the game have changed, and the warriors have already been informed about the quest. The witch girl shouts about gathering the black dragon. She informs everyone that from now on, the black dragon takes responsibility and leadership in the war. While telling the other groups to break through on the left side, the Pantheon Vigilantes and the Merchant Alliance should go to the right. The black dragon will break through the center. If you have any complaints, save them for the end, the girl says. She takes charge and leads the warriors and hunters, emphasizing that everyone must fight bravely. The strategy of the battle changes right before Ohio's eyes when he sees that the hunters are greatly helping the army defeat the enemy. Soon they move right into the middle of the action. In the shadow of the army, they see a large monster boss leading the troops. Ohio sees the warriors fighting tirelessly, even from another world. He orders his warriors to watch as the hunters from another world suppress the monsters without hindrance, and orders his knights to join the battle for their empire as well. The warriors rush into battle, repeating that the goddess has not abandoned them, and our hero has been watching all this time. The rear spirit reminds him that he will not be needed at this rate and will remain in the shadows. Our hero loves other people's attention most of all, and now he feels that he is losing the importance he had in the previous round. Since they were surrounded, she sends the guy with the sword forward to strike the enemy. But the guy realizes that this is completely irrelevant to him, and that's just fine. The spirit finally realizes that the boy has begun to grow up. But what kind of growth can we talk about if the holy sword has been watching him all this time? Feeling its presence, the boy turns sharply to the side. Asking what he is doing behind him, the holy sword replies that he is watching him because he promised to do so for 5 days, and then he will decide whether to kill him or not. The boy asks if the holy sword plans to watch him around the clock, to which he replies, of course. But at the moment, monster hunting is super cool as rewards are awarded for contributions to the battle. The old man slashes several monsters with a light sword movement, showing that he can do it at the same time. Promising that he won't need to use the sword, the holy sword reassures the guy. Our hero realizes that he is facing a real monstrous maniac. Soon after, Kim stood in one place for a long time and did not move. Hunters approached him with a claim as to why he was standing there and doing nothing. The witch asked the hunter Kim and the holy sword about their inaction. Although she is now busy with the command, she tells them to try to keep within 30 seconds and not to forget that they are in the middle of a battle. At this point, the guy demonstrates his skills by saying that he has a reward for the 10th floor, which is a map that shows the entire battlefield, the location of enemy and allied armies. After this insider information, the witch is impressed and even thought he was lying. But in any case, if he has such a skill, why didn't he approach her earlier? She demands to know immediately where the boss monster is. The guy replies that the monster is surrounded. It's hard to see, but on the map, it's somewhere there. Soon the girl takes him by the arm and yells at him to repeat that he agrees to use the skill quickly. He notices that the girl shows her true self when she loses her temper. Soon, the boy agrees to use the skill and moves to the very epicenter of the battle, where goblins are running in large armies. At this moment, while flying, our hero notices a large monster in the shadows. The girl moves Kim and herself right over the head of the commander of this army. The girl asks Kim if he knows how to wield a sword, to which the boy replies that he is strong enough for this monster. Soon, with his sword filled with aura, he rushes into battle. He deals a serious blow to the monster, which cuts it to pieces. The goblins, seeing their commander fallen and lying unconscious on the ground, were simply amazed. Seeing the silhouette of Kim, who had dealt with their king and was splattered with his blood, the goblins promise themselves to escape. They quickly start running away from the battlefield, shouting that they don't want to. Kim's advantage in this battle ends, and he gives a head start to his friends and fellow hunters, who, seeing the fleeing goblins, take them on, leaving none alive. The witch clenches her fists with joy and shouts, "Yes, we did it!" She points to the open sunny sky and says that Kim did a great job. Not even an hour has passed and the stage is already cleared. Not even 30 hunters died in this cruel meat grinder. And it's true, it was hard to find something better. The guy looks at this shocked and smiling man and recalls how in the previous scene he was stone-faced. At first, a lot of hunters died, and now the girl is happy about minimal losses. He didn't expect her to have such a direct correlation between her mood and the number of victims. He notices that she is too excited and asks the witch to calm down. But if a person needs to be calmed down, it is better to praise them even more. She praises the boy over and over again, calling him a great man. There was no task in clearing the tower that had so few casualties, and she is proud of him, expressing her gratitude. Even though he could have used the reward for himself, he shared information that gave them an advantage on the battlefield. From today on, the girl tells the boy that all the media will be watching him, and that he should prepare for it. With a warm smile, the guy realizes that attracting the attention of many people, being accepted as a hero, becoming an object of dependence and hatred, is something to be happy about. And all this is not enough for people to recognize you. You always have to give it your all, even if not all your efforts pay off. It's safe to say that Kim is doing her best. The Holy Sword, the head of the Black Dragon, and many other equally diligent people. The guy wants to live being recognized by such people. He makes a promise to himself that he will do his best to protect all these people. Soon, the system informs him that the counting for the sweep is starting. The guy doesn't want to be deceived by some demon king. He doesn't want to make fun of others and insult really diligent people. He doesn't want to wear a sarcastic smile all the time or be amused by such actions. He only wants to sincerely recognize them and be recognized by them. For the sake of winning their respect, even if it is not the achievement of his sword, he wants to live this way. At moments like this, even the rear guard noticed that this guy was starting to be worth following. In a constantly changing world, the boy decides to change too. In the new life, the order is not the same as in the previous round, and the conquerors are the first to enter the 12th floor. The witch says that with such a fighting spirit, they can clear 20 floors in no time. The girl assumed that they would lose at least 5,000 people and get off to a rather bad start. But the guy realizes at this point that they will suffer heavy losses on the 12th floor. The loss of the only specialist capable of establishing trade relations with the lower world will be especially painful. At this rate, they will lose not 5,000 but 50, maybe even 500,000 people. At this point, the guy moves to the 12th floor. He takes on a major role in this new reality. Everyone suddenly finds themselves in the Great Temple. The Inquisitor and other main figures were amazed by the incredible abilities of the hunter Kim. The Inquisitor even came over to express his gratitude and did not expect the boy to stop him for a second. The first thing Kim wanted to do was tell him something. The Holy Sword was carefully watching everything that was happening, but he did not attack at that moment. He keeps his words and respects their agreement from yesterday. At this point, the guy reminds the soldiers that he once asked them for a favor. Everyone remembered it, of course, but the guy asked to do it right now. He points to his fingers and says that for the next 5 days, they should do nothing and stay here. During these 5 days, he will clear everything up to the 20th floor. The guy's self-confidence was off the charts. Was he really going to clear 20 floors on his own? As you know, soldiers from the 11th to the 20th floor will face problems of faith. Based on the guy's previous experience, when the Holy Sword started fighting with everyone to take his life, it came to the point where the guy agreed with them about their dialogue yesterday. They promised Kim to fulfill his request. He wants them to fulfill it now. Just like the visual hologram said, describe the answer, and it will reveal the truth about you. This is the answer Tim found. For the next 5 days, do nothing and stay here. In these 5 days, he guarantees to clear 20 floors. The witch was impressed by the boy's words and his request. 5 days was not a joke. Everyone thought it might be a joke, but it wasn't funny anymore. It was not a joke at all. They heard it right. Everyone opened their mouths because it seemed impossible. They didn't even know that it had taken people years to clear the 10th floor alone, and they had just conquered the 11th floor in less than an hour. And you're an arrogant fool who's just overexcited, the witch said. But the guy holding his hands bowed his head and said that he was asking the most of them all. He had cleared the 10th floor primarily for himself, but he shared the rewards and achievements he had received for conquering the 10th floor with everyone. All the information about the 11th floor scene and the location of the boss became known not only to him, but to everyone else. Standing in front of them, the guy has the right to ask for this favor. He asks for only 5 days, regardless of whether he has time to clear everything up to the 20th floor or not, just to wait for this period. Kim is soon rewarded for clearing and conquering the 11th floor, where his request combines good and evil. The quests have not changed. Everything is the same as in his previous life. The goddess offers protection. The king promises a reward. The boy knows what he will choose in this life if no one interferes with him. He believes he can achieve his goal. Now they are not quarreling over his actions. The Autumn Rain Demon King strongly recommends that he choose the reward. The Demon King of Autumn Rain hints that you can refuse the reward. The Demon King thinks you are suspicious and encourages you to make the choice again without realizing what you are thinking. These are all messages from the Demon King. After listening to the guy, the Inquisitor decided to say that he did not see a problem with it. There is every reason to trust Hunter Kim for clearing the 11th floor, and as a thank you, he asked for only one favor, which we agree to because it is possible. All he needs is to wait here for 5 days, although this is not easy considering the turmoil that can be created in 5 days. His request is not impossible, and the Inquisitor supports him. Of course, the witch agrees that the request can be fulfilled. Taking her head, the girl agrees to this demand. No one had any idea what he was up to, but everyone was sure he had a plan if he was asking for it. The heads began to promise 5 days of silence. Everyone seemed to agree with this, but there was one but. The Holy Sword did not make any such promises. He did not succumb to the boy's manipulations, and did not want to do so. Although everyone agreed with the young man, the Holy Sword insisted that he would be watching him for the next 5 days, and saw no point in fulfilling any more of his requests. If he came to clear the 20th floor, then according to the agreement, the Holy Sword would follow him on his heels. But the guy had foreseen everything, and everything was fine. He planned to defeat the Demon King on his own. With the Holy Sword at his back, he would definitely be calmer. Addressing all the guild leaders, the boy thanked them for trusting him. He took off and promised to see them in 5 days. Having opened the gates of new opportunities, he sets off on a quest on his own. The spirit next to him was amazed at the result of his actions. Something incredible began to happen, and all the NPCs froze, as they were not trained for such a development. And all because no one has chosen this role yet. And now the Empire has neither a chancellor nor an admiral. They are replaced by hunters who start the quest from the 12th to the 20th floor. Due to the fact that it is connected to the quest that was given during the crime on the 11th floor scene, perhaps this is the correct order. The previous time on the 12th floor, the issuance of the quest was greatly delayed, and it took forever to get it. The quest only opens after the roles are assigned, so if you don't choose a role, the quest won't start. Because of this, the invasion of the Demon King's army will also not start, and the army of the Empire will not be ready, which will cause the demon to invade the Empire to suffer. The boy wonders what will happen if the Demon King dies in this state, and he turns to the Sword Lord. The Lord of the Sword is impressed by the boy's words. The boy sees the Demon King on the map and plans to kill him before the quest begins, wondering what will happen. It's simple. No one will be able to choose the Demon King's reward, and the traitor will not appear either. Everyone is sent to the out before they can do bad things. At this point, the Demon King feels that Kim is a real scoundrel and gets angry with him, sending him a system request. At that moment, our hero approaches him. The demon asks him how he dared to disobey the order of the goddess of war. It appeared right to him without making a choice. What a lousy nerve, the demon thinks. But the boy, holding the sword on his shoulder, says that he chose as he should. Pointing the sword at the damned demon, he says that this is the best choice, because he will kill the Demon King before the quest even begins, and then no hunter from the Empire will die. Accordingly, no traitors will appear either, and it will be another happy ending without a single victim. Our hero hasn't been able to stomach bad endings for a long time, and because of his character, he always prefers a good ending. While this scoundrel is preventing him from achieving a happy ending, he asks the demon to do him a favor. Just die. The demon, the seed of rain, was furious. How dare the boy come to him alone, without even bowing down and asking for his help? But the boy picks up his sword, points it at the demon, and a kind of time circle materializes from it. It becomes clear that the world they are in is frozen. The boy makes his sword the only arrow on this time circle and, fighting alone, feels like a real warrior. With this sword, he set the time, and the endless 5 days began. Hence we come back to the story of the rain demon's trauma. It opened its eyes on a day when it was raining. Dark matter was lying on the ground, and next to it was a frog croaking. This dark spirit swallowed the frog and absorbed it into itself. After a while, the body of the frog absorbed this black matter, and at that moment, he was able to get out of this black liquid that looked like a swamp. Standing with her feet on a stone, she saw the rain falling. All she had to do was cluck in the rain, which made her want to live more. Our hero Kim started a battle with this strong boss. After some time of trial and error, the guy would die and return to the same place. There was always a spirit next to him who noticed how the demon just beat him with all his might. Of course, they were scary. If you know the direction of the blow, you can avoid it. Each time the boy tried to avoid the blow, but death overtook him again and again. It was a terrible cycle of time. He used to draw the direction of the blow with a marker on his arm. Drinking the aura elixir, he trained his body every time. He was dodging the demon's fast and strong blows that came from all sides. The blows covered him and killed him again and again. Each time he wrote the direction of this blow on his hand to complete this quest in the next life. It was hard for him to imagine how many people would actually die from such powerful blows in this battle. When one knight dies, at least 20 years that he could have lived disappears. The death of 10 people equals 200 years. The death of 100 people equals 2,000 years. The guy didn't choose any role to win back the same amount of time, and for that, one body had to completely give up the exile of eternity. The rear spirit did not interfere with the boy's battle with the demon all this time, only amused by what was happening. The demon's powerful blows were so strong that the boy did not have the skill to avoid them, not knowing their direction. He died again and again. He did not know how to use the aura correctly, and this was his whole problem, because it should flow evenly through the body. But it was easy in words, and our hero Kim was having a hard time at that moment, and he was dying. Being reborn, he returned to the same place, standing in front of the demon of the autumn rain. He did not give up, and at one point, standing in front of the demon, he promised to end everything with one punch. After 1,000 attempts, he was able to cut down the Demon King with one punch. Although his first attempt was unsuccessful, but the next one was strong enough, he began to attack with all his strength. The Demon King only asked him to prove it with his word, but after some time of training and rebirth, the boy knew all the movements of a demon. Every time he died and was reborn, he knew where the blow would be directed, and he still went to his side, setting himself up. And now his sword is the only time clock in this world. For 1 second to pass in this world, he has to overcome one barrier. He lives only 1 second of his sword fighting this demon. With this second, this world takes another breath, like a stream of water that has overflowed its banks, burying everything to the very bottom without thickening the water. In one moment, everything started with a single drop. So our hero, even if he has to live forever, lives only for this second. With the pencil he used to mark the strokes and his life he lived his destiny. Recalling the witch's words that caught his eye after they cleared the floor without loss, he realized his purpose: to protect the hunters from the victims and to go through these difficult tasks. Recognition of the strong people of this world gave him the inspiration to end the battles with the least losses. It was his calling. Once again, the guy stood in front of a demon. The demon was worried why he was laughing. The boy replied that he was happy. The demon was amazed that a being who was about to die was happy. But no one could understand him, especially not a worthless demon. It looked quite arrogant, but it was just a statement of fact. Every time the boy attacked the demon, he died again and again. However, he did not give up. He had no reason to give up. His sword was faster today than yesterday, and tomorrow it would be even faster because he felt life. And the moment the witch pressed his hand, she cried with happiness. After the floor was cleared, she checked everyone, including the Pantheon, and no one died. She hugged our hero and thanked him for the fact that no one died, and this gave our hero the strength to live. He wanted more life, and despite the demon's enormous power, he could counteract it on his own. All this is because warriors fight alone by nature. The scale of the battle was difficult to assess, because everything was destroyed in seconds. The force of the demon's blows exceeded the speed of light, and the scale of the chakra with which he did it was simply incredible. The guy fought back and attacked, smashed and destroyed, and at one point, when the dark mirror broke, the demon, who called himself the demon of the autumn rain, disappeared. A bright trace above illuminated everyone, and as if he had never been there, he disappeared without a trace. A girl ran up to the boy and said, "I'm sorry, Kim." She was going to sit quietly in the auditorium, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she wondered what he was doing here alone, so she followed him. She noticed that he was playing a fun game called Warrior, and it caught her interest. This is where the hunt benefits. The girl didn't let him have fun alone and joined in as well. Even though he had almost defeated the demon, she wanted to join in, but the prey that the others approved was the most delicious. The demon looked at these stupid people and just couldn't stand them. They even decided to laugh at him. The boy decided to apologize to the demon, because they were going to fight him alone at first, and attacking in a crowd was also quite in the spirit of warriors. The demon realized what was happening, and water droplets began to gather from the dark matter, forming a kind of monster. It was enough for him that the boy came to him to fight with one sword. The demon summoned evil spirits to answer his call. They rose from hell and came to answer the demon's call. Seeing this, the girl was amazed that they were surrounded by goblins. This was not a level for which they had enough strength. The boy appealed to the holy sword not to stand idly by, but to help. But he planned to watch a little longer. 30 seconds have not passed, and this young man is already clinging to the dark goo, he said. It was true. He himself wanted to wait a minute and then ask for help. There was no point in fighting, according to the witch. She offered to take his hand and leave, but the guy stopped her, saying that everything was fine. Pointing his hand upward, the stick glowed with heavenly energy. He summoned the evil spirits. Soon the demon, seeing this power, was simply amazed. The boy activated this skill and called light spirits from the other world to oppose the dark spirits of the demon. It was most impressive. After this demon devoured the frog, it gradually moved on to snakes, hawks, and finally to large beasts. The demonic substance devoured and transformed the animals, making them its vessels for existence. Each time it received a new body, it experienced new joy. This entity also took joy in bloodshed. Devouring one animal after another, it felt its dominance. But one day this demonic beast came across a little girl with white hair. The predator began to chase her, eager to attack. The girl ran for a long time and screamed for someone to help her. Finally, this predatory beast caught up with her. It was really delicious. But what was that smell? As if mesmerized, she devoured her prey. And when there was nothing left of it, the memories of the prey began to come to her impatiently. The girl, like a zombie, stood aside, and he addressed her with the words, "Little girl, how many times have I told you not to go outside alone?" Her doctor was looking out from behind the bushes and was worried about the girl because with such a weak body, she could not go out into nature. The doctor was worried about her because he saw that she did not look like herself and what had happened to her clothes. The girl stood for a long time, looked away and said to the doctor, "Daddy." Smiling with green eyes, she turned to him and said that she seemed to be cured. This was the first name the Demon King received. Returning to the battlefield, our hero activated the summoning skill. Skeletons that had come from the beyond began to rise from the darkness. These skeletons began to attack those from whom they copied this skill. Kim asked the Sword Lord if he would be interested in why he chose this particular skill. Of course he was curious, because he had originally been leaning toward another skill. For example, if he chose the aura amplification technique, it would be cool if he could use a monstrous sword like a Demon King. Well, now he has a completely different opinion and opens the skill card. If you go into details, summoning evil spirits is a pretty interesting thing, because you could summon dead people who have already died at his hands. For this reason, the guy chose this skill. If you count how many people he killed personally, it was 0. But if you think about it, the elderly knight or whatever the spirit says, it must be so. But there was one but. For some reason, the stars and the Holy Sword's instructions showed the number of his murders above 4,000. This means that the number of deaths in the tower is different. So I'll ask you again. How many deaths do you think I have on my hands? The guy was standing there holding his dagger, and behind him was a huge army of 4,000 skeletons holding daggers. It was just incredible. He called all his lives and all his former incarnations that had died, and all these skeletons were nothing but his previous lives. The guy laughed, realizing that he had died many times. Everyone around him was amazed by this skill, and could not believe that this skill summons thousands of monsters, and this, in their opinion, made it clear how he cleared 10 floors by himself. The demon was furious. How did this rascal get a technique like mine? But our hero kept his mouth shut, because he didn't want to reveal all his trump cards. The demon was amazed and shocked by this turn of events. It was unforgivable, unbearable. How much longer will this rascal mock me? Answer me, goddess. The demon promised to deal with him and unleash all his anger on him. The boy turned to the Lord of the Holy Sword. Stay with the skeletons. With your support, we will be invincible. You may not want to fight monsters, but you are better than me. The boy turns to the black dragon. I have a plan. When we defeat the demons together, please don't tie me up. I know you can do it. Raising the dagger of hope, he addresses the evil spirits. He commands them, show me what you can do best. He orders them to kill and die, attacking the army of the Demon King. At this point, thousands of skeletons fall on the goblins. They fight without sparing themselves, without sparing their bones. Their parts come off and fall, but even without their heads, they continue to fight. It was so cool and powerful that even the rear guard was amazed. He could not believe that this was the nature of these warriors. It was just incredible. It was an army of monsters who were not afraid of death, unlike the army of the Demon King. The Demon King's abuse of the demons knew no bounds, and his troubles did not stop. How dare he? Some stranger who came from another world. A person who is not filled with malice, deceit, or the life of this world. How could he resist such a strong warrior, such a powerful demon? The boy, hearing these words, said, "What does it matter where I came from? Right now, I'm here. And even if you think I don't have enough rights, you better not interfere," he said. The system informs the boy that the goddess is giving him a nickname. This nickname sounds cold-blooded, the King of Death. The tower confirms his rights, and with this power his sword flies to attack the Demon King, subduing death to his king. We return to the story of the little girl who was swallowed up by darkness. Not only was she cured of her illness, but she became more beautiful day by day, and the fragrance of her body intoxicated people and made them dizzy. Everyone worshipped her and called her Lady Edel, the holy virgin of the neighborhood. People believed that she could cure any disease and brought her gifts. One day, a poor woman came and brought her sick child. She asked Edel to bless her child because she had suffered a misfortune. Edel opened her hands and said, "You know this order. Put the child here and come back for him at dawn." Leaving the child, the woman bowed to her, hoping that Edel would heal her child. The child cried for a long time, and Edel looked at her. Taking her in her arms, she began to cradle her, soothing her. Holding the child close to her, she smelled a delicious odor. People really need love. Looking at the child, she sees that her mother has wrapped her in the best she could find. This child is wrapped in rags, but she is full of life. But she will not be hurt anymore, she said. And the girl's essence was swallowed up by her shadow. People thanked her endlessly, considering her a saint. For everyone, she was a person who performed miracles, saving the sick. People bowed to her, stretched out their hands and gave her everything they could. For the whole world, she became a real happiness. This miracle that enveloped this person absorbed the flesh and bones of the child, filling them with her memories and ideas. The evil spirit understood everything and realized that now everything was fine with the child. Edel was giving him the opportunity to live a little longer, and the gloomy liquid enveloped the living, making them its vessels. With each client who came to her, she was convinced of her humanity. Absorbing and recycling new souls over and over again, she gave them to those who approached her. When the mother saw her child healthy, she cried with happiness. And Edel said that he would not even have mild ailments. She told them to take care of him and love him as much as she did. People thanked her, believing that she was a real saint. For them, she was the only person in the empire who performed miracles, saving the sick. Thanks to her miracles, People had the strength to move forward and could look at the world again. Calling her a true savior, people spread her legend around the world. Some evil people sharpened their swords against her. They did not like another massive success. They united under the banner of the saint who saved them. She was saving all those who were suffering, and some people did not like this darkness on the map. They sent an army of knights to attack it, because the land ruled by the goddess was a hotbed of heresy for them, and they had no pity for the followers of this witch. The knights went to burn the witch's nest with fiery torches. The fire engulfed her territory, which contained all her goods. People called her a saint, but at one point everything was taken away from her. Knights attacked her land and killed her people, leaving no one alive. Considering them cursed monsters, they destroyed her wealth. Idol saw this, and she was filled with hatred for them. She screamed with all her might with hatred for people who did not consider other people. This was her truth, which she lived by and went her own way. She made sure that they were consumed by their anger. We return to the battlefield where this cruel demon is standing. Fighting with him, he tries to keep everything under control. But every time he needs to become stronger to avoid these strong blows, he has already died more than once, and the system has moved him back 20 hours. There were 6 days left before using the spirit summoning again. And during the rebirth, he kept his memories and abilities. But every time he died, he came back again, retaining the abilities that were included in his skills. The spirit of the home front was watching our hero, noting the peculiarities of the skills that were retained at such a rate. At death, the rollback time was also included. Often the demon's blows took Kim's life each time. He would try to be reborn and wait for a new opportunity to use the demon spirit's summoning again. This is how his days passed. In such a confrontation, he was fighting a boss who was quite strong. The army of goblins kept coming back and trembling before him. He became stronger and stronger because of his abilities. Apparently, he had already seen all the tricks of the Demon King that fell on him like rain. So many goblins fell to his sword that he lost count. Each time the strong blows only hardened him. He was not afraid of death, and only excitement gave him strength. The Demon King did not allow him to stay alive, but he noticed that the boy had the gift of foresight. After 7 days of rebirth, he was able to use the summoning of spirits. He activated this skill again, and thousands of skeletons emerged from the darkness. They began to fight against the goblins. With their support, he fought the demon 100%. The rear spirit was delighted with the boy, who was a vicious and persistent warrior. Although not very profitable, he was a real zombie. Once tested, he managed to repeat the draft 9 times. It was incredible. At some points, the rear spirit helped him with the technique, saying that the first draft could be cancelled and the next one could be protected. What if the second draft is true? Then you'll be promoted from zombie to zombie king. But you can't win a war with talk, and the guy needed to focus. He died again while trying to win, and now he has to go back a week again. But because he is weak, he did not win the battle in any way. When the spirit mocked him, the guy replied that he would finish him off one day. It was ridiculous to listen to the spirit, because the guy was already dead, and how could he finish the ghost? If you're going to be mad, then defeat the Demon King faster. He walked 20 floors by himself. You have to go back again and again until you defeat this demon. The girl held his right flank, supporting him. Using her technique and skills, she drew a pectogram of darkness. And she was able to draw out the dark energy of the demon itself. Her strike was right on target, and it was just flawless. Their goal was to defeat the Demon King and then look at each other again. Soon, during a dangerous maneuver, the guy didn't notice the black demon's strike and shouted to his colleague on the left. He warned the holy sword of the possible attack, and he was able to dodge it. Soon after, he told him, "If there is no one like that there, then a general attack will begin." That was the plan. The black dragon's head, along with its mirrors, whirled in space, surrounded the boss, who was incredibly strong and thought he could not handle it. Soon, a huge blow was directed at the demon himself and dealt him a hard blow. He was amazed that people dared to redirect his resentment and hatred through the crack. Having swallowed the black dragon, the boy saw the skin, and at that moment, abruptly, the Demon King decides to retreat. He retreated to the 13th floor, and that meant they had defeated him. The boss was seen running away with promises that he would return soon. He materialized on the 13th floor, leaving only a drop of black matter, turning to him like a black sesame shake that Tick had absorbed. The guy tried so hard to defeat him, but to what end? So that he could escape to the 13th floor, so that this suffering could continue. The tower recognizes his choice and gives him a hidden quest, opening the quests of the 12th floor. And soon the system notifies him that quests 12, 13, 14, and beyond are opening. The quests were able to open because the warrior of the frozen world decided that he would not allow sacrifices. And because of this, the name of the one who does not ask for payment for salvation is rightly called self-sacrifice, when a person does not even ask for recognition. Warriors live to sacrifice themselves in the name of justice. The Demon King was wounded and could not go far. You can pursue him as much as you want. The choice is yours. The system asks him if he accepts this quest, and of course, he says yes. The quest is called Warrior of the Frozen World. The guy moves to the task. May good luck always accompany him. Everyone who looked up noticed a strange inscription in the sky. The changes in history amazed the people who looked up and did not understand what the tower wanted to demonstrate. The witch looked at her hands and felt a strange feeling. She asked the boy what it was. It was her first time when this happened to her. The Talus spirit did not understand what was happening either. He had never seen anything like it before. But the boy looked ahead and noticed the fortress. At that moment he told the head of the dragon to look ahead. They saw the fortress wall in front of them, and there were much fewer banners than before. There were no banners at all. The tower was cleared. The girl said that he should take her hand, as they needed to check it closer. After moving, they were on the wall and looking down at the city. The dark, abandoned city, covered with lichen, had turned into a bright paradise where life was bustling and people were happy. History is changing right before their eyes. History is being rewritten right in front of them. Initially, the empire was supposed to be occupied by the Demon King. They had to either win or be destroyed in the event of defeat. But an invasion was an inevitable point. However, in the reality they are now in, the invasion did not happen. No one knows or can know that history has changed because of our hero. Instead of suffering from the demon's attack, people continued to live their normal lives. Traders sold apples. People discussed political issues, complaining about politicians. Life was going on at its own pace. Children were running around, rejoicing. Merchants were selling apples, and people were discussing various things together, all while the boy and the witch were watching. Soon the guards on the tower wall noticed them and shouted who they were. It was a great audacity that they set foot on the fortress tower of the empire, addressing them with the cry, "Ohio!" At the moment, he does not remember asking for help for their country. The guy saw him and was amazed that he didn't remember anything, because history had really changed. Colonel Hai called the boy a vile robber, shouted how he knew his name, and demanded that they get down from the fortress. Looking at him, the boy realizes that the friendly Imperial, who was originally on the 11th floor, now addresses him as a stranger. It was really funny, because he had recently asked for the protection of the Empire and prayed to God, thanking him for the foreigners who had come to save his country. The guy even laughed at this scenario. Ohio, in turn, saw that he was laughing at him and began to get angry, but the boy, covering his face with his painted hand, continued to laugh. The spirit wondered why he was laughing, but they were tears of joy. The boy could not get enough because he saw how the story had changed for the better. He realized that he had succeeded in protecting the Empire. He shouted joyfully, "I have defended your empire!" The knights began to look for the madman on the wall. Our hero continued, "I kept my promise, I did it." And without a drop of shame, he said, "I spent hundreds of days on this, without a drop of regret, just because he didn't want to allow any casualties." After hundreds of days, he defeated the Demon King. He was so proud of this that the aura overwhelmed him. He had done it. He was a true dedicated warrior. He spent time drinking alcohol and people laughed at him. By giving up his past life, he was given a chance. He chose his frozen heart with equanimity. The Empire was cleansed, and he could be proud of himself at that moment. The system announced with a second announcement to everyone that the 12th floor had been cleared today, even if the world only noticed the holy sword and the head of the black dragon. The most important thing was that he was a worthy man today. After counting the main conquerors of the tower, the system identified 3 people: the Death King, the Black Witch, and the Holy Sword. Our hero now received the nickname Vlad the Death King. The inhabitants of the tower did not know what the guy was talking about, as history had been rewritten. But the guy's enthusiasm knew no bounds, and he asked the colonel to take care of the Empire. The boy waves to him joyfully, congratulating him on his liberation, although they do not understand what he is talking about. Kim tells them that their empire has flourished since he defeated the Demon King, though it may still face difficulties from time to time. "But now you can handle it yourself," he shouts. "Hip hip hooray!" He rejoices in this huge celebration. The rear guard is dying of laughter at this point. He thought that the guy would be reserved and quiet, but the guy is bragging at the top of his voice. But the boy replies, "What should I do when I'm so good now?" At this point, the rear spirit just calls him out. "Kim, you fool. I love it when you whine. Ha ha!" He extends his hand to Kim. Black Dragon Head, why are we standing there? Who are we waiting for? Let's go to the 13th floor. The girl puts her hand on his shoulder and says, yes, hunters in tops are never normal, I understand. And together they move to this long-awaited floor. The right to enter is always given to the first, and now Kim is their representative. So he needs to say the phrase to move. King of Death. The guy smiles, says the phrase, and soon sets off to meet new adventures. Together with his team, the Holy Spirit and the Witch, the King of Death moves to the 13th floor. There, a demon is waiting for them, screaming that he will not forgive such abuse. They dared to take away his children, whom he saved and hid, and laughed at him. He calls the hunters animals who steal his flesh and soul. Be cursed, says the demon. This voice was eating away at the hunters' ears, and for the first time they heard such a nasty sound. But why was he screaming like that? The boy is protected from this scream and chaos by his red aura. The rear spirit wonders what is happening to him. The demon was weaker than before and looked as broken as possible. The witch girl had hit him hard with her aura, which must have caused him to be injured. But he didn't behave like that just because he was injured. His form fell. On the 12th floor, he was a great CCC-ranked monster king. But now, does he have the feeling that he is facing such a powerful boss? He's more like the big goblin king from the 5th floor that they barely defeated. It's strange. Usually the higher the floor, the stronger the boss is. This is very strange. Perhaps the witch has an additional weakening effect, which is why there was some unforeseen change in the scene. At this time, the system notifies you that the reward calculation for the 12th floor is over. But the result will be given when the 19th floor is cleared. At the moment, a simplified reward is given. The guy begins to see how this reward is realized. He has been granted the patronage of the god of war, and he receives a boost. The entire map from the 11th to the 20th floors opens up, and it was in full, which was impressive. The guy can't help but shout that he now realized that he was attracting the attention of his colleagues. He realized why the Demon King was behaving like that, if you recall the previous scene. The very story of the Demon King invading the capital had disappeared. The refugee settlement had also completely disappeared. And now, if you think about it, where did the refugees come from? Logically, they were not evacuated from the entire empire, or rather from the entire continent. The refugee settlement in which they were gathering has completely disappeared. Now, everything is falling into place, not only for the whole empire, but for the whole continent. The history of the invasion has changed, and they have returned to the period before the Demon King almost completely took over the continent. Now, we are at the moment when this temple was attacked by him. His level has dropped. Whenever hunters level up, they hear about hunters leveling up, he immediately realized it. What's the point of talking about existence? At first, he thought it was some kind of pompous phrase, but maybe the monster boss was also leveling up, killing a bunch of Imperials and refugees. And now all this slaughter and hunting has become nothing, and the King of Autumn Rain is angry, and the progress is gaining momentum, but the Demon King's existence is weakening, and he can't accept that his existence is disappearing. Soon, the Demon King is angry to see these villains, but the warrior hunters who have arrived to clear the floor are preparing for a counterattack. Evil spirits, thousands of demons, my children, says the Demon King, leading his slaves into battle. Giving them the order to attack, the zombies rush into battle against their will. Seeing this scenario, the warriors realize that this is not just a zombie movie. At this moment, when they are fighting, a guy offers his rear guard a bet. He asks him how many times he will die before he makes it to the 19th floor, and the spirit needs to place a bet. He thinks it will take him less than 100 times, and the guy, in turn, bets less. It sounded pretty bad on his part, but okay. Let's see how this bastard zombie will crush his relatives. Since we're having this bet, I'm not going to help you, the rear spirit said. They made a bet, and soon the guy dies in a zombie attack and comes back. Continuing their fight, bursting into the battle, the black representative of the Dragon Guild asks how they can handle this, when the guy tells her that she can't do it anymore, but she gives it her all, and only she has this attack technique. By the way, he is the King of Death, and cannot attack with his skill all the time, but his super ability to summon his army will be available only after 3 horses. And what these 3 horses are is a special thing that the guy almost blurted out. Kim turns to the Holy Sword, asking if he can pierce the huge lid that resembles a sarcophagus. But what is the guy gonna check there? There's no time for normal explanations, so he asks him to just do it and see what happens. Soon after the old man did so, the boy was reborn again, and now knew what was in that sarcophagus. He told the old man that the sarcophagus was a secret passage. There is a hammer down there with a special effect on the dead. He points the head of the black dragon there. Take it and use it. But in turn, this sword only works with one sword. The guy replies that it has an effect, he will put an aura on it, and make a bang. This effect will spread over the ground, and all the zombies will disappear. But how does he know this? The guy replies again that he is a seer, but when he gets distracted, he dies again, and is reborn. In his next life, the holy sword finally got to that hammer, and all the zombies were destroyed. Only the demon king remained. But when they looked at him, they saw a big cyclone and did not understand what the hell it was. It was an incomprehensible giant, or a zombie giant, perhaps the body of the sacred cyclone that protected the temple. If not for the heretic inquisitor, they would have learned more. In any case, the boy asked to keep the giant for himself. Soon the giant kills the boy. In his next life, when the holy sword asks to keep the giant, the boy orders him to continue to keep the zombies at bay with attacks across the square. The holy sword disagrees and says that the creature created the giant as a test. But the boy, as a seer, tells him to trust him. Soon, the boy asks the head of the black dragon to hit the zombie cyclone with a laser beam from her eyes. And she, hearing his correct instruction, wants to do just that, and it is perfect. But before he can do it, the zombie goblin kills them all with his fiery eyeball, and the boy is reborn again. Now he can summon spirits, and it seems to his friends that he has no rollback in this skill, but they still don't understand. He orders the girl and the holy sword to attack together and has a request for them. Don't hit the eye, the guy said, but the girl asked why. The boy replied that it would lead to trouble. But the girl looks at the cyclone and says that it has such a big eye, why shouldn't she hit it? The boy explains that it is a great target, but the cyclone's eye is a live target. And although the girl can hit it with her rays, there is no time for a full explanation now. Just trust. The holy sword adds that she should trust him because he is a seer. Although she did not believe he was a seer, she kept her word. She tried not to hit him in the eye, holding back her power. Soon, the attack of the holy sword and our hero fell on the goblin, and the demon king retreated to the 14th floor, and his goblin died. The warriors look on in awe at what is happening. Soon the darkness changes to a bright, clear day, as if it had never happened, and the story changes. Children, representatives of the church, appear in the temple, and they all run, play, and bless their sisters. The world changes, becomes peaceful and joyful, and our hero realizes that his efforts were not in vain. This goblin is lying on a tree, resting as in his past life. When he did not serve the demon, he was a good creature. This meant only one thing. They had to keep moving forward, and they moved to the 14th floor. Already on the 14th floor, the Autumn Rain Demon King retreats to the 15th floor. As our heroes advance, they defeat him again and again, moving forward. Soon, they cleared everything up to the 16th floor at this rate, and dragons were waiting for them there, flying and burning with their fire. But this was not an obstacle for our heroes either, and they moved on to the 17th floor. The Demon King doesn't know what to do anymore, and history is changing and being rewritten. Soon they have driven the king to the 19th floor, and his existence is fading before their eyes. He doesn't look as strong as he used to. He looks like a pile of dark matter. He curses the hunters. If not for you, this would not have happened to me. What a bold, miserable people with a dagger, and from another world. But when he got to the scoundrel, the boy pulled out his dagger, and now he could see his eyes. His eyes are red, but the demon doesn't understand what he's talking about. The boy replies that he has never looked him directly in the eye before. This is an absurd omission, if a demon king and a warrior can't even make eye contact. The boy points his dagger at him and says, "Get ready and attack, or will you run away again? How far will you run each time? You will have no chance of winning. If you are ready, then attack with all your might." Of course, the demon did not like the boy's words. How dare he? Who was he? Like a hyena that cut off a piece of his flesh. What does he know? The demon shouted. The boy turned to the demon and called him by his real name, urging him to attack with all his might. "Or your time will be longer than your entire history," he said. And soon the boy was attacking this dark demon, which was already composed of just dark water. The system notifies you that the protagonist has died and assigns a penalty for using the skill. It's time to tell you about another nightmare. The devilish level recreates the injuries of the monster king of the Autumn Rain Demon. Everything is filled with fire and there is nothing that does not burn. Our hero looks at it all with wide-open eyes and sees how the knights have crossed the demon's path and his filth is killing his men. The demoness looks at all this and sees her people dying, houses burning and everything being destroyed. She has one question in her mind. Why? Why are people burning people? These beautiful creatures who lived, didn't hurt anyone, gave birth to children. But if they do not follow their ideology, they are brutally destroyed. The soldiers were following the order of His Majesty. It was not the emperor who ordered them to do this, but His Holiness, the high priest, who decided to destroy the heretic in order to assign himself the status of a saint. The faces of these demonic creatures were not clearly visible, but they were reciting some kind of spell, and the knights lost their appearance before they committed these dishonorable acts. Who are they really if they are burning people? People were screaming and running, unable to stop as their houses were burning. A woman, protecting her child, tried to shield him from the destructive fire. She comforted him and said, "Everything will be okay, everything will be fine." But it didn't get better, and the demoness went out to the ashes left behind by her village. Passing by the ruins, she sees only the remaining embers. The man who gave her apples a day ago and was happy that they grew in his garden is now lying unconscious, burned. A girl who had recently been cured of her illness and could run again, thanking the saint for her help, now lies lifeless. Falling to her knees, she hated these people who brought her such grief. Gathering up all the remaining ashes, she began to recite the incantation. She collected these ashes, the ashes of these people, took them in her hand, and she began to eat it, filling her body. She did not think about anything. She just hated these people who had done such a nasty thing. Hate appeared in her eyes, and black tears flowed from them. Even though they were also human, you are also born human, and the beauty of life is known to you. At that moment, the demoness began to be filled with demonic energy, black energy that flowed to her like water. You are human because you cry. You are capable of this. But why is that? Why do you accuse other people of being monsters? This huge bundle of energy began to fill the space. It filled her with anger for considering her people and herself monsters, and she decided that this was not their world. People have no right to be called people as long as they do this. And it rained blood on them, and the resentment rained down. The demoness said, "Prove now, in that case, that you are human." The demoness cursed people and humanity, and from this rain she created her evil essence. And no more villages burned down. The demoness promised that they would be swallowed up by her evil. Against this backdrop, the boy understood her suffering. But it was all an illusion of the demoness, and the spirit decided to awaken the boy, so that he does not think that this is his hell. It is the hell and trauma of this demon. The penalty is complete. Shortly after the strong blow to the demoness, the guy was filled with an aura. But his head was full of this story, which did not allow him to think. The spirit decided to awaken his partner. He ordered him to empty his mind at that very moment. But the battle against the demoness continued. She stopped and looked at the warrior again. This warrior had come to stop her and put an end to her willfulness. Her body shrank, all the dirt was almost gone, and the demon king's existence became faded. Soon the demon king looked at his hand and saw that it was bleeding. He can think of nothing but to retreat. Soon he enters the 20th floor, but he still cannot win. He still has to confront our heroes. The demon has one last front left where he can do something. The 20th floor was the starting point of the demoness. That's where the demon king's end point is. The holy sword was standing next to our hero, and this moment alerted him. Although the dragon's head had given way to the last attack of the Death King, the holy sword held onto his weapon. The demoness was running out of breath, her strength was running out, and yet she retreated to the 20th floor. This made it clear that the battle was not yet over, but its retreat only meant that the story was about to change. As soon as the demoness left the area, things started to get interesting on this floor, and the 19th floor scene started to be edited. Our hero decides to ask the holy sword and the girl that he will go to this floor by himself. He thanks them for their help, but he has come to the final straight battle with the demon king, and asks them to let him go this way alone. The witch did not object to his request, because thanks to his long journey, they had come here. In any case, the girl had arbitrarily broken her promise not to move for 5 days, and this time she would not leave. The holy sword, in turn, said that today was the end of the 5th day, and as soon as he had finished with the 20th floor, he would meet him, because they had a lot to discuss in private. The guy was grateful for their help and went to the floor, just thanking them for their help. A quick move brought him to the 20th floor. He was surrounded by a green forest, and among the trees stood a small opponent, the King of Death, and in this scene, may luck accompany him. The boy went to him to solve this problem. The system gives him a reward for his services for clearing the 11th to 19th floors. He is rewarded with an SS-level skill and establishes the authority of the King of Death. He has been given the limited apostle's right. He can improve any of his skills except skill X. He looks at this in amazement and realizes that this is a great advantage. He didn't know who built the tower, but now he begins to guess that the tower is a living thing, filled with creatures from other worlds. He fills his sword of justice with power. This creature watches over their choices, and when he points the sword at the demoness, it shines directly into her face, telling her that the time has come to end her existence, the king of demons. His sword shone with a bright light, but the demoness asks him to stop. "This is my village, don't you dare destroy my paradise." At this point, the boss scene starts. The sky is clear and cloudless, and it's not going to rain today. The boss scene starts, and the guy appears in front of the demon with the ability to choose any of his skills. The demon can't forgive humans because it has traces of ash and blood in its memory. This flame revived his thirst for revenge and made him what he became. He can't just forget it. "By turning back time, I will restore my paradise," the demon says. He appears in a new form, holding his sword, which is no longer so big. The weakest boss in the world in front of the strongest wall. Now our heroes have to fight him, and he is no longer the huge warrior he used to be. Although the boss fights with all his might, our hero is not injured. They have completely switched places. Now Kim is stronger. He decided to remind the demon that he was the demon king on his floor, and Kim was the warrior. His role was to attack, and the demon's was to prevent it. Now, by deflecting his light blows, he shows his strength. And he reminds us that the world is so unpredictable. Now he is fighting back, but the demon wants him to just die. But these are just meaningless words that he has heard many times before. Soon the boy doesn't hesitate any longer and pierces the demon with his strong punch. All that is heard is a scream, and the existence of the autumn rain demon king fades away. He spreads like water, and black drops fall to the ground, soaking into it. The boss will have to become even weaker than he is now. With each punch of our hero, the demon's life dims. With each strike, he deals more deadly lightning damage, which takes away the boss's life energy. And now the boss is already on the verge of ruin. There is neither bloody rain nor his power. The dirt does not cover his body. Soon the mud begins to spill out of his body, and everything is filled with the color of trees. The girl is shocked that she is losing her power, and the title of the Autumn Rain Demon King is taken away from her. She becomes weaker, and just a human. She screams, losing her energy and strength, becoming just an ordinary girl with red eyes. She is sorry that the tower is taking away her power, but she returns to the moment when it all began. Our hero looks at this devastation and at the girl who has lost everything. He approaches her and declares that she is now completely weak. The girl asks him not to approach her. "What can you do? You have no authority anymore," he says. She replies that she has no right to stop him. But what will he do? What have the men done to her village, to the children and women? "I have no right to do this to you," she says. But a few days ago, she said he was a stranger from another world. Alliances, kings and emperors, all united to destroy her people. And let's just say, there is no one on this continent who is free from responsibility for that. Except for him. He is an absolute stranger. And all the other hunters have nothing to do with it either. Therefore, she has no right to call him to account. And of course, she doesn't even have the power to stop him. But the girl screams in fear that she only wants no one to touch the sick. To all her words, the guy asks if she has anything to say. "Wasn't Edel scared just like you are now?" he asks again. "No," she replies. "But now I realize that everything we did was wrong." She was screaming and begging him not to kill her, calling for her father. "But what did you do with the child?" our hero asks the demon. "The mother brought her precious child to you, playing the role of a savior angel, and at the same time betrayed everyone who believed in you." The demoness replies that she did not want any of this, but the boy insists on the truth. "You stole a personality and absorbed a child because you were afraid that people would misunderstand you, so you kept quiet." A warrior stands in front of her, holding a sword. She didn't even know that human life existed. At that moment, realizing something, she did not even understand those words and was not ready to admit her mistake. If she had been conscious, he says, she would never have done such a thing. But after he said that, "But that's what people do," the girl turned pale. The boy replied, "Did her rulers make the same excuses? They didn't know? They thought it was just an evil witch with her monsters? This is an obvious lie. There may have been some among them who lied for profit, but can you be sure that all of them were like that? And what about the soldiers who followed orders? What about the people who sought new shelters every day? Were there no innocents among them? How could you say, 'I didn't know'?" The boy apologizes to her, admitting that he is uneducated, But there is one truth he knows for sure. You reap what you sow. Do you really believe that something that plunged you into darkness and then threw you out will still be human? Would that be fair? But the demoness asks what he is talking about. The guy picks up his skill, which he received as a reward for the sweep. My skill clearly says that I can improve any skill, he said, demonstrating the spirit summoning skill in front of him, and wants to activate it. The tower responds to his words. However, such a great improvement is impossible. The skill can be developed no more than to the level of SS. The boy decides to upgrade the evil spirit summoning skill, leaving the basic parameters unchanged. He says, I want to change one part, to preserve the memory and life of the summoned person. The demoness does not understand what he wants to do and looks at him in horror. But the guy insists that this is a completely fulfillable condition. He doesn't ask to save the skill of the killed person and doesn't ask to reduce the rollback time, just the memory. Soon, the system notifies him that the tower recognizes his request as fulfillable and asks for the Jirakua's approval. The request is approved and the King of Death's demands are met. His skill is filled with the energy of the tower, which changes it. The tower changes the skill, giving it new capabilities, and the boy feels his strength grow. Now what the boy asked for has come true. He has received his first SSS level skill. After that, the boy declares that now he will kill her. If you don't like the sound of that, then consider that I will absorb you. Just like you absorbed Edel and all those sick people and then threw them out the same way. But the demoness was not simple. She crouched down and picked up her sword. She's going to counterattack the guy, running and dashing to deal him a fatal blow. Although our hero dodges, her dark sword almost didn't kill him. The partner noticed that it all looks wrong. Even the stance doesn't allow her feet to hit the ground properly. In addition, she holds the sword uncertainly, does not look forward, and has no confidence in her weapon. This suggests that the demoness relies only on skills and aura. She cannot even be called a swordsman. He turns to his partner, Zombie Kim, and says that he needs to hone the basics. Everything else will depend on his hands and feet. The rear spirit tells him to get it over with quickly, and with one skillful stroke, the guy demolishes her dark sword. The sword falls to pieces, as does her will. The demoness falls to her knees and begins to cry. This is the end of the Demon King. The boy looks at her calmly. He realizes that the surname, the man who reaps death, is a fitting description. Swinging his sword, he wants to kill her, but for a moment he freezes. He is distracted by a rear spirit speaking to him. Although he is in the heat of the moment, he does not care. The rear spirit advises him not to rush to kill her, but Kim asks why he is interfering. To which the rear spirit says, "It's very easy, isn't it? And now, with the definition of a monster, she definitely won't be able to cope. Because she's not the same as before. She is more like our hero. Perhaps she has become just an ordinary NPC. But are you sure that ordinary NPCs can be resurrected by evil spirits?" the rear spirit asks. The guy can't just answer. The rear spirit emphasizes, "We can be immersed in the atmosphere," and then it turns out that the NPC is not an object, and the whole moment disappears immediately. The guy didn't understand him at first, but he was shocked. "Let's look at the skill map," the rear spirit continues. "It says that personally killed people include NPCs. But NPCs are people too, but only you think so." The girl is just watching in shock as he talks to himself. The boy decides to address the tower. The tower accepts his words, and the guy wants to clarify something. "My question is this. Does the skill of resurrecting evil spirits when killing NPCs also summon them as deceased, or does it only apply to hunters like me?" The query is clarified by the Jirakua, but clarification is impossible because this query exceeds the tower's authority. The boy looks on, open-mouthed, amazed at what is happening. But some kind of star power begins to fill him, and the tower informs him that a check of the requester's credentials confirms that the King of Death has the temporary rights of the Apostle. The tower calls for the matter to be brought up for consideration. Soon after, the boy receives a message that the tower invites a meeting of the 6 tables of 10,000 lives to make a decision by vote. The guy just stands there in shock, looking at what is happening. "This can't be happening, but wait a second," he says. At that moment, when the light shone on the guy and the butterflies flew by like a miracle, his eyes were filled with wonder and amazement. Our hero suddenly realized that he was in a strange place that was completely unfamiliar to him. This place was similar to the place where he had once died and returned back. But why was he here now? The table of elders began to fill with people. The boy could not see it, but he felt it very clearly. Soon, all the seats were taken by high-ranking officials. The tower announced the apostle's question. Will NPC objects be included in the action of the skill, Revive Evil Spirits? If you agree, vote up or down. Soon after, the boy began to hear different languages being spoken around him. These were judges and high-ranking officials of the tower speaking in different languages. This was very alarming to him, because he had not heard other languages for a long time and had almost forgotten about their existence. Usually, the tower in his world translates all languages, making them understandable to everyone. But now he is standing there and realizes that everything is different, and the languages are not translated, leaving him at a loss. And he realizes that these are not the creatures from the tower, it's something else. These figures cannot even be compared to demon kings. Perhaps they are the creators who designed the tower, and it is they who are now discussing the issue put to the vote. The sixth table, the ancient staff, votes against. The fifth table, the wandering princess, votes in favor. The fourth table, the moon-piercing blindness, votes in favor. Each table expressed its point of view, and the boy nervously watched what was happening. Some tables even refused to vote. He could hear them confirming the votes in favor or rejecting the votes against. These were incredible beings who had the right to decide the fate of his skill. But why was the vote deadlocked? The number of votes for and against was equal, but one more participant did not vote. The one who was here from the beginning, the one who joined and has always been here, knows, I was the owner of the tower. It was something indescribable. The guy stands in front of the light coming from him and decides to say that he thinks it's the fairest thing to vote yes. If NPCs are not included in the skill, how did the Demon King summon countless monsters? All the brutally murdered people of the Empire and Kingdom were NPCs. He thought that maybe they were worried for nothing, and he would be able to start a riot after massacring NPCs. But he hopes that the tower will trust him because he has shown himself to be a human being. He considered himself a worthy candidate and was not like everyone else. He wasn't going to act for his own benefit or the humiliation of others, and the Tower Master rated his answer as good, but it still remained confusing. The silhouette of this deity was visible in the darkness. Only a shadow was visible in the light, and it asked him to speak with his heart, not his head. The boy smiled and smirked at the answer. He had an answer for that. Yes, just like the King of Demons is his prey, and that they should not touch him. Soon, the first table, the owner of 10,000 lives, votes in favor, and the floor begins to crack under the King of Death's feet. Voting is complete, and the Death King's skill Revive Evil Spirits now includes NPCs. The Apostle's power is removed from the King of Death. Our hero moves to his world as the gathering is complete. May luck favor him. Soon the guy wakes up. He had been unconscious for a very long time. His rear spirit began to worry about why he fainted so abruptly when he only wanted to ask the tower a question. At that time, the demoness was lying on the ground waiting for his decision. The rear spirit was trying to shout to him in every way possible, since the guy was unconscious, but he felt that he had moved to another dimension. At that moment in time, it seemed as if he had just blinked, but he felt that an eternity had passed. The guy did react to the words of the Sword Lord. He called him a zombie again, even though he had joked about being a zombie before. But now it was no longer funny. Our hero asks him if he heard or saw anything. After all, the tower called him to another world where 10,000 lives were involved, and a creature that looked like the tower's owner appeared and laughed. The guy asks if he knows anything about it, but the rear spirit was not frightened by his words. Perhaps the guy went too far with the names of zombies, and now he promises to joke in moderation. The spirit asks him to come to his senses, and he realizes that he knows nothing about it. Even the legend who cleared 99 floors doesn't know about it. Who did he just meet on his way? Still, the rear spirit realizes that they really don't know much yet, but they have heard a few details. At the moment when the demoness asked for mercy, the guy realizes that he is not going to give her the last blow like his prey. He will deal with the rest later, when he reaches the 100th floor of the tower, but now he is going to kill the demon. The rear spirit asked him if he was going to kill the demon without even asking permission from the tower. But the boy had already received an answer that the spirit did not know about. He pointed his hand at the demon's body and said, "Come to life." At that moment, the black matter began to boil like water in a kettle. A girl began to appear from this black matter, coughing. The guy ordered her to stand up. Her appearance was the same as when she was alive, but now a newborn being stood before him. The person who gives life in this world always has a responsibility, and the guy says that now she cannot use the stolen name because she is not allowed to wear it. Since he gave her life, he called her the Evil Spirit. From now on, her name is Evil Spirit, and she will serve him. The Demon Queen in the autumn rain, the one who had no right to bear any of these names, received her new name. The girl bent down and said that she would obey her master. Watching this, the rear spirit did not understand anything. Given our hero's attitude toward the evil spirit, she should have been seething with anger and contempt. But strangely, it did not hesitate to bow its head before him. Why did the evil spirit decide to obey without question? It did not know about the gift the tower had given our hero. The boy decided that he would tell about it later, and soon everyone will know about it. The search for the Demon King on the 20th floor proved fruitless, and at this point, the system rewrote the story. The girl who used to stand by the broken trough now found herself standing by a prosperous village. She closed her eyes and begged, "No, please don't." She was afraid of a repeat of the horror that had happened before, but she had not seen it yet. That as the soldiers rode in on their horses to destroy the village, the marshal suddenly stopped the army, ordering his soldiers to stand still. The girl fell to her knees, worshipping her master. She will not hold grudges and will not take revenge under any circumstances. She doesn't care what happens to her, she has only one request. "Please save my paradise," she said. And the guy looked at this touching scene. Meanwhile, the rear spirit collects fragments of information, trying to understand everything. Now that she has become his vassal, he has a responsibility to protect his people. The guy holding the sword of justice turns around and goes to protect her. He approaches the Ohio army and orders them to stand still and not move from the city. But the Ohio commander shouts how dare he block his way. Hearing his response, the boy smiles and asks what brings the commander to this middle of nowhere. The Ohio commander replies that it is the will of His Imperial Majesty. The commander says that they have information about a witch who lives here and clouds people's minds. Even the monsters have succumbed to her influence and voluntarily thrown themselves into her vortex of evil. How can such a threat be ignored? The boy asks what the commander is going to do next with his army. The commander replies that he will cleanse the place with his sacred sword. The boy materializes a map in his hand, showing it to the commander, and declares that he knows them all. He has met them on different floors and knows about the sentences of their emperors. Passing through the 16th, 18th, 19th, 13th, and 14th floors of the Tower of Babel, he saved all these people. But General Ohio can't just believe him and asks him again who he is and how he can resist his army. The guy answers that he is a warrior, and although people do not know about his justice and selflessness, he has always remained true to his principles, even in a frozen world. The commander declares that he has come by imperial order to fulfill the emperor's will. Our hero points out that he knows perfectly well what the emperor's situation is now, and asks why the commander continues to obey him. Ohio decides to say that the boy does not understand what he is talking about, and assumes that he was sent by a witch who lives here. But the boy replies that he is not presumptuous, because he is going to return the chosen heir and put the third prince on the throne. Our hero knew this information because of the injuries he received from Ohio in his past life. He approaches General Ohio and tells him that he cannot live like this, because His Majesty has not shown him an ounce of mercy. His entire life and destiny were devoted to weaving intrigue, but because of an explosion in his youth, he became a commander, and all thanks to the emperor. The general was angry when he remembered that this guy was in the palace when he was standing on the wall, and now he was here to change public opinion. But the boy called him a fool, because the general took him for a mere henchman of the fallen kingdom. Perhaps because he has seen almost nothing but intrigue in his life, he doesn't even realize what he is seeing in front of him. The commander asks again who sent him, but the guy confidently looks him in the eye and says, "Do you still have the right to ask who I am?" Pulling out his sword, he blinds everyone who looks at him and says, "Look for yourself, see for yourself." Before them stands the predecessor sent by the great emperor, and people could not believe this miracle. The guy knows about the emperor's crimes and the mess that the heir made. He knows how he took the throne, and out of pure devotion to the empire, he now checks to see if it is true that he has gone mad with power and changed his nature. This angered him. They now recognized his loyalty, but the general's character was not inferior to his stupidity, and this was a huge sin. If the general has no grudges, our hero asks why he is still on horseback. Jumping off the horse, Ohio asks him to forgive him. The boy tells the general, "Protect the rising sun, protect all living things from sea to shining sea, and may the empire be eternal." He is only sorry that a nobody who calls himself a great emperor ordered them to do this. The soldiers proudly began to bow and greet the new harbinger of the righteous great emperor. The rear spirit, who was watching from the side, was amazed. He had always known that the boy could talk nonsense, but now he realized that he was not just a master but a real specialist. He decides to teach the boy a lesson. When he swings his sword, It's not just skill that matters. It's not just confidence that matters. You need to believe in yourself. And when he starts talking nonsense, it also matters. To deceive your opponent, you must first deceive yourself. And let him remember forever that self-confident nonsense is belief in oneself. But some people among the emperor's advisors began to wonder where this omen came from. But, as our hero already understands, beautiful nonsense is effective only on the army of the empire. The general decides to ask the question on behalf of the entire army, addressing the boy. Today we have come to overthrow the witch. So what is the omen doing here? He asked. The boy closes his eyes and then confidently opens them and says that he has also come to punish the witch. He points at her with his finger, and everyone suddenly takes notice. She is the witch of the West, he says. I've seen her before, and it's definitely her. As people started shouting, "Kill her on the spot, destroy her," the guy asked the girl to kneel down in front of him. Approaching him, the girl falls to her knees. She bows not only to him, but also to the colonel. The guy orders her to tilt her head and rest her forehead on the ground. The girl is shaking with fear, not understanding what will happen next. The guy holds his sword over her as she bows to everyone. Closing his eyes, the guy continues to command her and asks her to rest both feet on the ground, taking 9 steps forward. The girl obeys him and takes a funny step forward. Soon the guy asks her to stand on his hands. She is surprised, but he insists, and she complies. He then orders her to run sideways 20 times, and then squat 10 times. When she is done, she has to do 10 push-ups and hold the bar for 20 seconds. At this point, she is already very tired. Falling to the ground, she says that she can't do it anymore. Her body doesn't listen. The guy announces to everyone that she is now defeated. He points his finger at her and says that now they cannot disobey his order. She can no longer harm the continent, and they can sleep in peace. Ohio opened his mouth and was shocked by this. One of his warriors remarked that they had come here to kill a witch. But Ohio assured him that everything was fine, since the soothsayer claimed that the witch was defeated. But does he really believe it? The warriors began to doubt that he was a real soothsayer, because he had nothing but a sword. But is the warrior really questioning the authority of the empire if he doubts the authority of the sword, which testifies to the patronage of the goddess? There is nothing more sacred than the high priest, and he cannot put the order of the high priest above the great emperor. The boy recalls a moment in his memory when the holy sword was fighting with other leaders. There were doubts within the army, but no one could doubt Colonel Ohio and his correctness. The boy now understood why the evil spirit had shown hostility to the hunters. Soon the warriors were arguing with each other for a long time and decided to fight to find out who was right. But then a priest came out of the crowd and ordered them to disperse. For him, the problem was very simple. If the young man was really the harbinger of the great emperor and the girl was really a witch, it was enough to check it out. However, it is not enough to verify. It is also necessary to confirm. The priest pulls out an orb that glows an incredibly blue color. It is a gem of the soul, given by a wise underwater ruler. If you drip blood on it, you can find out if a person's soul is pure. If the girl is indeed a witch of the outskirts, and the young man is the harbinger of the emperor, the priest asks for their blood to test. When the ball touches the blood of a person with a good soul, it will shine with white light. If the person has an evil soul, the hex will turn black. If this girl is really a witch, and this boy is the forerunner of the great emperor, let them accept the test of this gem. The ball will reveal the true nature of the person. All actions, good or bad, will be visible. It is a combination of the intuition of the holy sword and the lie detector of the vice-captain of the vigilantes in one. The spirit of the rear notices that the creature is good at cooking fish soup, but our hero goes ahead. He doesn't care. Let them check as much as they want. The creature warns that it is useless to bluff in front of this ball. First, he checks the woman's soul. Holding her hand, he points the glowing orb at her. With his sharp fingernails, he inflicts a wound on the girl so that a drop of blood flows out. After collecting the drop of blood, he drips it on the glowing ball. At this point, the ball turns a very dark color. How many atrocities has the girl committed? She is so cursed that she must be a witch, and perhaps even a demon king, says the priest. The priest moves away from the girl, takes the orb from her and cleans it to test the boy. Since he is the self-proclaimed forerunner of the great emperor, is he ready to see his true face? The boy holds out his hand to him, and the priest pierces the skin with his claw to draw a drop of blood. At the moment when the drop of blood almost touched the ball, there was no hope for its purity. But as soon as it touched the dark ball, light began to illuminate it. The priest holding the ball began to fill with light. Like a huge bomb, it lit up everything around. Even more, all the trees, forests, and the whole area were flooded with the light of the goddess. The warriors closed their eyes and did not understand what was happening. No one had ever seen a drop of blood make the hem glow with such a color. The priest confirmed with an open mouth that this soul was really that pure and how many lives it had saved. This man is a light, a clear sun that has given so many lives to people. The priest, amazed at this miracle, holding the orb, repeats the word light and cannot believe how pure this man is. The knight, who had studied the shining soul, could not believe it and asked why the captain of the holy knights could not see it and what the word light meant. The priest turned to the warrior and said that it was useless to talk to stupid people like him. And you could see that even tears began to roll down his face. A person with such a pure soul cannot lie or do something just for the sake of himself. This man is truly a forerunner of the great emperor, and perhaps even an apostle of the goddess. Folding his arms, the young man said confidently, "Yes, I am the apostle of the goddess." The warriors were amazed and discussed among themselves that they called him the Light because his sword shone and glowed. This sword is the emperor's, or something like that, and they recognize his noble origin. But the knight, holding his sword, says, "You are not sure, but let this guy be the forerunner of the great emperor and the Light." But there was one but. Why is he preventing them from fulfilling their mission of destroying the witch? This city needs to be burned and all its inhabitants exterminated. His Holiness is not only worried about the witch, the heretics who follow her cannot escape heavenly punishment. And at this moment, the evil spirit holds the boy by his jacket and stands behind him. The warrior asks that if he is really the apostle of the goddess, he should lead the mission of heavenly punishment. The rear spirit realizes that the situation is not so bad. He advises him to create a cunning plan that will consist of 90% truth and 10% lies. Looking at the one who doubted him, the boy said that he would decide how the heavenly punishment would be carried out. He had purified all evil, and the heavenly punishment had already been fulfilled. With a snap of his fingers, the skeletons rose from the darkness and filled the space with their cold heads. When the knights saw these demonic creatures, skeletons standing on their feet, they called them demons, and were afraid of them. And the doubtful knight no longer looked so confident. He was amazed that such creatures existed at all, and that was his whole mission. The guy was holding this girl's head. If the knights decided that only the witch is evil in this world, then all these skeletons, demons, and monsters are also evil, following her. The goddess ordered him to destroy the evil that fills the earth instead, to send all the demons to hell. This is his mission, and the warriors are now seeing his personal hell. The priest was simply amazed at the boy's strength, because they knew nothing, and their empire did not suspect that the boy was fighting all this alone. The boy said that all this was true. No one recognized Mr. Apostle, and this is really hell. They cannot pass by one man alone. The boy proved his purity and karma, and the skeletons behind him confirmed his strength and power. The priest begins to cry. He is hurt because this bright warrior has done so much. He doesn't need to punish the thieves separately. He will be in his shadow forever. This is his hell. He protected them all the time while they knew nothing. The rear guard, hearing this truth, realizes that it is time for him to resign. He has nothing to teach the boy, because his student is as pure as a baby, and they simply cannot stand such a son. But our hero asks him not to be modest, because he still has something to learn to reach the level of his kingdom. The boy wipes the skeletons off the face of the earth and tells everyone that now they have understood the will of the goddess and her heavenly punishment. The knight asks if they are going to go against her will. Apostle, these cruel demons, are they really safe? He is only a miserable human being, and only wants to see if you, young man, can restrain these demons if they break free. In other words, he just wants to check if the guy is really not covering for these people. With a snap of his fingers, a skeleton appears in front of our hero. At first, the knight does not understand why he was drafted, but this should dispel his doubts. Soon the guy orders the skeleton to restore his memory. The skeleton fills with flesh, takes on its own body, and exclaims, "What the hell am I doing here?" He immediately sees our hero and attacks him, shouting insults. He accuses the boy of turning him into this, and even putting him in iron would not be enough punishment. The skeleton threatens to destroy him, calling him a stinking litter, and promises to put him through all the circles of hell at any cost. It was the summer spirit that the boy had dealt with earlier. Our hero takes him by the collar and takes him aside to show people that he is one of the thieves who joined the witch. The guy calls him a ruthless and vile thief, worse than the witch herself, because the witch was born a monster, and this guy is just horrible in his actions. The elderly spirit continues to call everyone present names. Then our hero snaps his fingers and orders the rascal to dance. He doesn't know how, but he can't control himself and starts dancing hopak in front of people. He begins to spin and perform various dances, horrified to realize that he cannot stop. And at this moment, the knight, watching all this, realizes that it is incredible, and that these demons really cannot disobey his orders. The people around them could not believe it, but the knight was already on his knees. He apologized to him and asked the apostle only to know his name. Everyone in that army trembled in their armor, knelt down, and said that they obeyed Lord Kim. But at that moment, the summer spirit did not stop dancing the hopak. Soon, the Tower of Babel system greeted him, because the stage was cleared, and the quest of the frozen world was completed with him. The tower system informs him that the King of Death is one person, and he receives a reward for clearing this level. The reward will be issued within 24 hours once he enters the 21st floor. The rear spirit laughs, calling our hero Kim a cretin, and says that no one in the world has ever completed a level like this. But the guy doesn't care what they call him. He cleared everything up to level 20, just like he wanted to. Not a single hunter, imperial, or inhabitant of the continent died during the clearance, and keeping his hand on the wicked witch, he also defeated her. Perhaps even if he had watched the level 20 purge from the sidelines, he would have passed it anyway, at a time when the destruction of the village and its wiping off the face of the earth could have been the ending. Speaking of the ultimate ending, the tower does not distinguish between good and bad endings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to get to level 20. If it didn't, the tower wouldn't have chosen this world that the guy chose. Because of this, such an ending cannot be strictly defined. Today, the sky is clear. It hasn't rained. The earth hasn't burned. This is the end chosen by our hero, and it is his merit. The rear spirit asks him if this part is really the ending he has chosen as well. After all, the rear spirit has noticed that the elderly former hero is dancing hopak and does not stop because the guy ordered him to. Why doesn't he stop this madness? To which our hero replies that it is just incredibly beautiful. An announcement appears for everyone that the 20th level was cleared today. It was cool, but the guy wanted to go on social media to check the reactions, but the internet was down here. The rear spirit asked if he hadn't stopped being interested in people's reactions. Kim never said that, and said that he wanted to gain people's recognition. The system said that the tower would open in 24 hours. It didn't matter to the guy, but he thought it was better to seek the recognition of all people. Is he that insatiable? He is a real pig. At that moment, the head of the dragon saw the boy and shouted, "King of Death!" She hugged him and jumped on him. She was overjoyed and could not believe it. He is so young, not even 30, and he has already achieved such success. A holy sword comes out of the shadows and looks at the boy with interest. The girl tells him that he cleared level 20 in 5 days. It's just unreal. He's a real nutcase. She can't even imagine what a mess the tower is now. At this point, the girl shows her phone. She briefly went down to the first level and screen-capped the breaking news. A race to solve a riddle, a new star named the King of Death, the lead role in the Holy Sword, the Witch of the King of Death. There were so many articles that the girl couldn't scan everything. But he needs to realize that this excitement has risen not only in the tower, but also in the outside world. The headlines look like this. Everyone is talking about him, who he is, how he lives, and how he got to the top so quickly. The head of the dragon has screened all this and is now showing him the articles. She specially went down to the first level and carefully reviewed each article and scanned them. Looking him directly in the eye, at the distance of his nose, she said that if you go into the details, it is actually true that the second-ranked huntress is the best real authority in the tower. Just in case, she told him not to read the comments. Envious people were tearing him down for nothing. How strange that no one died in the battle. Don't pay attention to all the rabble. The guy looked at her like an angel. The rear spirit decided to bring him down to earth, saying, "Lord, if you talk to anyone for a little while, you take anyone for an angel." And in his opinion, if it's not an angel, it's probably a goddess. The spirit realizes that they are really crazy. The girl also brought a newspaper with her and told the guy to look at it. It was the headline of yesterday's newspaper, where the top hunters were updated. It was the daily rundown, and he was in 3rd place. This is the first time this has happened in the tower since it opened. To be ranked first right away. The girl congratulated the King of Death, saying that now he also represents all the hunters. Now he needs to think a little more about his further actions and plans. Now he is one of the 5 big guilds, but in reality, he is an independent hunter who ranks 3rd. Being an ordinary member in one of the guilds does not suit him at all. He was thinking about becoming a guild leader, but the girl asked him if he wanted to be a loner, like an old man, but she would not insist. A holy sword comes out of the wall and asks if they are talking about him now. Looking around, he asks who they are, these knights gathered from all over the continent. Looking at the evil spirit, he realizes that this is a long explanation. As soon as he eliminated the Demon King, the second level event began, the invasion of the stage of the XX level of this floor. And because he had skills and items, he tricked them into thinking he was a great emperor. And now, they are just retreating. The holy sword and the girl notice that he had a talent for lying. But who cares, because he cleared the stage without bloodshed. No one was going to reproach him. On the contrary, it was all true, and everything worked out well. Thanks to him, they can now trade with the entire continent. There is no need to serve the old men from the outside world, because they are scoundrels who manipulate the scene for food. Now they will see if they can really do it. The main trade between the tower and the outside world is unfair. Capital, resources, technology are all in abundance outside, which is not the case in the tower. Food is an eternal problem, and it needs to be solved. The guy looks at the head of the Black Dragon and feels that when he first saw her, she called him the Iron Lady. During this time, they became very close, and the guy asks her if she wants to trade with this continent. She answers that she does. The guy promises to put in a good word for her in this world, because he is the forerunner of the great emperor and the apostle of the goddess. If he introduces her as an apostle of the goddess, it will help her establish contact. Of course, this is a lucrative offer, but she knows that he is not the type to do favors for free. What will it cost her? The moment he says this, the evil spirit of the former demoness is shocked. The guy wants the entire 20th level. He wants to occupy all the land, or to be more precise, he would like all the land on the 20th level to become his property. In return, he would not charge any fee for clearing levels 11 through 19 and would share the profits from the turnover with other hunters. It was an amazing offer, and she couldn't accept it on her own without consulting other guild leaders. He definitely wants this city. At first glance, it has no value. The city is small, and the soil is not very suitable for farming. However, in his experience, sharing the reward for clearing 9 levels can bring much more. But the guy likes everything, and he is not doing it for money or land. The girl replied that she would gather all the heads of the guilds on the first level. He would come to the meeting, and they would discuss everything. Soon, he decided to ask another question that bothered the sword and witch. What's going on with that guy who's been dancing hopak and crying endlessly? To which our hero replies, "Pretend you didn't see that." Soon they move to a town on the first level, and someone advises them to make a coffee shop for meetings. For some it was 5 days, but for him it was hundreds of years. As he walks, he smiles as he realizes the scene of purification. The girl, passing forward, opens the door and says that he will realize even faster if he is filled. The people in the tower are now talking only about him, and she recommends that he prepare himself mentally. As he leaves the tower, hundreds of reporters with cameras shown on him, taking pictures and videos. Everyone wanted to interview him, and now his name, the King of Death, is known all over the world. When they came out, people did not stop rejoicing at their appearance. The newly arrived hero was accompanied by the Holy Sword and the Witch. Everyone realized that the guy who came out was the King of Death, who was already a legend of the land. Various questions were asked. Whether he had cleared the 20th floor alone. Whether it was true about his relationship with the witch. What was going on between them. The girl recommended that he just say nothing. He has no experience with the press, and now he is a popular star. She emphasizes that he has 2 ways of dealing with the press. Choose mysticism or be a popular star. And once you choose a path, it's quite difficult to change it, so it's up to you. A popular star is like a movie star. You need to create social media accounts and have special secretaries. The Black Dragon will take care of business affairs and expenses. Personally, the Holy Sword prefers solitude. But then what is needed for a mystical image? Nothing special. You just need to stick to one thing. Keep a poker face, be unapproachable, and not say much. Social networks are absolutely forbidden for this purpose. Live broadcasts and filming for journalists are also prohibited, as well as personal broadcasts. Interviews are allowed a maximum of twice a year, and only to those reporters he approves. And that's it. But despite this, the girl says that it will be very difficult, because attention is a drug that is highly addictive. A person becomes happier when at least 10 people show interest in them. And when hundreds of people respond to your words, it becomes even more addictive. People who can resist this drug can be counted on one hand. According to the Holy Sword, it's all in vain, but it's a pleasant vain. and it's up to the guy to decide what to do. Our hero wants recognition, but he doesn't really understand it, but he thinks it's a little different from attention. He recalls the scoundrel who quenched his thirst for attention by attracting others. It makes no difference. In any case, his decision will be respected, because he is a good person. But he doesn't know what to do, asking the girl what's better. To make a poker face? She decides to share a trade secret so that he thinks about something unpleasant. Personally, she recalls the death of her father during the Civil War in the outside world. She and he were running away, but the military caught up with them. Her father stayed behind and shouted not to turn around. At that moment, the girl ran away without turning back, even at the sound of gunfire. She didn't see anything wrong with running away, because at that moment she was just a child. But why didn't she turn around? It was so simple. At the moment she remembers this incident, she always makes a stony face, scrolling through her memories until she stops because of the heartbeat she can feel in her ears. Our hero also had several similar memories. The girl looked at him and noticed that he was a quick study and adapted instantly. With a serious and impenetrable face, he walks forward, ignoring the laughter. Upon entering one of the hunter's centers, they are greeted by an inquisitor. He did not think that it would actually be possible to clear the tower in 5 days. This is the best achievement since the tower was created, and everyone sincerely pays homage to Kim. But now, he is the king of death. To be honest, everyone thought that their trio would fail in the sweep and die. What's more, he cleared the 20th floor by himself. What was his secret? Kim looked at everyone and said that it was enough to live simply according to your conscience. Everyone was surprised because it was incredibly practical advice. But in any case, Kim was happy to see them all, and was happy that everything was fine. For them it was not so long ago, because only 5 days had passed. He stayed in the audience room as promised, and everyone came to his aid as well. What was strange was that after a while, the NPCs in the Empire suddenly started moving. It was at the moment when they were on the 12th floor fighting the Demon King back. And when the NPCs decided that they were traitors, the invading Imperial Palace knights and guards came to arrest them, and even their souls fled to their heels. The poisonous serpent stroked the Inquisitor's head and said what he had after they were arrested. They escaped from the dungeon, and it was more interesting than they expected. There was a detailed secret path, and they escaped as if they were children. Recently, there were rumors that he was captured by the Bulgarian mafia as a child, and it was all true. Dungeons and escapes were the best moments of his youth. The Countess, for example, was born in an Indian garbage village. The poisonous snake was the head of gangsters, and the Holy Knight suffered in Venezuela. In the outside world, they were all rejects, and it's not worth bringing up topics about such places. Come to think of it, now the King of Death is also considered their man, and it was all true. They had all seen how the King of Death had made a decisive contribution to the cleanup. Thanks to him, they did not lose a single person. Moreover, even with many hunters on the 11th floor, none of them were hurt. The witch wants to make the hero a representative of their tower. The Countess is very greedy for money. The heretic Inquisitor killed a lot of people, and they could not argue with that. The Holy Knight hates attention, and there is a poisonous snake in the room, and everyone understands perfectly well that he is a real rude man and swears a lot. At that moment, the Holy Sword, as you know, specializes in fencing, and he often has to conduct secret operations behind the scenes, which is why he is not suitable for publicity. Meanwhile, the King of Death doesn't have any negative reputation. It was hard not to recognize this, because they were all old characters. It was a fact that new hunters were constantly appearing in magazines, but their circulation had dropped significantly. The Inquisitor measured our hero's height, checked his photogenicity, asked him who he was dating and who he would be dating to avoid rumors of a relationship. If no one, then great. The King of Death felt uncomfortable in such circumstances, and everyone thought his smile was suspicious. Because of this, they decided to turn to mysticism and took responsibility for his reputation. The guy tried his best to withstand this chatter, and everyone discussed how to improve his reputation in front of the media. But first, they would hire a photographer and a stylist, and he would need to leak at least one photo to the press, the witch said. But the boy could still see that things were not going according to the concept, and maybe they could do without all these stylists. The witch asks to make an exception today, and people from all over the world want to know about it. Take one photo and show them all. Soon the guy was being prepared, combed, dyed, and the next moment he was being photographed with weapons in his hands in the style of a wolf waiting for his prey. The photographer complimented him, saying that he looked very good in the costume, and the Inquisitor and the witch discussed his concept of adventurism. At this point, the rear spirit was gritting his teeth as he watched the guy being photographed. It was so funny to him that he just cried with laughter. It was very funny, and the guy even felt the tension. After a few photos, he said that he was not going to do it. He explained that as a hunter he works hard to climb the towers, so he doesn't need this press and photography. They are worried about such things, and because of this, they were unable to go to the 10th floor, stuck there for many years. After these words, the heads of the hunters just held their breath, but they didn't even pay serious attention to it, as the phrase was not bad. And the slogan of this issue will be, "The hunter must rise." They also had a similar diligence in their 20s. But our hero continued to be a rabble-rouser, telling everyone that he came here to talk about the 20th floor. He said that they had no business climbing on his 20th floor, as they should give it to him. But the concept of greed is also good, and the chapters thought of making his image the front page of the newspaper, with the headline, "The King of Death hands over control of the 11th to 19th floors of the tower to the public. They will reveal the satisfaction of simply clearing the tower." On the second page, they will write that the King of Death has become famous, makes donations to an orphanage, and as a sign of respect, they hand over control of the 20th floor to him. The guy was just shocked by their rhetoric and couldn't work with it. The Holy Sword just told him that the moment he rose to the top of the rankings, the same thing happened. He wanted to show these kids the outside world, but they came here leaving everything behind, and it was so frustrating. The Holy Sword decides to leave here, as you can spend a whole day on these meaningless dialogues. Our hero and the Holy Sword run out of the building, running away from these jerks. They run away, and the witch shouts that there is a press conference tomorrow and he needs to come back in the morning. She advises him to wear something on top so no one can see him, and to be careful. Together with the Holy Sword, they climbed up one of the tall buildings. The moment they reached the top, the guard guarding this floor asked them to stay for 5 minutes. But soon this guard saw the King of Death and decided to take a picture of him. The guy looked at this simple guard and said that it was really him. Then the guard pulled out a notebook from his purse. It was the first time he had ever seen such a cool guy, and now he has absolutely nothing with him. He asks for an autograph. At this point, the Holy Sword signs and makes an autograph. The guard asks the King of Death to sign an autograph, if it's not too much trouble. The guy was upset, as he had never made or given autographs. This was his lifelong wish. At this historic moment, he signs the diary to the guard and gives his first autograph to a human being. He had been practicing signing autographs all his life, waiting for this moment when he would become famous. The knight happily walks away from them, ensuring that he has their backs. Standing on the roof of a building, they decide to talk about life. Our hero wants the Holy Sword to listen to him. Even though you don't look like a killer of many people, it's not really like that. In the mirror, I see a brutal killer who has killed even more people. But because I love myself, I don't punish myself. I have a certain attitude, to punish those who have done a lot of harm, and I live according to this attitude, punishing those who do harm. At this point, he realizes that he and the Holy Sword are on almost the same path, and the Holy Sword asks him not to try to convince him. I'm different from other hunters. Everyone at the top is exploring the outside world, children. When I was born, I lived in prosperity, but I wondered if my success really came entirely from my skills. It wasn't just that he was a golden-caged bird, raised on the best food. The Holy Sword hides its weapons. Even though he was born into a prosperous environment, he was confident that he had made it on his own. He wanted to prove that his self-confidence was justified, and so he came to the tower. But he never suspected that he was safe enough. The Holy Sword unlocks a skill that all along allowed him to see and learn the number of kills of his opponent. In his mind, it was stupid to trust only his eyes and hands and rely only on the skill. He looks the guy in the eye and asks him one last time if he has ever ended the life of an innocent person. The boy replies that he has never. Looking at the Holy Sword, he realizes that this is why the Holy Sword said, "Don't try to convince me, because conviction comes from the head. All that needs to be expressed is not from the head, but from the heart," the boy says. "That's never happened before, Mr. Holy Sword." He gives him a guarantee that it will never happen. The Holy Sword closes his eyes. Picking up his sword, he says that he will trust his eyes, and he cuts the skill to pieces. The boy looks at this sight in awe and realizes that the Holy Sword has changed. He also says that he has worked hard over the past 5 days, and he is grateful that he gave in to the old man's stubbornness. Even though he is now talking about breaking through the 12th, 19th floors, it was a pleasure to work with him, and he shared his experience. The Holy Sword told him to get a good rest today, because tomorrow the press conference will end, and the 21st floor of the King of Death will open. At this point, he leaves the young hero. The young man realizes that the holy sword has just recognized him, and it is true. Our hero falls to his knees, thanking God that everything is finally over, and the 20th floor is now his, and the guild leaders will sort it out themselves. But the rear spirit says that nothing is over yet, because many floors still need to be cleared. The Tower of Babel reports that the goddess of protection admires his achievements and recognizes all his results. The goddess of protection believes that he has enough rights to become an apostle, and the boy looked up and did not understand why it happened so suddenly. But when he looked back, he noticed that it was simply incredible. The goddess of protection recognizes him, and he can call on her. She tells him to look down, and the boy looks down, but he didn't see anything interesting. Then the goddess says to look a little more to the left. A light shines on our hero's face. The goddess of protection gives him his last powers. And at that moment, as the guy looks, he assumes, is the goddess of protection really his constant friend on the battlefield? And all this time, she has been his sword with which he has been administering justice. The goddess of protection agrees. Reporters on all channels are showing an incredible video obtained from insiders. It is like a fire spreading through a dry field, quickly spreading among viewers. One of the shots shows a black witch holding hands with a hunter. Everyone assumes that this is the hunter. This footage cannot be faked. The King of Death killed the boss of the 11th floor scene with a single blade. No one had ever killed a boss with a single stroke before. All this time, our hero was listening to the TV while sitting on the couch. He felt a wave of information crashing over him with every word. Eventually, he couldn't stand the news flow and turned off the TV. The rear spirit, with curiosity in his voice, asked him why he did that. The guy hit the table and said, "Breathe! It's so annoying! If you can't stand it, then die. You won't die completely, but you don't want to. Then switch to another channel." But there was nowhere to switch to, because all the channels were talking only about him. All the time he was walking around with his sword, which was a goddess. She noted his exceptional achievements and advised him to get used to the fact that the price of fame would be something like a tax that the hero would have to pay. Yesterday, our hero was very tired, so he could not talk about it properly. He turns to the goddess. "Aren't you overestimating me?" And she replies, "You are light." The goddess of protection clearly remembers how they were climbing in the tower. Our hero, feeling shame burning him like fire, began to close his eyes and ears. The goddess informs him that the empire is now in his hands. In this case, his self-confidence is extremely appropriate. The boy notices that the sword is fascinated by him, just as he was fascinated by the summer spirit. The boy lifted the sword up to look at it. The sword shone in the light like a star in the night sky. Our hero took out a snot-stained cloth and decided to wipe the sword with it. At this point, the goddess informs him that she feels threatened by his body. She asks him to stop at the sight of this dirty rag. But Kim did not stop and wipe the sword properly. He moved like a stubborn artist completing his masterpiece. Afterwards, he looked at the sword with joy and noticed that it was much quieter. Twisting the sword in his hands, he realizes that it is a constellation. But why, being a constellation, is it a sword? Was it reincarnated? After all, a constellation is something like a steward in every scene, and he has seen cases of constellation establishment that started with monsters. The goddess of protection nods her head, and he begins to realize that the constellation is something that provides this world, like a guardian standing at the gates of paradise. The goddess of protection says that she was originally a holy spirit who ascended to God. However, the founder of the empire, a him, divided her into 5 swords and sealed her. Among these swords, it is the first, the sacred sword idol. The boy looks at this sacred sword and realizes that it even has a name. The story of the swords continues. The first sword is called the idol. The second is the sword of compassion. The third is the sword of prayer. The fourth is the sword of sacrifice. And the fifth is the sword of salvation. The goddess boasts that if you collect all 5 sister swords, you can regain the power that would correspond to the very heyday of the empire. The boy looked at this sword. In short, it is now just a fragment of a real sacred sword. To get the true power, you need to find 4 more. But where are these remaining swords? The goddess doesn't answer, even though the boy asks her intently. Does she not know? Maybe she has the right to remain silent? The boy decides that she does not know, but she denies it, saying that she can feel their presence when she is nearby. In any case, right now he has 1/5 of that power. But what can she do? It can get the absolute support of the Empire. Anthem replies that he knows this very well. But suddenly the sword explodes with light energy and blinds the guy. The goddess boasts of her skill and confidently releases the light. The boy has seen this ad nauseum and realizes that he knows it perfectly well. The rear spirit laughs quietly with the boy, but he asks her again, "Can't she do anything but support and shine?" To this, the sword replies that she is confident in fighting monsters and adds that she can cut people too. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It's the Black Witch, who has come to see how they are doing. The press conference will start in 5 minutes. At about the same time, the end of the conference will open the 21st floor. After answering the questions, he will be able to go straight up to the floor. The guy agrees. The girl said that this was great and asked him not to stay and to leave. The guy was not going to delay. He gets ready and leaves. However, he needs to take stock of the sword. What can it do besides shine and be completely useless? The goddess protests, considering it unfair. The guy replies that from now on she will be called Shiny, and it's a pity to waste the names Sacred Sword or Goddess of Protection because she failed to defend her country. She is making too much noise in his head, where there is already enough of a sword lord. In a rage, he orders her to turn to him only in extreme cases. If she acts out, he will immediately return her to the Agam Empire, to which the goddess, or rather the brilliant one, replies that she agrees with him. Time is running out, and all the warriors are already at the conference, where they are being watched by TV lenses. The head of the Black Dragon did not pay attention to the paparazzi who were following her relentlessly. She announced that everyone knew they had cleared the 11th to the 20th floor. It was a brilliant achievement, covered by many media outlets. They thought long and hard about how to tell about these joyful events, because everyone is already informed, sincerely thankful for the vivid coverage. This time, however, there is another factor that they are most proud of. At the 10th floor clearance, which everyone has been waiting for so closely for the past 10 years, no one could have even predicted that the 20th floor would be cleared so quickly. The most important achievement was that there were no casualties. Not a single person was killed, and they are very happy about that. The girl held up her palm and said to look down. Everyone looked down at Babylon Square, with the names of the victims carved on every stone who had sacrificed their lives for the joy of clearing the tower. They became famous during the clearing of the 2nd and 3rd floors, and it was from that moment that their growth continued. She was very pleased to announce that no new names would be carved in the square. All the media started taking pictures in a hurry to capture the moment. She gave every reporter the opportunity to raise his hand and ask a question. Our hero had already thought that he was not really needed here. He could not believe that he could actually say something, and did not believe that there would be a line. After answering the questions, the press conference was coming to an end, and everyone headed to the 21st floor. But one of the reporters interrupted, introducing himself as John Evans from the Daily News. He had a question for the King of Death. "How did you end up in the top 3? The guy realized he had to answer. The reporter continued, "There are numerous rumors about your rapid rise to the top, especially regarding the influence of a newcomer to the secret guild. If that's true, then it appears that the Death King was created by the big guilds. Is it true that you took advantage of the 20th floor monopoly? And is there a danger that most guilds are manipulating floors 11 through 20? The witch warned him that this was a provocation, and that he shouldn't answer, as everything would calm down by itself. But Kim realized that such people would still appear, and at least once he had to express his position. Taking the microphone in his hand, he brought it to his face and said, "It's okay, I'm ready to answer." The witch grabbed her head and told the boy not to try to perform too hard, because they would not be able to cover all his mistakes. People were waiting for some positive information from the new hero. If the audience didn't like his performance, no one could control the press. But our hero realized that there was no calmer person than him. He considered himself a visionary, although he was really referring to his skills. He walked up to the microphone, checked its performance, and introduced himself. "I am the hunter, known as the King of Death. I'm glad to meet everyone." But a reporter came up and introduced himself as Jones Evans. The reporter said yes without question. The guy looked the reporter in the eye and saw fire in the reflection of his eyes. They looked at each other so intently. Kim said that he had sown anxiety in people's souls because he was not good enough. He decides to use a tactic against the elderly spirit, an absolute counterattack. He reiterates that the anxiety came from his shortcomings. He didn't have the Black Dragon's head, but he had knowledge that others didn't have. The interview with the world's most amazing hunter took place when the elderly spirit was telling us how cool he was and how he cleared the 20th floor, calling everyone suckers. He positioned himself as a conqueror, without straining, defending everything and knowing everything. At the moment when the elderly spirit was being interviewed, he approached the reporter and asked who else he would give the good he had cleared away to. Perhaps to his mother or father. The second name for this incident was Papasha. After this interview, the head of the Black Dragon urgently ended the conference. The summer spirit added fuel to the fire among reporters, and scenes with insults to parents, wife, and foul language were broadcast through live broadcasts and streams. Although he tried his best and achieved a good result, the number of casualties was 0. He did not consider it his feat. Clenching his fist, he said he was only doing his duty as a hunter. He was not going to defend his privileges, so he transferred the rights to the 11th and 19th floors to the guild. These floors have become a kind of green belt zone where the local citizens of the tower live, and he was quite satisfied with the management role on these floors. After these words, he told the reporter Evans that he was done with his interview. The reporter closed his mouth after his speech because the answers were very high quality. He was expecting provocations. Our hero thanked him and gave others the opportunity to ask questions, because he didn't have much time and might not have time to answer all of them. Soon, a barrage of questions hit Kim, and his strategy of backtracking was successful. His opposite, the summer spirit, always did the opposite. When the summer spirit refused to answer the question, our hero answered clearly and concisely. The next question came from a newspaper, and they didn't stop there, because the opening of the tower would begin in 5 minutes. Although the reporters did not stop, the witch decided to shut them up, because she realized that they were all interested in learning more about the new hero. But there was no time left. Everyone is told that their day off has come to an end, and they are going back to clearing the tower. They realize that people need them. Their support is important. This time they will try their best to avoid casualties. But the brazen reporter still raised his hand, and asked one last question in the end. Do the Black Dragon Head and the Death King have any relationship? The girl noticed that the boy was embarrassed by this question. She said that their relationship was more than friendship. They were comrades in arms. But no one heard the comrades in arms part. They were only interested in the more than friendship part. She wanted to avoid misunderstandings or misinterpretations. That was the end of the Black Dragon's press conference. The girl once again thanked everyone for their attention and support. At this point, she left without explaining her last statement. The guy tried to ignore all the previous statements in order not to answer and not to create an information occasion. She heated up the frying pan and left right away. That's how the reporters reacted to her words, but she wanted drama. After all, tense moments are best remembered. At the end, the guy follows her and asks himself if she is the head of the guild that runs the tower. When they were backstage, the girl exhaled heavily from the tension. She was proud of our hero. It was perfect. He answered 100%. It was so brilliant and the right behavior that it was the best course in his journey. People like heroes, but they like those who stand before them with an open mind the most. At the same time, he did not look like a simpleton. It was just wonderful. She hadn't expected him to have a talent for managing public opinion. What have you been doing before if you've just appeared now? She thought. She said that if he needed something, he could tell her right away. Money, support, fame. If it was in the tower, she would get it for him. The guy replied that everything was fine, holding her hand. But what she meant by the words, "a comrade in arms is more than friends," really surprised him. The girl looked away and said that it was nothing special. She was just creating a smokescreen. But the press would still blow up a romantic relationship even if it didn't exist, and it would be safer for her. This is some kind of strategy, thought our hero. The girl reassured him once again, telling him not to worry. She has been fighting public opinion on her own for many years, and can fully trust him in this area. People are holding their breath, waiting for the countdown to the opening of new missions in the tower. Everyone is watching closely to see what the organizers have prepared for them, because there are only 5 seconds left. Soon, a hologram of a goddess appears in the sky, addressing the conquering warriors in the tower, and congratulating them on overcoming difficulties and filling the Demon King's resentment. At this moment, the rear spirit is watching all this and tells the boy to be more vigilant than ever. There is no time to rest, as a completely different scene unfolds on the 21st floor. The goddess informs them that they could have stayed forever on the ground floor of the tower. They could have refused the challenge and chosen a peaceful life. However, they decided to go up 10-20 floors to see with their own eyes what is at the top of this tower. In this case, the tower would fairly respond to their aspiration. At this point, the girl and Kim begin to move to the 21st floor. The other hunters also notice that they are moving to the upper levels of the tower without a word. Everyone, even those who were not aware of the events, are also moved, and notice that it is happening forcibly. The goddess informs them that the people who decided to go up gladly accepted the new name and became the tower's soldiers. Since then, only the chosen warriors have been called upon to perform noble duties. Soon, everyone moves to this legendary 21st floor. They are met by a young man dressed in a white robe. He welcomes the warriors to the tower, noting that the anxiety of this humble steward was so great that one day here would last 3 years. The guy levitates in the air and a bunch of different books float behind him. He welcomes hunters to the library of the great hunters. He sweetly greets everyone who comes up in the tower and says that life is a process that begins with an encounter and ends with it. If you think about it, the meaning of life is not in the sequence of events, but in meeting people. Waiting only adds flavor to life, like a seasoning to a dish. The system informs them that they are being greeted by the library manager. His greeting was rather strange, demanding that they observe the etiquette of his library of fictional worlds. The hunters were shocked by his appearance. Some of them were not ready to move. Some were taking a shower, and some were sleeping and barely opened their eyes. The boy, seeing that he had moved people even from the shower, admits his mistake, that he was not attentive enough. He quickly throws a black robe over the man, who was not wearing any clothes. This, of course, is a relief for him. But he still feels sorry for the people who did not expect such a development. The witch comes closer to the man and asks him who he is. He replies that he is a humble steward, a nameless, inconspicuous man, just the manager of the Black Witch's great library. If you compare him to people, he is a creature more like a completely unimportant third-party character. He would prefer that they treat him as a creature of no importance at all. The girl followed him closely, and when they looked around, they saw a real huge library, although this guy only called it a little big library. According to the hunters, it was not just a library, but a whole world of books. A breeze blew through the steward's hair, and he was happy to be recognized in his library. But when he saw the King of Death, he flew to him to make sure that he was the real thing. Saying that there was no need to be wary, the humble steward only wanted to greet him. To him, the Death King was an epic hero, and when the others heard the word, they did not understand what it meant. This steward began to circulate around him various books, which contained chronicles of the empire, hymns, and his hobby was reading books. The collection of books in this library was quite unusual. These books were related to the worlds where the tower was built, and their history. They wondered why they were recognized out of a large number of warriors. The reason was simple. Only their worlds had the names of the characters. This book contains 302 people. These warriors had nicknames, and only the hunters who received a second name were called. The witch was amazed that they would now have to clear the tower with only so many people, but the steward told them not to worry, because they would manage, just as the 3 of them had done in their empire. And 300 people is more than 300 times the number needed to clear the tower. Our hero suggested that they start the quest as soon as possible. He understands that everyone is worried, but for a long time, he has gotten used to people, and even though they want to climb up quickly, he wants to talk. He was so happy to see them that he forgot about the quest. He will explain everything well and clearly to each hunter so that everyone understands. Various books began to fly around him. He handed them to the hunters and told them which one would move them the most. He said that the apocalypse is very boring, and there is too much calm destruction. The steward chose a book for his quest. Taking one of them, he warned everyone in advance. When he opened the book, everything was filled with light, and his warnings sounded so that no one would be too scared. This light filled the city, covering it with an unknown moment, and it felt like they were moving somewhere. The steward was also moving with them. He said that the records collected in his library are not just books. We can say that they are on a completely different level. The great library of fictional worlds has a name that speaks for itself. It contains records from many worlds. For example, in one hand they hold a book from a conquered world, and in the other hand they hold their own world. These books can be called in different ways. For some, they are epics. For others, they are chronicles. Some call them chronicles or sagas, but their humble steward prefers another name. He calls it simply the apocalypse. His eyes are directed to the cloudy sky above one of the cities. Your apocalypse, he begins, is just a long prologue that is coming to an end. And now, we are gradually rising. You could say we're in the part of the book where the story starts to taste good. However, not all apocalypses are safely in progress, and the hunters are looking at this world. After this phrase, everything is filled with a huge explosion that covers the space. The steward explains that he understands that if the apocalypse is interrupted, this world is not the only one where the explosion destroyed all history. Holding up one of the books, which shines with fateful rays, the steward says that many worlds are like this. There are different reasons why the apocalypse ended. For example, for one it was fire, for another it was water. A large wave washed away huge cities and took the lives of many people. It was extremely tragic. The protagonists of some apocalypses lived as they did, reached the right conclusion, and created a grandiose ending. Unfortunately, everything ended up being infinitely unfair. At this point, the manager closes the book. Even though for him, it is only a cessation of production, people living in these worlds call it destruction. The hunters, being in this state to which the steward brought them, were shocked and could not even think that such a thing could exist at this stage. The rear spirit realizes that there is nothing surprising in this nausea, because they are continuously shown things that are very difficult for an ordinary person to endure. Soon, the respected host is told that his quest is very simple. In response, he offers everyone to choose an interrupted apocalypse. They will choose 8 destroyed worlds, and he only wants to read this apocalypse to the end. The main task is to continue studying the history of world destruction. Each hunter will personally enter one of the 8 apocalypses and save them from the threat of termination. They need to personally enter the 8 worlds and stop the destruction. This is the quest of your humble steward. The name of the quest is Recycled World, Multiple Worlds, Multiple Destruction. You need to choose one of the apocalypses where history was interrupted. If they save this world, they will be credited with clearing the 22nd floor. If they fail, the floor will never open. After that, the quest began, and after a long stay in space and seeing the horrors that took place in apocalyptic cities, the hunters fell to the ground. The manager saw that the hunters had spit on his floor and were not going to clean it up. "Where is their decency? Only by working together can we keep the library clean." He claps his hands. Bookmarks from books appear, which surprisingly have arms, legs, and even a broom to clean the library. In another way, he calls them maid bookmarks, and they will kindly clean the floor and serve coffee to the hunters all this time, until the 30th floor is cleared. The witch asks, "For starters, they're not maids. They're monsters, right?" The steward covers his mouth and smiles at the hunters, letting them think that they are. But the main thing the hunters need to know is that while they are here, they must follow the rules. Never touch the books without his permission. He collected this collection with blood and sweat, and each apocalypse exists in only one copy in the entire universe. One of the hunters was impressed by this small steward. Holding his sword in his hands, he started to get angry and laugh at the same time because this guy was the boss of the monsters on this floor. The kid looked at him and smiled, and the hunter continued, drawing his weapon. "Quests are some bullshit. We'll deal with it and protect everything up to the 30th floor. This cocky hunter is pointing his finger at the Death King, showing that he cleared the 20th floor by himself, and they can definitely defeat some kid. Is there anything they can't handle? Apparently not. All the hunters set their sights on our hero. But soon one of the hunters noticed that there were 5 major guilds present. He began to get indignant, saying that he really didn't like the way they had divided the 11th floor among themselves and brought a newcomer to play the main character. "This is my hunter," the boy said. Hearing these words, the witch closes his mouth and orders him to think about who he is talking to. Kim takes her hand and squeezes it to calm the girl down, because she has to hold back. The girl can't understand why he stopped her. Because if you let people like that do what they want, they will do anything. But the guy said only one phrase: "We're live now." The witch did not immediately understand what he meant. The guy was from the future. When the 30th floor was being cleared in his world, he was actively watching it. Now there is a live broadcast of video games on the square. If you remember what the constellation says, we are the characters here. And of course, where there are characters, there will be readers watching them. If she shows herself to be unfavorable, it will be remembered for a lifetime. In fact, in this scene, it's not so important how you clean it up, the girl realized, and the boy agreed with her. Now they are in a large work of the Great Library, and the system reports that it is happy to see the King of Death. He receives a message that the award for clearing the 20th floor is given to him. The reward for a normal scene is the blessing of the God of Beauty, which allows him to observe the level of interest of the characters from the 20th to the 30th floor. He is also given the blessing of the God of Snakes, which allows him to observe the thoughts of the characters on the 30th floor. The guy is excited about these skills. It was cool. Looking at the witch, he decided to test the new features. As soon as he said character window, he saw the main interesting moments from the witch's life. Her romantic preferences, many interesting details, her unloved subjects, and even her thoughts. The girl didn't understand why he was looking at her like that, so she paid attention to him. She asked what was wrong with him. The guy, in a stupor, replied that it was nothing special, he was just looking. But the rear spirit, realizing the curiosity of this situation, laughed. The rear spirit could not help but laugh because of the girl's thoughts. It was extremely funny. But Kim looked at the spirit and opened its character window as well. The rear spirit realized that the guy had used a skill on him. The guy read his mind, and the spirit thought, "Shit, it works on me too." He also looked at his genre preferences, and he was shocked because the rear spirit was quite boring. The rear spirit lost his temper and promised to kill the guy for using this skill on him. He ordered the guy to get out of his brain, otherwise he would tear it to shreds. Kim laughed, saying that by the 30th floor he would be able to read his mind and open the skill window whenever he wanted. The spirit promised that it would show who would control whom. The hunters who were in the library were already tense enough, seeing the library manager as a villain. As they were about to carry out their plan, the Holy Spirit interrupted their conversation, asking if they had forgotten about the destroyed worlds that were shown in the constellation. He reminded them that they could be thrown into a world like that, and they would still pick a fight even after seeing it. If they planned a group suicide, he would not interfere with them. But the brazen hunter said, "Don't be afraid. The Death King passed the 10th and 20th floors alone. All monster bosses are the same. All the big guilds are just crooks. If they're going to tail them, then let them go." The manager asked if the hunters were done talking, but the brazen hunter didn't slow down. He claimed that this boss of monsters was only a 1-meter tall kid. Soon, after hearing these words, the manager, who does not like clichés, decided to get it over with as soon as possible. Holding the book in his hands, he prepared to act. He walked toward the hunters, and dark tentacles appeared from an unknown space, which began to grab the hunters like mushrooms and pull them right into the book. After that, the steward showed who he really was, and said that in the apocalyptic world everything was destroyed. Humanity was, and there was only one magician left who survived. As a result of numerous adversities, the magician has become more like a monster with tentacles than a human being. He often runs to the protagonist, ranking about 9th in the top of favorite characters. The technique of this magician is based on the magic of seals. He has a special relationship with the library manager, who sometimes offers him ingredients as payment. The magician gladly fulfills his requests. After these words, the library manager opens a portal from which the housewives' bookmarks fall out. When they teleported out of the portal and fell into this world, they looked around widely. The magician's hobby was to put maids' costumes on his creations, so bookmarks' housemaids appeared in the library. After all of humanity had been destroyed except for him, and it would be strange if he had retained his sanity. The girl was amazed at the power of this unpredictable boss. He said that it had become cleaner, and unnecessary secondary characters had been dealt with. He approaches the girl, looks her in the eye, and asks if they have a desire to become the main characters. Despite all this, we had to complete the level. The hunters sat near a large mountain of books and waited in anticipation for a mission to be chosen. The Inquisitor noticed that they had just started and had already knocked out 50 people. It was hard work, but advancement always requires sacrifice, and they were putting their efforts into these sacrifices. The hunters were afraid, holding on to their legs, because they had just almost lost 100 people, but it cost them 50. It was incredible luck. The Inquisitor enjoyed his stay on this floor, drinking coffee endlessly, which was brought by bookmarks. He wondered why no one else was drinking this coffee but him. But Kim turned to him and told him to shut up, because the more he talked, the more his morale would drop. If this is a problem, the Inquisitor, as a heretic, will gladly shut him up. Kim got up and realized the essence of the quest. You can't rashly attack the constellations, you can just calmly follow the quest issued by the library manager. He realized that he was now in 3rd place in the top, and as a hunter with the 3rd strongest right-wing opinion, he needed to get used to the oblique looks. He continued to lead and tell his vision for this quest, believing that it would not become burdensome. The guy recommended that we take a close look at the quest window again. There was a main point there. If the hunters successfully save the world, this world will be counted as the 22nd floor. And the most important thing it says is the last part. The reward can vary depending on which world they save. For example, if they save a world full of diamonds, that world will become their 22nd floor. A diamond is just an example. What about a world rich in various resources, water, food, self-sufficiency? Now they can solve the food problem even without the help of the outside world. Here's the thing. A guy takes a book, but he needs to be very careful because anything can happen. As soon as the boy opened the book, the other hunters jumped out of their seats, but nothing happened. The steward noticed that the book had been taken without his knowledge, and everything was fine until the apocalypse ability was activated. They were just ordinary books. He had safely hidden the forbidden books, which can be dangerous even with a simple touch. Kim realized everything when he put the meaningless book back. He said to his fellow hunters, "Come here and read the books. We need to choose the ones that we can pass, and that will benefit us." This was the task of the tower. We move into a world that opens scenes from the 12th floor of the tower. This is the story of Sorvan Academy, an ancient magical academy where friendship and rivalry, love and equality alternate. This apocalypse could have remained a standard story about learning. If only the academy's dungeons were not sealed with an artifact that could destroy the world. The content of this book was as follows. It turns out that his soulmate had always been here. It was a girl named Sylvia. She was his soulmate, and their love knew no bounds. But one fine day, a magical artifact got into the academy. A demon appeared which, like a plague, fell on the two of them and destroyed their world. The novel, which had been read with great interest, suddenly ended, and any reader would have exploded with anger. Oh, what a horror! The complexity and content, you should choose among them those that we can pass and still benefit from, Kim said to his hunting friends. The indifference of the hunters was evident, as they looked at him without motivation. The rear spirit decided to cheer the guy up, saying that he had misunderstood the point. They are acting like this because you are using too much formal language. Don't you know that hunters are quite simple? Now you are responsible for 250 hunters, and they can listen to you well if you address them informally. And every time you raise your level, your pride only grows. The higher the level of a hunter, the more exalted his pride should be. Don't listen to others. Be deaf. The guy choked and took himself by the throat. He exploded his energy, shouting, "How am I supposed to read 100 apocalypses alone?" He orders the hunters to split into groups. Those who have read something to the left, and those who don't know what a novel or story is to the right. And quickly, the reading people split into groups according to their favorite genres, and the bookmark waiters held different genres. Mystery, Murim. The library manager was just admiring the view, and our hero continued. There are no people here who behave historically. There are so many people here, but they are all lazy. He hits a book with his hand and says, "Read it quickly. They should know that apocalypses are categorized by genre. Group up and read, and then decide if what you read is shit or fucking awesome." Our hero responded to the raised hand of a heretic who asked the King of Death that he did not know what a shitty work was. Our hero gave an example of a shitty work. It's called She Survived the Volcano. This world was devastated by a nuclear war, but people survived. The protagonist and his beloved decided to become the new Adam and Eve after a lot of events. The reason for stopping this issue was that the couple found themselves in the zone of an active volcano on the last day, and humanity was destroyed. And what to make of this is the main idea. What are they going to do in a world full of radiation like the 22nd floor? In addition, the summer spirit only protected areas with magma or volcanoes until the 29th floor, because it was immune to fire. It only took a little effort, and 8 treasures would appear in the tower. The boy realized how hypocritical he had been, and how he had not paid attention to other people. Recalling this in his head, he turned to the hunters. "Just read and save the world, it's quite profitable." The witch joined a mysticism group and watched the boy closely. The boy realized that the witch was well versed in romantic novels and asked her if she really liked mysticism. The witch replied while drinking coffee, "I'm an intellectual girl." Our hero understood that the witch did not want to show that she was a fan of romance, and noticed that there were very few people in the romance group, while the Murama group was full of male hunters. These people, even in the current situation, try to seem like something more, and it turns out that high-level hunters try to live with pride. Our hero asks the dragon head to change his group. He does not want to reveal the secrets of his skill, and tells her that he has always considered her a rather romantic person. He had always thought so, and was surprised that she did not join that group. The girl looked at him with a mystical look. She was shocked that she was perceived as a romantic or romantic-inclined person. To this, Kim replies, "Yes, of course, so much so that it seems unnatural that you are in a different group." The girl sitting next to him put the cup down for the waitress and smiled. She takes responsibility because the King of Death said so she won't argue. She says she's never read a romance, but she might as well take the chance and challenge herself. This was just incredible, according to the Inquisitor. It had never happened before that the head of the Black Dragon would get up if she sat down somewhere, but our hero noticed that the Inquisitor had also chosen a mystical group. He replied that he knew Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. But when he opened his character window, he noticed that the Inquisitor preferred fairy tales and legends. Kim realized that this man's inner world corresponds to his outer world. The Inquisitor even began to worry that his appearance was not interesting to Kim. Kim sent him to a group with fairy tales, because he realized that it would be better. In one of these groups, he had to show responsibility, and the Inquisitor was shocked that he would have to take on so many responsibilities. The Inquisitor promised that he would learn everything perfectly. Kim laughed and smiled because there was no fairy tale, nor was there any apocalypse that would end with the end of the world. After a long time of dividing everyone into groups, the guy took his head. There were 111 people in front of him, and 151 could lie about their preferences. They were all psycho hunters. Kim had one last person to test. He was a rather interesting character, with preferences for isekai, imba, and harem, and he was quite unusual. Kim didn't know where to put him, but after some thought, he realized that it was the sixth in the top tower at the moment. It was the head of the Thousand Guild. And after reading his thoughts, Kim noticed that Poison Snake hadn't landed there. Poisonous Snake was a true connoisseur of quite rare art. He noticed that Kim was watching him, but he didn't understand why he was paying attention to him, because he was busy reading. Kim did not expect him to be the Emperor of light novels, and decided not to bother him. Everyone who read these apocalypses already had the idea that their eyes would soon explode. Kim asked her what was wrong. She replied that she knew about the apocalypses, the production of which was stopped at the climax. At the moment of the main character's appointment, a meteorite falls. When they are finally about to kiss, aliens appear, and everything is destroyed again. And from that moment on, everything stopped. This story was wild and interesting, and it was even more disgusting, like when you are served a perfect dish, but when you start cutting it, suddenly something nasty falls out. At that moment, Kim was just eating, and he asked the girl not to say the word fall out when he was eating. She told the King of Death that she could be delicate, but she had to say what exactly fell out. But Kim reminded her that they were on live TV and it was better not to say such things. The girl thought he was even boring, but she had to continue. She decided to tell him everything in a whisper in his ear. At that moment, he even threw away his sandwich because he was no longer hungry. The library manager watched these people and probably began to realize that they were also beginning to understand his pain. All of these people were represented by 683 apocalypses, the best in his large library, books with a special destructive power. They were wild and interesting, and because of this, they could not help but fascinate the reader. But these books were as interesting as they were unfortunate, because all the recommended books ended horribly. The witch asked the manager, "Did you deliberately give us such works to cause us so much pain?" The steward replied with a wave of his hand, "Yes, now you will also go to the hell of the interrupted issue, flounder around like me in endless freedom." They had deliberately forced the top interrupted stories to be read, and the hunters were amazed that they were receiving heavenly punishment from these books. He waved his hand and turned to Kim. Soon Kim saw that it was not the steward, but an alchemist who also received the nickname. He was impressed and happy to see the head of the alchemy guild. He told her that she was really incredible, but asked her how she had gotten the nickname in such a short period of time. She replied that it was nothing special, and she was not exaggerating. A few days ago, she heard that her creation had helped save the world, and she immediately got the nickname. She really didn't understand the reason, but the guy realized that it was because of the miraculous medicine she made for him. It made it clear that he had proven himself to the tower. He told her once again that she was incredible, but she disagreed, believing that he was the one who was incredible, not her. In just a few days, he had risen to third place in the ranking, and she was incredibly honored to know such a person. The guy was embarrassed, scratching his head, and said he was just lucky. The alchemist said that if he needed anything, he should definitely tell her, and she would help him in any way she could. Soon, the Marima group had read everything. The romance group had also finished everything, and the mysticism group had also finished, even the fantasy group. Kim said, "Let each group talk about the recommended books." From the fairy tale group, the Inquisitor recommended a work because he only had one work and didn't have much choice. The fairy tale was called Mine and Our Sacrificial Lamb. The reason for stopping the production was that after 188,000 years of creation in Utopia, all the innocent children had been exhausted, and Utopia had lost its energy. Maybe it's worth watching all the apocalypses at least once, thought the hero. considering the complexity and rewards. Holy Sword made a recommendation from the Marima team, presenting the book Chronicle of the Heavenly Demon. The reason for stopping the production was a disease of unknown origin that spread throughout the world. The celestial demon died, the faction was destroyed, and all other authorities and his wives were also killed. The recommendation is simple. There is a character in this world, the Heavenly Demon, a Muri man who has collected all the existing books on strong martial arts techniques. He created a martial art library, a specific skill that keeps secrets. If we save this world, we will get the library that holds the strongest skills. This is a chance for the hunters to significantly raise their level. The hunters raised their hands, dreaming of improving their skills. Kim thought about it again. We can still master the world of Marima. Masters, if we get at least one class. The rear spirit was already afraid that the guy was not a zombie, but his insatiability remained the same. All that was left for our hero was to choose the right world. But there was one world he wanted to wipe out, but with his current powers it was difficult. Soon his sword shone, indicating the sensation of a trail. The boy looked at his sword and asked again what it meant. Sparkle replied that her sister was very close, and the boy remembered his sister's sword. If he looks at the book in the hands of the Holy Sword, he realizes that the Heavenly Demon Chronicle is the book in which the legendary sword that senses his sister is hidden. There was no need to think much about which world they would choose next, and before going to Murim, our hero decided to die one more time to start over. The rear spirit asks in which city, and his legendary sword named Sparkle does not understand his intentions. Kim says, Refamajim is the emperor, the founder, and the one who created the goddess. Protect him, Sparkle. Even without knowledge of who he was, it is clear that he traveled to different worlds. And Sparkle was originally in the world of the Anthem Empire, but the second sword is now in the Murim Empire. So he has the ability to move between worlds, and he is a kind of abuser. He is the kind of craftsman who can found an empire and even split constellations. He's not just a master, he's a madman who rushed into the Murim. But our hero was also invincible. To be honest, he admits that he was getting nervous. He thinks he needs to calm down for a while because his confidence can turn into recklessness. He became the top 3, almost single-handedly defeating the Demon King. The whole city is talking about him. Now he also gives orders to the hunters, who have earned nicknames. If he ever stumbles, he will become dangerous. Like a certain top 1 who lost his life as a result of such recklessness. They need to know what the Hagim are that they might encounter in the chronicles of the celestial demon. Right now, he has no information. In the spirit's opinion, this is a good idea. But what exactly is the hero going to do? Nothing is known about this emperor at all. Our hero raises his sword and says that the goddess of protection was crushed into 5 pieces, but she is part of a constellation. The question is, if he stabs himself with this sword, will it be suicide or murder? There is a 50-50 chance that it is, and that is an interesting reason to check it out. But the goddess asks him to think about it again. Soon after, the guy asks her why. The answer is this. Brilliant is shy about showing her past and is determined not to touch her personal history. The hero smiled, putting the sword to his neck. How can there be any privacy in their relationship if it's also broadcast live around the clock? It's all fair. Soon the guy does what he has in mind, despite any objections from Sparkle. The system informs him that the skill conditions have been met due to his death. Currently, the skills of the goddess of protection are sealed and cannot be learned. A penalty is assigned to him. The level of the penalty is medium. Soon after, the guy is shown a picture. The goddess is in some hall talking to someone sitting on a throne. This is the end of his long suffering. She believed that you would cope, dear warrior. This emperor sits on the side and says, yes, maybe, maybe. Kim and the rear spirit saw Rafant Agim and were amazed that it was him. The emperor said, it seems that yesterday he was delighted to suddenly be here, and now at some point he became the emperor of this continent. It was strange to watch my boyfriend, who is a deadly sky star. Kim asked the rear spirit if he was familiar with him. The spirit replies that he got his nickname because he only hunts constellations. He's a real sick bastard. Since the tower connects different worlds, from the 50th floor, rivalry with hunters from other worlds begins. Agam did not climb higher, although he could have. Instead, he would rush to torment a constellation if one was found. And the deadly celestial star is literally possessed by the 50th floor. Kim expresses his opinion that Agam is also a hunter. The spirit says that he wondered in what world a psychopath like him should be born. He did not expect to see his old friend in such a place. Kim asks what kind of relationship they had, and the spirit replies that he was too strong for him. The goddess told the emperor that she felt like she was at the beginning of a new stage again. He was also an ordinary man who knew nothing. Now he is stronger than the goddess. She asks him what he plans to do next, because there are no more divine or evil spirits to hinder him. His long wandering is finally over. After these words, Emperor Agam stood up from his throne. He was born with a constellation. It is not a divine or even an evil spirit. She is just a constellation, and the world does not belong to constellations, but to people. The goddess asked him why he decided to use his aura at that moment. Agam said that he would not kill her, because she had been helping him all this time. He has much better plans for her. He takes his magical energy and begins to surround the girl. He will divide her existence and seal it. Then she will not be able to regain her power. Soon he did. He apologized, but he thought it was the right thing to do. The system informed him that the display of the injury was ending. Soon, the guy found himself in the toilet in this world, not really understanding anything even after watching it. He asks Sparkle why her old master sealed her, but she doesn't know why herself. The Rafantajima she knew was a reserved but just warrior. She complains that she doesn't understand why he betrayed her, sealed her, and left his own empire. The rear spirit said, "The higher the level of the hunters, the more they go crazy. You don't need to understand psychos. If you stare into the abyss for a long time, the abyss starts staring back at you. Just become stronger than you have to be. And it will only end when you defeat everyone, be it a deadly sky star or someone else." Our hero also believed that it was already an achievement that he had learned what it looked like, and the deadly sky star would definitely be hostile to him if he met her, because he was carrying the constellation that she had sealed. After returning to the 21st floor after reading the psycho-apocalypses, the hunters decided to choose the 22nd floor. Since the Heavenly Demon Chronicles were recommended by the Holy Sword himself, everyone easily settled on them, and they choose Murim as their first task. It wasn't a bad choice. It was completely different from the Murim they were familiar with, but at least they were connected by martial art and strength. They could face an ironic fate depending on how they behave. Martial arts are worth a lot of money. As you say, they can comprehend the skill. It is a law of the universe that a serious reward is obtained for a serious risk. In this case, how strong will the characters be that will enter as your opponents? And of course, if they die in the apocalypse, they will die in reality. And of course, it's impossible to escape the apocalypse until the ending is reached. The limit in the Heavenly Demon Chronicles is 2, 3, or 4 people. Who will go as a protagonist? Apocalypse asked all the hunters. Everyone looked at Kim first. Kim thoughtlessly decides that he will go. The Holy Sword will also participate, as the person who made the recommendation has no right to sit out. What a relief! The minimum number has been reached. 2 more people can participate. What do you think? Asks the manager. He also says that there's another reason why he recommended this apocalypse, and asks everyone to pay attention to the reason for the suspension. The reason for the halt is a disease of unknown origin that has been endlessly wandering around the world. The faction was destroyed. All other authorities were killed. From the last sentence, one can understand that a strange disease suddenly spread, and everyone died. The Holy Sword says, "As you can see, this world has been destroyed by an infectious disease. That's why we need a hunter who is familiar with diseases." The Holy Sword realizes that there is a hunter who is stronger in this area than others. It was the King of Medicine, whom the Holy Sword invited to go with them. The rear spirit recalls that he is the owner of a pharmaceutical clinic, who always buys from the old man. They guarantee the old man that they will fight, and if the King of Medicine deals with this disease, it will be the apocalypse. The 3 of them will be able to cleanse the world. The Holy Sword gives his word to the King of Death, and he says that he wants to take someone else with him. The guy calls an alchemist he has known for a long time. Everyone thinks it's the right thing to do, but our hero is rebuked because it's only been a few weeks since she got her nickname, and she's incredibly weak, so there's no point in taking her along. To this, our hero, looking her in the eye, replied that among her acquaintances, she is a person capable of alchemy and a doctor. She had recently told him that if he needed anything, she would help him in any way she could. He kissed her hand and looked her in the eye and decided to convince her. He said, "If those were not empty words, then I ask you to help me." The alchemist agreed, but noted that there was a price to pay. Ms. Alchemist, the girl was seriously ashamed because she was shocked by this turn of events. None of the people around her knew this girl, but Kim was confident in her, and without hesitation took her in. The Holy Sword recalled that he had also met this person and knew her capabilities very well. The girl was afraid to go on the mission, but Kim emphasized that she should not be afraid, because he and the Holy Sword could solve any problems. The Sword had his doubts about her, because they were going to an incredibly dangerous place, and the constellation was quite dangerous. If they die in the apocalypse, they will die in reality. But Kim understood this perfectly well, and he had no doubts about the girl because she was a wonderful pharmacist. The rear spirit realized that the man the Sword had taken on the assignment was good at preparing mixtures, but he was no better than her, and this lady was skilled enough. Saint Sword thought about how the guy had expressed himself about this girl and went into his thoughts, but Kim could read those thoughts. He thought that she must be extraordinary herself, since she was recommended by the King of Death. The Lord of the Sword was making sense. Even the biggest crucian carp in the river is no match for the smallest carp. The Holy Sword gives the two young men the opportunity to make connections with the King of Medicine. Kim, after reading this nonsense, realized that the Holy Sword simply gives them the opportunity to meet the Medicine King. Like, yeah, I'm making connections. His temperament as an old man with a grudge remains the same. And realizing that the Holy Sword also has a rear spirit that judges the pharmacist only by appearance, Kim realized that they both acted on stereotypes. This man, upon seeing the alchemist chief, said that there were no better pharmacists than him, calling all the others dumb children. In his opinion, it is ridiculous when one boasts of an achievement, because he thinks that a commoner climbs a mountain. This man looks at these young people as if he were himself when he was young, and he likes it, even if it annoys him a little. The Holy Sword reassures his friend, the King of Medicine, explaining that the King of Death is an outstanding personality, and that he is taking the alchemist with him simply because of his lack of life experience. But the old man shouts that experience is the most important thing and pretends to know everything. This infuriates the old man, because when he was young, he made about $1 million in Silicon Valley in his 20s, which seemed to him to be as devious a plan as it is now. Kim, listening to this, was amazed at the old man's reaction. It was simply incredible. The old man's strength made the invincible sword saint follow him around. He was constantly protecting everyone and enduring the effects of this shield, constantly looking at Marcus, and following him was an annoying girl who had appeared out of nowhere. The boy noticed that the old man was absorbing most of the old people. This is the ecosystem of the old people's world. The girl came out to express her opinion on this. She said that they can call her as many names as they want with Ketone, but she is the King of Death, and she will never be a shield. And she also said something about insidious plans. But the old people got even angrier. The King of Medicine emphasized that the girl was covering for the young man. Of course, the alchemist did not like this. The knight came out to settle the dispute, confirming that she was indeed an outstanding pharmacist, and she had met her through the King of Death. The vigilantes received many wonderful medicines from her. However, the old man continued to insist on his point, explaining that the level of the vigilante squad could be lower. These words irritated the Holy Knight. The old pharmacist continued to humiliate her, emphasizing that her guild was a bunch of losers and had no business getting into big pharma. Soon after, the rear spirit asks Kim why he just listens to these insults, or if he just likes being a target for blows. Kim replies that this is not the case. The thing is, everything is being shown live now, and it's just the best time. Now people are going to see who is the real face of their heroes. And it's a great time to debut and to retire. The alchemist can outshine this King of Medicine forever. Our hero offers to make a bet. More precisely, to exchange medicines. The guy takes a bottle of potion out of his pocket. He offers to provide the ingredients, and they will brew a potion from them to find out and compare the effectiveness of the medicine very easily. The Death King turns to the girl, who is angry with the old man because he insults her. She is still called the Doctor King, while she considers the boy a hero. Kim takes her by the shoulders and tells her to calm down. He believes in her with all his heart, and that's why he's asking her to believe in herself. Hearing this, the girl smiled and made a promise that she would try and even win against this rascal. Soon, the two talented alchemists took up their instruments, and everyone watched them closely. As the girl was brewing the potion, she realized that the Death King had exaggerated, because the old man's pharmacy was so elite that he had a month's appointment. Although the King of Death and the King of Medicine are in different roles, the age difference is noticeable. The alchemists quickly finished with their potion, and the Countess offered to place money bets on the winner. The bets were on the King of Medicine and his alchemist. The witch was worried that the odds were unfavorable, and that the alchemist had odds of 47. Kim replied, "That's just fine," and suggested that she earn some extra money for pocket money by betting on the alchemist so that the odds don't drop too much. The witch looked at him a little skeptically, but did as he said, remembering that they were now live. She reminded him that if his pharmacist failed now, his reputation would suffer. The guy took himself by the chin and said that this broadcast was not only in Babylon, but all over the world, and he felt very sorry for the old man, whom everyone called the King of Medicine. The old man knew he would win, and his confidence was off the charts. He takes out a bottle of his medicine and tells everyone to bow their heads before his great creation. The level of rarity of his drink was impressive. This potion being reconstituted is a true level of craftsmanship. People were amazed, but they expected it from an old man who had been through a lot. Hunters even offered to buy it from him, but the old man, as always, was in the order of armor, and it was impossible to get to him without a line, so he apologized. The alchemist also said that she had finished, and in her hands she was holding a miraculous potion that amazed everyone with its rarity. People could not believe that an unknown alchemist could create such a miracle. It was a medicine that blinded everyone around and even hurt their eyes, so they had to wear glasses. After the alchemist demonstrated her potion, everyone around her was amazed. The rarity level and effect of the potion was divine, like the taste of strawberries. The purified flavor of divine strawberries, which was not even in the ingredients. Where did she get this flavor from? The effect was simply incredible. There were no words to describe it. One could be blinded by the radiance that seemed to emanate from the flask. If stored properly, the potion could even restore severed body parts without complications. The difference between the two alchemists was simply incredible. At this moment, the alchemist outshone the old generation and showed who was who. Taking her potion and adjusting her glasses, she could only try it. The old man was shocked by what he saw. The potion created by the old man, although valuable, was not so rare. The girl evaluated the quality and appearance of the old man's potion, but did not see anything special. She was already feeling more confident, even giving it to the old man, saying that it was not her level. She confidently stated, "Is that all he can do? Is she really one of those people who are filled with great power when they think they are useful?" She folded her arms and asked him again if that was all he could do. The old man looked at her. Could this loser really do that? She asked the old man if he had bad skills, and he replied that she was just lucky. He reiterated that she was just lucky because he believed that such things happen. When I earned 1 billion in 10 minutes on the stock exchange, I also thought it was because of my skills. The girl disagreed and suggested a second round, as she was sure that the goddess of luck does not smile twice. Nothing changed in the second round, because the girl made an even better potion than he did. Although he said that luck does not smile twice, it does not smile 3 times, and he suggested another round. In the third round, the old man also lost, and was sure that she was just lucky. But he did not recognize her skills. He repeated that the goddess of luck does not smile 4 times. It was clear that he had lost, and the holy sword even began to cover his face in shame. By the 5th time, the old man was almost in tears at what had happened, saying that she was not behaving with dignity, and this time he knew that his experience would beat her luck. All this time, he had not recognized the girl's skills and mastery, even though he looked pitiful, but no one was paying attention to him anymore. The Holy Sword decided to apologize and admit that she was indeed the best pharmacist. He believed the guarantor of the King of Death. The alchemist asked the Holy Spirit how hard it was for him to have such a friend, because his friend had no good qualities, and even his potions were not so good, even though he knew how to make them. At this point, the old man bursts into tears, realizing that he has lost his reputation, and the girl takes him as her assistant. The Countess quickly waved her hand to get to the girl. She took her hands and said, "A contract, an immediate exclusive contract just for you." The Countess wanted to make a deal with her. The Countess saw her as a prospect and offered the most favorable terms of partnership, even allowing her to pet the cat that was lying at her feet. What kind of offer is that? Soon, everyone was pouncing on her with their own proposals. She was nicknamed the Queen of Alchemy. She did not know how to refuse their requests, because everyone wanted her potion. The girl shouted, "Enough! All these offers are good, of course, but all transactions will go through the King of Death. First, go to him, and then to the Lady Holy Knight, with whom she has already made a deal. As for other people, I will only sell potions to those who the Death King allows, and only when possible. But Kim said that he would decide all this later, because the chronicles of the heavenly demon cannot wait. And the campaign, the choice of the current league is complete, the deputy said. The boy repeats, if they die in the apocalypse, they will die in real life. And there is only one way to choose, so avoid the risk of stopping at all costs. Their goal is to bring everything to a proper ending. But what does the right ending entail? It depends on their decisions and the possibilities, which are almost unlimited. You can eliminate the disease and save the Murim, or you can take over the Murim using the disease. Everything is in their hands, and Kim asks them to send them straight to the Chronicles of the Sky Demon. Wait a second, someone shouted. Why isn't the head of the 1,000 brothers coming? According to his warriors, this world was created for him. Kim looked directly into the eyes of the poisonous serpent. He didn't want to take him at all, but the warriors insisted. The poisonous serpent didn't want to go either, but he couldn't miss this opportunity. He was about to be called up, because he did not want to be forgotten. He positioned himself in this way, although in reality his disciples had sent him into this hole. He shouted to his soldiers, the peace of people who honor martial arts is unity. This is who we are, the Murim. Although my homeland is different, I have long made my soul my homeland. Murim is my native land. But in reality, he was thinking, there is not even a flush toilet there. I suffered hell for that in the Empire. All his words did not correspond to his thoughts at all. He would say one thing and think something else. He was telling everyone what a great warrior he was and how he would defeat everyone. But in reality, he really did not want to go there. The Holy Sword spoke to him. It seems as if he is the only one who wants to go there. But I don't see any point in repeating myself because it seems like he is grumbling. This gave no one a reason to give in to him. But he knew what he was doing. But in order to test his strength, the Holy Sword proposed a duel. It was a battle of honor for the poisonous serpent. The Holy Knight, seeing this mess, told the old man to stop, asking if he was going to have a sword fight here. She was holding a bag of gold and looked quite curious. The poisonous serpent emphasized that he and the Holy Sword were real warriors, and could decide who would go with them in battle. At this point, he thought it was better to lose, because it was embarrassing to lose openly. So he came closer to the Holy Sword to lose to him, and everyone would understand. He thought that the Holy Knight would stop it, but the knight laughed at him, emphasizing that he was a stupid man. The poisonous serpent is not in time. He says one thing and thinks another. He asks for one thing and thinks another. He wants it to stop, but he can't admit it. The knight addresses them, knowing that they are drawn to the front line. But he has already participated with the Death King and the Dragon Head. If he joins in to clean up the 22nd floor, it will be completely unfair. The head of the gate is the head of the guild, and the knight asks that you show him respect. He alone doesn't have to worry about his reputation, but the situation is completely different for the poisonous snake, and she asks the Holy Sword to give way to him. But when it's a holiday, he doesn't care about the reputation of the 5 guilds. Lately, he has been thinking that he should take care of his conscience. And this time he is going to give way to the poisonous serpent. The poisonous serpent said, "You should have done it right away, man. He bet his life on it." But he thinks to himself, "No, Marcus, you weren't like that. What would you do?" No. It was an incredible situation. The knight persuaded the Holy Sword, but in reality it was different. The Holy Sword accepted her point of view. The witch, watching everything, was offended that everyone was slowly growing, and the old alchemist kept repeating that we had to go faster, because the day had already passed. He was always talking about his younger years, how cool he was. The alchemist, of course, was glad to see him. But she was afraid that she would be under his control, and this was not her favorite fact. But the poisonous serpent decided to show off, saying that he will handle everyone in all battles, and can leave a person beheaded in an instant. Soon, the deputy opens the Book of the Apocalypse and calls on everyone who volunteers to conquer the new world, giving them a new meaning. All of these brave heroes are the 4 people who have been identified as the new protagonists of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles. As soon as they open their eyes, they find themselves in a world 10 days before the Heavenly Demon Chronicles faces a production cut. The deputy expects them to have a great ending. Soon, a dark night and snowy weather transport them to a symbol of the world they will soon enter. For a long time, the martial arts genre has lost its popularity. Computer games and graphics have become very outdated, although they looked cool at the time. When everything is seriously ridiculed, there was no place for martial arts. The breathing and cultivation technique is insufficient. The dinner technique and cultivation, the quarrel technique and cultivation. The genre was lost, the world was lost, and the show was lost. Our heroes found themselves in a snowy place where they couldn't even see the way forward. Kim recommends that her colleagues use their aura to protect themselves. The alchemist, for example, had never learned how to do this, and the old man was almost dying of cold. Our hero turned to the head of the 1,000 gates to look after the king of medicine, and he selflessly fulfilled his task, carrying the old man on his shoulders. He took the alchemist with him, holding out his hand to her. When she took his hand, an aura filled the space and began to protect her as well. She was partly embarrassed by this, but there was no time to dwell on it. The creation of the library manager used the words work and issue. They are not just in a book, but in their own world, which they came to save. The first thing to do is to find out to prevent a bad ending. The girl admitted that she had taken everything too lightly and promised not to do that again and to do her best. Everyone should focus on their role. Now Kim is protecting everyone with her aura. But during the fight against the disease, the alchemist and the king of medicine will have to go to the front lines. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon describes how a strange disease spread across the world, killing a heavenly demon, and soon everyone died. This description does not even mention the deadly cold and incredible knee-deep snow. Now our brave hunters have to find out how and why the sky demon died. Soon, walking along an unknown road, the girl noticed something strange. She pointed her finger and told everyone to take a look. In the snowy silhouettes, they could see that some people were standing, and only shadows were visible in the blizzard. They decided to move in that direction. The rear spirit was disturbed by this picture, and something, in his opinion, was wrong. The silence in that direction was complete, and Kim thought it was a blizzard. Of course, it was possible. But it was not just the sounds. There was not even movement. Complete silence. And in a second, the blizzard was gone. The poisonous snake and the king of medicine looked forward and asked each other, "What the hell?" There were silhouettes of warriors' bodies in the snow, but they were all frozen. But why did this happen? The frostbitten bodies of the soldiers were frozen forever, and they would remain in the icy nothingness forever. Putting on a mitten, the girl decided to check their bodies. Taking a single skin sample from a statue of a warrior's foot and analyzing this tissue, she was incredibly surprised. They were real people, and according to her calculations, they had died 2 years and 3 months ago. According to the diagnostic skill, the cause of death was an infection, and the analysis showed that it was an unreported disease. The medicine king, using his skill, was also amazed by this. None of them froze to death. All of them had the same cause: disease. But if they had gotten sick and died, they would have been lying on the ground. But they are all standing. Nobody knows what happened and when it happened. There is a good chance that someone deliberately brought this disease here. The cause of death is the same, but the time is different for everyone. Someone died 2 years ago, and someone died 3 years ago. We can assume that someone deliberately moved them here. Kim asked the girl, "Is this a cemetery?" The poisonous snake commented that they looked like terracotta soldiers and didn't look like a cemetery at all. Using his opportunity, the guy decided to check the character's window. Having opened his skill on one of the frozen bodies, he sees only the title, the character's name, and the last thought he had before he died. Light. Kim opened the window of a dead person for the first time, and that was enough to understand. But what does light mean? Perhaps it is the last thought of a person. And if this is a cemetery, why is it like this? They are warm here because of the aura, but these people have weapons on their belts. Soon Kim looks to the side and hears some strange sounds, like a fight. A man shouts, "Let's stop the heavenly directions of the demonic path." And his opponent laughed at the old man, saying, "Even a dog passing by would fall over laughing." "The demonic path will continue to rule over all such worlds," said the dark girl, holding her weapon. "Say goodbye to your faction. We are the Murim." Buvelson did not agree with her. To him, this girl was the bloody ghost of the demonic cult she was so proud of. "And you and your axe were beheaded long ago, and I sent your elders to the other side with my own hands. I have 500 Murima masters with me, and how are you going to stop us?" She replied, "Old man, stop lying. There are no more bloody ghosts. They were sent on a secret mission." Seeing this picture, Kim offers to quietly move in with them, as they are very interested in the tense situation. The girl ignores Walson's words, but says that he should be watching his shoemakers, not her subordinates. Where are the pillars of the great clans? When did the proud head of the Murim become such a laughingstock? The old man shouted that it was none of her business, because he had assigned his warriors to go on a secret mission throughout the Murim. The girl dodges, laughing that the old man has so many secret missions, but it's all because she has done so much wrong. If it weren't for your disgusting celestial demon cult, there wouldn't be such a mess. You've made it worse by giving him such a crazy murum once, but how dare you say such things to me? Our heroes are simply shocked by these dialogues, sitting in the bushes and watching it all. They do not understand what is happening. The girl says to the old man, "If you don't like it, then fight at last. I will cut off the roots of the last faction and show the persistence of the demonic cult over the entire Muramu celestial world." The old man can't stand devils like her trying to assert themselves. He will cut her in half and give one half as a gift to the supreme ruler, and the other half to the ruler of the underworld. But what is that strange weapon in their hands? All they are holding is a branch from a tree. The girl asks Walson, "What is that stick in your hands? Where is your jade axe?" She declares that the old man is a nobody who only knows how to swing his axe. The old man cannot stand this impudent girl and shouts at her to shut up. "You yourself have already lost your blood demon sword, which you called your daughter." The girl, holding a stick in her hands, replies, "Your words are harsh, because this is a wooden sword created by me personally, and the whole essence of the millennial demonic cult is in this stick." She called it the demonic heavenly blade. But is it true that she gave such a name to a simple stick? It was just ridiculous. Two great warriors standing with wooden sticks pointed at each other. The old man thought the name was too pretentious. Why not call a wooden stick a wooden whip? But the girl told the old man, "You don't call a wooden stick, you fool." In this case, she would call the stick a demon wooden whip. But the word demon drives the old man absolutely crazy. He wonders why the clowns of the demon clan call everything demonic. He has the blood demon, the demon sword, the hell demon summoning ghost under his command. Put them all together, and you've got the demonic four. It just sounds strange. How could you even entrust the Murim to such idiots? Soon, the old man and the girl looked up at the sky, which shone with its own light. The old man reproached the girl because she had said that the weather would be beautiful today. But predictions are not always true. How can anyone be sure of the future? In the old man's opinion, she was a stupid fortune teller, and her words could not be trusted. The girl responds by telling him to shut up and get ready for battle, because he has to say goodbye to his already lacking energy. Our heroes watch these clowns and do not understand why they behave this way, but soon they felt that someone was watching them, and this someone covered them with his shadow. The alchemist girl realized that things were not going well, and that she had to react to her senses. When they turned back and looked with one eye, they saw something standing behind them. They began to run away as if the devil was behind them. The world of Murima is the world of people who live only in martial arts. The heavenly demon appeared in this place to unite the Murim. The demonic faction of the heavenly demon had forces opposing the celestial faction. They were about to clash, but suddenly a super strange epidemic spread, and our heroes were running away from the frozen zombies who were standing frozen in the ice. When the air temperature got warmer, they thawed out and started attacking them. It was a zombie virus. The alchemist and the king of medicine ran as fast as they could. The old man was just screaming, "Run! Run!" He had never seen anything like this even in his youth in Silicon Valley. This is the real apocalypse. But Kim reminds the old man that this place is the apocalypse, and with his blade, he cuts off one zombie's head. Despite the fact that he cut off its head, the zombies keep moving. If you unfreeze them, they attack again. The old man and the girl look at the hunters and do not understand where they came from. Who are they and why did they come? The girl can't believe her eyes. She sees 4 living people here, and perhaps these people are the lords of the underworld. The old man also sees and feels them, but feels mentally retarded because of her ridicule. Kim, meanwhile, holds the girl on his shoulders and asks where they should run away from these zombies. The heroes of Murima's world were amazed that there were people in their mother's house. Did they really die and go to hell? But the old man begins to doubt. No, they couldn't have gone to hell because he thought he was righteous as the head of the military union. He thinks that this is the land of blooming peaches. But why are there zombies instead of peach trees? The poisonous snake and our hero Kim carry not only doctors on their shoulders, but also representatives of the Murima world. The girl who is holding the guy in her arms asks where they came from, because they use an unusual technique. She asks if they are children from their towns. Kim replies that they are not from their towns, and realizes that she is not asking from the reality of the Murim, but from somewhere else. But the zombies behind them start jumping, running, attacking faster and faster. They run like devils. Poisonous Snake asks, "Since when did zombies learn to fly?" The girl answers that it is her personal movement technique. She showed them her skunk and surrounded them. Just look. They don't just stop in a trail of snow, they just fly. These are my personal elite demon sect warriors, true demon sectarians who have not forgotten the martial art even after death, she said. But these words worried our heroes. What do you mean they didn't forget martial arts even after death? But these children don't know anything at all, because they are not from here. The girl reminds them that martial artists, even after becoming gangsters, always remember the basics. The character from Marima emphasizes that these guys are the best warriors of the demon sect. They have learned to recognize the smell of blood even in their sleep, and she is overwhelmed with pride that their movements are surrounded by skill, even if they are corpses. It was all very well, but these zombies were catching up with them at such a pace that they could catch them. The old man on the snake's shoulders was yelling at him to run as fast as he could, because he would be the first one the old man would bite if he became a zombie. The poisonous serpent thought, "Who suggested I take this fucking old man in the first place? And why did I even get involved with this old man while the Death King is with the girls?" Kim hears this and asks, "We can't die because of these zombie martial artists." And the poisonous snake only cares about what could be more important than what's going on behind them. Zombies were everywhere, but also martial arts zombies. The girl called these zombies gaunts, and Kim asked, "What are the weaknesses of these morons?" She answered that if you smash their heads, they will stop moving. According to the guy, it was very simple. But there was one more nuance that the girl pointed out. It was that they freeze when the sun comes out, and she pointed to the sky. Kim turns to the alchemist and the strange girl, saying that they will have to try themselves now. They don't fully understand what he means, but using their aura, the guy just throws them up and scatters them in different places. Our ladies fly right into the snow with only their feet sticking out of it. Kim apologizes, of course, but it was a necessity. Behind him, there are a bunch of zombies to deal with. The rear spirit encourages the guy, saying that it's time to die. We'll see how his zombies will be killed by his own comrades, and that will be -1 item from the bucket list. Kim perfectly understands the rear spirit's jokes, but where does he get his bucket list from? Since he's not going to die, he pulls out his sword and lights up all the zombies attacking him from above. He tells his sword, Sparkle, that she has answered his call and started doing what she does best. It's to shine and mess with everyone's head with her brilliance so that everyone gets hit. Her superpower was just amazing. The zombies lifted their legs, captivated by Sparkle's brilliance, and they all went into snow piles, and the guys didn't even have to fight them. At this point, they could keep running. The old man was glad that he had survived. "God damn it, I would never have gone up that tower if it wasn't for Marcus's request." Kim asks if everyone survived, and it looks like they did. The girls who landed in the snow were sneezing because of hypothermia. The Magus even had beer on her face, and she thanked the King of Death. The poisonous serpent asks what kind of day it is today. Either a holy sword or his old friend. He doesn't want to mess with old people anymore, but Kim turns to him saying, "Please keep an eye on everyone while I deal with these zombies. There's something else I'm going to do." The guy points his sword in the direction of the zombies and says he'll get rid of them while they're still. It will take a little time to smash all of their heads. He is about to leave when an unknown girl stops him, calling him a child from out of place. She first thanks him for saving her, a complete stranger, but he has to stop. If he intends to harm Ghanaians, she will stop him. But why? Perhaps the zombies are persons of a curse, and this curse will be passed on to whoever kills them. They are all members of a demonic sect, she says. The guy looks at her shocked and does not understand her words. But the girl emphasizes that they are all her students and subordinates. Of course, the great war to eradicate the Murim faction is almost over, and she needs every martial artist. And with such losses, she can't afford to lose any more warriors. But what is this great war? The world of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles was already on the verge of extinction. How else would they have the strength to wage war? Kim recalls the words of a deputy who said that they would be 10 days before the fall of this universe, and the deputy was hoping for a stunning ending, with only 10 days left before the Chronicles fall. The old man they saved called himself Buvals, the head of the military union. He and his faction swore on their honor. Today is the 989th day since the war between the demon sect and the Marima faction began, the old man said. He and the girl swore on their honor that none of them would leave this place until one of them conceded defeat. Their warriors may have become Ghanaians, but they can use the martial arts of the demon sect as members. They are subordinates that the girl has to supervise, so she asks them not to kill them at will. If you are going to kill someone, let it be those who betray the monastic vow, the girl continued. The old man simply exploded at these words. It was unheard of for him. Does she have any idea how difficult it was to gather the chosen warriors of the famous Murima clan? They had made a promise to each other, and according to the promise, the two of them should decide the outcome of the war without the help of the Ghanaians. But promises are made to be broken. Our hero looks at these two and doesn't understand why they are so tough. The old man, hearing the girl's words, calls her a fucking bitch and promises to rip the heads off all the demonic sectarians. The Murim faction is going to break the agreement, so he showed his true colors, the girl says. Kim looks at them and sees that they continue to fight, even if the world is ending, but the demoness says he is wrong. This world decided to come to an end while they were fighting. So it doesn't bloom is no excuse to interrupt the battle that has begun. I will not stop until the old man is defeated, she said. I have 500 Ganzi warriors left. I will lead them and level the Murim to the ground, the demoness continues. The old man asks her not to steal his words and calls her an evil bitch because his soldiers will be with him until death. The guy looks at these two idiots, who are controlling the corpses of zombies, and realizes that it's time to put an end to the war that lasted 989 days. After several fights with the old man, the demoness promises him that she will send him straight to the grave. The old man, in turn, is not afraid of her, saying, "Fine, let's fight and find out who will win the martial arts competition." They strike each other, shouting their ninja phrases. But from the outside it looks completely absurd. Because they are holding small wooden sticks. Fighting with these sticks, it's as if energy is released. The girl shouts, "The kingdom of heaven!" And the old man, "Destruction of heaven golden axe," and uses his technique. They cut and break their wands into two parts, each of them disintegrating. And all they think of doing is taking the girl by the hair and the old man by the beard. From the outside, it looks as absurd as possible. What's going on here? Their reception is just terrible. The old man takes the girl and hits her in the eyes with 2 fingers, which looks ridiculous. "I'm going to blow you out!" Their breathing techniques are perfect. Even in their world they would be considered masters. The rear spirit notices that they are skilled. The punch to the eyes comes from a divine dragon catching a dragon sphere with its claw. So the fight is called the dragon fight for the sphere. Covering the face is like the descended Buddha covering the face of every monk. In other words, the Buddha covers thousands of faces. But the question is why they are fighting so stupidly, and it is seriously embarrassing. Judging by their level of skill, they are full of energy. And the reason their movements are sloppy is because they are devoid of energy and aura, which is impossible. Even if their dantian was blocked, it looked like a joke. The old man and girl were actually not that bad, and the audience thought they might be pretending. But a martial arts master is always a master. The fight between the Lord of the Earth and the Silent Dragon could not be so absurd. The guy did not react to the remarks of the rear spirit, who tells him, "Look, zombies are smarter than you," and he opens the window of the poisonous serpent character. He had just analyzed the battle with his unsurpassed warrior skill, and everything turned out exactly as he thought. The movements were deciphered, and they nicely transformed into the Jade Dog, protecting the gates of the Demon King's palace. Protecting both sides does not allow the king to rest in between. It is not easy to be between them. And with my childhood friend and strange manga, I am a character from a game, I decided to become a real dragon warrior, no doubt about it. After reading this nonsense, Kim thought about it. Their actions look like a war game. If they could see the difference, how different would the beginner's skills be? It was just amazing to see Poison Snake's thoughts, how he sees martial arts. The rear spirit's skull almost fell off. Everything became clear. Suddenly, the old man couldn't take it anymore. He started screaming that he was freezing to death. And they, idiots, are going to fight here, and don't notice other people at all. "Ah, that's a narrow view of the world," the old man says. "Just like me when I was young. It's definitely not considerate of guests who have come from far away," says one of the warriors. "First, let's show them hospitality, lead them to our cave." And they set off to a sunny place in an unknown direction. Kim noticed that the old man and the girl were having a hard time walking on the snowy roads because they were tired. Kim offered his help, saying that he could carry the girl. This was most appropriate, because she had used all her strength for breathing techniques, but the venomous snake said that would not do. He would rather carry a girl than a boring old man. Walking along this path and carrying the old man, Kim thought nothing else, but the old man took him by the shoulder. He said that the warmth of a person warms you on a cold day. It was quite strange. The rear spirit reacted to this as a rather strange phrase, Soon they came to the old man's shelter, where they could see a group of stones. As they approached the entrance, they saw that the cave was quite spacious, and sunlight was coming through the stones. It was quite a beautiful place, and the cave looked very cozy. The best thing about the old man's cave was that there were hot springs. The girl had found this place a long time ago, but she could not even think that guests from other lands would come here. At first, she suggested that they wash themselves, and she and the old man would go look for some food. But what could they offer them but fruits and roots, so they had to look for food. Taking hold of each other, they went to look for food, continuing their eternal arguments. The king of medicines, standing by the springs, said that how could they fight for 3 years? The alchemist remarked that this was quite strange. They had recently tried to kill each other, but apparently they had just gotten used to it. It was warm and cozy near the springs, but the poisonous serpent said that now the head of the 1,000 faceless could leave. The serpent could not stand it and said, "Lord, what an idiot the holy sword holds as a friend." The old man exploded with words, forcing him to watch his words, because the old man was his friend. Soon the locals returned with food, bringing only grain balls. Usually they hunt in their world, but now there are not even animals in their neighborhood. Our heroes accepted this food without much enthusiasm. As soon as they took a piece of grain ball into their mouths, they felt nauseous. The girl asked if they always eat only this. The demoness replied that it was mostly their main food. It turned out that they had been eating only grain balls for about 2 years, and the stone wall had markings on it from the days when it started. The alchemist realized that if they were eating this, they were most likely not getting enough nutrients. The girl replied that she didn't know what nutrients they were talking about, but it was mostly tolerable. The old man cannot tolerate extremes. Since they ate only this, it is not surprising that they did not even have the strength to walk, forgetting about their health like he did in his youth. He pulls the tools out of his pocket and begins to alchemize food in a frying pan. It wasn't much, but they must eat well while they are young. He puts a variety of delicacies on the table that these people have never seen before, to which Muram's representative says that they are old enough with the demon bitch. To which the old man replies that they are taking an elixir. It doesn't matter, their bodies won't last. And after everyone started trying the old man's dishes, it was just incredible. Kim, having tasted his soup, realized that it was better than all the luxuries. He pampered himself after winning the lottery. No drinks or delicacies can compare to this, and it's worth living to try such food. Even the alchemist said that it was delicious, and she couldn't do it. A resident of Murim, a demoness bitch, was amazed that this was just a divine course. Could this be the emperor's own cook? Another old man, being the head of a military alliance, had tasted many things in his life, but he had never tasted such a good meal. The old man was a master of his craft. No wonder he received 3 Michelin stars as a chef, and he was proud of himself. The poisonous serpent asks him why such an amazing chef was in Babylon with an old alchemist. The old man replies, "Why not? Even the damned Marcus came here." It turns out that they know each other from the outside world, and the old man knows that Marcus was just the owner of a dirty conglomerate. For him, the one who got to Silicon Valley with his own hands is just a lucky asshole. The old man came here of his own free will, having faced failures in recent years. After all the plates were empty, unusual dishes from the outside world became rare. Demoness was curious about where they came from in this world and what their mission was. She asked if maybe they had found a way to cure Gangshi's disease. Kim looked at the alchemist, and they realized that they didn't have a cure yet. They needed to decide how to do it. The demoness said that the doctors and monks of the idolatrous temples had spent a lot of effort on treatment, but it was all in vain. Even the followers of the Moshan, who had knowledge of this virus, gave up. They do not think that the outer lands will be able to overcome it, and they realize with difficulty that there is no way to cure this curse. But they have seen with their own eyes that the dishes prepared by the people who came to their lands contained completely different knowledge, especially this pharmacist who is the best at treating diseases and making medicines. The demoness pointed to the king of medicine, saying that this man could at least be an assistant. If they tell him about the disease, they might be able to develop a cure. It's hardly a cure, but it's better than nothing. After these words, the demoness and the old man went into the cave, which was completely dark. It was quiet for 10 minutes. They did not return empty-handed. They were holding a strange thing in their hands. The alchemist was amazed to see that they were carrying a wooden box. This wooden box looked like a coffin, and they were going to open it. After they opened the coffin box, what was inside alerted everyone. It was one of the Gansi, who had been nailed to boards and chained so that he could not escape. But what it was, Kim asks, is beyond him. This zombie was in a terrible condition, but he was chained and tied up. To which the girl replied that it was one of the heads of the Udal movement. He believed them, and entrusted his body after being bitten by a Ganzi so they could study it. However, the only thing they came up with was to pinch the anchor points of the chi energy. If one is pulled out, then each point is responsible for the immobility of that zombie. As soon as the girl pulled out one nail, this miserable dead zombie started to come to life and scream. His head started to explode and he started screaming in his own zombie words. After the demonstration, the girl put the anchor point back on, and the rascal zombie calmed down. Compressed chi points between the brain and spinal cord help to pacify the Ganzi. But it is not a cure, only a temporary solution. A bitten Ganzi is charged with corrupted energy through blood vessels and chi points. No matter how much a person meditates, they will not be able to cope with this energy. Whether it is a cultist of demonic chi energy or a monk with righteous energy, nothing helps after a zombie bite. The body is seized by heat, and it is as if it is in the grip of flames, and soon the person turns into a Ganzi. The monk from Shaolin lasted the longest. He died an hour after he was bitten on the hand, a 1 in a million chance. Even selected martial artists cannot last more than 2 weeks. The demoness asks if the people from foreign lands are sure they can find a cure, and the doctors look at her with a rather dubious look. Looking them in the eye, the demoness was still glad to have met them, as she and the old man were the only two left on earth. And the old man will prepare a place for them where they can go to sleep and rest. And they will discuss the rest tomorrow. Our heroes all lay down together in the cave. Only the old man muttered that he could not accept the fact that he would be the second alchemist in life, even though everyone was asleep. Kim could not sleep and thought about it for a long time. The rear spirit asks him why he is awake, and at that moment he realizes that he needs to check something. He suddenly covers himself with a blanket. He sees 2 silhouettes approaching him to check if he is asleep. After they are sure that everyone is asleep, they start talking to each other. The boy opens his eyes and sees them diving into the water. The old man and the girl were immersed in the hot pool when they saw Kim come up. They are amazed because they thought he was sleeping, but in fact he was awake and the girl realized it long ago. Kim found the two strange from the moment he first saw them. They were lightly dressed and standing in the cold, but in fact it was so cold that they couldn't have survived without being wrapped in aura or chi energy. So they were using their inner strength to protect themselves from the cold. Kim had only one conclusion. They were controlling their chi energy for something else. Poking them both, he said, "You two have been bitten. Like the other faction leaders, you are able to suppress corrupted energy with the power of your energy." "That is correct." The girl looked at the beautiful moonlight. When the old man came out of the water, he even screamed like a demon. She put on her robe, buttoning it up, and told the old man to calm down, because they had been discovered. And the child was right. The demoness opened her dress and showed the bite she had received 3 years ago, and the old man also showed his bite. Everything was quite serious, but the boy made one mistake. They do not suppress spoiled energy. It is suppressed by clamping the cervical vertebrae through the use of our techniques. The rear spirit was amazed that they were using telekinesis. He reminded Kim that he had once heard of flying sword techniques, where you can make a sword fly with chi. They have a paralyzed body because they clamp down on their neck vertebrae with chi energy. As with the flying sword, they move their body with chi energy. They make their heart beat and their body function. The lungs breathe and the organs work through this technique. All this is based on the fact that they make their muscles and joints move, which is necessary to stay alive, and they control all this with the help of chi energy. They use the flying sword technique around the clock. No wonder they get tired after a few steps. "And how could they continue to wage war?" says the old man. Going back to the story, the warriors came to them, saying that they could not go on like this. Half of the blood demons were destroyed. The elders ran away, saying that they would enter the world of Murim, but we have already lost them. It's not the best time for a battle between factions, and perhaps their sect has faced a turning point. On the orders of their boss, they opened an independent pharmacy, and the heads are there. They will catch Ganzi for testing and try to prepare the results as soon as possible. The demon lord Volyan and the blood demon have been attacked, and tomorrow a new 1,000 Ganzi will appear. Even if we destroy 100 today, they won't be able to cope soon. Their advisors only reported as they died. "Sky demon, please run to the island. If you hide there, it doesn't matter how many Ganzi there are, they won't be able to cross the sea. If our schools are always here, the world will have at least some memories." The soldiers asked, "Forget the promise you made, lords of Murim. Please retreat to return. The law of heaven has changed, as have human duties. A heavenly demon. Why is he keeping a meaningless promise that was made before the world was shaken?" And all this led to the deaths of soldiers. A cure for this disease was never invented, and soon all the soldiers died. Kim wondered how they managed to hold on and endure it all the time. The old man looked at the demoness and said, "Follow us, Kim." They walked to the illuminated place and headed for the exit of the cave. Sooner or later, all people die, they said about their story. And they have one interesting story about a highly skilled craftsman. He was immune to 1,000 poisons and had stone-like longevity. Thanks to this, no poison could kill him, and no sword could wound him. We can say that he was almost invincible. There was not a single person outside who could kill him. He could neither be wounded nor killed with a sword. But there is one thing that old stories cannot tolerate: invincibility. Kim was called a child of the outside world, and asked if he could guess how this master died. The girl smiled and said that he was killed by a succubus. It was the pleasure of uniting yin and yang. Not poison, not a sword, but excessive pleasure. That is why they did not offer him a storm of pleasure from the very beginning. It was clever, slowly waiting for the right moment, starting with snowy pleasures. But in the end, the master succumbed to deadly pleasure. In the name of the union with the succubus, he did not even notice how her touch hurt him. The kiss of the succubus was like a pleasure for the master. Her gestures and even her eyes brought him happiness. And in the last moments, the succubus strangled him. At that moment, no martial art helped him. His face shone with happiness and pleasure as he suffocated from the strangulation. He was smiling even after death. He was invulnerable both outside and inside, but vulnerability remained in happiness. The moral of the story is simple. Don't play with the succubus. It's not just an old story. It's an action that took place. In the Tanman, he was a master craftsman raised among jades and gold. The succubus was sent to kill him, and at that moment our hero was brought to an ice mountain from which zombies were visible, and the girl began to go down to them with the words, "Beginners who have studied martial arts will not understand." They think that the goal of martial arts masters is to gain invulnerability in order to achieve immortality and eternal life. But they are wrong. Someone who develops immunity to 1,000 poisons will die from something else. The one who gained the durability of a stone will die from something other than a sword. And this story reminds us that a martial artist does not just choose which martial art to master. He chooses what kind of warrior he is going to become and what kind of death he is going to collect. And soon all people will die. Why should they be upset about death? But the girl passing by these frozen statues was not alive. Killing someone poisoned has its pros and cons. It's not even bad to be attacked by an army or killed by a Shanghainese monk. It is unpleasant, but not bad to accept death from a comrade who betrayed you. It is fine to die for the sake of the future generation. But death by gangsterism is unacceptable. And the guy's eyes just light up at what he sees. He asks these masters how they could endure. But all that keeps them on this earth is that they want to die the death they chose for themselves. The cause of their death is the same, but the date is different. It feels like someone deliberately moved the bodies, the alchemist said, examining the bodies. Not many survive to this day, and under the bright night moonlight, not like the sun, but one that set new zombies. And the boy remembered what the girl had said when she said they were fighting a new war. It was snowing. The right-wing sect factions would never fall to the gangs, the old man said. And the people of the girl's sect cannot be destroyed by corpses, but people were dying. And they were shouting that if their factions were to come to an end, it would be at the hands of the demon sect. And if the demon sect was to disappear, it would be by the sword of the right-wing faction. And even if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans disappear, even if the martial arts manuscripts become so dusty that they are unreadable, until then, this world has not disappeared into oblivion, because they are their representatives. If we imagine that there are billions of people in the world, and only one of them is left with the infection, then this world still exists thanks to their struggle and heritage. And if the last person is able to take his or her life into his or her own hands, then the destruction of the world will be caused not by disease, but by suicide, which is what we are talking about. There are only 2 people left, and this old man and this girl are fighting only to die their own deaths. They accept the battle until the enemy surrenders or dies. As it was 3 years ago, they fight with such limitations until they die to accept their fate, not from the disease, but from the fate that was being prepared for them. Their movements were as slow as children's. They were slowly dying for 990 days, but they kept fighting. Kim, looking at this, realizes that it has to be stopped. It's absolutely absurd, and it shouldn't have happened. In the eyes of the Lord of the Sword, a fight can seem great, no matter what his thoughts or ulterior motives might be. It can be humiliating for both of them, as this fight will lead to nothing. But the rear spirit asks Kim what he can do in this situation. Could he kill one of them? Perhaps that would be a good decision, and he would do so. But Kim reminds him that they are just strangers in this place, and they can't just interfere. They only want to die by each other's hands, and Kim takes it upon himself to end this world in his own way. The days and winters were getting shorter, and they had to go to their cave. They postponed their fight until tomorrow and went to the cave. When they returned, the poisonous snake asked where they had been all this time. The alchemist was about to say that they had been working on the infection and what progress they had made. The old man replied that there was no progress yet. The demoness thought so. She is not surprised and goes to rest. But Kim realizes that the alchemist is lying and asks her to tell her honestly how long it will take them to find a cure. At this point, she takes off her glasses and says that it's not only a matter of time, but also of resources, which they have few. She told them that, to be honest, they need 120 days, and maybe twice as long, maybe 3 times as long. In situations like this, you need a lot of time. Even if we don't have that time, it's not enough. And at best, it's 100 days, and at worst, 300 days, and they may not succeed. The conditions and equipment leave much to be desired. She apologizes to the King of Death, but she cannot guarantee anything. But if you remember the words of the deputy library director, they will wake up 10 days before the end of the world, and if they don't make a cure in 10 days, the world will end. Kim realizes that these days are not enough, but he tells his friends that it's okay, they don't have to worry, he will try to solve the time issue, and they just have to continue their research. And if they remember the words that when they first came to this world, it was not an ordinary book, but a whole world. And if they didn't come here to save it, then his words are the same as yesterday. There is a time limit. If they fail, they will stay here forever. But they just need to put aside all their doubts and thoughts. Kim takes on the responsibility to do everything in his power to get them back, and they must not let him down. The alchemist at this point promises to pay his debt, and promises that the problems will be solved. As a sign of trust, she gives him her hand, and they shake hands. The guy sees her as a future master of alchemy. She tells him to trust her and keep working. Kim asks him to trust her and continue working on the cure. If not for this girl, he would still be living in the slums. But the girl also appreciates him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be able to realize her potential, and her equipment would be taken away. She promises the King of Death that she will give him everything she can to invent a cure. However, she loses touch with the world around her when she focuses on her work, and might even forget about the rules of decency. So it doesn't matter, she'll just do her best. The girl adjusts her glasses and promises that she will. She also tells the old man not to forget that his support will be needed in full. Soon, to keep the old man quiet and from grumbling under his breath, the girl opens her skill card. The old man is furious that she is showing off her skills to him. The problem is that the main thing for young people nowadays is skills, the old man says. The girl interrupts him, telling him to look at her skills. The old man is amazed that she is going to reveal her skills to him, even though they are her rivals. But if he wasn't going to do it, she could show him herself. The girl had the skill, Portable Hospital, and thanks to it, she can perform all procedures, from blood tests to sound examinations, in real time. She can use pre-prepared medicines and administer them with accuracy, where the probability of a misdiagnosis is only 2%. Her evidence of life skill allows her to determine the patient's condition at the genetic level, minimizing the likelihood of a continuous diagnosis by combining the two skills. Showing the old man her skill, the girl made him scream. He was outraged. If he revealed it to the alchemists in his industry, she would be finished. The girl replied, "Do whatever you want. Just show me support in creating a cure." The old man didn't want to agree, but it was necessary to create a cure quickly. Coming closer to the old man, the girl looked him in the eye and asked, "Why do you despise me? Are you angry because an experienced child does not know his place? Are you annoyed that a person like me has talent?" She was sure he was furious because she was younger, which meant she would be praised much longer than he would. She offered all the recipes she had come up with. If he can help her, she will never say they are hers and he can use them for his own purposes. But the inadequate old man, furious and unclear about what, slapped her. In a rage, he called her a little scum and threatened that one day she would face his wrath and end up at the bottom of a well. But despite the blow, the girl continued to research the zombie disease. She was unfazed, even when her glasses fell off. She knew what she was doing and was ready to continue her work. And despite this mockery, she asks for her simple request to be fulfilled. To which the old man replies that the day will come when her pride will be destroyed and she will completely rot. The jealous old man does not calm down, but the girl asks him to do as he says. She has already written down what she needs, and because of that she needs to find it, although the old man does not want to do it, and all the time threatens her with meeting her fate. After all these words were spoken, they became quiet and understood each other, although it was difficult. They asked the King of Death to leave the cave because his breath distracts her. It affects her process very much. She cannot concentrate. The old man got to work and told Kim to bring them 6 more zombies when he gets out, because they need more samples. A child, a young man, an old man, and all different genders. And he also needs to get the ingredients, so if he sees them, he should definitely bring them. The boy, as always, takes full responsibility and starts drawing on the rock with his sword. Another day in their apocalypse. Although it was hard for everyone, lately the Marima Master's body has not been listening to him at all, and the Ganzi have scattered today. They cannot go far. They need to keep going. Soon, although it became more difficult to fight these zombies, our heroes began to bring the necessary materials to the cave. They brought zombie children, zombie men, and zombie women. This meant that the work was in full swing, and working as a team, everyone was trying to complete this quest, staying awake at night, sitting over candles, studying every fragment that could indicate what could be learned from these patients to understand that they are not broken. And soon a week passed. The snowy Murim sky does not stop carrying wind and snow. The demoness approaches Kim and tells him that they cannot go outside today. Days like this are really rare. It's even strange that it's been sunny lately. Worst of all, when it snows for 30 days, they can't go outside because there is no sun. In such weather, the Ghanaians keep moving. It's normal for them, but it's very hard to catch them if they get too far away. Demonessa is ready for them to lose them all. Her sect had almost 1,000 people just 3 years ago, and the bastards from the righteous faction that the old man had grafted on were the same number. Time went by. The Ghanaians went around, but they could not find them. Kim realizes that this is a pretty scary story, and he feels sorry for them. But the girl's pain knew no bounds when she wakes up and goes outside, and the Ghanaian who was there in the morning starts to disappear. She feels fear, and Kim shares her pain and suffering, understanding her feelings. The world has turned upside down. If someone had decided to tell her this, she would have been left without a head. But Kim, being a child from a foreign land, should be happy that the world has come to an end. However, Kim does not agree with her. She is the head of a military alliance, a martial arts master. Her knowledge is remarkable, and he cannot compare to her. But no matter how great warriors they are, their energy is not infinite. One day it will run out, even though they clamp down on their chi points with their energy. They know that their breathing, arm, and leg movements are controlled by their energy. Regardless of its strength, this cannot go on forever. People die sooner or later, and Kim asks her again when she will run out of chi energy. This is a rather painful topic for the girl, and she doesn't want to talk about it. But she notices that, for a child from a foreign land, he is quite intelligent. Looking at Kim, the girl realizes that he is ready to help her and her people, and this gives her hope. But she did not answer his question. Kim asks how many days are left. The reason why the Heavenly Demon Chronicles has ended would be clearer if you think about it. None of them can move anymore if they run out of energy. That's if the heart, lungs, upper dantian are operated on, everything will rot except these 3 parts. Kim was outraged that she already knew this. The demoness had experience because the Shaolin monk had stayed with them for exactly 1 year. He entered nirvana, as a monk should, in the lotus position. Everything but his face became like other Gansa, and his body was rotting. All he said in farewell was, Amitabha. That was his last word. Kim said that he felt scared. And it is really scary to be in such a time and place. He is afraid of the moment when the chi energy runs out, and the demoness is also afraid that she will have no vitality left. Even a snowstorm and sunlight scare her. She is afraid that her body will disappear in the light of day. She is afraid that she will not be able to kill the old man, and the old man will not be able to kill her. She is afraid that the day will come when neither she nor the old man will be able to move anymore. Because of this, she is afraid that she and the old man will have to lie down and wait for the moment when the chi energy is exhausted. The old man, lying in bed, turned on his side and said that he was sorry. But he will never be able to move, feeling that he is aware of it, and the tears do not come back in his eyes. That's how scared he is that it will all happen soon, and no matter how regretful it is inevitable. And this senseless death does not give her peace. She thinks she is scared. It doesn't even make sense to her to fight to the last in a world where these two will quietly disappear. It will just snow from the sky, and all that will be left behind is a colorless landscape. Soon the alchemist checked the old man's condition and apologized to everyone. In his current state, he could not be cured. The demoness approached the old man and told him to get up, but he was lying down, losing consciousness, and apologized to her. But the girl said that she was not here to listen to his damned mockery and apologies. "Get up, ruler of Muramu Walson. Get up immediately. Didn't we make a deal? You said that you would challenge the heavenly demon world and plant the banner of righteous faith at the top. Didn't the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans come together to fight a large-scale battle? You can't just die on your bed." "Get up and get your weapons!" the girl shouted at him. The demoness could not accept this, and dark energy began to fill the room. Horrified, Kim and the alchemist realize what is happening. The dark energy is spreading through the cave, and the demoness is screaming for the old man to take up arms and fight. But the old man lies down, and his life leaves him. He just says, "I'm sorry." The girl cannot accept this, and forces the old man to get up quickly. But he has already accepted his weakness. He tried to hold on for at least a day, but with every breath his torment intensified, and she could feel it too. The last of his vital energy was draining from his body, and he had no physical strength left. Perhaps the girl could hold out for another hour, but he had reached his limit. He regrets it, does not accept his weakness compared to her, and only asks her to kill him. He doesn't want to be like the head of the Shaolin, and asks her to destroy his body before it rots. Because if he becomes a Gant, she will look in front of her, but see nothing alive. It will be just torture. So he wants her to kill him, while he is still lying on the bed. How dare he say that to her? She will never cross that line. Does he really want their fight to end like this? He should have attacked her to death and taken her to the underworld. What the hell kind of glory does that give him? But the old man got together and tried to gather all the members of the Righteous Faith faction to order them to self-destruct. Why did he hope for this so stubbornly? Namgun is praised and envied by many influential people because he was born with the perfect body for mastering martial arts and reached his peak at the age of 20. He became the head of the Semingun before he turned 30. He was elected ruler of Muram when the demonic sect gained huge attention. Almost the entire purpose of the faction practically lives in him, and the memory of the dead rests in his heart. But even so, do you want to die by the cursed hand? The girl promises him that she will kill him, but his death cannot be called beautiful. Everyone in the cave was listening to her dialogues with the old man. But what was that dark energy coming from her? The girl was already holding an axe, a huge axe that did not belong to her. She pointed this axe that was so beloved to him and shook it, emphasizing that he loved it so much. But he should forget that it was his favorite weapon. And the old man looked at her and said, "Heavenly demon, speak. The warrior has forgotten his skill. The skill will be lost forever, but for the sake of the warrior, say this phrase again." And she killed him. This phrase means the end of the faction of Righteous Faith. The head of the demonic sect demanded that the governor of Murima personally recognize the destruction of the faction. Only after receiving his confession would she be ready to take his life. But the old man did not answer her, and the demoness became furious because he was not even able to say it. His weak arms could not even lift up, and he admitted that he could not. Crying, he says that he cannot say this phrase, clenching his teeth, and asks only to forgive him. Out of anger, the girl simply does not know how to calm herself down and hits the old man's head with an axe. She recalls his words that if he becomes a Ghanaian, he will not live, but will simply exist, and it doesn't matter if he dies now, it won't be called death. The girl didn't hit the old man in the head with the axe, she just stuck it next to him. She turned around and left, because life is not life, and death is not death. She herself does not know the difference between these concepts, and looking once again at Murim's snow, she realizes that everything is meaningless. For her, heaven and earth have turned into emptiness, and the 9th star is the apocalypse. Murima's steward, Namgun, died of an illness. She received this as an image. There is a limit to the analysis of the virus by infected people who have been turning into zombies for many years. With this sample, they can perhaps observe the development of the infection in real time, says the alchemist. But he doesn't become a zombie immediately after death, he awakens. It may take some time for the infectious agent to spread throughout the brain. The girl summarized all the results of the study. The old man realizes that although this girl may be able to make medicine, she's not able to explain it properly, because she is proud, and you can't stand up to pride. The alchemist ignores the old man and continues to report that they have done everything to research the virus. But it is impossible to develop a cure. Since they don't have enough time, they need at least 90 days, and ideally 120 days. Soon the patient who was lying tied up screamed. He screamed like a real zombie, wheezing and coughing. It looked quite pathetic, although it scared the people there. But the demoness looked at it as a minor event. How can this man be any different from an animal? He eats and eats until his body stops moving, and then he just disappears. A warrior who has forgotten his skill is forever lost to the warrior. The demoness puts her hand right into the zombie's mouth, saying, "Look." Everyone present wanted to stop her because they were afraid that she would also become a Ganzi. But the demoness said that the end had come, and then a light shone around her, illuminating everything. Her arm was struck by a Ganzi bite, and soon she would become a demon. She would become a zombie, and the meaning of life would dissolve into burned hopes. She falls down and starts laughing. A red light spreads throughout the space. The body spirit tells his friend Kim to be careful. The demoness is possessed by the devil and something is wrong with her. Her face turned snow white, and she seemed to wake up saying, "Warriors, have you come to kill me? Great. Let them attack. Let's cross our swords." Kim tells everyone present that they need to run away. The demoness quickly started running forward and took the life of the old medicine king. It was a real setup. The poisonous snake ran out to stop her, and Kim and the alchemist ran to the exit. It was a really scary sight. The demoness went crazy. Her demonic power went beyond all limits. Perhaps this was due to the complete release of energy, and now it is on the verge of life and death. Even if he returned alive in his heyday, 4 times out of 10 he would definitely lose. The crazy demoness was filled with a dark aura, saying that the heavens were filled with sorrow, and the earth was plunged into sleep. The universe is in grief, and only ashes will remain of Wudang. The demon sect is now Murim's heaven, and it is the heaven of the demon sect. What right does the heavenly heavens have to condemn? The poisonous serpent confronts the demoness, yelling at Kim to grab the pharmacist and run. The demoness shouts that they won't succeed. Let them run away as long as they want. All the while, she is looking for Namgun. No matter how dense and vast the forest and sky are, there is only one person who can take her sword under this sky. Spirits, bring Namgun to her immediately. The space is darkened by devilish energy. The girl holds her weapon over the king of death and wants to take his last life. Holding Kim in the pharmacist's arms, she realizes that things are pretty bad. The alchemist says that she believes him, despite all this. But then the system announces that they are dead. The demoness has taken over the entire space, standing over the silhouettes of her enemies, silent and unmarked, with no smell of destruction. She makes people languish in the sun. People whose skin was scorched by the sun. This world was buried under the snow, leaving only a white snowfield behind. But that man does not consider the return and destruction to be the end. Kim goes back and now promises that he will save her world. This method uses inner energy. A little girl was walking through a winter blizzard and saw her mother's large footprints. She walked forward and saw her silhouette, but her mother was standing there, not moving. The little girl asked, "Are you my mom?" But this woman was moving away from her and moving away. To catch up, the girl began to run, but it was all in vain. When she was young, the heavenly demon did not even know whether her mother had abandoned her, or whether she had said goodbye with the help of a snowstorm, or whether she had really lost her. She didn't know that. Kim finds himself in the lobby and the system alerts him that he has been fined. Standing up abruptly, he asks the rear spirit if he has memorized the pharmaceutical studies. If you combine and study what he filled out, then the pieces of the puzzle should fit together. You had to go back as quickly as possible before anything slipped your mind. There was no time to think, and the rear spirit recommends choosing a skill as soon as possible, taking one skill with both hands. He looks at what we have here and sees that the skill offers divine devil energy. This skill is pretty good because the demon sect hates the laws of heaven. They created a faction and formed a divine teaching whose energy is art. The more you hate and curse this world, the more colorless the sky becomes. The guy realizes that this is the same martial art they just saw with their own eyes, a typical demonic art. The rear spirit had its own opinion about it. Any art is an illusionary trap. Ultimately, any way depends only on how he decides to overcome the difficulties in this world. If he magnanimously tries to accept the world, then he usually joins the faction of righteous faith. If he seeks to strike this world like a typhoon, he will most likely become part of a demonic sect. Thus, the warriors of Murim from the faction of righteous faith make their bodies vessels that receive Murim. Those who belong to the demonic sect grow claws that destroy the world. The rear spirit decided to give a simple example. Standing in a pose, he made a slice from top to bottom and was filled with aura and light energy. In his world, this is called in some sects the attacking pose of the tiger or the kick of the ball. But it doesn't matter anymore. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a tiger or a bull, because the skills differ from each other depending on what enlightenment the creator of the martial arts has achieved. In any case, it is important to fight both the tiger and the bull a little bit. It instructs him to make something of the world his own. This is what the phase of acceptance of the world means, but demonic art is a little different. This is what demonic sects say when they learn techniques. The rear spirit is filled with dark energy. It breaks space like glass right in front of our hero's eyes, whispering, "Fulfill your anger." Then he stabbed him in the stomach. Remember the moment when the ruler took your younger sister away? Remember your weakness, when you could do nothing but put your sister's corpse against the door of the administration. Remember how you buried your sister's body alone. It was winter. The ground was frozen. It was hard to dig, but you continued to dig the frozen ground with your bare hands. Your legs were broken, blood was flowing from the cuts, and in the end, she could not even rest in peace in the pit, covered with earth. Remember every grain of earth. Take the sword with the hand that dug the earth, and hold a grudge against the cruelty of this world, the claws that will destroy the world. Our hero, Kim, was simply amazed by these words. These words made everything in his soul chill. The method of using inner energy is literally a way to awaken and channel it. It doesn't matter if you are a martial artist or a hunter. Ultimately, victory depends on how well you use your internal energy, chi. Simply put, it's a battle of willpower. In the demonic arts, the power of the spirit is always in a suppressed state. In any case, zombies don't necessarily learn this, and our hero thought about the words of the rear spirit. But despite all this, the words sounded like he would start doing it. The rear spirit did not understand the boy's determination at first, but he repeated that he had said he would study it. When asked why, he replied, "Because I want to." And was he really impressed by the swordplay organized by the heavenly demon? Oh, he must be out of his mind, the rear spirit thought. The heavenly demon had exhausted all his strength and was on the verge of death. The rear spirit warns him that he will be drained like a lemon, and all his strength will be sucked out. Zombies shouldn't be caught up in such an illusion. Compared to his martial arts, this kind of demonic art is just pathetic junk. But to all of the rear spirit's remarks, our hero repeats that he may be offended by him because he wants to learn something that no one else has but his partner. He tells the Sword Lord not to worry, as he is the strongest in the universe, and not to think that he is unaware of this devil's energy. The rear spirit realizes that he is indeed the strongest. Then why is he trying to learn the divine technique of the sectarians? Kim smiled and told him that it was to flawlessly conquer the stage. Even if the cure is found, it will end up saving 2 people. The other people have already been dead for over 2 years, and if they receive the treatment, they are unlikely to survive. What will the ending be then? In his opinion, the Marima Lords and the Heavenly Demon will become Adam and Eve. He thinks that's a good ending. The mere thought of this is disgusting to the rear spirit. Just imagining this scene is a horror. Creating a cure is the first condition for a good ending. But a flawless ending depends on the character being able to satisfy everyone else. He wants to give the Murim Lord and the Heavenly Demon an ending where they will be satisfied, and by selecting a card, the skill has been copied. After that, the system gives him a penalty for using the skill, and white light blinds his eyes. This is where the Heavenly Demon's nightmare ends, or doesn't end. He has to go through what is called a past enemy trauma, and the penalty level is average. Someday Kim will be able to talk about it in peace. Right now, he's diving into the ghost road, returning to the stage. It's still cold here, and it's not stopping snowing. What kind of Siberia is this? What kind of permafrost? The guy soon takes the alchemist's hand. It warms her up, and she thanks him for it. The guy, returning to this scene, recalls the moment when everything went wrong. Based on his experience, he saw a human shadow in the distance. They approached these zombies again, just like in the previous scene. It was clear that the people were frozen. Kim said they looked like zombies and emphasized to everyone to look here. He pointed out a piece of meat stuck in the zombie's teeth, as if it was biting something, like a wild animal. The alchemist confirmed that it was indeed the DNA of a corpse or a piece of flesh in his mouth, but they did not match. They are completely different from each other. She also noted that the man died 3 years ago, and the pieces of flesh belonged to a corpse that died 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but this corpse has been moving around and living for about a year. The King of Medicines noticed that the guy was touching them so freely and calmly. It was not bad, as the progress was faster than in the previous episode. Our hero decided to show an amazing skill to the Master of Alchemy and the King of Medicines. He has a unique skill. According to the analysis of his skill that they put together with the rear spirit, he told them that he already knew how to speed up their research. It was indeed an amazing way to research flaws. The alchemist noticed this, but her vocabulary was different from his. Yet she said that Kim was a great talent. In any case, the Medicine King was glad that they were able to cut down on the research time. He wanted to stay away from the zombies and be somewhere warmer. Soon, they noticed the current characters who were still alive and kept fighting. They were arguing, but still in normal form. Kim recalls the moment when the girl said that even a dog passing by fell over laughing. He also remembers the demoness's eyes when she said that she was very scared, and even the heavens were trembling with fear. The girl claimed that she was the best in the world, and they fought with each other in the same spirit. She is the strongest woman in the world, Kim realizes. And that's why she lived to the end in the previous scene. She is a warrior who has realized what it means to be the king of this land. When they saw the demoness, everyone was amazed. A young man knelt before her and said that he came here after learning of the greatness of the heavenly demon, and he felt deeply admired by his reputation as the best among men in ancient times. He does not know how long this will last. He begs the celestial demon on his knees to take him as a disciple, and this is a truly unexpected twist that changes the scenario. For a long time the girl was lying in the snow, and the storm did not subside. It was very cold, and she felt abandoned. There was complete silence, and she could not see anything in this cold. She could not even smell anything. She felt as if her internal organs were freezing, and she could barely breathe. She asked her mom to help her, but she was not there. Suddenly, a bright light came down from the sky, dispelling the dark snow clouds. Either a goddess or someone unknown to the girl came down from the sky to her, or just a ray of sunshine. It was a woman who was surprised that a blizzard had been raging in the area for 9 days, with snow reaching a depth of almost 1.5 meters. How could this child still breathe? She took the girl by the jacket and started to lift her up, amazed that this little child had survived in such difficult conditions. She held out her hand to her, telling her that she was unbending with an ice body, and that very soon the whole cold world would become her inner energy. It was amazing, and it could not have been possible. The child had survived 10 days in the snow. Her body had become a polar miracle, like in the books the woman had read so often. The woman turned to the girl and asked her name, but the girl could not answer accurately. When asked how old she was, the girl could not answer because she did not know for sure and did not remember how she ended up here. The woman noticed that the girl did not understand anything. The poor thing at that age had already experienced the cruelty of the laws of earth and heaven. Nevertheless, she was an ideal vessel for learning martial arts. The Lord of the North Sea himself would have given millions of gold coins to have a talent like her brought to him. What an ironic fate. The woman patted the girl's head. It was hard to tell if her sect would be her destiny. Oh my God, this girl is the destiny of this sect. She asked her if she would follow her. She promised that she would feed her and put a roof over her head. But the girl was just silent. She didn't feel anything. The woman realized that without a name and unknown origin, this child born from the snow needed a name. She gave her a surname, and because of her snowy smell, she called her Bekai. Now the girl had a name, and she became a member of the demon sect. The girl took the woman's finger and asked where they were going. The woman replied that it would be a place where children like her gathered. When Kim asked her to mentor him, the woman rejected his offer. She explained that she had never had a student, because no matter what the world was like, its laws were unchanged. A student was a word for her. The old man said that the girl's pettiness surprised him. It seemed strange to him that children from the borderlands survived. In his opinion, we can put an end to it. They went through such a difficult world to become her disciples. Isn't that worthy of praise? The demon girl said that maybe it is worthy of praise, but nevertheless, there is a law for mentoring, and it is actually very strict. They never allow reckless people to enter their sect, and only abandoned children can enter the demon sect. The old man noted that even in his righteous sect, they are very picky about the choice of people. He approached the boy and told him that Kim could become his disciple because he was Namgun, the ruler of Murim and the head of the Tayson family. If he gets used to him as a student. Before Namgun could finish his sentence, the boy asked the heavenly demon why she couldn't take him as an apprentice. Namgun noted that he had been ignored by the boy and was shocked. And the heavenly demon asked him if he was deaf, because only people rejected by this world can join her sect. But when Kim looked at this world, he noticed that the world had changed. People had turned into gangrene due to a mysterious disease. Schools of righteous faith and demonic Marima sects had also all died. And so it happened that the world abandoned people. All of them are rejected by the world, and while the girl may or may not like it, what is probably more important is that he is a hunter. He is an orphan who has devoted himself to the tower. Once again, he appealed to the heavenly demon, saying that the situation was quite satisfactory and acceptable to the sect. Although it is a shame to say that he has been rejected by the world, it can be said that he himself has turned away from the world. After these arguments, the demoness finally decided to agree. If he is so confident, then let him try the 3 foundations technique. Then she could make sure that he had inherited the teachings of her sect and was not just a lip-syncer. He thanked her for the chance, picked up his sword, and began to demonstrate his skills. Using the skill, he activated his aura, which filled his sword and actions with dark energy. The divine energy of the devil was activated, and his eyes were filled with a dark aura. At that moment, he saw the path of the sword, and many movements were drawn in his mind. Only he could see these movements. He had not yet mastered the techniques of the divine devil energy. His fencing was like a sparrow chasing a stork. If he continued to maintain his good condition, he would be able to overcome his helplessness and resentment of the cruelty of this world. Kim made a promise to cope with it and tear all doubts to pieces. He was filled with old experiences and situations in which he hated this world. The more he immersed himself in the technique, the more his thoughts changed. The basis of a demonic sect is screaming, not claws, and the voices in his head whispered, "People you don't consider human will be consumed by your anger. The world created by the yin-yang principle will always be full of sadness. No matter how wise you are, the time limit of 3 days cannot surpass the cry of rejected people. The sword of sorrow is sharper than the sword of yin-yang, and the screaming sword moves the sword more." After demonstrating her abilities, she said, "That's enough." The deeper Kim dived, the louder the scream, the stronger the sword. This meant that only the strongest survive, which is the teaching of the demon sect. He was so immersed in the technique that he didn't hear the demoness's words as she screamed, "Enough!" She began to worry and told him to stop, but he did not respond. She had to use her energy to overwhelm his dim mind. She wondered where he had learned this technique from her sect. Kim couldn't fool her eyes. His movements were sloppy and unrehearsed. But this was a devil energy technique that only members of a demonic sect possess. How could he know this technique if it was unknown to anyone else? After performing the technique, Kim was like in a coma. He couldn't even answer her questions intelligibly. But the girl hit him with a stick and asked him where he had stolen it. When he regained consciousness, he asked, "Am I worthy to master this technique?" This made the girl silent. She stood in the cave and looked at him, not knowing what to say. Soon the King of Death fell unconscious on the ground, hitting a cold stone. He had used too much aura and needed help. The alchemist thought that he needed to have his blood vessels flushed. The demoness, hearing his words, simply walked away into the darkness without giving him an answer to his question. The rear spirit saw that Kim had used this technique and warned him that he had almost died using a higher-level martial art. Because of this, he kept telling him that he needed to build from scratch. Powerless, Kim lay on the ground, not knowing what to say. All the rear spirit said was, "You're not a bad little sparrow. You're just an amazing asshole." The story continues about a little girl whom the woman took to her shelter. The woman said that this city would be her new home. The streets were bustling with life, and people were all running around looking for something. The woman told the girl that at any time she could eat, sleep, or go for a walk if she wanted to. "Bacon, you should live the way you want," the woman said. In this place where they were, there were kind adults who did not force them to do anything. The children at the table were playing, eating, and drinking. One boy asked, "Are they going to make us slaves?" Another girl replied, "Silly, we've been here for a year and there's no hint of that." She had always been alone. She had never paid attention to other people and had never met children. Lately, there had been a lot of new children, perhaps due to a poor harvest year. She realized that the biggest increase was due to orphans. In any case, whoever was lucky enough to get here was a winner. The girl recalled how she was dying of hunger in her hometown. While having lunch at the table, she turned to her friends. She wanted to ask them how they got here. The children looked at her, and everyone wanted to share their story. They told different stories, about developed agriculture, about their mother in a brothel, about an uncle with a knife who had stirred up the whole village overnight. The villagers began to fall ill and die en masse. Some were beaten by their fathers, some ran away. Hearing these stories, Beckon remembered her own moment. "A vessel of roaring poison," she thought. "You are all poisonous animals and insects that have been placed in a jar and closed with a lid. Those who get inside die and gnaw at each other. The last animal to survive becomes the most poisonous creature in the world. Every time the children opened their mouths, Poison poured out. It was a collection of different poisons. The girl's next question was whether they were happy. The poisonous children answered that they were happy. This city is not an uninhabited land, but a vessel for growing one single most poisonous creature. After hearing many stories that shook her soul and heart, she realized, all of life is suffering, and only the strongest survive. For a long time she was alone, thinking about it all. In these beautiful mountainous areas, where the sun illuminated their life's journey, she found her place and began to realize that she had to become strong to survive. These children lived, slept, ate, and were trained. But one day when the warden came to wake the children up to eat, he noticed that the girl was gone. Although she could have slept well, she was not there. When everyone ate whenever they wanted, she was not there either. She was a stranger to all these plans. She realized that she had to work. Instead of playing with other children, she worked on the field. Although she had plenty of time to play with other children, she chose to work. Hekbe worked with adults all this time, doing farming, and ignored food. She always remembered the words of the aunt who brought her to this paradise, that she could live as she wanted. And one day, when she was sitting by the lake, this aunt visited her again. She came for a reason. She had a question for the girl. She had heard about Hekbek, that she wanted to help farmers with the harvest. The aunt asked if it was true that the clothes she wore and the blanket she used to cover herself with were sewn by the girl herself, working with wool. The girl confirmed this. The aunt asked her why she did this, because she could live as she pleased, without needing anything. The aunt explained that this place is called Utopia. Adults do agricultural work, picking fruit for them, and children just enjoy life. So she asked why the girl should work. The girl, holding a flower in her hands, replied that the farmer at the foot of the mountain had lost his 2 daughters and his husband to the county governor. Mr. Choi, who works in the garden, lost his 2nd son, who was drafted to build a fortress wall. He thought it was unfair and appealed to the officials. As a result, he also lost his 1st son, who died of ill treatment. Mr. Choi and his wife joined their sect after the bodies of their 2 sons were buried in their hometown. The adults who provide them with food and clothing have also suffered in this world. All of us are victims, and no one is an exception. This city is not a paradise. These children do not understand why they are not fed and clothed for free. They are all stupid. The aunt asked why adults do this. The girl replied that she thought the adults hoped they would do the same. Their hearts are consumed with resentment and anger. They can't forgive the county governor from their home region for ruining their lives. They want to take revenge, but they do not have the strength to do so. The girl has heard that martial arts can be learned if you start at an early age, but the adults are old and cannot improve their martial arts skills, so they do agricultural work so that children can learn martial arts. This is the true essence of the so-called utopia. We do not live and eat for free. The main building of the sect has gathered everyone here to take revenge on the world for the people who provide and help these children. At sunset, the aunt looked at the girl, thinking about her words. Turning to her in a cold voice, the woman said her name. Beckon. She said that the girl could tell heaven anything she wanted, and in this situation, Beckon had a lot to say about pain and suffering, about the silhouette of her mother. The woman listened to her words, holding the stick to her forehead, and promised that everything would happen. She said that soon the world would be forced to listen to her because she was Mabul. She comes from a family of elders of her sect, high-ranking people. When the girl heard this, she asked, "Is there a Buddha in hell? What good is Buddha if he is not in hell?" This was all a test that the girl passed to join their sect. Her mind was not clouded by rich food and a cozy bed. "Therefore your poison has been cleansed. Honor me as your master and call me mentor," said the lady. She said that in the future, instead of endless crying and screaming, the sword would ring, and let this little girl allow her to perform the rite of passage. Returning to Murim's world, the heavenly demon approached our hero and ordered him to get up quickly. Kim, feeling weak, said that he could not stand up at all, and if she continued to stand over him like that, they would collide heads. The girl replied that he must be fine, since he was talking so well. She told him to go to the bathroom and wash himself well to clear his mind, and said she would wait at the entrance to the cave. Kim, gradually waking up, approached his colleagues and noticed that they were all sleeping sweetly. He wondered what they were dreaming about, and using the character window, he began to open their thoughts one by one. The King of Medicines dreamed of defeating Marcus, imagining his 99,000th victory over that kid who wasn't even a full pharmacist. The poisonous serpent dreamed of very depraved things. Kim thought it was better not to wake him up, especially the latter. The heavenly demon asked Kim when they left if he had cleaned every corner of his body. He replied that he felt absolutely clean, even in his heart. The sky demon doesn't like people who talk a lot, and she noticed that this guy might be a talker. She assumed that he was most likely a fraud, not a real man, and that he was experiencing problems. At this point, Kim opens the character window to understand what's in her head. She thinks about Kim, that the guy seems to be smart, but he looks clumsy and weak, like a picture of some Hao Mundo. Kim wonders who this Hao Mundo is. The demoness told him to follow her. He would have to pass many tests to get the real clothes of the demon sect. Although he proved his qualifications, he did not pass the exam to enter the sect. The first test of the demon sect is the comfort test. Children who are comfortably fed, clothed, and put to bed are called outsiders. They are raised as farmers, artisans, and cooks. But children who pass the exam are recognized by the family. They become disciples of the sect, and the child begins the official study of demonic martial arts. Only then does he or she officially join the sect. The sky demon asked Kim how he knew all this. The boy replied that he knew a lot of things, although he had actually seen her injury because he had died at her hand. The girl sighed. "Even heaven must be insensitive to send her such a trickster," she said. "Should I really accept a bum like Hao Mundo into the sect?" The rear spirit noticed that even though the guy was a bum, he attracted attention and didn't give up even if he did something stupid. This compliment or insult is a compliment for those who know how to make the world beautiful. As the demoness approached the rock, she said that this place was suitable. She told Kim to rejoice because she was going to accept him as her disciple. The demon way of the celestial heaven does not reject sect members if they have the necessary qualities. The boy gestured that he was ready, but the demoness could not yet officially accept him as a disciple. In his opinion, it was too much. He had come to her from a distant land to learn from her, had shown his suitability, but he could not officially become her disciple. Demoness thought his words were too suspicious. She doubted that he was a child from the outer lands, and perhaps he had admired her since ancient times. If she trusted her intuition, everything he said seemed like a lie to her, but he didn't look like a scum. Kim wondered where she got her good intuition from, but she thought he was naturally good. It was hard to say whether the sect would become his destiny, or whether he would become the sect's destiny. Kim could not stand it any longer, and asked her what kind of test she had prepared for him. At this point, the girl pointed to the side. She said that he had to fight the late Jisoo, a famous Murima master. If he defeated him, the demoness would accept him. However, if he could not win, he would have to fight while feeling hungry. Kim realized that he was still not her official disciple, just empty words. In the heart of the heavenly demon, he was already a disciple of the sect, who would become its heir to the technique. He felt that the heavenly demon considered him to be a disciple already. She told him to do as she said. His heart must be filled with hunger and pain while fighting the Ganzi. He is not allowed to immerse himself in other emotions and images. Will he be able to cope with this? She ordered him to fight like a hungry man. Every movement should be full of hunger, as if he were dying of it. Only then will the technique of divine energy be fully revealed. Kim had a question about what would happen when hunger took over the sword. The heavenly demon replied that a person who has never been hungry will be able to dispel 50% of the members of Murim's righteous faith faction with one blow, turning them into nothing. These are the claws that destroy the world. First, master the image of hunger, then the image of thirst for death. You need to be able to wield a sword while feeling this thirst, so that someone who has never felt this way can. And he will learn all these 9 swords. These swords are enough to turn this world upside down, and it was quite interesting. But then why is it that when he fights he goes down to hell? Kim has to figure it out. On this enthusiasm, our hero set out to prove to the demoness that he was worth something. It will be a legendary battle with zombies. What is most incompatible with zombies is a wind wave created by palm strikes. And at this moment, our hero Kim is dodging this blow, because it is a real powerful blow that sweeps away everything in its path. Kim does not understand what kind of madness this is and how zombies can have such powers. The sky demon wants him to show his thirst and not just swing his sword around. She told him to remember the suffering of the people who died of hunger. If he waves his sword so meaninglessly, he will become a meaningless shell for the devil's divine energy technique. The point is that Kim is not particularly hungry now, but the zombie is notable for its hungry nature. Constant attacks force the boy to dodge just to avoid the zombie's blows, which are quite aggressive. The demoness reminds him that he can think about hunger if there is no food in front of his eyes. Can't he restore the feeling of hunger? Partly he cannot because he is not used to the feeling of hunger, but he must develop this feeling. Studying the divine energy of the devil should be a free expression of one's feelings. The instruction is as follows. To remember when he was hungry, to let this feeling go through him. Where he was, what he wanted to taste most, how he felt hungry. The guy was hungry for 3 to 4 days at most, but he didn't feel anything special. The heavenly demon was amazed that the boy had been hungry for only 4 days. What nonsense! The celestial empire had long experienced periods of lean years. How could he have been hungry for only 4 days and not be the child of a noble family? Kim replies that the city they came from is much richer than the central regions of China. Demoness says that hunger is the deepest feeling, a pain that does not subside even for 1 day. People are created to live by satisfying hunger, and there is no difference between the hunger of a rich man and a poor man. How can he awaken the divine energy of the devil if he does not know this feeling? Fighting off the strong blows of the zombie, he recalls that he often went hungry during the 10 years he was a F-rank hunter, when he bought food and spent money in places that only gave an extra portion of 4 rice cages. The girl could not stand it. She had hopes, but as she thought, the guy had no inner core. No matter how hard Kim tried to stop her, she just left the battlefield. At least wait for Kim, he asked. Being hungry is something strange. Is that the only reason he can't master a martial art? What kind of problem is this? But as soon as Kim was distracted, the zombie attacked and destroyed him, and he realizes that he has found himself in the lobby of a system that offers to choose something. He has gone through so many difficulties in his entire life. What is wrong with him? To which the spirit replies that she has a completely traditional education. She teaches the one and only coming of 12 months. Therefore, everything was said correctly. Rage filled our hero's veins. Anger took over. He agrees with this and says that everything will be as she said. Finding himself in the same place again, he is not going to give up because of her behavior. He should be grateful that she gave him the opportunity to believe in the difficult. But he literally burned in the fire. The poisonous snake stops the boy, asking where he is going. Kim replies that he needs to find one thing to clear the stage. This time, he is serious. The rear spirit notices that the guy is off his rocker and acting like a blind idiot when he loses his temper, and he is disappointed that they will spend another 10 days on meaningless self-flagellation. Arriving at the next cave, the guy starts to accumulate energy. To all these comments on his actions, the rear spirit only says that he has gone crazy. He is going to sit in the dark cave until he dies of hunger. What's the big deal? Kim asks. The spirit told him that he was the stupidest person in the world and asked why he had to suffer watching such antics. Kim just waved his hand and said that the spirit was too noisy, to which the spirit only asked him one question. How many days do you plan to go without food? To this, Kim replied that he had seen the injury of the heavenly demon when he went without food for 111 days, and he was going to go for 112 days. The rear spirit reminded him that he was crazy, and that he would not be able to last more than 100 days. If you look at the weather, the cold is terrible. How is he going to use the aura for 100 days? Also, surviving more than 100 days is no longer the realm of hunger or cold. If not, then he can't talk about it so easily. To this, Kim replied that in his youth he also practiced fasting following other monks. He felt hungry for a few days, but after about 2 weeks he just stopped feeling it. It's not fasting, it's just mental training, he repeated again. It's just mental training. According to Kim, this was the answer. It turns out he needs to fast for 15 days and then just repeat every 15 days. But what did he say? Kim replied that he would not eat anything for 15 days and would try to hold out until the hunger reached its peak. Then he would die and just continue to stay within the 15 days, so the hunger would not change. He will not repeat this for 112 days, and thus the aura will not weaken, and he will continue to feel hungry. The spirit could not say anything to him in response, because it was a real psychopathic trick. He simply said that he needed to learn from him, and not to make a strange sect head his teacher. He repeated it again. If you need a teacher, then learn from me. What the hell is driving Kim to such madness? Looking out at the snowy weather, Kim said, I want to perfectly master the devil's divine energy technique. And do you know why the heavenly demon became desperate for the world? Why did the chronicles of the heavenly demon come to an end? The heavenly demon made this world empty, and he felt no sense in living on, but he did not want this beautiful world to die. He regretted that he would have to end this world, and that darkness would swallow everything around him. It's easy to live like an elderly spirit, with the skills of all the newbies in the machine, better than everyone else. Because he won thanks to these skills, the rest of us are not capable of doing so. So he only attacks the stages he is comfortable with. He laughs at others and remains cynical. If he gets lost, he looks cool. But in reality, it's not that simple. Cynicism is not funny. Only how others laugh cynically at others is funny. Cult theory is neither funny nor amusing. Not only those who live by their cult theory can judge. He is also a man who wants to live. But how to live? The answer is obvious. Sitting in this cave, the worldview illuminates them, and new judgments give rise to new ideas. Kim has been on a hunger strike for a week now. The first days were the hardest and most painful. On the third day, his stomach pain disappeared. He stopped grumbling. His train of thought slowed down, and his life began to fade away, like a river overflowing with hunger. This was what he had been waiting for. Was it thirst? Probably not. All his efforts would be in vain if he sat around doing nothing. When the rear guard asked him what he was doing, our hero answered, "I'm training." He was very wrong, very, very deeply wrong. The hunger that the heavenly demon spoke of is not just a grueling starvation while sitting still. It is a thirst. It is the refusal of a crumb of bread when you are hungry as a dog, and the feeling that you are leaving this world. During this week he thought about the starving farmer. Is there a farmer who will not go out into the field just because he is hungry? Regardless of his condition, he has to work. But even though he works hard, he still has nothing to eat. He continues to wield the hoe and dig up the land. But it was a bad year, and no matter how hard he tries, the land still does not germinate and nothing grows on it. In a difficult situation, he can do nothing, and because of this, he continues to feel hungry. 6 months have passed since the rain irrigated the land, but nothing has grown on it. The reservoir is empty, and the well in the village is dry. There is not a drop of water in the rice field. Some villagers have already left their fields and homes and gone towards the seacoast. But this farmer did not cut his ties with his native land. He was told that he would be able to do the same thing nearby. A person lives only by stealing, and the farmer learned to steal only the food he gets from the land. Every day, the farmer goes to the rice field, even though he knows it's pointless. When the sun goes down, he climbs a mountain and strips the bark off the trees so he can eat it. But now even the trees have no bark left. Hunger has turned his world white. The white world symbolizes emptiness and suffering. He cannot even eat the bark, and his family is starving. He cannot sit idly by. He pours the rest of the water to boil a piece of bark well. "I'm hungry. I'm wildly hungry," the farmer thinks to himself. But he can't eat alone. He has to feed his children, at least his family. Although the children don't want to eat this disgusting food, they abandon his hard work, and all the food spills out of the bowl. Feeling that he is not appreciated, he starts to beat them. But he soon realizes that he has become someone he never wanted to be. It was not he who hit the child. He would not have raised his hand to his child. He hadn't eaten normal food for a long time because of the poor harvest year, so he became so nervous. But his life cannot be like that. As time went on, there were periods of bad harvest years, and the number of farmers experiencing hunger grew, and the world plunged into famine. And fighting, I felt hunger. Every swing of the dagger should be a gesture of hunger. And only when you feel hungry can you feel energy. Even hunger has its own gestures. As Kim continued to train, he became stronger and stronger and felt what the demoness was telling him. It all came down to the fact that hunger really has its own gestures, filled with the moaning of the hungry, hand gestures and foot movements. Remember everything. These gestures were similar to the way a farmer treated his future, unborn child. Complete and consolidate these memories in your head. Make them your only aspiration. This was the farmer's gesture when he left the house and threw the bark in the yard. Follow the urge of hunger and control your sword only through hunger and this gesture. The farmer handed the dirty bark to the children when he returned home. Some farmers beat their children, while others stroke their cheeks and whisper apologies. Some farmers live to see the next year, while others die with their children. All gestures were influenced by feelings of hunger. And the devil's divine energy technique is the first form of the hunger sword. Soon Kim, feeling this enormous power in his hands, mastered the feeling of hunger, and his sword began to fence on a completely different level. This is hunger. But it is also lust. Exhausted Kim, dripping with sweat, surrendered to his heart. But there was only one but. His movements were still clumsy. The spirit kept calling him a psycho. But why did it call him that? He was clearly practicing according to the instructions given to him. Covering his face, the spirit said that people are even scarier when they don't understand anything at all. Then a crazy person like you shouldn't squeeze so hard, the spirit said. Kim belongs to a righteous faith, and his movements and techniques belong to a demonic sect. Paying attention to his words, Kim asked, "How else can I understand this? What does it even mean?" But the spirit noticed that Kim did not understand what he was talking about. In short, a Marima master uses demonic art. To be more precise, a master of righteous faith knows nothing but how to use demonic art. The spirit was nervous about this. "How can I teach you my martial art if you don't understand the basic principles?" he thought. "You'll reject me if I share with you the system that Grandpa Marcus was taught." But the boy was so hungry that at that moment he was only thinking about the chocolate cake. What was he thinking about? He decided to go down for a while to show what he could do. Why would he do that? What would he gain from it? In Kim's mind, it was too early, because he was just getting close to his divine devil energy technique. He should commit suicide and return to the heavenly demon for further training. In the spirit's opinion, Kim had shown hope, but only received this reaction. Nevertheless, Kim believed that he had not yet achieved anything. He has no idea how desperate and angry he was when the heavenly demon ignored him, saying that he never spoke. By the way, our hero is quite vindictive, and a simple acknowledgement never satisfies him. All Kim wants in his way is for the sky demon to be impressed. He wants to hear her reaction, that he's so talented he's about to explode. She could not even imagine that he was her destiny. You can see that her eyes were clouded. She was sorry. As he walked away, he had only one thought about it, which was as sweet as a chocolate cake. And the rear spirit was shocked by this psycho. But as he walked away, Kim felt something as he mastered the technique. If we compare him with people of that generation, we can say that he was not starving, even though he imagines a farm where bark is harvested, but still has no idea what kind of bark and how it can be boiled. He is going to fill in the missing fragments of his imagination, and, approaching the full moon, he decides to use the technique of resurrecting evil spirits. Out of several thousand summoned, he fills one skeleton with memory. It was the demoness from the previous chapters whom he summoned. She greeted him, asking what he had called her for. He had a task for her, and she was waiting for his orders. The fact is that this world is filled with ghosts and corpses wandering between life and death. It resembles an empire of shadows, and it was the time when Kim wanted to destroy it. His order was very simple: to disperse throughout the territory, to collect the corpses of all those who died of starvation. There are villages and farms nearby. Find all the corpses and bring them here. These corpses are moving, so there may be a little trouble, but they will crush them in large numbers. The demon queen asked how many corpses to get. The thin and holy Kim, illuminated by the moonlight like a vampire, asked for 112 corpses. He wanted to study their hunger, so that he could become closer to the heavenly demon. The demon queen was amazed at the number of bodies. In her opinion, it was too much. In a few days, Kim lost so much weight that he was almost unrecognizable. Kim looked at her as she knelt before him. How could she become so devoted? To this, the demon queen replied that if he disappeared, she would disappear as well. She could no longer live in such a small paradise. Her life, her memories, and her very raison d'etre would disappear without a trace. She was completely dependent on her master, and worried not only about herself, but also about his well-being. Hearing these words, Kim liked her honesty. He asked the demoness how she was doing. After getting exclusive rights to the 20th floor, he let her go to the village. Now she lives there, and the people she brought back so much have come back too. So he asks her how she is doing. His plan was to leave her in the village except when he needed her to do his work. To this, the evil spirit replies that everything is fine and nothing special has happened. But if he asks about the events, one day some hunters came to the village. They said that when the King of Death became strong, the hidden treasures of the 5 guilds were there. However, a witch brought by the king and the hunters who followed her blocked their way, so they could not realize their plan. And this was expected from the Black Dragon Guild. Their services are impeccable. The feudal kingdom bordering them has kept their distance since they survived a measles epidemic and nomadic attacks. Kim sees that things are going well in this world. Not to mention that the Empire has declared his village a sacred place where elves sometimes come and bring their gifts. But the fact is that the evil spirit has lost its power. The sick who have heard the rumors, as well as pilgrims who want to see a miracle, keep coming. But what should the evil spirit do? And at this point Kim remembers the alchemist's words that she would only sell the potion to those who are allowed by the King of Death. He has a great idea. After the expedition, he wants to build a pharmacy for the alchemy master on the 20th floor. She said herself that she will accept new customers, but only with his permission. Because of this, He needs to make sure that the flow of customers is organized. She can't handle the workload alone, so she needs employees. The best option is to hire a preta as an assistant, and even apprentices will have to be accepted. Beginners, hunters, pharmacists. This will increase the size of the pharmacy. The new pharmacy will be transformed into a branch of the Castle of Alchemy. Later, the branch will become the headquarters of the castle. Kim also asked what else was new. Besides this, there is Dazina. Dazina is a girl from her village. She liked the food that the hunters brought. And Graz, the old man who takes care of the garden, gives the fruit to the black dragon hunters who guard the village. In general, Kim notices that things are going quite well on the 20th floor, and he thinks so too. But he needs to help people from this world. So he orders the evil spirit to quickly collect the corpses and bring them here. She replies, "Of course, the evil spirit was the leader of this mission." She ordered her skeleton servants to first find a town or village with a government office. These work as local officials, and because of this, there must be a map there. A simple map would be enough to use to determine the location. By combining all the maps into one, they will be able to find even the most remote farming and fishing villages. This girl was a fallen constellation, the queen of the autumn rain demons, who once destroyed the whole world. She understands perfectly well how to collect death. She did not order her skeletons to bring sobbing children lying next to the corpses of their mothers, like wild plants withering away. The bodies of people cursing their dead mothers for failing to fulfill their parental duties. Those who could not get out because of the barbed wire, and criminals imprisoned in cells that did not even have a chance to escape. All these carefully selected 112 corpses were brought by the Queen of Autumn Rain to her lord. Kim takes off his t-shirt and asks the girl to order them all to be released on him. After taking off his shirt, he is about to fight them and says, "Come here, my little ones." From all sides, zombies attack him and start biting his flesh. Kim doesn't even resist, because he has to die from each one to know their will. Over time, he recreates the injuries of his dying enemies. One man who was sailing in the boat did not want to harm this world because he was becoming a zombie. He didn't mind dying in the vast expanse, as he was born in a fishing village and worked there all his life. Floating in this space, he was overtaken by a dead silence, and Kim recognized his story. The next death was of the town mayor, and he recreates the traumas of his former enemy. The mayor stands still, looking into the distance. A servant comes to him and says that the granary is empty. In 2 weeks there will not be a handful of cereal left, and there is not enough fish. "What should we do?" the servant asks. The mayor says that the rations for the elderly and children should be cut by 1/3 and for the young by half. But their people will be outraged. The mayor replies that he will be the first to die of starvation, and if the leader does not eat a single crumb, the discontent will fall on him. In any case, the settlement would not last long, and starvation would not change anything. Kim also recognized his pain and suffering. The children were next, and the system reproduces their traumas. In the circle of their family, they said that soon everyone would die because the mayor said that children should not eat. He was signing them up for starvation. But what should they do then? The girl bravely declares that if they are destined to die, they must eat before they die, even if they die like sick Ghanaians. She has learned a secret recipe from the vagrants. The dish is called clay biscuits, and these biscuits are made of mud. She tells the children who can swim to continue fishing and not to share their catch with the adults, keeping everything for themselves so they can eat later. Others should dig in the soft ground near the river. One girl asked what she was going to do, and this girl decided to show her. It was quite a scary vision. These children were fierce, and looking at what they did, they were happy that they had succeeded. Despite this, the mud had dried in the sun, and how could she think it was a cookie? She told them that there was a secret recipe handed down by a sect of vagabonds, and to look closely. If it is ready, then let this boy try it, but you have to be careful when eating. And they decided to try these mud cookies. If they don't taste good right away, they can keep them and nibble on them slowly. And soon these children tasted the cookies, and they were still edible. Some of them liked the salty flavor, but they had to take a little bite. They sat and ate and ate. But soon they saw a boat near the riverbank with a dead body in it. It seemed that he had died while sailing. The children even felt sorry for him and wondered who he was. But soon this corpse came back to life, and he started to chase them, to run after them. They tried to survive. They endured hunger pangs to survive, and they reached for life with all their strength. Their fingers dug mud out of the river, and their hands smeared the mud on the stones to dry it in the sun. Their fingertips greedily clung to these mud biscuits to stay alive. These are all gestures of hunger. And having recognized and accepted all these traumas, the system even decided to check with Kim to see if he had kept his own, since the fine was complete. After these harsh manipulations, he woke up in the snow. At first, he thought he would learn how to cook tree bark or something like that, but the reality surpassed his imagination, and he started digging in the snow with his hands. He was amazed that the tree bark was too good. In a desperate situation, people can even eat mud with their bare hands. It's so hard. Digging in the ground, he dug up some mud and started eating it. The sun was shining, and it was even strange that he came out. But the mud cookies were already made according to the recipe of those children. Kim had no choice but to try the cookies, wishing himself a pleasant appetite. He took a bite with his dirty hands. He could not taste any flavor. For in this life, as in the lives of those people, there was no flavor. Everything starts with the dirt of the earth, so why can't they eat the same dirt? Why is the smell and taste of the earth so terrible for people? Then Kim had a brilliant idea. Emotions that are difficult to express in words can be expressed with the hands. Martial arts is all about simply wielding what is left in his hand. He picks up his shiny sword and is about to turn back. When he comes back, he will show his sword to the heavenly demon, letting her see the sword of the one who died namelessly. At that moment, when the heavenly demon threw down only one zombie, she said that if he defeated this zombie, she would accept him as her disciple. His task is to fight while feeling hungry. After going through all the memories of poor people who were hungry and in pain, he needs to understand the principle behind the cries and pains of these people. Taking his sword, he showed the demoness who he really was. His sword was filled with the will of heaven. It was just the hand gestures of people rejected by heaven, the anger and resentment that makes everything demonic, the smell and taste of earth in your mouth, the feeling of dirt on your fingertips, a mixture of the demonic and the heavenly, because he looks at the heavens with anger and resentment. When he comes to himself, the guy is filled with the divine energy of the first form of the devil, a hungry sword that destroys everything in its path. And this girl realizes that he is indeed a heavenly demon. After an easy battle for him, with a smile on his face, he asks the demoness who else he needs to kill. After demonstrating her power, the heavenly demon began to teach the boy her craft, telling him about the divine energy technique, which is divided into 9 swords. In this case, Kim demonstrated the hungry sword. This was the first manifestation, followed by the thirst sword and the death of dehydration. Kim already roughly understood the basis of these swords. The demoness remarked that he had not only demonstrated the hunger sword, but if he focused on practicing, he would become an outstanding member of the demon sect. However, Kim interrupted her. She noted that Kim had not only performed well with his sword, but in Kim's opinion, he had done very well. To a heavenly demon, that was just not bad. Because of the demoness's words, Kim's score dropped a little, and he was completely confused. He could not keep it to himself and asked what she would say about it next. Soon, the demoness admitted that Kim had demonstrated his hunger sword quite well. However, she noted that arrogance only hinders the work. Kim kept questioning her words, trying to understand what she meant by quite skillfully. Kim found her words quite irritating. He asked if she would be satisfied if he fulfilled her demands. There was nothing in his actions that betrayed his uncertainty. Demonessa emphasized that she was his teacher, and he was her student. Kim remarked that she was a good snapper. Soon after, hearing her words, our hero said that, judging by her words, she recognized him as her student. He was not a child from a distant land whom she had taken on to teach, but a real, direct student of hers. The girl was embarrassed by these words. She did not want to continue the conversation. From now on, she had started teaching him, and should only focus on teaching him properly. Looking at her, Kim realizes that everything is as they thought. In her heart, the heavenly demon recognizes him as her student, but still she does not dare to say it out loud, even on pain of death. In this world of Murim and their representatives, teacher-student relationships can be difficult and even frightening. That is why the heavenly demon is hesitant to admit that a teacher-student relationship has taken place between them. The sky demon addressed Kim with her speech. He has the right to listen to her teachings and the rights of the demon sect. Since he has managed to unlock the hunger sword at a decent level, she will be able to work with him. At this point, our hero opens the character window to see this girl's thoughts. He realizes that this is not a simple person, but the head of a sect. Will he be able to take a place in her heart? He sees all her thoughts, preferences, and what she thinks. Kim sees that she is tormented by doubts. She realizes that her life is coming to an end. What kind of student could ever come into her life? Her old man's greed awakens in her. The silent Kim makes her think about it a little deeper. All of these teachings give rise to the question, will the hopeless war between the Murim Lord and the heavenly demon continue? Or will she take on a disciple who will pass on the demonic sex teachings to the next generation? Which way to choose from a meaningless death? In her heart, this girl longed not to let her life go so uselessly. She wanted to live, and for her student to live. She wanted everyone to survive. Even if the world dies, they will stay in the Murim, hoping that both the children and they will indeed survive. At this point, Kim realizes that words on his part are insignificant and useless. He is sure that the heavenly demon did not declare their connection as teacher and student for the same reason. Words can easily be separated by the burden of actions, in which case there is no arguing. It was not yet time to make a decision, she thought. They hadn't focused enough to get what they wanted. Kim couldn't force her to make a decision yet. The sky demon noticed Kim's gaze and lack of concentration, wondering if he was even listening to her. Kim just smiled, assuring her that of course he was listening. He looked at her intently and she caught his eye. In her opinion, he had too much confidence when he suggested that she move on to the next question. She stood up from the snowy ground and walked away, telling him not to follow her. Kim was struck by the fact that when she walked in the snow, there were no footprints. Soon the rear spirit turned to the boy, expressing a desire to fight her. Kim did not understand him at first, and decided to ask him again, to which the spirit replied that he wanted to fight her one-on-one. Since the spirit was born in the world of Murima, and in his world the demon sect was incredibly weak, he would love to smash these frail members of the demon sect, the spirit said. In his world, the guy who was called the heavenly demon was changed to the earthly demon. All it took was to stick something sharp in the ground. All the craftsmen in his world did not wander through him because he stopped them. The spirit is terribly jealous of the Murima lords who were born in this world. If he were a rear spirit, these battles would be life or death. As the saying goes, it's either her or me. After the battle, we will climb to the top of the mountain and drink a cup of rice wine, the ideal of which every warrior waits for all his life. And the rear spirit asks for only one thing. It wants to fight again, like before, and thinks about these words. Kim realizes that this is the truth. He takes everyone at their word, especially the spirit. Recalling that masters in chemistry make medicines for infectious diseases, the heavenly demon recognized him. In his opinion, everything is good, but something is clearly missing, and that is the final. His words as a rear partner were the icing on the cake. His game is just great, and he's a real good guy. The rear spirit, of course, did not understand the guy. His expression was like a bad omen. But Kim, looking at the snow, reminded the rear spirit of the unpaid debt. The spirit had even forgotten about it. However, he remembered the previous moments when they argued about how many people needed to die to reach the 19th floor, and his respected sword lord had bet that he would die 100 times or more, and Kim bet that he would die no more than 99 times. He recalls this story, and the spirit immediately has an unpleasant feeling, because Kim remembers correctly that he died 97 times, which means that he won the bet. Realizing that the spirit had lost, he did not answer Kim at all. The guy asked him for one more favor. In the demonic sect, there are members called blood signs. They are the best fighting unit, consisting of exceptional killers. These people existed only to carry out his orders. Last time, a lot of masters were destroyed, and the demoness holding one of them said that the difficulty level was increasing. But so that the guy wouldn't worry, she brought a child who was at his level. Looking at this picture, Kim suggested that she might have been really looking for the perfect opponent for him, and went through 100 fields to find a worthy opponent. The task was as follows. He had to demonstrate the same thing he had shown this morning and fight a zombie battle. The main task was to let the pain of unbearable thirst fill his soul, and this was a real heartfelt gesture of sincere care. Before releasing the zombies on him, she told him not to show any emotions. Only thirst should be in his mind. When he met this zombie in battle, Kim was excited about this epic event, but soon the zombie killed him. Kim goes back 24 hours and realizes that this zombie was terrifyingly strong and it was a real curse. At the time they returned, Kim had already prepared a whole book of the Master of Alchemy and the King of Medicine, with prepared research on the zombie virus. The geochemist noticed that it looked like her own research, and it was very strange. Everything looked like she had written it, and the old man was amazed that the guy had inexplicably done such research and notes so quickly. After that, Kim retired to the cave. Using his summoning technique, he summoned his demonic helpers. He told the evil spirit to collect the corpses of all those who had died of starvation, and she willingly accepted his order and carried it out. But Kim warned her that there would be one more task for today. There would be messengers nearby. They would have to be found. Members of the demonic cult in black, and masters of the union of the righteous in white. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. They had to be found regardless. The spirit only wondered why he needed these corpses. What were they for? Wouldn't it be better to save lives? But Kim answered that in a world that is on the brink of destruction, two people are still at war. They want a right and just end to their war. Unfortunately, the current situation only shows the sad and miserable creation of real war. Kim takes it upon himself to arrange a real battle between good and evil. The first time the heavenly demon saw Kim trying to master the hunger sword, she was disappointed. His efforts were not recognized. The heavenly demon was testing him so that he would understand himself and not give up, because she had nothing else to hope for in this world. And on the day he learned to starve, but when he realized his thirst, something went wrong. A zombie attacked him. Kim held his sword in his hands, and it was as if they were eclipsed by the water along with this expanse of water. At that moment, when he faced the zombies, the water and light eclipsed them, and today, chaos filled the cup they called battle. Kim settled the matter by destroying 7 zombies, and confidently eclipsed their existence. Seeing this, the heavenly demon radically changed her attitude towards him. Continuing his training, Kim knelt and listened to her words. She said that his sword with a lying blade has no reasonable use. His sword is so weak that there is no point in using it. In her opinion, his sword is directed against the world, not people. This suggests that he is closer to the righteous faith faction rather than the demonic sect, and this is unexpected. His sword is engraved with the scream, which is the most prominent. He has exceptional skills, and he recalls the moment when an evil spirit brought all those who had died of dehydration, and he learned everything from them. A heavenly demon told him that she would teach him the basics of soul development. This method is secret and key to their teachings. She reminded him of the moment when he mastered the hunger sword. What was he thinking about when he wielded the sword? Of course, he was thinking about hunger. Sitting down opposite him, the demoness realized that it was difficult, but he had penetrated the essence of the demon sect and the demon arts without realizing it. She told him to close his eyes and imagine an apple, but he wondered if he could eat it. Another nuance was how he imagined this apple. What were his feelings? The boy did not understand what he had to answer, but the girl asked him only to say how it tasted. The demoness noticed that the boy was very clean, and that was good. She tried to immerse him in meditation and remind him of hunger. At that moment, thoughts began to come to him. But what kind of hunger was he feeling? What did he bring to people? Kim answered that the hunger was dry. But what was the smell of hunger? Kim answered that it smelled like the earth. But what kind of earth smell? There are different kinds of earth. What kind of earth is characteristic of hunger? Without thinking, Kim answered that it was river mud. The demoness took him by the shoulder, and in front of the boy's face appear visions in which he sees and experiences the mourning of people who have suffered. But what does hunger taste like? At that moment, being under the sun, he just kept silent and breathed calmly. The demoness addressed him. "Child, answer my questions. I asked you about the taste of hunger. Why don't you answer me right away?" She looked at him with her black eyes. The boy began to speak. "It's sad. Children are drying mud cookies in the sun. They lean around these cookies waiting for the sun to dry them. Children who are waiting for the sun are hungry. Child, this is your poem. When she asked about the texture of an ordinary apple, you said you didn't know anything. But what happened when I asked you about hunger? You touched the dirt, smelled it, felt it, and sowed it. If you saw a flowing river, it means you had to listen to its murmur. An apple has a shape, but it does not represent hunger. An apple has a taste, but not the taste of hunger. If you think about it, Kim described hunger perfectly. For him, sunlight, river water, and children represent hunger. By looking at him and taking him by the chest, she wanted to tell him that this was his talent. The reason, according to the demoness, why he doesn't know what the texture of an apple is very simple. Because he doesn't stimulate his memory. If he ate the apple, he would have the answer. In his hand, he began to materialize an apple. For example, she cut the energetically materialized apple. The apple has a soft, shiny skin, and one likes to eat it unpeeled. The child who was sick needed a different approach. She had to cut the apple in half, mash the flesh with a spoon, and then feed the sick child in small portions. And when asked if he had been fed in this way as a child, the boy immediately recalls this moment in his life and realizes that he had. But what does the apple feel like? A light crunch, yellow juice fills his mouth. Everything was right. But it was not a concert. If you scrape off all the flesh, you're left with a wrinkled peel that runs down the hands of the parents, who soon scrape the flesh and juice flows out. The demoness asks Kim, calling him a child, "What does an apple feel like to him? A whole apple or cut in half, juice or flesh, spooned or from his parents' hands? What is an apple to him?" The demon in the sky saw a mother eating the peel after giving the flesh to her child. For him, an apple is the remnant of the peel that the mother ate. A child who has caught a cold, the heart of a mother who scrapes the flesh spoon by spoon. She thinks of the children whose mothers never scrape such flesh for them. She thinks about the mothers who cannot even buy apples. She thinks about the mothers who can afford to buy apples, but don't. She thinks about a child who is lying down with a cold and no one to take care of him. It reminds her of the child who died of a cold due to lack of care. There is nothing in this world that relates to human memory, and because of this, there is no room for resentment. She rises from the snow, shouting that hunger has no shape, taste, or smell. This is wrong. Hunger is mud, a river, and children. This also applies to thirst. If Kim feels thirsty, he will fill it with taste and smell. The demonic martial art is memories. Memories are sensations, and he had just seen the development of a demon-sex soul through his divine devil energy technique. People who have been subjected to injustice but have not said anything about it eventually turn their discontent into resentment. However, the warriors of our demonic cult are different entities. They swing their swords. If you just exist with what you are given, how can you call it life? It is something else. It is death. Can you call a sword that swings at will a sword? Do you want to die? Do you want to become a wild animal? These words sound incredible. In addition, Kim is thirsty. He answers that he is a living person. In this case, the demoness orders him to feel thirsty, to feel the need for water as well as food. On his knees, he clutches his sword, raising it, feeling it. He realizes that he has taken the lives of 112 people who were suffering from hunger. He feels the center of the cookie and bites off a knot of dirt. The divine energy of the devil, the first form, is the hunger sword. He tears through space with his technique, filling his body with energy. He found the mud. For him, these are children waiting for the sun. But what is thirst for him? He gathered 48 people who were suffering. Among them was an old woman who drank seawater without stopping. His insides were soaked with seawater. The divine energy of the devil, the second form, is thirst. The sword of thirst is its form. But is thirst the only pain that the sea brings? It took 37 people from drowning. Among them was a father who gave his child his last breath while diving into the water. He shared his breath with the shelter, the divine energy of the devil. The third form is the sword of the drowned man. Hunger is dirt. Thirst is the last breath of drowning. The land, sea, and air are already yours. What is winter for you? I collected 96 people who died of frostbite. Among them was a baby who was clinging to the body of his dead mother. I hugged the body until I froze myself. Divine synergy of the devil. Its fourth form is the frozen sword and the cold that freezes everything in its path, stopping every drop of blood. The heavenly demon addressed our hero with the words, "My child, your sword is so diverse that it has no limits. Your life is drowning in martial arts, and this is an irreversible habit. Mastering the devil divine energy technique at this level gives you the right to be called the most capable master of various techniques." After extending her hand to him, she calls him a person who has experienced all suffering. It's really very difficult to go through all this pain. But when I watched you reveal the technique, but soon someone interrupted their sincere conversation. A poisonous snake brought the head of the righteous sect in its arms. They silently approached them. They seemed to have bad news. The heavenly demon addressed the old man, asking him why he had come to them in such a miserable state. But he had only come to make sure she was okay because he was worried about her. She had not yet prepared for the 9-bow ceremony, and the old man had come to remind her of this. His purpose was only to remind her of this event, and Kim was curious about what the ceremony was. His partner, the rear spirit, explained to him that it was a ceremony that was performed to officially establish the relationship between mentor and student. In Murimi, it differs from sect to sect. Some practice 9 times of worship, while others practice 3 times. For example, for us, the ceremony is to withstand 9 blows from a representative of the heritage. At one time, the rear spirit withstood 63 blows, and this became a record that went down in history, which impressed Kim very much. The heavenly demon called the old man a scoundrel who needs to shut his mouth. She will decide when to accept someone for training, and he does not need to interfere in her affairs. But the Murima Lord, standing on the snow, proves that he must interfere. She does not take students because she feels guilty towards the old man. Since they have only 2 left in the Murim, she represents the side of darkness, and he represents the side of righteousness. If she accepts a disciple, the demonic sect will have a young man, and in the end, she will win the war between good and evil even without a fight. Kim listens to their conversation, and the old man continues that they have sworn to start the war, and she does not want to break her oath. That's why she refuses to accept the student. This was the truth that haunted the old man. He, in turn, assumed that she would take the initiative, and the poisonous snake at that moment was thinking how he had gotten to such a lousy life. But as soon as the witch saw that the old man put his hand on the poisonous snake's shoulder, it became clear that he had taken him as his apprentice. As soon as the old man confirmed that he had taken him as his disciple, the heavenly demon was outraged that he had treated her so shamelessly. Does he have any idea how she felt not being able to perform today's ceremony? She took the old man by the hair and pulled him, but he didn't care. He covered her mouth, telling her that if her fate came, she should thank her ancestors for accepting her. She could not give up her destiny for the sake of others. Tormenting each other, they both broke their promise. But at the first opportunity, the old man betrayed her and her promises. Our heroes were watching this dispute. The poisonous snake and Kim just watched them argue and not be able to come to an understanding. The poisonous snake looked at Kim at this moment. It was strange to him. Kim was amazed that the head of the 1,000 Faceless Gate Guild had become a disciple at the moment when he was on a good shield. But he, in turn, replied that if there was an opportunity to join the dance and cross his swords, he would do it. If he finds a mentor from whom he can learn something, he asks to be taught. He can't just stand by. He has a right to freedom. Kim sees hypocrisy on his part. It's no secret to him that he agreed to this by force or out of pity. With such determination, he will regret becoming a disciple of the Murim's head. And the thing is, it was a reckless decision on the part of the poisonous serpent, just as he quit the Chronicles out of pride. Such an act is offensive to 2 worlds that are still struggling so hard. But he doesn't understand what Kim is talking about. Why does a guy named the King of Death care so much? If he has something to say, he should tell his swords. Seeing and hearing these words, Kim picks up his sword. Although it will not be easy for him, he has no choice. Only one question comes out of his mouth. Did the poisonous snake feel hungry? And blood spills out into space. As soon as Kim took his sword, he used the divine devil energy. The primary form of this technique is the hunger sword. It was an impressive action that struck everything in its path. He was running like a demon with his sword, punishing the wretch. The poisonous serpent fought off all the blows and screamed, "Mommy, who is this bastard?" At one point, he caught his sword, which lit up everything with its aura. Seeing Kim fighting, the poisonous snake reminded him that he could die. He thought that Kim was only paying lip service to sword fighting, but he didn't really understand that these strikes were related to the eternal demon sword technique. The Murima master, seeing his student fighting, reminded him that this was the same sword that was cold, but not destructive. This is the eternal demon sword. The heavenly demon saw that the poisonous serpent fought as well as a one-eyed dude with a blindfold. Unfortunately, the poisonous snake has aged a bit. He has a natural eye that sees the essence of things. The Murima Lord praised the heavenly demon, saying that her student had exceeded all expectations. He really has great strength. But the girl took him at his word, saying that she had not even accepted him as a disciple. At this point, sweating, Kim remarks that everything they say is the same thing. This fight is not about defeating your opponent. The poisonous serpent has one goal: to make himself known to the heavenly demon. In order for the heavenly demon to recognize him as his disciple, at this point there is an interaction between the disciple and the mentor. The Murima Lord wants to give him some advice, so he listens carefully. The girl tried to stop him, but in vain. She, in turn, teaches her student that she gives advice during a fight while the 2 fighters are competing. But the old man replied that he only sees the receiver of the righteous faction and the newcomer of the demonic sect. And no matter what methods they use to win, his problems shouldn't be their concern. The old man shouts to his disciple that even though this newcomer has struck hard, he will not last long. His main task is to dodge and wait until Kim's strength is exhausted. The poisonous snake, hearing these words, agreed with them. He had long realized that this was the right thing to do. Does the old man have any other advice? The old man, having vast experience, instructed him to use the sword of the butterfly and the commandments of life and death. The poisonous snake just smiled. Of course he could use these techniques. He is the poisonous serpent, the head of the guild, and he leaned into the snow and inhaled it. Kim answered his question about whether he had ever felt hungry, noting that it was funny to watch his martial art. He asked the King of Death what he considered martial arts. While launching an attack with his technique, Poison Snake abruptly finds himself behind the Death King to answer, but Kim deflects his powerful attack. The poisonous snake does not stop. His aura generates many light strikes. He wants to show Kim what martial arts is all about, and the main point is to beat the crap out of your opponent. A powerful punch surrounds Kim, giving him no chance to survive. His opponent expects him not to survive. Declaring that he will not lose in any case, he delivers such a blow that even blood begins to flow from his mouth. Kim stumbled at this point and did nothing, letting his guard down, which made the heavenly demon very angry. It shouts at him, "What kind of bastard are you? What are you doing?" Kim is knocked back by the blow, but he hears the heavenly demon shouting, "Even though this rain is just water, doesn't the shape of the sword fill the rainwater? What are you so afraid of? Take it and absorb it." Hearing this, and seeing the silhouette, the heavenly demon recognized the duel. As soon as this instruction became clear to him, he activates the divine energy of the second form devil, called Thirst. The poisonous serpent, surrounded by water, says that Kim has spilled his sword on the ground. The old man, seeing that things are bad, advises him to use the technique of rotten leaves of earth, as it is very important. And the heavenly demon advises him to turn him into a poodle. At this point, the heavenly devil's form is activated. His divine power of the third drowning form delivers a swift punch that pierces the body of the poisonous serpent. Having thrown him back, Kim does not slow down and rushes forward, delivering new blows. From these blows, the poisonous snake screams, realizing that he can do nothing, as the fourth form of the sword, which carries death and cold, is difficult to resist. The battle fills the space as much as possible, leaving drops of blood on the snow. The head of the Faceless Guild is watching the fight with excitement. He realizes that he will lose this battle because of the head of the demon sect. Representatives of the world of the seas are actively cheering for the battle, which has moved to a new level, gaining new momentum. The open wounds froze from the cold of the wind and then tightened into scars. Instead, whose body was infected, he could fight only through the use of energy. Kim became the sword of the heavenly demon, and the poisonous serpent became the sword of the Murim head. It was a lost moment, a dream they could not pursue. With pleasure in her eyes, the heavenly demon looked on at the duel. The colors fading, the dream losing its brightness. Even if it was brilliant, all humans are mortal. Looking at this, the heavenly demon realizes that this is a fight of the weak. She stands and watches the fight, while Poisonous Snake and Kim breathe heavily after a hard battle. Sweat runs down his forehead. A disappearing plot, a fading world. Only people can leave people. Only humans can remain humans, and at this moment, the heavenly demon covers her face. Kim falls to his knees before her, asking to become her disciple. He wants to be her honor and memory. He wants to serve her as a mentor for the rest of her life, as he is her undying dream, and he hopes that he can take her path and follow him. His real name is Kim, and his life will become one. He is called the King of Death, and he asks to be recognized as his disciple. The girl was silent for a second. She said that in that case, the heavenly demon, whose real name is Baekhyun, would tell him to make obeisances during the nine-bow ceremony, and he would deserve to become her last disciple. Since ancient times, the demon sect had prayers that were passed down from generation to generation. No one knew what the word Bara meant. Even the elder who brought her to the demonic sect memorized these words without understanding their meaning. For Baekhyun, the word Bara was a song of people screaming. The shouting has no meaning, and at the same time, the prayers simply do not make any sense to a person. After all, people don't need knowledge to use screaming, so they have no choice but to scream. This is the same for all nations. At that moment, the heavenly demon stood next to her mentor, who told her what she would teach her. Asking only where she could go, Bekin knew her destination. A city where people are forced to starve and thirst. A stuffy place that stifles the soul. A place where there are sick people. A place where the state punishes its citizens. A place where people are burned. This is where she was going to go, and only the mysterious word Bara can be heard in the darkness by candlelight in the cave. By the light of a night candle that illuminated the space in the cave, our heroine could go anywhere in the world at the age of 21. But she found herself in the Murima world, and that winter 31st martial artists, 47 officials, and 55 members of influential families from the province were killed. While in this cave, where she brought Kim, she told him about her special traditions in the sect. When a disciple greets a mentor, he or she must bow 9 times, and when they pass by the candles, they light up, but nothing ends with bows. The mentor decides whether to recognize these 9 bows or not. He can make the disciple perform the 9-bow ceremony as many times as he wants until his wish is granted. As soon as the candles are lit, Kim sees that this is the sect's incredible secret martial arts repository. These books hold the martial arts of 5 noble clans and 9 great schools, which is called the place of the celestial martial arts repository. The rear spirit, seeing this luxury, could not get enough of such a precious treasure. He wants to read more of these all-precious martial arts and asks Kim to stall for time. He simply cannot calm down because all the knowledge of the world is his. At this point, the demoness tells him that she first came into the world of Murima when she was 21. And she asks an interesting question. What does Kim think? How does she feel? He assumed that she was going to destroy all the bastards from the righteous Murima faction, but the girl just smiled, saying that it was her third thought. Kim suggested that maybe she wanted to prove that the demon sect was the best, but that was also her third thought. She meant that from a young age she hated the word Murim. The Murim world honors strength, but it can only have martial arts. This world also includes boatmen, ordinary peasants, and traders who live on a par with courtesans. The forests, where no man's foot treads, are named after their power of 9 great schools and 5 noble clans. And the demoness decided to take this power away from them. But Kim did not understand what this meant. Then the demoness vividly pointed to the books, saying that she had stolen from them all the texts, contents, and martial arts knowledge that they cherished and valued as the apple of their eye. Their expressions are still sealed in her memory as they begged her to leave the book containing the wisdom of the heavenly dragon. She buried those Taoists under the ground, leaving only their heads visible, and wrapped up the books and ran away. And all these books have been kept here for 10 years. This library was impressive in its scale. This place is deservedly called the Murim, because all the knowledge about martial arts is concentrated here, and he decides that he had better make 9 bows here. Looking him straight in the eye, she asks him if he is ready for it. Taking off his sneakers, he is definitely ready. But she doesn't care what he looks like. She only wants him to bow as his heart tells him to. She asks him to bow 9 times, but to put different feelings into the bow each time. The first bow should represent the feeling of hunger. On this note, the guy exhaled, the candlelight illuminating his eyes. In the demonic sect, the ceremony of 9 bows is no different from the devil's divine energy technique. Hunger, children, sunrise. This is the first bow that shows all this essence. The second bow is the bow of thirst, and the stages of the demonic sect are divided into 4. The first stage is the Impa, or ascending demon. These are those who know how to express their own pain. Demon cult warriors who have just joined the sect are at the Impa stage, and they speak of their pain with a sword. The second stage is the extreme demon. An extreme demon knows how to express the pain of others. This degree belongs to a person who is able to deal with other people's suffering with a sword. The third bow is the bow of a drowned man, who is closely watched by a demoness. The third degree is the elusive demon, and the boy bows deeper and deeper. The elusive demon can tell about everyone's pain. Walking down the street, he can easily feel what happened to a person after going through suffering. Few people reach this stage. Even in the history of the sect, the number of elusive demons can be counted on one hand. And the heavenly demon is now considered one of the elusive demons. The fourth bow symbolizes death from cold, similar to the feeling of a mother sheltering her children from dying during cold weather. And finally, there comes the degree of the demonic god. The demonic god is not only in charge of the suffering of all people, but also of all things. As it is said, he can recognize the pain of every creature, but this degree exists only in words, And the girl says that she will omit this degree because no one has ever reached the degree of the demonic god. The next bow, the bow of the poisoned sword. The art of the devil's divine energy includes the poisonous path, the movement of those who died of poison and addiction. And no one has yet mastered the fifth sword. The heavenly demon spoke to Kim, telling him to stop and start over. And every time he worshipped and reached a certain number, she would stop him and tell him to start again. Again and again he would start again, and even when he was tired of it, he would continue. The number of bows with the feeling of death enveloping the heart reached 336, and the boy made bows again and again. The number of bows with the feeling of death from sickness reached 189. Again and again, the heavenly demon ordered him to worship from the beginning. The number of bows with the feeling of death by blunt force trauma reached 510. The boy was even tired of all these bows, and the girl said that he was a straightforward child. There are children who are honest from birth, and there are children who are born with bad omens, but who gain honesty by their own will. As a child of the outside world, you certainly belong to the latter. And even she wondered what kind of life he lived, since he had come so far. What kind of life he had to lead to become who he is. And if the sun represents life, the shadow speaks of pain. The outline of each person's life is special, but the pain, locked in the shadow, merges with the person into a single whole, again and again. People are united not because they live their lives, but because they all go through suffering. When a person says that he is ready to share suffering with others, it means that he will remain with these people for the rest of his life. People who are offended by the whole world just want to be with someone. But when they turn to a guy, people decide not only who to scar, but also who will scar them. It's just that the people you try to save will never become good, and the crowd he saved will never become honest. Those he tries to love will not be perfect. Even so, if he has to taste suffering, think about how much they hurt him when they embrace him. Life is suffering, but only for humans. Saying the sacred prayer, she says, "Here you are. Why do you need a heart and a flame? Burn it and see how the shadows of others echo. Eternal heaven is death by fire. Kim Gyeongja, bow down with your heart on fire." Recalling the moment he had promised that he would not leave the first place, he bowed before the heavenly demon once more. The girl closed her eyes and accepted his bows, realizing only one thing, that the final form of the divine energy sword is not established from generation to generation. The head of the sect seals his own death on the last sword, so the ninth sword varies from one person to another. And our hero Kim must worship his own death by keeping his hands on his torso. Looking at his hands, he realizes that he has committed suicide 90 times. He feels pain in his neck repeatedly. His hands were shaking, and he was afraid he would miss because of this tremor. As his resolve eroded, the day of his death became longer and longer. The slower his resolve became, the more it became necessary to sacrifice his life. But he could not do it quickly, and did not even ask people for help. He was not sure that he could let go of his vow and live on. He desperately wanted to live, because he was throwing himself into the abyss of death. And after that bow, the heavenly demon hugged him, saying that he was her disciple. She did not care where he came from or where he came from. Whoever he is a disciple of the heavenly demon. His teachings have found a place in his heart, and even if the world comes to an end, as long as his heart beats, the eternal heavens will live on. Resting his head on the shoulder of the heavenly demon, Kim recognizes her as his mentor, and finally understands why his neck is hurting. Today, the boy stands behind the heavenly demon as her disciple. She leads him along, only reminding him to watch his step. At this point, Kim becomes curious about where she is taking him and what his new mentor is thinking. He opens the character window. At this moment as they walk through the cave, the sky demon thinks that she has very little energy left. If she conserves it, she can live for at least a year and a half. And from her thoughts, it was clear that their task was difficult. She has to pass on all the knowledge she has gained during this year and a half to her student. Kim holds his head because the rear spirit is tearing his brain apart with its screaming. He laughs because martial artists always think the same way. He found no differences with the martial arts of his world, but it was still interesting to read all those books. He asked Kim if he had done the 9 bows. Soon after, Kim and the Sky Demon come to the camp where they were all researching the virus. The poisonous snake asks the boy if he has completed the 9 bows. And of course, our hero answers that yes, he has become a disciple of the demon sect, and he is congratulated on this. Looking at the poisonous serpent, our hero sees that he is not all right. He asks if he has become a disciple of the Murim head, but he hasn't succeeded. He replies that he just asked him to teach him the skills, but Kim knew his thoughts. At that moment, the poisonous snake thought that he could not refuse the old man who begged him to agree. It also seemed to him the perfect chance to discuss martial arts, as everyone around him made a fuss saying that he was famous. The old man asked for a genius like him to be his last student, and this bolstered his ego. Even though he wanted to live peacefully, he always got into trouble because of this. Soon after our heroes returned to their camp, there was good news and bad news for them. The good news was that they were able to develop a cure. The Sky Demon was shocked by this information and thought they were joking. Adjusting his glasses, the chemist said that they had actually finished the work and had been observing the test trials all day yesterday. All experiments were conducted on a sample, that is, on the body of the head of the Udar clan. The disease was cured and the body returned to normal. The joy of the heavenly demon knew no bounds. They were real saviors who had found a cure for a disease that no monk or doctor could cure. And all this was thanks to the fact that the King of Death provided them with the materials. But the demoness asked them not to be modest and to cure the devilish old man as soon as possible. Although he doesn't pretend to have much strength, he doesn't have much longer. How fortunate that the cure was created before he dies, the demoness said. Kim realizes that the pharmacist is a genius, and no wonder the medicine was invented. But there was a big but that hindered the whole research and created difficulties. The alchemist said in frustration that although there was nothing wrong with the medicine as she had created it, it turned out that Tangde must be destroyed, and the heavenly demon's smile disappeared. The old man who came out of the cave saw with his own eyes that the monk had returned to health, and he was cured of his illness. The medicine was undoubtedly working. They already knew that they were half dead. They were forcing their bodies to hold on to life, as if they were corpses. To the historian, it was surprising that they were still alive. As violators of the law of creation, they were ready to pay the price. Since the inception of this zombie disease, many people have suffered, and a lot of time has passed. And the very essence they call chi energy has become indistinguishable from the corrupted energy caused by the disease. After analyzing this, the alchemist told them, "The worst situation is in Lower Dantan. They need to get inside to cure you." And, from what she said, the Murim people realized that they would have to remove tumors from their energy centers. Although they would lose some of their energy, being high-level masters, they would be able to restore it. But wasn't it necessary to remove all the areas completely? However, they didn't have to worry, because they had already done similar tests. Although they are not surgeons, there was a king of doctors in the cave who had experience, in fact, and she would help him. The old man was amazed by these incredible doctors from the outside lands and wished they had started looking for him sooner. He found it inspiring. But in the darkness there was a demoness who spoke to Namgun. Namgun was ready for the operation because he had nothing to lose. He was excited because he would have a follower. In addition, he would be able to teach his student even if his day was ruined, because this student was a true genius. The demoness walked silently through the cave, remembering the moment when the old man said that they were martial artists, and the ideology of the Murima was embedded in their hearts. As long as their hearts beat, they will remain who they are. Soon Namgun decided to encourage the girl by putting his hand on her shoulder. After a while, the girl looked at the moon for a long time. Kim came up to her, telling her that the Murima master had been operated on at night, and the operation was successful. But the heavenly demon did not pay attention to his words, and asked him again how the operation went. Of course, it was successful. The girl was happy that everything went well, and when the sun was rising, she turned to her dear student, wanting to live through this cold world. She had been dreaming about it since early childhood. She hated winter and the snow at this time of year. Why were there seasons, and why was winter part of this cycle? She wondered why human life was like these seasons. She was sure that if it was impossible to survive the coldness of the world, then she would be able to protect everyone who was freezing with her sword. Looking at her, Kim realized that she meant a flaming sword. This was the right service, because she tried to accomplish something when she was wandering among the Murim. She tried to get rid of the snow-covered mountain, which seemed to her to be nothing more than a pile of snow. At that time, she did not even leave a footprint at the foot of the mountain. Saying her mysterious prayer, she did what she thought was necessary. Directing her energy to this faceless mountain, she said, "Let the mountain burn to ashes." An incredible energy shock shattered the slopes of this mountain. But it was in vain. It only managed to blow off the top, but it could not destroy the mountain as she had imagined in her dreams. Her inevitable death is not yet near. That's how far she could go. She looked at Kim again and turned to him with the words, "Darling, I will go ahead and have the surgery after all." Soon after, Kim went to the king of doctors and the alchemist to ask them to postpone the operation for the heavenly demon. They replied that they needed to rest, and everything in their workplace was stained with traces of the operation. At that moment the old man was lying down and was already without energy, and the heavenly demon came to visit him. He was amazed that she was the first visitor after the operation and told her to look at him carefully. The heavenly demon asked him how he was feeling. The old man just smiled. His face was light, and he said that he felt as if he had reached the immortal ascension. The girl realized that he was talking nonsense, since his body had not even undergone a complete rebuilding. Still, he looked happier, and the heavenly demon also decided to agree to the operation. She, in turn, said that she was following her heart. With a swing of her sword, she used up her year's worth of energy. This is the last time she will use her internal energy. The old man could not even imagine what a beautiful sight it was. He would have come to watch as well. Despite all this, he said that she was good and very strong. If she wanted to, she could plunge the Murim into chaos. Namgun had no regrets. He got rid of a great burden and was cured of a terrible disease. The world of beautiful existence and 3 years of survival was a miracle. It was a miracle for him that he was cured by doctors from the outside world, and the opportunity to take a disciple into his faction was also a miracle. Miracle after miracle, and he is grateful for everything that happened to him. He only regrets one thing: why they never managed to end their battle and put an end to the Great War. But nothing is ever perfect, and perhaps their students will finish it for them. At that moment, Kim approached them. The heavenly demon said that she had no doubt about it. If this is the end of life, then she will accept any price. At that moment, Kim, seeing her, turned around and said that he had some business and would be back soon. But what business could he have in a world that had survived the apocalypse? Kim calmly replied that he just wanted to breathe fresh air and not worry. But these words made the heavenly demon even more worried. Was the boy going to do something dangerous? After bowing to her, he told her that he would return when her surgery was successful, and hoped that it would go well. He would be waiting for her when it was over. Kim walked through the snowy deserts. He wondered what this world looked like before the fall. Could forests grow here again? Could the waters begin to move again in Murim's world? And as he walked forward, he saw his subject. It was an evil spirit walking in the snow. It addressed its master, saying that they had gathered 439 Ghanaians who were followers of the demonic sect, as well as 478 Ghanaians who were followers of the righteous faction. The total number of missing persons is 560 from the demonic sect, and 512 from the righteous faction. The total number of Ghanaians gathered here is about 2,000. She has done her job perfectly. Kim pulled out his sword, asking her to place them in front of him one by one. His task was completed, and the skeletons held these zombies in front of him. Kim raised his sword and struck the first zombie. He decided to go on and destroy these zombies every time, saying the sacred prayer of the demon sect. They needed to get rid of them as soon as possible before sunset. All the while, he was thinking about how to create a completely new ending that should be in a human life to be considered perfect. Would his mentor be satisfied by simply taking him on as an apprentice? He continued to wonder whether his mentor would be satisfied with him becoming her student, and whether he would achieve her ideals. Her taking him as an apprentice would be a normal ending, and they could have cleared the 22nd floor with a similar ending, but he was not satisfied with that ending, and by sunset he had destroyed all those zombies. Kim was lying tired after a brutal meat grinder. All the bodies of the zombies were lying on the ground and were decapitated. The evil spirit joyfully exclaimed that he was brilliant because he had handled all this. When Kim looked at her with a tired look, he wondered why she was so happy. She could only answer that the spectacle that her master had put on filled her soul with joy. She was sure that his mentor would be happy. Kim smiled, realizing that she would not only be happy, but would be frantic with joy. But he could only hope. Soon, the alchemist tells the heavenly demon that she had a great surgery and will be fully recovered in a week. And even if she is bitten by a zombie again, she is unlikely to get infected. The demoness put her hand on her hair and thanked her. She owes her life to such a person who works hard to save people. The alchemist replied that in her opinion, everyone would do the same in a similar situation. It was amazing that she felt it was her duty to save people, and at such a young age, she was a wonderful person. Upon entering, Kim noticed that they could already move, to which the alchemist happily said that not only to move, but also to move around and do exercises. After that, Kim asked them all to follow him. But what could it all mean? Since he was her student, she would gladly go with him. But why does he need an old man? Kim just smiled, saying that they both had to see it. The curiosity of the two exceeded their expectations, and they soon set off with Kim. After traveling enough roads, they wondered what he was up to. But whatever he was up to, it would be nothing, the old man said. Soon they were walking through snowy deserts, and Kim came to a mountain. He turned to the Murim master and his mentor, noting that they had both mentioned that they could not end the Great War, and that it would be up to their students to end the war. But Kim had a different take on this. The Great War could only be between the two of them, he told them. And even if their disciples were to touch the battle, it would only be an ordinary battle, because the Great War is their war. After all, they both defended the demonic sect and the righteous faction. He thanks them for not giving up for the past 3 years. He thanks them for looking for the missing zombies every morning. He would not have been able to bring them back if they had given up. Soon he speaks, the reincarnation of 100 souls, and his smile lights up everything. Darkness fills the land, and white snow envelops everything like a night blanket. They may perceive this as a dream, as a side effect after the removal of the energy center. They might think that he is learning some wild magic, but soon people just started coming out of this darkness, taking on their blood and flesh. A whole army of people appeared, and they could be seen from the mountain. Although the demonic sect's world did not disappear without a trace, greatness will not allow the martial arts of the earth to disappear only from the swords of the righteous faction, and the righteous faction will only be destroyed by the friend of the demonic sectarians. He would like to say, these words are spoken to each of these factions, both the girl and the Murima master, and they observe from the mountain a striking picture that fills their souls. Kim suggests that if they clash now, they will decide who will be the winner in this war. This is the plan of our hero. Incarnate people were shocked by what was happening to their bodies. They saw how the body became their reality. Some thought that they were in the afterlife, or that they had survived major disasters, but one way or another, they were scared. Some remembered being bitten by a Ghanaian recently, but now they survived in this difficult world. The heavenly demon saw her students, whom she loved very much. She sees what this boy has done, and realizes that they are definitely not from the outer lands of Murima, but most likely from another world. An ordinary person cannot realize such a thing. Such miracles happen only in legends. But looking at this, Kim wants to tell everyone that it is actually true. They are just like you, Kim says to these two Murima legends. They have lost their ability to do martial arts. They have become weaker than they were when they were alive. Taking the girl's hand, he lets her go so that she can see for herself. And when she descends from the cliff, the heavenly demon begins to realize that it is not an illusion. As soon as she stepped on the snowy ground, she noticed that the warriors of the demon sect did not understand what was happening and wanted to investigate to find out what had happened. But soon, when they saw the heavenly demon, they were amazed. After all, this was their lord, the heavenly demon who was taking care of their church. As the girl got closer, she saw her old friends, Bloody and his ghost. She couldn't believe it was really them. All of these warriors were legends of yesteryear, and they bowed to their lord, waiting for his orders. The heavenly demon approached them and stroked their hair with her gentle hands, saying that she thought she had lost them and would never see them again. Until the end, these people did not understand what had happened, as it was a big dream for them. She addressed them, calling them her children. Behind her was a monk who had prepared for burial in a cave to go to the afterlife. But when he opened his eyes, instead of nirvana, he found himself in the middle of a snowy plain. The Murima lord ran to this monk. He saw that his followers from the demon sect had been reborn with him, and he could not believe that they were pursuing him even after death. We can only wait to see what happens next. The Murima lord of the world, Namgun, embraced this monk, recognizing that only he had such ridiculous things. He could not help but rejoice that his familiar monk had returned to life. Taking him by the face, he could not help but enjoy the feeling of a living person's body and flesh. But the monk still said that he was not his friend. Kim looked at this and saw that Namgun immediately recognized this monk, and most likely he was the monk who had survived the longest after the Murim master and his mentor. The monk accused the old man, saying that only he could have spoiled the reunion. But soon, Namgun turns around and sees the heavenly demon, who has her supporters behind her. She makes a fist gesture that symbolizes a battle, and she makes it clear that it doesn't matter if it's an illusion or not. It's not scary if it's a figment of a big and sick imagination. It doesn't matter if the revival of a demonic sect is a dream that will soon end. The whole point of life is to fight against sickness and death. That is why people pass on the same dreams to each other. She has not forgotten the bodily pain she has endured all this time, and she will never forget the dreams that have accompanied her all her life. Because of this, she is not going to give up anything. Having shown her will, she roughly steps into the snowy desert. And even if she is no longer able to fight, let all the pain she has experienced prove who she is, and let the strength confirm her existence, along with her lost inner energy. She, being herself, invites 990 battles. Seeing this, the head of the Marima Union stood in front of her and felt this unrelenting thirst. He is the great head of the Namgun clan, the owner of the immortal axe. The demonic cult has led the people's cries to the point where their teachings, the screams they sought for vengeance, turned the sword red. The whole world is angry with them. They all seek together the acceptance of the demon. The world plunged into the color crimson. But they never found comfort after revenge. Namgun accuses them of constantly crying and bragging. The celestial demon's robe urges them to take care of themselves, saying that they are weak and mediocre, holding onto her skirt. However, the old man declares, looking at these cultists, that they all have arms and legs, and how much longer are they going to stay in self-love? They are picking their flowers to produce fruit. And what do they do then in their suffering? At that moment, after his words, all the people from all factions took their swords in their hands. These words were like a challenge that each of the factions accepted, and this battle will be not for life, but for death. Everyone must fight to the last. The heavenly demon accepts this challenge. Behind her are her adherents who are eager for this battle. She addresses her followers who have been miraculously resurrected. She didn't care if she was dreaming or if it was some kind of illusion. But this day would be written into history. Her followers are shouting incessantly, crying out for this miracle. And whoever doubts their dreams, saying that they make no sense, let him come out to this battlefield. Now they will make their dreams come true. And everyone will chant and applaud the heavenly demon, realizing that a historic day is coming. The warriors of righteous faith are ready to channel their good soul flames, calling for the city to be burned to the ground. The followers of the demonic sect must turn the light into a refuge for ordinary people. And at that moment, huge cults with a thirst to kill everyone and continue their holy war will clash. The command was clear to everyone, and no one even dared to argue with it. They had been longing for this all their lives. The demonic sect hated the righteous, and the righteous hated the demonic sect, and they crossed their swords in a bloody battle, not fully understanding how they ended up here, of course. But they knew how to fight each other from a very early age. One of the leaders of the demonic shadow squad wants to demonstrate the skill of his blade, and the Grand Elder of the Great Punch Clan has enough strength to compete with him. And these strong warriors of two different factions are confronting each other at this moment. Although their strength is not what it used to be, they are not using their internal energy. Because of this, their strikes are quite clumsy and funny. On top of that, they also feel pain, which can even make them cry. Soon, the leader of the demon squad, Consolation, challenged the monk to a fight. He introduced himself as Huan, a Shaolin monk, and greeted her. As a sign of respect for him, the girl agreed to give him the first 3 blows. As soon as the Shaolin monk heard these words, he exclaimed that he would not forget her generosity, and swung to hit her. But shortly afterwards, she struck him on the lip, inflicting a more serious blow. His blood flowed out of his mouth and his teeth turned red. Stepping aside, he asked her if she hadn't conceded the first blow to him. But could he trust a demonic sect? Of course not, because it was a trap for fools, and he believed it. The Shaolin monk wants to say that he was not the one who believed, and his acting skills have not deteriorated over time. As soon as the girl fell to the ground, the Shaolin monk said he had 2 more blows left and took her by the head. Out of the blue, he kneed her in the forehead, but something cracked, and it must have been his knee, because it suffered from the force of the demoness's blunt head. The representative of the Shaolin monastery writhed in pain, holding his knee. Soon, the leader of the demon killer squad was fighting next to one of the sect members, saying that the righteous were just brainless scabs who could only swear. Before him stood his opponent, an elder of a great school, who called his opponent's words vulgar. They crossed their swords and looked each other in the eye. As soon as a strong blow came between them, the moment of roll call was ripe. The sectarian said, "Why not give up and stop?" But the elder could only tell him the same thing. The battle continued, and its scale only grew. All the warriors of the dark sect wanted was to punish the righteous. With bruises, scratches, battered eyes, and no teeth, they continued the battle. Kim sees these fanatics killing each other, filling the white space with red spots. Their thirst is enormous, and they have enough warriors. The heavenly demon simply blossomed from this, forgetting about her injuries. She rejoiced at how many of them had gathered here today. They attacked, fell, but got up again. And they continued to fight, but the heavenly demon directed all their attacks against them. It seems that she had no equal on the battlefield, and it was ridiculous. As in her previous life, her words were prophetic. The heavens were filled with sorrow, and the world plunged into darkness. Anger rises into the sky, scorching the top of the shamanic mountain. The demonic sect is exalted above the Murim, and I stand at the head of the demonic sect. Do they think they can compete with the divine of this world? And these lousy followers of the righteous faith will not get away with it. After these lousy words, Namgun enters the battlefield. Although she has scattered his simple soldiers, the battle with him will not be easy. He invites her to decide once and for all which of them is the true god. Taking off his clothes, he reveals his muscular body. Only one person can compete with him, and now she is standing in front of him. It reminds her of the first days of the war, when they could not determine who was better because the battle continued. On the second day, nothing was decided either, and the war continued on the third day. From the very beginning, everything was not right, and this old man should have shown her his full power long ago. He gestures with his hand for the demon sect to attack. Today, luck is on their side. Hearing his words, the girl disagrees, saying that he can shove his luck up his ass. She will bring him nothing but death today, standing in front of him. It looks like they are all ready for battle. With a swing, she deals a serious blow to the old representative. Drops of blood fill this chapter, giving meaning to their long-standing struggle, which seems to end today. Those two legendary warriors exchanged strong blows to each other's faces, but it caused them nothing but excitement and joy. Although they were already ordinary people, they craved this more than anything else in the world. The rapid battles that took place on this battlefield were filled with blood. And the heavenly demon, even after being hit hard, spits out the old man's ear, and it tastes like earth. The old man, holding on to his ear, realizes that even though she adheres to the image of a benefactor, her taste for flesh does not change. Damn demon. You eat not only animals but also people. The great battle between good and evil had to end on the very first day. Both he and she fought to the limit of their strength. She thought she could put her life on the line, but she really couldn't. She was too cowardly. Today in the fight, she has a second chance, which she might not have had otherwise. She must not make the same stupid mistakes here, and she declares that today she will fight to the best of her ability. The old man looks at her, not believing his eyes, but it looks like she's not joking. She is going to use real chi energy? Let's see what kind of energy this is. It is the energy that gives everyone life force at birth. In other words, the human life force. Different from internal energy, true energy cannot be restored or increased. It is the beginning and the end of all things. Thus, it determines the fate of a warrior who has used up all their energy and all their life juice. They would rather choose death than remain crippled for life. Namgun addresses the demon, reminding them that they are still weak. If they use all of their true ki now, they will still be no better than minor warriors because they have lost their energy centers, if she hasn't forgotten. Even so, she is still going to use the QE energy to demonstrate the skills of a novice anyway. But the demoness asked Namgun not to be angry. She has no intention of giving up on life. She only hopes that her last day will be today. Now happiness overwhelms her. She is grateful that she was able to live to see this day, and for getting to know everyone here. If she looks back, she has lived a really happy life as a warrior. And now, standing right here on this battlefield, she is going to demonstrate and utilize true chi. Closing his eyes, Namgun sees a gust of wind rise from her energy. He realizes that while this is beautiful, he too has been waiting for a day like today. Without hesitation, he accepts this fight, activates his energy, and declares that he will die with the heavenly demon. Standing opposite each other, they demonstrate the incredible result of their energy, which could be their last breath. The demoness spins in a dance, and a swirling rapid punch flies towards the old man. He, in turn, dodges her magic and, keeping in shape, is about to confront this wretch. As if in a blooming, colorful place, they maneuver and dance together. Kim, with a rearward spirit, watches this battle in amazement, realizing that they are overwhelmed by the true energy of chi. The true ki energy of such masters is like the power of nature itself, albeit temporarily. The rear spirit wants to tell Kim to watch this closely, because it is very rare to see this, because one of the parties was born with a perfect yin body, and the other with a perfect yang body, designed for martial arts. This energy creates a perfect balance, and now they are in a completely different world. The world of the heavenly demon under the yellow moon. Being like a particle in their world, Kim catches the petals of one of the flowers. These flowers fly across the space and fall from the sky to the heavenly demon. She hates them all. The followers of the righteous faith. She hates the heroes and the 9 great schools, the 5 great schools. They live to the fullest, while ordinary people suffer. However, what she cannot forgive is not their happiness. It is the fact that even if such people are wounded, even if such people feel pain and seek comfort, she feels disgust for such pretenders. And after hitting the old man, the roses fill everything in their path. Why do they treat other people brutally, considering themselves human? And this blow hit the old man so hard that he felt it for real. Spitting up blood and stooping down, he began to cough continuously. After this strong blow, he falls to the ground, and the heavenly demon crouches down beside him. Kim, seeing this, runs over to her mentor, but she is withering and seems to be dying. He takes her shoulder to get her attention for a moment. She only speaks softly, making it clear that Namgun has won. Kim, holding on to her body, feels it getting colder. Lying on the snow, he wants to save her energy with his chakra, but his mentor's eyes close. She declares that he has won. She had originally planned to punch him in the chest, but stopped, and now lies in front of her student, having lost her face. Even so, she still looks better than Namgun. Looking at Kim's face, he is looking at her in tears. She asks him about his expression, asking him not to worry, because she still has a little time left before she dies, and she will have time to say goodbye. 2 hours have passed and he is still crying. He's making everything harder, even though she's made his life harder. The alchemist runs and hears these words. The heavenly demon says that she has wanted to tell him everything for a long time, but did not dare because of her directness. She thought he would take it to heart. She wants him to remember her as beautiful throughout his life. The alchemist is amazed at what is happening here. A poisonous snake is holding her mentor, who is dying. The alchemist recently performed an operation on them, and they can barely breathe. The heavenly demon responds to the alchemist's cries by saying that the old man is fine, because the last blow she delivered was weak. He was not lying when he said that luck was on his side, but now he is crippled. The alchemist wants to help them somehow, asking what they are talking about, and they can't be left in this condition. They need an ambulance. The heavenly demon stops her, saying that she knows her body very well, and that she is done with it. She asks to take care of the old man. Tears come to the alchemist's eyes. The heavenly demon said she wanted to spend her last moments with her student, and wanted to be left alone. The alchemist offered her painkillers, but she refused. She wants to feel the cold of the winter wind. At this point, the alchemist stood in front of her, making a difficult decision, and the poisonous snake hurried to take the old man off the battlefield. Leaving the two of them alone, silence overtook their souls. Taking her hand, the boy did not understand what they would do when they were alone. The heavenly demon asked him if he would like to hear how beautiful their sex premises were, where they lived, if there was some time left. She asks him to fulfill her request because she wants him to have such an ending. They should be happy with it. To do this, she only needs to pick up one necessary puzzle. He asks to fight with it, and the demoness looks at him in amazement, not understanding what Kim means. We return to the story of the Sword of the Heart, when Bayek got an idea of this scene, and began to be called the Heavenly Demon. She could kill anyone just by thinking about it. The level of skill that was only spoken of in legends was before her eyes. She pointed her finger at a mountain that seemed unattainable, and for her, the place that could be seen could be reached. But soon the people behind her turned to her and said that she was their mistress, recognizing this and telling her that the government had ordered them to pay the taxes in sable skin, and her father had never returned from a hunt, and now they couldn't pay. The taxes are taken from every member of the family. There was a drought for years, and the government ordered them to build a reservoir and a dam to prevent this from happening again. How could these ordinary people work on an empty stomach? If only she had more time. If only she could focus on training. If only it were that simple. After she looked at these poor, unfortunate people, holding her sword that could split everything in its path, she asked these poor people to take her to the one she had to deal with. And that day she punished those who froze the world. But she could not stop the winter, going back to the moment when the boy dazed the heavenly demon with his words for her to compete with him. It was unexpected for her. If the boy could defeat her, he would become the new heavenly demon. But at the moment, as he sees it, she can't even move. Does Kim really want this kind of fight? He tells her that they don't have to use their bodies in a fight. They can compete in a verbal duel. In a fight, only words are used between two strong sides, as well as techniques that are used against each other, talking about the skills that are adopted for a counterattack. And you don't even need to move or use internal energy. It is a competition of minds. The Sky Demon smiled at this idea. He does not lack confidence. He can only defeat her in a real battle, because he is powerless in a verbal one. If she had a lot of strength, she would be able to use any tricks. She is sure that he would like to compete with her. Since Kim saw that she was not in the best shape when she competed with the Murim head, she said that she could punch him in the chest and rip out his heart if they clashed in a verbal battle. He wants to arrange a duel of the last moment of her life. He is only interested in whether she can do it. Hearing this, the heavenly demon smiled and said, "Yes, master, but she will not give in to him. She would allow him to throw the first punch, but then she would not complain, letting Kim take it if that was the end of their duel. But before that, the heavenly demon will tell him a story from his childhood." At this point, Kim turns to the Sword Lord, who was indifferently watching the spectacle. The rear spirit immediately realized that the boy wanted to use him to compete with her, and it was quite right, because he had lost to him in a previous dispute. And the rear spirit didn't mind. He had wanted to fight the leader of the demon sect for a long time. It would be the best fight of his life, that she could strike 3 times. It is considered unthinkable to fight on behalf of another person, because it is an example of the greatest disrespect and shame. Despite the absurdity of the situation, the rear spirit is ready to fight. The Sword Lord was the best fighter in his world, known as Mursa. On his part, he asks to enter into a verbal duel with him. The heavenly demon looked at Kim, who was simply silent, and reminded him that he could begin. Come to think of it, her master is probably no longer surprised that Kim can use strange techniques. He's probably talking about the technique that brought her people back to life, but she's not about to ask him about it, because the power of silence can be crucial. Perhaps he is a reaper who treats her, as the Nefertile Emperor, with pity. Her first technique will be special. She will call in great spirits. One of them is among us now and she likes it. Stronger in her own world, the heavenly demon just smiled, because she was curious to see a stronger warrior from another world. Kim can see by her look that she may have thought he was joking, but it was time to start. Our warriors will do everything in their power. The girl asks what his move will be, but he says he gives her 3 strikes. On the one hand, she feels that this is insolence. Her student cannot behave like this, and it seems that the spirit does not know its place. The sky demon makes the first move, using the 5th sword technique, the 21 explosive dragon strikes, to pierce the acupressure point of the water moon. The rear spirit narrates his counterattack, telling Kim. Kim takes the second step, starting with the 6th technique, the earth dragon drought, continuing with the cave dragon from the West River to absorb the attack and send it away with the mystical art of evasion. The demoness will send him flying by using the above mystical art. The rear spirit will tell the boy that the second technique will follow on his part, the killing fist and the iron spin. Clenching her hand into a fist from tension, the girl uses the 6th technique of the 6 secret swords, and then the 6th technique of the heavenly secret sword. But the spirit will respond with a sitting duck kick and a chaotic plum blossom walk. This made it clear that there would be 3 strikes in a row. The rear spirit now realized how she had survived and become stronger in this world. She no longer had time to train. She had devoted her entire life to the sect. She could have seen the realm of life and death if she hadn't been so busy and stopped training for the sake of her followers. Despite this, the most unpleasant thing is that she still succeeded. Was it really necessary to stop for the sake of your people? You were already the best, and people recognized your abilities because you were a goddess to them. It is a pity that you were not lucky enough to become a great martial artist in such a place, and the rear spirit wants to show you how to be a god among gods. The demoness smiled at these words, and Kim lifted her up. She realizes that this spirit is not like other masters. Kim promises that he will not hold back. The heavenly demon belongs to the world of the Chronicle, the strongest martial artist in this world, the head of the demon sect. The Sword Lord comes from the world of 1,000 swords, one of the strongest fighters in the history of the Orthodox Tower, and after a few phrases, they realize that they are strong opponents, and their fight begins. The heavenly demon continues by sending a punch using the 1st technique of the fire and blood dragon's furious strikes. The rear spirit responds by using the 1st of the 18 techniques of the cloud dragon Mish. If he misses, he will strike from below. Kim just says that the move is made. The sky demon even wonders what she should do in this case. She squeezes Kim's hand, saying that she will then combine the knowledge of the law of life and death and add the butterfly effect. Soon, another move gains momentum, and the warriors continue to compete in words. They try to put each other on the ground, confronting each other. This duel even made the girl wonder how long they would stand in their places. She will use the technique of demonic leeches, the leeching leeches of destruction that will tear him apart. The rear spirit realizes that this blow is very easy to counter. He takes her feet from her hands, and then throws a lazy slam in the air and simultaneously strikes the fourth technique of the divine wheel, the life and death revolution, on the right spoon, right wrist, and 3 white tiger acupressure points. The girl realizes that she can lose to this villain, and she takes 3 steps back, using the majestic gait of a heavenly demon. Since she is using the technique of the orthodox sect, she can then compete with the rear spirit as a warrior of the demonic sect. He will strike her with the sword of deadly cold. Muram's head, Jade Axe, was not good enough to be her disciple, although he is the strongest among the orthodox sect followers in the world. She was also the only worthy opponent for him. The great war between Muram and the demonic sect cannot be confirmed. In fact, it was clear who would be the winner, and perhaps because of this, the heavenly demon started the decisive battle as many times as if the sweets that were in a child's mouth were disappearing. The heavenly demon declares that this is a dumb move, and she will move on to the second executioner's blade technique. Well, not so fast, says the rear spirit. He will use the iron pivot point to dodge and then attack with a tiered lunge. Hearing all this, how the rear spirit fought, the demoness turned to her disciple. She was amazed at the strength of such an opponent. He had summoned an opponent she could not have dreamed of. And Kim only confirmed this, saying that this is probably the strongest fighter he knows. And looking at her now, he understands how Chairman Muram felt. He was upset. Only one question was bothering the girl at that moment. Why Kim hadn't introduced her to Rear Spirit earlier. She had never met such a strong martial artist in her life. She uses a combination of higher heaven martial arts principles to twist his arm and finally kill him. She then takes 4 steps backwards, applying the majestic gait of a heavenly demon. The rear spirit notices that she has already taken 3 steps back, and now she is taking 4 more. He thinks it is only a matter of time before she starts to run away. He uses the divine art of clouds to catch up with her, and when she stops just 1 layer away, he uses his sword and the summer storm. The demoness is tired of testing what the spirit can do with the sword of greed. She asks him about the sword's chi. She alternately strikes with the 3 dragons piercing the sand to ascend to the point of dance, the point of celestial circulation, and finally, the point of body support. Watching all this from the outside, the boy can't even imagine how beautiful their fight looks. He knew what the ball of stars was, but he had never heard of the dragon or piercing lists. He had no idea how to apply the law of life and death to his opponent, or what the Taizi absorption technique was, and he could not imagine the scene of their fight. But in his mind, he began to imagine them competing with each other, and he wished he had enough knowledge to compete with them. He wanted to be their hope and support, but he could only listen and watch. The level of their skill was beyond his reach, but he realizes that he can learn everything. The demoness takes blows from the rear spirit on her face, and soon she turns to him and looks at him with her kind eyes. Addressing him, she says that it is cold outside today, and winter will last forever, and this city will forever remain a snowy plain, and this place will always serve as a merciless battlefield for the soldiers. Soldiers can lose their strength in their legs at any time, so they use special techniques. That's why the goal of a battle on a snowy plain is to bring down the opponent. Again, she turns to her student. He knows that we are desperately trying to take each other's places. Perhaps that's why we use kicks so often. And by throwing snow in the air, we block the enemy's view. They are really fighting for life and death. And the demoness asks Kim, and adding to this, she covers his eyes with her palms. She sees her opponent in her visions. He is a strong and noble martial artist, and he is quite large. He is very heavy, like a huge bear, and he challenges with a confident smile on his lips. Perhaps the difference in weight gives him confidence. In this, she is no match for him, standing on the battlefield appointed by the fact itself. If you think about what the difference is, she is faster than him. In addition, she knows this battlefield. She is a student who knows how not to leave footprints in the snow. This will be a fight for her. He has declassified her plan and begins to move faster, like a wild boar rushing at her. But she has nothing to fear. She knew this would happen, so she steps back a little, thus luring him after her. He rushes at her like a wild boar in this snowstorm, and in his imagination, the guy sees her fighting. When he opens his eyes, he sees this beautiful sight. With every movement, snowflakes fly up and spin in the air. And so the snow fight continues for 2 days, and the rear spirit is shouting at her how much longer she plans to run. He will not lose to the Qigong technique. She cannot run forever, as she will have to stop. He knew that this world had turned into one snowy field, and even she would have no place to hide. She would have no place to escape to. If she was at the peak of her powers, then of course this would go on forever. But now they are fighting a battle. The rear spirit is betting that she has less than 2 hours left, but she still wants to keep running. What a cheap trick she has. Looking at him, she recognizes that she can't keep running away all the time, because time is already up. In this case, her body is filled with demonic dark energy. She promises that she will show her best and demonstrate why she is a sky demon. Demoness uses the heavenly demon arts, the first form being the neclips of starvation, as hunger can make even parents trade their own child for a neighbor's to eat. And this barrage of attack comes down on the rear spirit. Has he heard of man? She talks about the mountains that fall on people and what they are capable of in a fit of hunger. Of course, this is terrible. Hunger can drive you crazy. This was just an accident, says the rear spirit. He continues. During the water period, the harvest yields bountiful fruits, but at other times, it makes you suffer from terrible hunger. This was no accident. Heavenly demon, if you are so upset by this problem, you must be happy in this world with mirror events. The depth of despair should not be inferior to the surge of joy. So he tells her about the bountiful autumn harvest. The palette of this painting is filled with bright colors, as if they are transported to another world. The spirit will tell his story. Once, while walking, he was peacefully watching the horizon. Then he saw the golden seas. Children were playing hide and seek among the rice fields. The height of the plants was as high as his height, and he could hear the rustling of the grass and the children's merry laughter. You told me a story about the bodies of the Yang people that were buried in the snow. Now let me tell you my story about the children laughing so hard. Both stories are two sides of the same sharp blade, wound by chance. If I get a chance to hold a similar sword in my hands, I will point it in the direction of the beautiful rice fields. In the last moments of my life, invaluable memories of children playing hide-and-seek peacefully pop into my head. While fighting off the rear spirit's attack, the girl activates the second heavenly demon art form, the Great Death Blade, saying that it is very kind-hearted. He said that both sides of the coin are just a coincidence, but happiness has never killed a person. Only hunger and terrible thirst kill. Death is waiting in every limb, and let it sing about ordinary people who die because of the lack of even a small drop of water. The rear spirit disagrees with her, fighting back with words. A dip in a summer stream is truly refreshing. He says that her training is wrong, that she is not teaching Kim correctly, and that this has even made the demoness embarrassed. He apologizes because it was too harsh, or rather, that he is too hasty with his training. It's good for him to learn about the hardships that happen in this world. It's equally good to watch other people's pain, but you can't do this forever. But why is that? Because doing this is terribly exhausting. And Kim has not yet had time to enjoy the wonderful gifts of this world. It is necessary to properly sharpen the taste buds, so that a person can fully realize the suffering of someone who has not been able to taste even the smallest piece. You need to take a dip in a summer stream to exist with people suffering from a lack of water. The rear guard continues the battle. Human hearts are like candles, and if they burn continuously, they will one day turn into ashes. Does the heavenly demon know this? If you have never had to love someone in your life, it will come out sideways. And the rear spirit is laughing at the celestial demon because he has never even had a date. Despite all this, he behaves as if he is carrying the burden of all the suffering of this world. The spirit wants to tell him that she should teach him better to dream and rejoice, because he is too young to learn her cult. And at that moment, the heavens began to open. He wants to show the child true happiness, to teach him to laugh sincerely, to teach him to appreciate others. He should be delighted that someone can make him rejoice from the bottom of his heart. And that is how he will be able to know true sadness. When the demoness heard these words, she became very angry. Hot sorrow filled her heart. How dare he accuse her of being the mentor of her disciple? And activating the third form celestial demon art, the blade of drowning death, she unleashes her power on the spirit. But his faith and his strength can block any blow, because he worships a completely different religion. But the girl is no good. How dare he take away her last and only student? To which the rear spirit, absorbed in a fierce battle, filled with the vast beauty of water and roses, only says that she does not make him laugh, because he intends to become his mentor long before they meet. And it was he who taught him the art of the sword, and in the end he made something useful out of him. And now you, a bunch of heretics, have decided to interfere, and exhausted from the battle, the demoness was angry at his words. What heretics? But the argument is that once your demon cult can be something other than a bunch of heretics. And Kim says that it is too early to learn the art of the heavenly demon, because mastering the sword should bring joy, and their sword will also bring death. but they will be happy to die, because there are so many without a community of life. Life is already short, but the celestial demon declares that Kim is her disciple and was destined to become a celestial demon. Continuing the battle, the rear spirit calls them heretics because of this thinking, calling them a devil. The demoness blasted him with the 7th art form of the celestial demon blade, the blade of cutting death, and Kim seems to be watching them from the outside. He sees their blades, and these silhouettes do not give him peace. Although they fought in words, their battle was so powerful that it could not be described in legends. Watching them, Kim finally realized that his mentor, the leader of a demonic cult, a heavenly demon, was inferior in this battle to the point that the blows of the rear spirit pierced her. And after telling her bitterness, the demoness says that she was not able to master the final form of the heavenly demon's sword art right away because she was prevented from doing so by death by freezing. And when she was dying in the snow, she was abandoned by her own mother and said that this is how she would meet her death. But ironically, she was able to master the 9th form of the celestial sword only after the end of this world. She is her own mistress both in heaven and on earth. It doesn't matter whether she is looking down at the distant clouds or admiring the unlimited heights. It is the only one that exists in this world. It is a pity that the candle does not affect anything, and because of this, all life is an eternal winter, its singing melody of the heavens, and its death is the end of the worlds, and it is getting closer. Raising her heavenly sword, red blood flows from her forehead. This will be the last word of their demon heavens for this snowy field. Using the 9th form celestial demon art, the lone deathblade litter everything around it with this strike. Even the rear spirit, faced with the boundless maelstrom of energy, realized only one thing. Death alone means this is the choice of the demon cult leader, and he recognizes it. For a martial arts master in the world who has met his demise, there is no more appropriate technique. Holding his sword, the spirit realizes that he knows much more about loneliness than she does. And how long was she alone? A year, maybe. But no. Not even a single day has passed by your side. And our hero, the rear spirit, apologizes to her. The rear spirit, having spent 130 years in solitude, dispels and breaks all her spells with his counterattack. Our hero Kim regains consciousness and is drenched in sweat from what he has seen. From such a powerful blow in his mind, his pupils are dilated. He is simply suffocating. The master kneels in front of him and looks into space. Kim just asks her if she is okay, how her body is. The master was still alive, she was dying, but her pulse and heart were still beating. She looked up for a long time and said only one thing. She understood what it was like. Looking at her dear student, she fell into his arms. At first, he thought only of how to help her. The fact that he was looking for her, that he had come from the outside world, was due to her fame, and it was all a lie. As she hadn't realized before, her student was not the kind of person who would cross worlds just because of his reputation. She was immensely grateful to her student, and she was glad to be able to say goodbye to him. Asking only one question, she wants to know if he will be able to remember her as a beautiful flower when he holds it in his hands. He promises her that he will, but she is very curious what kind of flower she will be. Kim, smiling as she strokes his face, remembers her as a bright, beautiful peony. Dying, the heavenly demon agrees that this sounds beautiful. Her hands are already weak, and they fall to the snowy surface. Looking at this mountain, at this moment the sun rises, illuminating the entire space. Mori's snow-covered world seems to succumb to a miracle that descends from heaven. A ray of sunlight descends from the sky and strikes straight up, breaking the surface of the mountain. It destroys its top, illuminating everyone in the area. The ray shields the girl from these shards, and the girl becomes radiant in color. At this moment, everyone realized that winter was over, and this actually meant that spring had finally arrived. Kim is holding the heavenly demon in her arms. He presses her head against his shoulder. At this moment, the demon sect's warriors come up to him, calling him their master. Although they were most enthusiastic about the fight, some of the demon sect members heard that their head had called him her disciple, and now he is the heir to the heavenly demon. Kim looked at them, not knowing what to say. The warriors, although not sure, asked him again if the head had accepted him as his disciple. Kim replied that he was indeed her disciple, honest and righteous. If the warriors say that the chairman was his mentor, it means that she taught him the art of the heavenly demon. They apologize for their bluntness, but ask if he could show them a few techniques from this martial art. Our hero realizes that their request sounds polite, but in fact they want to check whether he is really a heavenly demon disciple. Kim became the heir only because she was his mentor. He thought he now understood why he became a disciple and why it was so difficult. And now that the last drop of warmth has left her body, the demonic sect is in his hands. He accepts the challenge and prepares to demonstrate the starvation technique. The warriors apologize to him, but emphasize that the order of the sect head was not to pass the sect to someone who does not meet the requirements. They are simple swordsmen, but even an ordinary master can recognize the technique of the demon god. The warriors are talking among themselves that they need to see the first form of the heavenly demon art performed by Kim. Some questioned why one of the warriors was speaking on their behalf, since he was the only one of the sect who could keep to the rules of decorum. He may be illegitimate, but he is still in the clan. The girl doesn't understand why this rascal reacts as if it's the first time she's heard about it. They have already talked about it dozens of times. At least he knows that nothing changes in this life. The river remains water, the mountain remains a stone, and the fool remains a fool. Aggression grows between the warriors of the demonic sect, and the boy shouts to ask if she is hinting that he is a fool. The girl doesn't hint. She says outright that his existence is ruining the martial arts of their school. The only thing you can feel in talking to him is disgust, and it's really impressive, considering the fact that she's even invulnerable to 1,000 poisons. But this guy's actions are so stupid. The guy who volunteered sees that they are out of line at this point. As soon as they looked at him, they told him to turn away and not to piss them off. Kim looks at this chaos, realizing that everything is back to normal. The demon sect had always been a refuge for those who had no place in the world, and its leader was an incredibly sophisticated individual. Many members of the sect did not know what good manners were. And at that moment, Kim began to demonstrate his technique. The red energy of the aura began to swirl in space like a waterfall. The voices of the children waiting for the sun to appear. Speaking of death and thirst, he said that the pain of drowning is like a father's last breath. At that moment, Kim was filled with a demonic aura. And it seems that by watching the death struggle between the master and the sword lord, his blows became stronger. The members of the demonic sect noticed who was who and were amazed at what they saw. Although Kim could not comprehend all the subtleties of this technique, he was embarrassed that everyone could see his abilities. But would it be enough for the soldiers to see that he was her student? Soon one of them knelt down. He congratulated the demon sect's heir, calling him the new demon, Celestial Demon. He asked his entire clan to welcome the new heir of the demon sect, their new head. Kim was embarrassed to be called a heavenly demon, as the title of King of Death was enough for him. Kim would like the title of Master to remain forever with his mentor. But that would cause dissonance in the clan, so what then? At this point, Kim turned to the rear spirit because the title doesn't suit him. He doesn't think he's good enough for it if they call him the head who can't teach them. That is why they want to make him the head. After all, the heavenly demon has always chosen good and kind people. If the heavenly demon made him his disciple, then he is worthy of becoming the leader of their sect. Despite these words, Kim thanked them all, saying that he was not yet ready to take responsibility for the sect's legacy. But in what case should the soldiers address him? They can't just call him master since he is the young leader. One of the warriors remarked that a young head is not a bad thing, and they will address him as such, as master. There are a lot of them in their world. If he feels that he is not yet able to cope with the role of the head, and does not want to give up the post, he can become the young head of the sect. Kim accepts the offer of these people, and this makes them smile. They are happy to officially welcome the young head. They don't know how he did it, but he has completely transformed them from Ghanaians back into humans. And if it weren't for him, the young master, they would not have been able to end the great war between the demon sect and Murim. They take turns swearing on their own behalf and on behalf of their faces that they are loyal to the young master. And all the parts of the demon sect swear and worship loyalty to the young leader, the master. Step by step, one by one, they swear allegiance to the young master. Even those who did not want to do this also swore allegiance. The entire demonic sect of giant men knelt before the King of Death. Seeing this, Kim jumps to his feet and also swears to them that as long as he lives, the demon's heavenly teachings will live forever and illuminate the bright world from the mountain. The system notifies the players that the scene has been completed. He completed the task of the first volume, saving the world, and thus, the world. The 22nd floor has been secured and cleared. The system notifies you that you have listened to this announcement again. It alerts everyone again and again that the stage has been cleared and the assessment is complete. Kim's final request is that the master be buried with dignity. He asks for a modest funeral, just as she requested. The system displays the ratings of the players who were in the top, and of course, our King of Death was in the top. Finally, Kim asked once again to take care of her and soon materialized in his real world. He was soon greeted in the library. "Welcome back," he was greeted. After the final touches, there will be something good in the Heavenly Demon's Chronicle. He admits that he honestly did not expect such a strong, albeit sad, ending. The deputy librarian is already impressed that Kim has surprised him, because it's not a bad ending for this story. But the moment Kim moves upstairs, he sees that all the hunters are unconscious. But why? This little deputy librarian welcomed the return of the King of Death. He was looking forward to his return, but when he walked in, he saw a terrible picture. Why was everyone unconscious, he wondered. Some kind of magic enveloped his fellow hunters. The deputy librarian reassured him, saying that he had only put them to sleep for a while. But what does it mean to put them to sleep? The deputy told him that he could smell the sleep he was using. It was safe for them. And holding the book, the story of the city that smells of smoke, in his hands, he tells them about another world. In most worlds, words are the means of communication. In some, information is transmitted through songs and smells. In the apocalypse described in this book, smells were used to show anger, sadness, or happiness. And of course, the smell of sleep was also there. The deputy asked him not to look at him like that. He just wanted to talk to him in a calm environment. Kim, of course, did not like this. He knocked out his comrades. And now he wants to talk. Wrapping his body in his own words, the deputy says that he knew Kim would call them comrades. Another person would have thought of them as useless and annoying, but Kim addressed them as equals. This touched the deputy, and his way of thinking is commendable. Everyone became spectators of this story unfolding before their eyes. It was like a movie. Everyone was ready to cry and welcome him with open arms. Kim couldn't let them do that, because he needed to continue this conversation. He calmed them all down, so that the atmosphere was conducive to communication. He could not worry. The deputy had not harmed them. In order to check this, Kim ran to the witch. He began to take her pulse, noticing that her breathing and pulse were fine. He was happy. Returning to the deputy, Kim asked him to speak faster so that he could break the spell faster. But why was he in such a hurry? The deputy had nowhere to go, and that's why he called Kim out of the entire company. Since the 22nd floor was cleared, he needed to find the sword part as soon as possible. But the deputy directed him to the scissors, saying that it would wait as he would look for it later. Kim could not believe that the deputy was trying to detain him again. But he realized that until he found the sword part, he would not be able to move on. Kim was on his knees, at the whim of the deputy who made him cut his hair. He was a constellation, and despite the fact that Kim had mastered the divine art of a celestial demon, he still could not defeat this protector. Kim's hair was falling into a bag attached to his back. The deputy also wanted to cut his nails, which had grown back, because a martial artist must take care of himself. He carefully cut the nails and put them in the bag. Our hero felt embarrassed by this treatment, not understanding why he needed all this. But the deputy explained that if you imagine that there is someone you really, really like, and this person attracts absolutely everyone, then love for him or her will be noble and pure. The problem is that this is just a fictional character. And then a huge breakdown happens, and your favorite person appears right in front of your eyes. Yes, that's how Kim appears. He opens the window of this sick-in-the-head deputy and reads his crazy thoughts. Not only does he want to cut his toenails, but he also thinks he will shave his eyebrows. The deputy wants Kim to grow a beard so he can shave it off as well. But Kim is afraid he won't let him. For the deputy, Kim is a godsend, a great protagonist. He would like to turn him into a bookmark and keep him. Kim realizes that he is facing a crazy bastard. He tries to fight him off when he doesn't have time to take his socks off. But the deputy asks him not to move, not wanting to hurt him with scissors. He wants to get Kim's beautiful leg. But why is he doing this? The little deputy was worried about Kim's first name. But can he forget about respect? The deputy's eyes shine with love for Kim. He is his light, his music, and only for the sake of his name is he ready to accept Confucianism. There is a saying that a king needs a friend who shares his views. A friend. But Kim avoids his actions, asking him to show him at least one friend who would greedily cut his nails. Still, the deputy catches his foot, promising that if Kim continues to behave like this, he will send him to the next apocalypse. Kim froze. Although his attempts were not bad, the deputy has studied him and knows why this should not happen. He has a good look at his leg. Kim realizes that there are many books here that contain sad stories, and he has no choice but to help the characters. The deputy librarian can describe exactly with which hand and how Kim ate the grain balls on the first day of the story about the sky demon. Now he just asks to have his nails trimmed. The protagonist does not like this at all. He twists and turns, asking him to stop, or he will hate him. At this point, the protagonist moves away from him, realizing this. Kim asks him not to come closer than 5 steps, otherwise he will treat him badly. Kim mercifully asks to return his hair and nails, but the deputy, holding these bags of goodness, cannot do so, as he has no reason to make such a request. Kim activates his aura and it rises high up. The deputy continues the rest of their dialogue, emphasizing that it was great. He was impressed by how Kim took care of the celestial demon. He was able to end the story on how he became a part of it. He had come and gone. The final battle in the Great War between the demon sect and the Murim was like chocolate ice cream to him. Kim looked at him and realized that he was ready to credit him with the chronicles and the sweep of the 22nd floor. Of course, now other hunters can move freely on the 22nd floor. The doors of the celestial martial arts storage will also be open to them. And all this thanks to Kim. But our hero wanted to ask him something important. Has this book turned into one of the apocalypses? The young protector answers that there is no reason not to love a happy ending. And who doesn't? In general, both have their pros and cons. The end serves as the last stop on the character's journey. As a reader, he undoubtedly lives for the happy ending, but he wants to stand in front of it and experience anxiety and failure. Our hero, realizing this, says that he wants to say that even a bad ending deserves a full-fledged conclusion. Soaring in the sky, the protector wanted to embrace Kim with his canvas cloth. He caught his cloth and said that he still had questions. So, it turns out that the chronicles of the heavenly demon would have had an ending anyway, even an unhappy one. His master and the head of the Marima did everything possible to survive. So, if the old man had died first and the master had lost his mind, could it have ended there? But then one question arises. Why did this book become one of the apocalypses? Wouldn't the death of the head of the Murim, followed by the master's suicide, be considered a worthy ending? This question arose in his mind as soon as they started reading the book. Whether he would have intervened or not, there was an end to these worlds from the beginning. Listening to his words, the deputy notices the boy's desire to see a happy ending, but this is not a good enough reason for him. He recognizes that Kim is strong and seems capable of anything. However, instead of fixing the apocalypses on its own, this constellation in the form of a deputy sends hunters there. This means that even he cannot be an author who does not want to interfere with the course of history. This is the essence of a librarian driven to a dead end. Listening to this, Kim decides to describe his character. Also a sensitive person like him, not inclined to justify the choice of apocalypse by the usual desire to see a happy ending, must have had a special reason why these other books became apocalypses. The deputy sees that the boy will not give up until he gets an answer. He handed him a cloth and told him to follow him. In an instant, they were in a completely different world. He will reveal to him the true meaning of the apocalypse, and we just have to wait for the end of the old season and the beginning of the new one. Dear friends, if you have watched the story to the end, I ask you to like and support my channel. If you want to continue, it is very important to me. Thank you for watching my videos. They are written from the heart and made for people. Leave all your comments below and tell me what you liked and what you didn't. Thank you, and see you soon.